the world needs that. I need that. I need you. I need Tony. I need people with that. The same way that you did. We all sort of collectively manifested it together. But without you, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, so you guys come on down to Austin, Texas, and check out the mothership and see how much fun we're having. If you don't believe it, I feel like we're making this shit up.
Because I also almost bought the cult house.
Yeah, right. That would have been, people say that would have been horrible. It wouldn't have been horrible.
No, I wouldn't have been.
Because it was a cool place, and I think it was.
It would have been amazing.
Yeah, it would have been amazing.
It would have been amazing. It's an amazing spot, and it's hilarious that Colt used to own. I feel terrible for all the people that were roped into building it, and all the people that got butt fucked.
You were doing that piece that was so funny, and you couldn't do it. You didn't do it in inspection.
No, I didn't.
That was so funny.
Yeah, it's a true story.
And then that guy gave me that line that it's okay to hypnotize people and butt fuck them because it falls under the category of I talked them into it.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing.
That's not illegal at all.
Yeah.
I talked the guy to let me fuck him in the ass.
It's kind of technically not illegal.
With the watch going back and forth on his face. That's not illegal. That's not illegal.
The guy was a hypnotist and a gay porn star. Like, what a compliment.
Right.
And then when they found the gay porn, you watched the documentary, right? The documentary. But Ron, people don't at all. Ron formed at this, so you could perform. Fucking love that theater. You should buy a place. And then it was for sale. I was like, oh, we're in.
Right.
And then Adam Egan is like, have you seen the documentary? It's called, like, oh no, Ron, what have you done? What have you done? I watched the documentary.
I don't think I even realized that at that time that's what that building was. I don't think I knew that it was a cult building whenever I first did. Maybe.
I was like the guy dancing around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was what it was
built for. Years ago. Years and years ago. So I knew about that anyway, but I didn't realize that was the building. Okay.
Those are the same people wearing masks in their cars. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's why you can start a cult. If you just get everybody who wears a mask in their car, you could let those motherfuckers be doing almost anything. And that's how cults get started.
Yeah, no, people are looking for leadership.
But they're also looking for community. Like, think about the positive aspects of the mothership, right? Like, we're all having a good time. Like, this is what everybody wants. But what if the only way you get that is to leave Baba Ganesh over there? Like, he changed his name, and now he wears wooden beads, and he sits in the lotus position, and everybody's got to suck his dick. Like, I just want to do yoga and hang out with everybody. Why am I going to suck this guy's dick?
They kept sucking his dick. And you know what? They're sucking his dick somewhere else now. In Hawaii.
In Hawaii.
Yeah. They're still getting his dick sucked.
Some guys are just really good at, like,
getting their dick sucked.
It's like the thing where you need to be on acid to understand the Grateful Dead. It's like you need to be the special frame of mind, the special 9-volt brain where you can get talked into a cult like that.
But it happens every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Every day all throughout the country. You know, I was talking to Mark Andreessen about this venture capitalist guy, brilliant guy, and he was telling me that there's a ton of active cults right now in California.
Oh, yeah.
That are functioning. Like, you only hear about the ones that wind up getting in shootouts with the feds. There's a bunch of them that actually function somehow or another. They keep it together. You know, people tell the horror stories. Some people join.
Right.
But, like, Wild Wild Country is a great example. That Netflix documentary.
Right. Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, in the beginning, it was so fun.
Yeah, it looked completely fucking doable.
So doable.
And a Harley's got really nice fucking cars.
Yeah,
he'd be wrong.
He can't be wrong. He's got 20 Rolls Royces. There's so many of them. It's like whatever the way that we evolved in tribal society to listen to the chief, we all have this like strange desire to either be the chief or listen to the chief.
Sure.
You know, either be the alpha or listen to the alpha. And someone can pretend to be the chief. And they can pretend to be the chief with magical insight. And you know what the most fucked up thing about that documentary is, the thing that still fucks with my head, is that guy would do these things to these people called the knowing, where and they would orgasm. They would just have like they would literally meet God. To this day, they all say that it was real, that thing actually did happen. Like the power of suggestion. The fact that he kept it from them for so long. And then one day, this is your coming of age ceremony. So one day, you're going to get the knowing. And he would put his hands on them and they would really experience something. And they said it was like they were experiencing God. Like it was the most bliss they had ever felt in their life. And that they never felt it again. So the circumstances and the ritual activated this innate part of our consciousness that's always there. This ability to talk to God, the ability to communicate with God, which is probably what every religion is trying to do. It's all like this whisper of the truth that's out there in the ether. Everybody knows it's out there. There's something there. I just have to figure out how to. And this guy, this crazy gay porn star, hypnotist, butt fucking all these dudes, still, even this guy was able to touch people, and they were able to access that part of their brain. And they were in. They were like, oh, we're in. I'm following this guy everywhere. This guy really is like connected to God.
Well, I think that that prayer, as far as that is prayer, is a physical thing, not a spiritual thing. And that's why it works for anybody. I believe it's a way to channel energy, and it changes the way you feel, but it doesn't matter what you're praying to. It's a physical transfer of energy.
Right.
Not a spiritual thing. And because anybody can do it. And also hypnosis is so powerful when it's done correctly. I know that from experience, hypnosis is done well. And so for it, you have both of those things, you could have power over anybody. That's the
problem. That was what they did during the Manson family, the MK Ultra. During those days, it was part of the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. It's about the Manson family. The Manson family murders. And one of the things that they went into is the fact that this guy who worked for the CIA at the time, as part of MK Ultra, his name was Jolly West. And Jolly West is this figure all throughout the counterculture resistance movement that the federal government sort of concocted. And part of what he was doing was teaching people how to manipulate people with LSD. And he was teaching Charlie Manson in jail. Like this guy visited Manson in jail. And Manson would get out of jail, and Manson would get in trouble, get arrested, and then get released. And the sheriffs all say, it's open my pay grade. They were all told to let him go. And so he was implicated in murders, violent crimes. They all always let him go. They always had to let him go. And he was getting acid. And he had sophisticated methods of manipulating minds. It wasn't as simple as like this is a charismatic dude and they all want to cut a baby out of fucking Sharon Tate's stomach. No, it was way crazier than that. It was sophisticated mind control from MK Ultra, and they wanted to see if they could get people to become homicidal maniacs. And they were right, they could. They knew how to do it, they used it, and they got Manson to do it, and it threw water on this whole anti-war hippie movement. All that peace, love shit. Whoosh. Now hippies are murderers. Now hippies are Charles Manson. Now, your kid wants to just like fucking paint flowers and show up at Grateful Dead shows. No, your kid's a murderer. Your kid's a fucking. All the hippies are suspects now. It worked. It was a fascinating thing they did. Like the way they threw water on this movement that was happening, like in 1970, just threw it down and put Schedule 1 on everything. If the Nixon administration hadn't done that in 1970, who knows what the world looks like today? Like, who knows? Who knows if you can get IBD and ayahuasca in America, if psilocybin had stayed legal? But it was made illegal in 1970. All that stuff. Yep. All that stuff became Schedule 1 in 1970. Marijuana was always illegal. It was illegal from like the 1930s. And that was because it was a textile. And that was because it was a commodity. But it had almost nothing to do with the drug itself. They were trying to outlaw hemp. They were worried because they had come out with a new way to process hemp fiber. It's called the decorticator. They invented this thing. It was a big thing. Popular Science magazine hemp, the new $1 billion crop. It was like they were saying, we're all going to use hemp now because now there's an effective way to process the fibers, and they're superior to everything else. Like superior paper, superior cloth, superior everything. Right? They're much better plant. And William Randolph Hearst was like, fuck that. So William Randolph Hearst starts publishing stories in his newspapers about how blacks and Mexicans are taking this new drug called marijuana. They invented the name. It was a wild Mexican tobacco. That's what marijuana used to be. It was slang for a wild Mexican tobacco. So they put that name on cannabis, something that people had forever. People have been smoking it forever. It was literally the origin of the term cannabis.
Comes from cannabis.
Yes. It's all hemp. If you know, like the Mona Lisa, those are all painted on hemp. The first draft of the Declaration of Independence was written on hemp. Hemp was a far superior paper. It's really difficult to tear. It's a crazy fiber.
Can we put this on pause?
Yep.
Can we put it on pause for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Rothschild had a moment there where the cold came back, the sickness came back.
Yeah, that was a moment. That was a moment. I don't know what that was.
Well, I was over here blabbing about the illegalization of weed and how crazy it is. We were talking about ayahuasca and all these things, and all of a sudden, you just got a little pale.
Yeah, I got a little pale and started sweating. I don't know what it is. And I just got a little sick. I feel a little better now. I had a nice yak. And
This is how long has this sickness been with you?
I felt fine all day. I felt fine yesterday. I played golf.
Says this happened before, though, it just comes on out of nowhere.
No, this is the first time.
So maybe it's another thing. Like a food poisoning thing or something.
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Wow. And you got a couple IVs, right?
I had 2 last week, and I'll go home and get another one. I'm sure I'll be fine in just a little bit. Damn.
And you played golf.
Yeah, like off of my phone. Great time.
That's a nice day for golf, too.
Absolutely.
One of the things we have out here in Texas is real weather. I love it when it rains and everything's so green and pretty. And
You need to go down to Coastal Rica,
I do need to come to Costa
but stay in your neighbor's place. It's the sweetest thing that I've ever seen. You know, I do get peeved when people say it's the best thing you've ever seen. It's the best thing you've ever seen, buddy. I've seen some shit.
Exactly. Like, what are you saying? I've seen so many things.
But that place down there, it's not that stuff trick with
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is fucking gorgeous.
I heard that Driftwood place is amazing. The place out here.
It's the best. It's so pretty right now. It's all the, they blowing a bunch of wildflowers all over it. It's just fucking gorgeous. It's a great golf course.
I almost wish I played golf.
It's a waste of time and money. You don't have I know you don't have time, so
I would love it for sure. But so we should probably wrap this up because you're not feeling that good, right?
I feel a little better.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm
Keep
okay.
going a little.
A little bit.
Okay. Well, it's just when someone gets sick like that, you don't know what to do.
Fuck yeah, I don't know what to do, but I swear I feel better. I don't feel hot anymore.
That's so weird. So weird. What is that?
I just need to get something out of my stomach real quick.
It's just crazy. Something's good, but you have a little invader behind.
Yeah.
Fighting off. That's what we're doing all the time, fighting off these invaders.
Yeah, I'm still coming to the club tonight. I'm gonna get a drip and come to the side.
Of course. It's gonna be fun tonight. It's Camp Patterson show tonight.
Oh, good.
It's an exciting time. It really is. The world is so chaotic right now. Whenever the world's fucked up, comedy's at its best. Gaza, Palestine, it's fucking Ukraine and the tariffs. It's great to come out and do some comedy.
Yeah. You know what? I stay away from all of it and of that subject matter, or any politics or anything like that. And the reason is, I know my crowd. I know what they want, and they want to laugh really hard, and they want to, and I think that I've always taken the position as I'm just not going to bring that into it. I'm going to let us do something. I love it when other people do. They're really good at it. It's fun to watch. It's entertaining as fuck. But I just decided a long time ago that I'm just going to go out there and make them laugh as hard as I can make them laugh, and let them have some time off from tragedy or whatever. And I'm not that good at it anyway. So I've never been a political commentator, right? So why be one now?
Well, the problem with politics is you're going to alienate outside the crowd.
Dead split.
Yeah.
Dead split.
And if you're one of those people that takes a stand on stage, like, okay, great.
Right.
Now you take a stand.
Yeah.
Okay, but just let's have fun.
It's silly.
And the rest, what you have to say is so good. Make someone laugh.
Oh, if you're good enough.
Yeah.
If you're good enough.
Right.
I saw people try to take on 9/11 right after 9/11, but I only saw like one person that was really, if you're good enough to write about that, then write about it. But if you're not good enough to write about it, leave it the fuck alone.
Leave it the fuck alone. That's some black belt material.
Yeah. Skill level, whatever.
Yeah. Mitzi Shore let Brian Holt on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11.
No, I didn't know that.
She's like, no way. Keep him off the stage. The Holtzman couldn't wait to say something fucking completely outrageous. Whatever that demon inside of him that comes out when he's on stage.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I really don't. I love him to death. So he's such an original character. And
He's from a different time. It's like he was brought here from another dimension. It's like a different thing. Even the way he dresses. It's like he's from the 50s.
Right.
And he's like my age. Like he's not. He was like that when I met him. He was from a different era when I met him in '94. I'm like,
oh, you know him that long?
Yeah, but where's this fucking guy from? Like, you're from a different time.
People fucking love it though, man.
Fuck's got a crowd now.
Yeah, he does.
That's the difference between the way he was treated at the store. Unfortunately, he fell into this for nobody's fault. But it was like everybody waited till the end and Holtzman would go up. But why have him on the end? It's like, well, have him on when the crowd's hot.
Right.
Like, don't put him on at 1 in the morning. Put him on at 10. Let's see when the crowd is like popping. Like let him cook when the crowd's popping. And now he sells out. People come to see him. They're in the headlines. It's like people get excited. He's a man. And he's got a crowd now. He's got like a legitimate draw.
They get it.
Yeah, they get it.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's fun. And that's also the difference between when the comic club is run by a comic. Because Holtzman has always been a comic for comics. We all would go see Holtzman the other night when he was doing these insane sets for 15 people in the main room.
Right.
But now, like, we're running the show, so give him a fucking weekend. Let's go. Give him a Thursday night. Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Right.
Especially
That's a lot of
PM shows.
That's a lot of Thursday.
Yeah, especially 10 p.m. shows. That's the best time to see it. When it's late, you had a couple of cocktails.
Right.
You feel a little crazy about the world. Let that guy live.
You understand it's a joke.
Yeah, you get jokes. You get someone saying something he doesn't really do.
Right.
It's completely ridiculous to say. That's part of the fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he acts like he means it, and you buy into it. It's a joke still.
But every now and then he'll show you behind the curtain. Every now and then he'll peek. You're like, oh, yeah. He's having fun.
He is. He's having a good time. And he loves Austin, too. I see him walking around downtown almost every time I drive through the city.
Yeah, it was a big get from here. It was a big get. Because we wanted to bring a lot of there was some magic that was trapped in the town of the comedy store. It was magic. And some of it wasn't being utilized correctly. Holtzman's the best example of that.
But what a fun hang it was.
What a fun hang.
Yeah, it was great.
That's some of my favorite times in my life in that back bar.
Yeah.
Just laughing. We'd be back there just laughing. That was a great thing the comedy store did when they put together that bar.
Yeah.
They had Mitzi's actual bar from her house was the bar there.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that bar didn't used to be there. Like, so the early days, that was like a storage room. And so at one point in time, the store was like really killing it. They decided, like, we should turn this into a bar. And I don't know, what year was that? I want to feel like that was like 2014-ish, which is right when I came back. And the store was killing it. And we all were like, oh yeah, we'll have our own bar. This is incredible. You had to go through the kitchen to get to it, like a scene from Goodfellas.
Right.
And you get back there, and you could only be back there if you were cool. Like, you couldn't buy a ticket.
It's police.
Yeah, you gotta have a friend. You gotta know somebody to get back there. But we would be hanging with some of the coolest people in the world.
I mean, place to drink.
Oh, it was so fun. There'd be musicians back there.
Back there.
Everybody was just chilling. The drinks were free.
Yeah.
It was crazy. It's like, it was so fun. The store was a magical place, man. A magical place. And there's something about the fact that, you know, it had this same history to it that you felt like, wow, I can't believe I'm even here.
Right. Standing on the stage, same last stages, the Pryor,
Kinnison.
Yeah.
And you're in the belly of the beast on Sunset in Hollywood, like right in the middle of everything.
Right.
In the middle of everything. Where everybody, I remember when I was a kid in 1988, when I first started doing stand-up, they would talk about the comic store like it was Mecca.
Right.
You had to make your pilgrimage to the store. And some guys would say they went there with a bomb, back to try to do some meetings, and then set up a store, a bomb, and fuck that place. Like,
Yeah, my first trip out to LA, I was trying to get on at the Improv. I couldn't get on, and I was like, oh man, I went to the Comedy Store. And I told them my story. It was Monday night, and they put me up first, which wasn't a really good spot, and I hated it. And but they did put me on stage. Well, there it is, right there. And there was 10 people in there or whatever, nobody, but it was a horrible experience. But I always look back at it fondly, because they did it. They said, yeah, go get on stage.
first time I ever came out to the store, I was out in LA to do some pilot thing for MTV, and I was staying at a hotel, and I knew where the store was. I was like, I gotta get there. I just got a secret slot, and they let me in because I said, hey, I'm a comedian from New York. Can I just come in and watch the show? And they're like, yeah, sure. Just let me right in. And then I sat in the back of the room and get back to people in there, and they were all like, the comics that were on stage were terrible. They were all like boat apps. They're like people that sort of, and then I realized years later that what had happened was a lot of these scenes, they go in these peaks and valleys. And I caught it when it was at a valley. And before it was at a peak, like the Kinnison years, it was a giant peak. And people would come to, it was the wild place, Kinnison right there, and they all come at midnight and watch him, and celebrities would be all there. And he died in like 92, I think. And I got there in 94. So it was like absence. Whoa, right. It was a real low. There's a lot of like leftovers. People that were in the 80s that didn't make it.
Right.
But they were still around. They're still doing stand up and hoping that something was going to happen. But they had tired acts. They were just tired. It hadn't happened for them. They're out there doing pilot season. They didn't want to be in the store because here at the store there's no agents. There's no executive. No one comes to see the store at that time. They would go to the Improv. They would go to the Laugh Factory. That's where the industry was. So if you really wanted to have an actual career, you would be doing sets at the store.
Instead, we do sets in front of Bud Friedman going, language! What's your language?
Yeah. There's a lot of that back then, right? The TV days. Everybody thought you had to be clean.
When I came back to the store, it was in its heyday. You were, running the podcast, and, fucking place was packed to the rafters, and the comics were solid as fuck,
We had a magical run.
Yeah.
It was a magical run.
And we're having one now. So.
It's the same thing. I mean, it's based, but it's our version of it, the new version of it. But it's the same thing. It's just like, it's a beautiful thing when, that term artist is very pretentious. So I'll just say comics. Realize that we're all doing this thing together, and there's not a lot of us, and it's fun to hang out together and enjoy each other's company. and appreciate each other and appreciate the ride. We're all in this wild ride together.
That's right. And it is quite a ride.
It's a beautiful ride.
Quite a ride.
Yeah, we're very lucky, Conway, and say it all the time, but it's true. You're patient zero.
All right, man. I'll take the title. I'll take the title.
You really patient zero because you just grew up. Imagine if you have some fucking new COVID, picked up some new COVID in Vegas that kills us all.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, you got this thing around.
Good luck.
Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ted?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences. We're the world's first de-extinction and species preservation.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. I mean, this is essentially in the literal form. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
Yeah, we get this. Good job. Okay. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up, Ben?
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
My pleasure. Very nice to meet you, man. So, why don't you, instead of me, why don't you explain to people what you do?
So I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Colossal Biosciences, the world's first de-extinction and species preservation.
Yeah, and that is a wild thing. I mean, this is essentially the literal part. This is essentially real life Jurassic Park.
This is Jurassic Park occasionally, like, believe it or not.
Of course. I mean,
I gotta drop my height that way.
Oh, you love the Gary Brett
Oh,
ones,
yeah.
right?
I'm all
Those are
in.
great.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I love those.
I just didn't want you to think it was, we're going a different direction.
How did you get started even thinking about doing something like this?
So I kind of fell into it. I didn't wake up and say I saw Jurassic Park. I'm super stoked. I love animals. I want to go work on this. I'm just a weirdly curious person. So there's this guy named George Church. If you don't know George, you should look him up. He's the father of synthetic biology. He's at Harvard University. He's 6'7" with narcolepsy. He's just the best, right? So if you ever had him on, you may fall asleep during the podcast, but he's the absolute best. He's a genius. And I thought my background's in software, just building teams of people that are smarter than me, right? And so I was interested in synthetic biology, this idea that we could engineer life and that we use AI and compute to make it even better. Like, how do we do directed evolution and how that can apply to like crops and animals, all that stuff. So I get on the phone with George and I ask him my questions. He answers them in like 6 seconds because he's a genius. And then I start asking about all the other weird stuff that's coming out of his lab. In that process, he's like, I've also been working on mammoths and other things. He's like, wait, what? And I was like, if you have one project, what is it? This mammoth project? And then we went down this whole path about how to bring back mammoths, reintroduce them to the Arctic, help the ecosystem, use those technologies for conservation, use those technologies for human healthcare. And I kind of thought it was a fucking joke. I literally thought that like the smartest man I've ever met and on the phone with was a joke. Well, then I stayed up all night just Googling George, and there was this weird mammoth through line, whether it's 60 Minutes or Stephen Colbert, whatever his interest, this weird mammoth through line, where he was just obsessed with these mammoths, and everyone kind of wanted him to do this. So I called him back the next day. 7 days later, I'm in his lab, and we were off to the races on, okay, we're going to try to build a company that bring back species.
So how do you decide what to start with?
So we started with the mammoth first, right? Because George, had been working on it for 8 years. We knew his core technologies. We thought that there was a huge application in elephant conservation. There's some ecological modeling that had been done to show that the reintroduction of mammoths back into the wild could actually have a net benefit to the ecosystem. And so that was an easy place to start. After we launched the company, it went crazy viral, and all these other folks from deep research started calling us, like the Tasman tiger, which looks like a mythical creature. It's awesome. The best shapir with the dodo, everyone started calling us, and we just started expanding, our entire set.
So how does one do this? So like, let's we get to like show the world, which is fucking amazing. Before that, how does one do this? Like, from what I understand, you have to take the gene of an Indian elephant, which is the closest thing to a mammoth.
Yeah, let me walk through the whole process.
Yeah.
So first you have to find ancient DNA, which is pretty shitty on a good day. So the minute we take DNA out of our bodies or out of anything, it starts to degrade at an insanely rapid rate. So we definitely need to find a lot of samples. So we actually have got 109 mammoth samples, ranging from 3,000 years old to 1.2 million years old, which is also cool. But it's also fragmented. It's like a shitty jigsaw puzzle that you don't know what the box is, and someone's stolen part of the puzzle, and then, oh, by the way, people have taken other puzzle pieces and put them in there. So there's all kinds of problems with that. So this is really an AI and compute problem. It's not as much a human problem. So you have to get a lot of samples first, and then you have to start mapping them to their closest living relative. And genotyping allows us to understand that that's Asian elephants, right? So Asian elephants are 99.6% the same as mammoths. They're actually closer related to mammoths than they are to African elephants.
Really?
Yeah, which always blows people's mind. That and the fact that mammoths were alive when we were building the pyramids, or aliens or whoever was building the pyramids. Like literally, like humans were building the pyramids while mammoths existed. Sometimes that blows people's minds. They always think of them as this like weird, like prehistoric, like 65 million years old dinosaur.
When did they go extinct?
So the last one went extinct about 4,000 years ago.
Really?
On Wrangel Island. Yeah. So they've been long. They were up for like
4,000 years
I don't
ago.
know. I mean, they appeared about 2.5 million years ago, as far as we understand. They were mostly a Pleistocene species, but as we moved into the Holocene period that we're in right now, they existed. They existed all the way up until they had this like small genetic bottleneck on Wrangel Island.
Wow. Where's Wrangel Island?
It's northeast of Siberia.
Whoa. And they just, was it a small island that just ran out of resources there? Like what?
Well, there's a couple different theories, right? One of the theories with Wrangel Island is that they actually there's lots of inbreeding, so there's lots of like genetic bottleneck which happens on the different species there.
How large is Wrangel Island?
I'm not quite sure. Can you give me a photo again, Jay? Okay. And so essentially, though, Wrangel Island, and then there's another island called St. Paul Island, which is also between Alaska and Russia. Also, is where they were. Those are kind of the last two places that we know mammoths existed today.
And they died out 4,000 years ago.
Yeah, and now some actually, there is actually another working hypothesis that they actually ran out of water. They ran out of access to fresh water on that. So some combination of genetic bottleneck and
Wow. 4,000 years is so recent.
I know it's crazy, right?
Jamie, can you please pull up a photo of an Asian elephant versus an African elephant?
And they're actually mammoths, because there's mammoths themselves. Yeah, mammoths themselves are close related to the Asian elephant. They have
Just
that,
on the left.
yeah, it's on the left. So they have that dome cranium. They have the small ears. They have a little bit of a hump structure. Mammoths, because they have these massive tusks, right? And you talk to lots of folks who kind of like mammoth world. They actually, move their heads quite slowly. They had to, they had to have this entire ridge of extra muscle in order to do that. But one of the things that's awesome also about the Asian elephants is some Asian elephants, some of the ones that are born actually have, they're not mammoth-like, they have a lot of fur on them. They kind of lose it over time.
Wow. So are those the ones that you would find like in Thailand?
Yes, and then Thailand and parts of different parts of India and the Indian stuff. I actually wrote one of those with family. Oh, did you go to one of the places that you like to take care of?
Yeah. You have to like get a relationship with them. So you feed them sugar cane, wash them, and play nice with them for like a while. Yeah, a couple hours. It's like at least an hour, just hanging out with them, petting them. And then once they decide to cool, then they'll let you ride them. Yeah. But my whole family rode them. I was like totally opposed to it. I was like, I'm doing this because you guys want to do it. I would just want to feed them. Yeah. I just want to hang out with them. It just felt weird. My daughter fell off, I think twice. One of them, my youngest daughter fell off at least. And I was like, do we know that this elephant wants us riding?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of a weird thing.
It's a weird thing, right? Yeah.
And then afterwards, you get in the water, you wash them, and everything, and I just kind of hung out with them.
I'd be cool.
They're very sweet.
I don't think I'd want to ride one. I like being, around them.
There's a video over on Instagram. Yeah, it definitely is. She was eating a log. It's like eating a log.
Yeah.
It's just weird. They're so enormous, but they're really like peaceful
And
and chill.
smart. And they have incredible pack dynamics, right? So they live in a herd. They've even had all these different examples where they also adopt other animals. I don't know if you've seen any of these videos.
Oh yeah, so here it is. This is a few years ago in Thailand. And this is an Asian elephant just chilling with this elephant. Yeah, 2018. Okay. There it is. It was really cool. It's just cool to be around them. They're just a fascinating animal. Just the biodiversity of Earth, the fact that thing exists.
Yeah, there's this enormous thing with this like robotic potential.
Yeah. As long as you're cool to them, they're cool to you.
Yeah, they sense it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we see that nature with a lot of animals, right? They don't feel like they're being backed into a corner or fearful, and they're not going to be around that. So some of our animals have been around, and they're starting to get quite large, which I'm sure we'll talk about at some point.
Yes.
At some point, but you're still kind of like, they're a wild animal, so you have to maintain some level of healthy distance.
Yeah. So let's just get right to it.
Wait. You want to finish the process?
Yeah.
So we have these ancient genomes that we have to collect in a symbol.
Right.
And that's, a lot of people just think of us in the lab, like just a bunch of people in the lab. But that's like some Indiana Jones shit. Like we're literally going into the permafrost and like collecting dead samples from the permafrost. Which, you had John Reeves in here. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It smells like death. Literally everything is death. It's just over time piled up death. And
Have you visited John?
I visited John.
You went to the boneyard?
Yeah, I went to the boneyard.
What's it like there?
It's crazy. It's exactly what you'd expect. I didn't know John, so I'm on season explorers. So we take these expeditions. We did an expedition to Alaska to do mammoth retrieval, and then we're also doing some cultural studies with some of the indigenous people groups around mammoths. Do you want mammoths back? This is a good idea, right? We try to be pretty inclusive. And they're like, oh, we got to meet the biggest landowner in Alaska, John. I was like, okay, great. I'm excited. So go meet him. We pull up. He's in a different car, and he's like, I think we want us to follow him to get in. Like, okay. And he's big. I'm not that big, right? So especially as Gary Brecken's been working on it, I'm smaller, right? And so, like, I literally I get in the car. There's a bunch of stickers. There's one that has butterflies on it that says "Give 0 fucks." And I was like, and then he said, just move the gun over. So I moved the gun over. He goes, listen. And this is the first words out of his mouth to me. If I stop short, you hand me that gun. And I was like, I didn't ask a follow-up question. He's like, what do you do when you get in the car with John? And he said, you hand me that gun. If I stop quick, I say, hand me that gun. Hand me that gun. I was like, that's awesome. And he showed me around what kind of gun. It was just some type of rifle. So I assume it was for Christmas, or bears, or something large. Yeah. But then he showed me around the boatyard and showed me his collection. And he was completely, he didn't know us from anybody. He just opened up everything to us, right? And let me show you all this. Showed us this. Well, he actually has a warehouse. I don't know if he ever discloses where it is. It is a warehouse where he has some of the greatest specimens ever. Yeah. So it's cool. You should go. It's cool. I do want. It's amazing. Yeah, he's a cool guy. And then in research business, we're like, oh, we'd love to take you some of your service, but take him. He's like, no. He's very honest. And he told us, and that's like before your podcast with him, we kind of learned that story, right? And so that's what sucks is how like some people can ruin it for everybody. Yeah. Because he's outside of Fairbanks, it's not the easiest place to build a biocontainment level 3 lab. Right. But he's open. He's like, you build a lab here, you use whatever you want. But he's like, bones stay here. So he's very consistent with his message.
Well, the whole deal with the using the natural history, right?
Mm-hmm. And I totally believe it.
Well, it's a fact. Yeah, they found these bones in the distributor exactly where they told them to drop it off. They have step by step fragments.
Yes, I've seen it.
Woolly mammoth fragments, so they know that they're there.
Yeah, and you've built a relationship with John. He's just a normal, no bullshit kind of guy. Yeah, he's like, you stole the stuff, give it back. Yeah, or he's also like, hey, if you want to come work on it, come on. Like he's very collaborative.
It's like, what do you guys have? Like, why are you keeping that shit in the basement? Like, what is that?
I mean, when we do work, outside of the expedition museums, and it's exactly what you think of like the Vatican archives, right? You go down to like sub-basement 4 of the Smithsonian, and it's just rows and rows and rows of taxidermy animals that you've never seen. It's got like the little drawers and boxes, and they're like, oh, this is giant sloth. And I was like, I didn't know there was giant sloth. They're like, yes, I think there's DNA. And I was like, well, this is like, the card catalog of like all like dead species, but it's not on display for public. It's just in a basement.
And is it extensively archived? Do you know where everything is, or is there some stuff down there?
I mean, I wouldn't say that they are at least any museum. I think they have a lot more than they know. I don't see it in like massive computer systems because we ask for inventory lists. What's the shopping list? It's been over 100 years.
Yes, so people have come and gone.
But they'll pull out drawers that have like Darwin's name on it and stuff like that. I mean, that's how we define this. We actually found in a cup about this size, we called the miracle cup, where they shot the mother, they took the 3 joeys, the babies, killed the 3 pups, and they put one of them in formaldehyde, and we got a 98% complete genome from the first sample of that pup. Wow. But they didn't even know they had it. They also on the files, which I'll talk about more later, they also found a head in a bucket. They didn't even know it was the mom's head. So we actually looked at the genetic relation between the two. And they actually found, they didn't know they had the head in the bucket. They just had a head in the bucket. They opened it up, it was marked thylacine, they opened it up, and there was a full thylacine skull in there. There's pictures of it online and everything. And we used that to get to a 99.9% complete genome because we also had the ancestry of the pup and mother. Wow. Yeah. So there's probably treasure troves in some of these museums that aren't being fully utilized.
So if you have 98%, I have 99%, what's the process of going from that?
So here, there's the head and bucket. So Andrew Pask, who leads our in partnership with the University of Melbourne, leads our thylacine work. And that's the head and bucket. I mean, there's soft tissue, there's teeth, there's petrous bones, which we'll talk about.
Do you buy into any of these sightings?
No, I did. So Andrew Pask, for years, he's been working on it for 15 years. He's amazing. He's awesome. He's been working on like a shoestring budget, and that's part of the problem with the extinctions. Nobody's put real capital into it until now. And he's working on it for 15 years, and he's had people send him, food, clippings from, hair, and all this stuff over the years. He just sent it to him, and he loves the thylacine so much, he just sequences it. He's like, no, it's a dog. You send me more dog shit, thanks. I mean, it's demoralizing, but like when I got into thylacine, we met Andrew, we had a partnership with them. We actually made the largest investment in marsupial research, more than the Australian government did the largest investment in research for marsupial of anyone. So we do this, and then you get into the myth of it, right? So you start reading, right? I start reading all the books on the thylacine. I get obsessive about projects, and so I'm pretty obsessed about extinction right now. And so got super deep in it, and then I started calling Pask. I was like, hey, I've been watching these YouTube videos, and I kind of think they're still there. And Pask was like, no, stop it. Don't go down that rabbit hole. So I don't believe.
But why did he say that?
Well, because he's been testing for the last 15 years all over Tasmania, right? So not just Southern Australia, but all over Tasmania.
So samples,
everything, using camera traps, and nobody's. I think that they officially say that the thylacine went extinct in 1936, but probably in the late 40s or early 50s they still existed. But I mean, I think it's very unlikely that one still exists. It'd make our lives better.
Forrest really believes it.
Yes, he thinks they're probably
because of sightings.
Yeah, he said he thinks in the western part of Papua New Guinea in the mountains.
Yeah, also incredible.
Yeah, very different. And the separation of that topography separates the Papua New Guinea singing dogs, which could be competitive for them for predator prey, from where the thylacine sighting folks are singing. It's just another large canid that has a unique howl. Yeah, so it's so good. Why? I'm sure you can find a video.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah.
Singing dog.
Yeah. Papua New Guinea singing dogs.
By the way, folks, we're teasing because this is not just theoretical.
Yeah.
So this is what's going to get crazy.
Yeah, it's just going to get weird.
This podcast is going to blow your fucking mind. Go ahead, Jimmy.
That's these rare animals have a knack for holding a tune, even to an exact key.
fingers open.
Oh, they're so cute.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Do people keep them as pets? It looks like a dog, though. That looks like a dog.
They're wild. They're wild dogs. I'm sure people have domesticated them.
Pretty fucking cool dogs. And they have a fox.
So once you have enough of that DNA, right, from all these different samples, you can assemble it. You then have to build comparative genetic models to its closest living relatives, in the case of the Asian elephant. But I'm from software, so I just assume there's like the Google cloud of DNA. Like we've all done 23andMe before we went bankrupt, right? So we should assume that the government or someone backed up and had like the 23andMe of all species. That doesn't exist. Wow, which is insane. So there's no backup. There's no like Noah's Ark bio vault for life, like kind of like the seed vaults. That doesn't exist. And so we're actually petitioning the U.S. government to help put a massive project together to help biobank it. It started with just American megafauna and we started to exist at all. And so we need to make something awesome. We build reference genomes for all the species, like the closest living relatives for all the species that we're working.
So this is a question. If you have, say, let's go to woolly mammoth. So if you have woolly mammoth in your house, 99%, how do you bridge that gap? How do you create?
That's synthetic biology. So you never have to get to 100%, right? You need to get to probably synthetic biology. That's where you are using all these different genetic tools, probably for CRISPR, all these genetics, which is it breaks the DNA. It's not always the best tool. We can now actually make individual edits to, when you think of it, DNA double helix, right? In those rungs of the ladder, those individuals are called nucleotides. We can change the letters. Like that's how precise we can say at spot 4,000,008, I need to change that letter. And so you change that letter. And in other times, you actually synthesize big blocks of DNA. So when you notice that in the mammoth and in the Asian elephant, there's a difference if it's in these certain protein coding regions, in all these different regions of the genome that drive phenotypes or physical attributes like curved tusk, dome cranium, small ears, the subcutaneous fat layer, and then hair and coat color. You can actually then engineer that into the Asian elephant, right? Because you're only really looking at that 0.4% difference, right? It's still a lot of numbers. You're only looking at that. And so the better you can be in software, the better you can be using AI and computer models, the less edits you have to make, right? Because you're really just trying to target those core phenotypes.
Right. Are there specific genes that are good at size? Because they're large.
It's a
that the CEO from OCO or Alaska Bioscientific been talking about the extinction, essentially using the DNA of the woolly mammoth, directly using elephants. And we introduced them to the Arctic Circle. Baller. What's that? What? I'm deaf. I'm just treating robots. That's what I get from. Just robot after robot. I know you what's in that which you don't know anymore. Yeah. Do you know anyone from the Sherpa people? That's baller. Okay, can I tell you something about them? All right. So a lot of people think that, at least like in English, when you refer to a Sherpa, you're talking about someone who's carrying a bunch of stuff up a mountain, but that's not correct. The Sherpa are a people. One of their common careers is being what you call more like a portager, someone who takes something from one place to another. But just because someone's a Sherpa does not mean that they're carrying stuff. That's a group of people. Is that correct? Exactly. But like, if you refer to someone as like, oh, that person's a Sherpa, and in English, a lot of times people just assume, oh, that person's like carry stuff. That's untrue. It just so happens that a lot of people from that community carry stuff, but that they're portagers. Some are portagers, but some are not. Just like your friend. Yeah. You know who the like? Well, probably I would say the most famous Nepalese person is. And who would you say it is? Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. This is just my opinion, and it's debatable whether he was born in Nepal or Tibet, but it would be Tenzing Norgay. Do you know who that is? But let me look it up. Who's the most famous Nepalese person ever? Um, Siddhartha Gautama Buddha. Okay, I guess, but that doesn't really count. They say Tenzing Norgay. I'm in agreement with that. And there's an entrepreneur and philanthropist, Bernard Sudahuri. Yeah, guys. And then you got Cat and You. You know the song Cat and You by Bob Seger? That's amazing, man. That's your favorite song? Dude, I love that song. It's how I found out about Catman Kick Catman And you really where I go to. If I ever get out of here, going to Catman yeah, I love that song, man. It's a great song. What else do I know about Nepal? Well, you guys are kind of in a border dispute with China, and, and they're kind of aggressive, right? Right. Yeah, So there's some kind of thing. This is more India and China thing, but you're in the middle. But there's some kind of treaty. They can only fight with like sticks. Do you know about this? Okay, yeah. So China and India have never had or have had multiple border skirmishes where troops use sticks and rocks instead of firearms. Adhering to a 1996 agreement that prohibits the use of guns and explosives within 2 kilometers of the line of actual control. One notable clash occurred in 2021 where Indian and Chinese troops fought with makeshift weapons such as sticks, metal pipe, bricks, and stones. These confrontations are part of an ongoing territorial dispute between two nations, particularly in the Himalayas region. Isn't that interesting though? It's the only like normally like you just shoot the other side, but like they're really strict about not using explosive for firearms. So they use sticks and pipes and things and bricks. I just found that to be really interesting. And I've seen them fight actually. Somebody had some footage of it, and it's like they're pretty serious about it, but like nobody dies. But generally, like I don't know nobody dies. But I mean that's great because they're the two most populated countries in the world, and there could be a lot of casualties if they would use like real weapons. Oh, yeah. So I found some footage of it. So this happened like within the last year. Just seeing what happens. So it's like they're just it's combat footage. They're just like basically like you be with your friends, and then they just start wailing on each other, beating on each other with sticks and rocks and stuff. Like very interesting that these countries could literally destroy each other, and then this is sad. That so what is happening? The Chinese like gave a handshake, faked it, and then started attacking. So it was like kind of mean. Anyway, um, that, that yeah, at least like they're like at least China is really into maps and like on all their maps they like make sure that Mount Everest, like the very top of it, is in Chinese and because like if you control the highest Earth, it's like a very key area to control. No, as a kid, I always knew it to be in Nepal, but China is taking that over. If you had, I always think of it as being in Nepal, but that's okay. Like if you were to ask me, like as a kid growing up, I've always thought of Mount Everest to be in Nepal, but I guess it's like half Nepal and half of China. Sure, sure thing. You know what's really interesting about Nepal as well? Well, there are a lot of things, but like uh, Kathmandu's airport is the highest airport in the world.
So mammoths are about the same size. They're a little bit bigger than Asian elephants, a little bit smaller than African elephants. So there were 11. Everyone argues over the definition of speciation because it's a stupid concept that humans made, not nature made. And so there were 11 different types of mammoths out there that evolved in different ways, and some of them were larger. The woolly mammoth, one that we were pursuing, that has that woolly phenotype, it was about the size of a Asian elephant. But then to your question on size, it's actually a cluster of genes, finding more and more about how different genes also map across all species as well.
And so there's specific characteristics that these animals have, one of them being the big furry coats that you guys, what did you do with mice?
We made woolly mice.
See if you can find that.
The only like unintended consequences was they were cute as fuck. Like people lost their minds, right? Like I was on the phone recently with a moderately aggressive journalist, and it was going quite poorly. And some
Moderately aggressive? Moderately aggressive in what way?
Some people, yeah, they were like,
look how cute.
Yeah. So,
my daughter actually comes home and wants one.
yeah, so we get that a lot from kids. So every week, I don't have my laptop actually.
Look how cute.
But every week.
Oh my God, they're adorable.
So these woolly mice aren't just adorable. We basically said, look, what are the core genes that drive the hair phenotype or physical attribute of a mammoth from an Asian elephant to a mammoth? And then because we want to do this in the most ethical way as possible, there's about 200 million years of genetic divergence between mice and elephants. We didn't just want to ram mammoth DNA in there and see what happens. So we looked for the mouse equivalent, right? So we look for, like, all of us have similar genes, so we can try to look for those genes and then edit those genes with the data we got from the mammoth, so that we're then not just putting random genes in there that can either hurt the animal or kill them, right? Or that may not even be compatible with that, right? So we try to be really, really thoughtful about it. And the woolly mice went like, it went insane. There's people that are like making t-shirts at the point. And so we made 36 mice. They're all healthy. There's 36 mice that we made. And what was crazy about it is we're excited about it because it shows that the end-to-end process of taking data from an ancient DNA, comparing it to a living animal, making those changes, doing it with 100% efficiency. And that's really important, really hard. So we did it with 100% efficiency. Yeah, that's the so
one of them, if he was in trap, he'd be stabbed.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the other guy on the left, if he was in a trap, isn't that funny? Just a little bit of fur.
Yeah,
Makes you love them.
and that's the color that we think most mammoths were. So they were like a golden brown color, right? It's like, oh, the permafrost had been sitting in mud for quite some time. But you see very fresh mammoths, like from Siberia and whatnot, like in Yakutsk and other places in northern Siberia, that they actually have pretty well preserved mammoths. They actually have kind of a dirty blonde meat, gold meat brown color. And so we did that, and now there's people that are making T-shirts that aren't us, and pillows that are legalized woolly mice. I'm like, not illegal. And then there's a meme account for the guy that did like the CRISPR babies, that went to trouble from making edited babies in China. Yeah, a meme account.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah,
that's for
yeah. A meme account though actually said on X that these are a bioweapon, and that colossal data bioweapon. So the weirdness of the woolly mouse went crazy viral. What we were trying to show is that our multiplex editing tools mean that we edited all of those genes at the same time. Most people edit one gene, let that mouse live. In the second lineage, they'll do one more gene, let that mouse live, and then they'll stack those edits over multiple generations. We've developed a system so that we can deliver all of those edits at one time, all over the genome, get exactly what we want, and then we have this what's called monoclonal screening, where we're screening the cells at the end, sequencing all of the cells, which is expensive and sounds like overkill, but then we know that none of them have unintended consequences or off-target effects in the genome, so that we know the mice that we will be cloning with, we know that they'll be healthy. So we try to spend a lot of time on that because we're certified by American Humane Society. It's the oldest humane organization in the world, and if you've seen the film, it's like no animals were harmed in making this film. That's the fact. Right. So we ended up. So we really care about kind of not just the extinction efforts, the genome engineering efforts, but ensuring that the animals are healthy for the And so the woolly mouse was a really interesting proof of concept. It shows that the edits that we are working on are working right, and we're doing exactly what we did.
Is there any plans to sell those?
No, everyone keeps asking us that. But you know what? Museums actually are now calling us saying, and zoos are calling us saying, "Can we display the woolly mice?" They're like, it'll drive so much value to teach people about genetics and whatnot. So it's not our business model to sell our animals or to sell woolly mice, but it's kind of gone crazy.
Is it dangerous though to leave these mice in the hands of someone, even at a zoo, who decides I want more of these?
Yeah, if we ever put them, I think more likely to put them in a museum that needs to be free, like the Smithsonian or something like that, from an education perspective, versus something that's more attraction based, maybe more in the case of.
Do you plan on keeping this batch alive?
Yeah, they're going to live out their normal lives, and
Are you not going to make new ones?
we may make new ones with these won't. They're all separated. They're all separated by sex. So we're not going to have like a Jurassic Park moment where they change. They're all separated by sex. But if Jamie finds a picture of their habitats, they actually live a couple years, but they don't live like traditional lab mice that live in like a small little cage all on top of each other. They actually live in pretty sweet digs that we make for them. They're all, like no spared, no expense.
Cool little house.
Yeah, and they're big. And, we put fun stuff and play with like this. And what's been crazy is we all two of them, and we named them Chip and Dale. People were asking me what the names were, and I was like, Chip is the only thing that I could think of at the moment. And now, even on X, people are like, we need pictures of Chip. Where is Chip? We only see pictures of Dale. And there's like these incredible internet studies that are like, that's not Chip, that's Dale. We need a picture of Chip. So, so we just, don't give up. We've not leave it. We're excited. We're good.
So this is a new thing. The woolly mouse is a new thing. Is there any talk about doing other kind of new things?
So it's more of a proof of technology. I think that the mouse model, because it's a 20-day gestation versus 22 months in elephants, it's a great way to test phenotypes. Because with a mammoth, you have 3 ways to test if you've got the edits right. One, you do molecular tests, you do DNA sequencing to see if it worked. 2, I guess there's 4. 2, you can grow a mammoth and see if it looks like it. That's a lot of work in 22 months, like a lot of gestational time, a lot of money. I think there's a lot of risk in that. The third is a little weird. We created what's called induced pluripotent stem cells. So we created cells that you can turn into any type of tissue. So we actually do have mammoth hair follicles growing in a lab. So we have hair growing in petri dishes in the lab, which is pretty cool. If you come see the lab, you'll get the whole one tutorial, which is pretty cool. And then the fourth way is mice, right? Because it's like if we can then engineer them into mice, we can see immediately in 20 days if the edits were working, if there were any unintended consequences that were detrimental to the animal. Wow. So we'll probably make more iterations of the woolly mice. The thylacine closest living relative is the fat cell donor, which is a mouse-sized marsupial, and it actually gestates in 13 and a half days versus 20 days. So there's no reason to do it in mice. We can do it immediately in the model species. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. So how did you make the decision to do what you ultimately did when you showed me before the show?
Working on the mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo for different reasons. We work with a lot of different private landowners, governments, and indigenous people groups. And a project that we announced through our Colossal Foundation about 2.5 years ago is doing a population genomics map. We talked about biobanking a little bit. So we want to understand from the bison that are still here in America, what's genetic diversity, what's been lost, what's the number of embryos. So we go through this whole process to try to understand, and then we were giving a report back to MHA Nation. Chairman Fox is one of the largest indigenous people groups in the United States, one of the largest tribes based in North Dakota. So we're giving them a report out on this. We went to their nation, wanted to share this with them, and then we're curious. So we said, what are the projects would you work on that we could do that's helpful outside of helping bison? And they said that we need to help with wolf conservation. They brought that. They said we need to help with more bison conservation. They said we could do stuff around eagles and fish, and so we kind of got that feedback. And when Chairman Fox was walking through their cultural heritage museum, he actually stopped on this incredible picture of a white wolf, and he said, "That's the breakthrough." And he talked about the ancestral knowledge that was passed down and it's been lost, and how many people believe Thrones. It's cool. I love the show. That's interesting. So I did that. We talked about that. And then 3 months later, I was in North Carolina, and understanding that for a completely different meeting, right, financing. And in that meeting, the Red Wolf program, I was doing nothing Red Wolf, but it's kind of a disaster. It's the only endemic wolf to America. It's only endemic to America. It's a Red Wolf. It's beautiful, and there's like 15 left in the wild, and with massive loss of genetic diversity, massive bottleneck. And I was like, wait, we're supposed to be this country of innovation. We can't save our own. When you think of like the American West, right? You think of wolves. You think of like, eagle soaring. You think of like trout, bears. Actually, you think bison. The thought that we could lose one of these amazing icons, like, we were like, we have to do something. So we have to figure something out. So we put that kind of on the list. And then in a weird series of events, we had all of these kids over the last 3 years, and teachers send parents sending us pictures of wood animals or dodos or tiles. And we get like boxes of this every single week, which is pretty cool. So we're going to make a Colossal Kids Corner at our new labs. And in that, we've had all some Hollywood talent, like, Tom Brady, others that have invested in the business. They're just excited about it. Most of them learned about it through their kids, kind of like with the wood mouse. And so everyone's excited about it. And then we talked to the MHA Nation. They brought up the direwolf again. And so we thought maybe there was an opportunity to bring back American species, because direwolves were only found in the U.S., in North America, but dominantly in the United States, close to the United States. And we thought if we could do something that could bring back the direwolf, also help wolf conservation and bring people from like sci-fi, fantasy, and kids more into science and into the conversation around conservation. We thought it was a cool idea, but we had no idea if we could pull it off.
Is there dead direwolves that were trapped in permafrost, or
no? Most of the direwolf skulls out there, there's thousands of them in La Brea Tar Pit. So if you go there, it's a beautiful wall, but because of heat and acidification, there isn't anything that's protected. There's nothing you can get from that. But about 6 years ago, a group, including Beth Shapiro, our chief science officer, sequenced a tooth that was found in the cave, just a single tooth, right? And in that tooth, they actually found they actually got 0.15x more coverage of the genome, so they got about 15% of the genome. But that's not really enough. You need to get up to about 10x, meaning that you can read the entire genome about 10 different times, so that even if there are gaps, you understand enough of the core kind of coding regions that you can bring back that animal.
it's just done by AI?
It's in my AI software, yeah. So we built part of our business model, building technologies to solve these really complicated problems. They're much harder to solve than just solving them for existing species. Open sourcing that for conservation for free, but then also taking those technologies that we can monetize for humans and spinning them out. So our first computational analysis company was called Swarm Bio, and we actually spun it out in business.
So you have this 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5, so 15% of the genome.
Okay.
And so I went to Beth, who's only an advisor at the time, and said, "Can you resample the tooth?" And she's like, "It's like half an inch long. She's like, it's destructive sampling. It's going to ruin us. Can we scour the other museums and see if it's even possible?" So we lucked out, and that tooth's 13,000 years old. The skull itself is 73,000 years old. Not exactly sure, but it was found in a riverbed, and it wasn't found in a riverbed from out of the cave. So it wasn't found like in permafrost, but also wasn't found in like heat acidification. So there's a bone in all of us called the petrous bone, which is insanely dense, and it doesn't change a lot from after you're born. It's a great DNA source, better than teeth, better than anything. It's like in the inner ear head area. And so we got permission from the museum to very carefully drill into the back to the underside of the skull and remove the petrous bone to see if we could get DNA. And we got really lucky. We resampled the first and the skull. We ended up getting about 13 to 14x coverage, so that's more than we needed to potentially bring back the catalyst. Well, and then we got a knock on the door. So we took that DNA.
Can I ask before we even start with this?
Yeah.
The aggressive approach, or is it you're playing God? You have the right to do this.
So it's been a journey. Okay, so the journey that we've had is when we started the business, we didn't have any scientists. We just didn't, right? We're like, this is tech pros wanting to see cool animals, and they've only $16 million in funding, they don't have this, haha. So that was phase one. Right. And then we're like, well, as an entrepreneur, my job is to hire much smarter people than me. That's not. Gary's not going to quite get me. So healthcare, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I'm bringing it up for you. Well, I'm not saying they're bad for you. I'm saying that I allegedly, yeah, I don't care. So this is the last of the things that are taken probably bad for you. Yeah, but you gotta, always got the right.
So my question, I was going to grow this. If I was a reporter, like, what right do you have to invade the natural process of nature and to inject your curiosity and your ability to create new life?
I think that we become the next part of this planet, and we inject our curiosity and choices every day that we overfish the ocean, we overhunt something. In the case of the thylacine, the Australian government put a bounty on its head and killed it off, right? Every time we cut down the rainforest, every time we drink hydrogenated water, we are playing God on some level, right? We are changing. Humans are very good at changing the natural flow of things. Now, the good news is that there's been a lot of work around ecology and understanding what the impacts to rewilding can be. And so it's been really, really helpful for us to understand, one of the most successful rewilding programs of all time was reintroducing 14 to 15 wolves back in the Yellowstone. Right. And looking at how the ecology system completely changed. So it changed the shape of rivers, because the elk population were just, they're getting fat, they're getting lazy, they weren't migrating. The sick and the old and the weak weren't getting killed off. Right. They were spreading disease. They were eating all of the willows and everything along the banks. So therefore, the beavers went away. Beavers are like the most super, climate impact animals that probably exist because they make wetlands. They cause the rivers and public ponds to get deeper, so it allows different types of fish, different types of animals. So you have this thing called trophic downgrading. So you have this trophic cascading effect when you reintroduce these species. That's it's so fast. How wolves change rivers. Yeah.
I know people that lived in Montana before the wolf reintroduction, and a lot of don't like that the wolves are there, and most of them are elk hunters that were used to with just outrageously overpopulated. That's the reality of it.
Yeah.
But they were telling me that they had so many elk that were living. They had such a large population versus the actual resources that were available that they had all these crazy hunts that were available over the counter where you could hunt cows in the snow. So in the middle of the winter where they can't move good, they just pick them off in the snow. Because they were just trying to call the population. They were trying to diminish it.
And that's not good for the elk population.
No, it's not.
Not only good for the ecosystem, it's not good for the elk population itself.
Right. I have a good friend who lives in Colorado. He has a ranch in Colorado. And we were at his place approximately 2 weeks after they reintroduced. They actually reintroduced wolves on his property. And he didn't know it was going to happen before it happened. And all the people around there are ranchers.
Yeah.
So already, these 5 wolves that they reintroduced, he said killed over a dozen cows and calves. So the problem is, they've killed elk as well. In fact, I took a photo of an elk leg that was on the ground. Yeah, the wolves were killed. I'm not a big fan of people getting to vote on whether or not you should do something with wildlife. I'm a big fan on having real wildlife biologists assess situations. In the case of Colorado obviously borders Wyoming, and Wyoming has wolves. Wolves were making their way into Colorado already, and they are protected. The problem with reintroducing them is you're essentially asking a wolf that doesn't know the territory to start killing things in that territory.
Yeah, or to stop at a imaginary border. It doesn't exist.
There's no border. They go hundreds and hundreds of miles. But the idea that you're doing this, and you're doing this where there's ranches, is crazy. And in Colorado, particularly stupid, because the first batch were literally animals that they had captured because they were killing wildlife. So they moved them from Oregon to Colorado, where they kill wildlife. They're killing wildlife. What I really meant to say was animals, agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
They're killing the domesticated cows. They're killing these calves and they're having a real fucking problem with that.
And it is something that needs to be continually monitored. That shouldn't just be on some random vote of how you feel about it, right? Like, I just can't let people vote on it.
Too many people live in these high population areas.
I couldn't agree more, right? So, like, we as humanity, like, you look at the third leading cause of death of elephants is human elephant conflict, right? Like, we have to figure these things out.
Yeah.
We don't let the crazy ecosystems. We don't have to be species. We have to do this in a very thoughtful and measured way, right? Like, when all of a sudden you're like, big enough ecological reserve, we're tagging animals, we're going to walk and measure it. I don't think that it's safe or smart, but any, not just predators, but also like large herbivores in these heavy populated areas. So we have to understand that some of these areas not are lost, but largely changed or a different.
Yes, and they've achieved homeostasis. They've achieved the balance, right? Which is the big issue with Colorado right now. And it's going to be the big issue whenever you reintroduce an animal that used to be there and is no longer there. And I think in the case of Montana, I think you're right. And I think that there is an argument that maybe the wolves being there is better. Obviously not if you're a rancher.
Well, the Colorado stuff is completely going to destroy all of the stats. So pre-Colorado, right? So I'm talking about reintroduction into Montana, reintroduction into parts of Canada, reintroduction into Yellowstone, the red wolf, which is a very small population in North Carolina. There's been less than 5 confirmed fatalities in all of North America in the last 100 years.
You mean humans, right? And most of them in Alaska.
Most of them in Alaska or in Canada, and then it's before Colorado. So I'm not saying I don't have the data as that. I don't think it has the latest from Colorado, but it represents 0.02% on deaths associated with wolves and cattle and livestock, right? And all livestock, not just cattle. And so the problem is when you go out there and you have a maintained balance that people can understand, and governments actually get subsidies to the ranchers when they get killed by by wolves. So that I think that is a good program to actually figure people that are actually ranching. The problem is when you're not as thoughtful with the rewilding program and you're not as measured as like they did in Yellowstone, and they start approaching in these areas, then the stats are going to go crazy. And when the stats goes crazy, then you're going to start looking at it to the animals that are the problem. But it's not the animals that are the problem. It was the decision that we gave that power to the masses that were really not important to make that decision.
Exactly. The problem is people just have these ideas like wolves are beautiful. They're amazing. We all love wolves. It's an incredible animal. I'm so happy it exists. Don't put it near where there's a ranch. I can't vote on that if you live in Denver. That's crazy.
Yeah, if it doesn't affect your livelihood, it doesn't affect the risk to your animals or your family, yeah, you have to be mindful of that.
There's also they're getting a very skewed perspective because the governor's really interested in that, and this is really interested in that. So his husband apparently is the one who really wanted it to happen. And you have a mandate, so you have to get wolves out by a certain time. And when you're doing it, the only wolves available are wolves that kill livestock. So you're like, fuck it.
Yeah, you have it, and a lot of it. So the project that we'll probably eventually talk about is we brought in a lot of the teams, so many people that have been on your show that know how to do rewilding the right way over time.
Okay, so this is what let's just get to it. You made a fucking dire wolf.
I did. Our team, our incredible team, 3 dire wolves so far.
Let's see the photos. Jeremy, bust out some photos. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself because this is truly fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's
yeah. This is so that's actually Romulus. So we have 2 boys, Romulus and Remus, and then we have who's the new girl. So this is Romulus and Remus. So funny story about this. So Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson from Lord of the Rings was actually one of our investors, and he has this huge museum in Wellington that he's building for all these movie props. And he's like, I was sitting in Peter's house with he and his partner Fran, and I was like, I showed him the video of the howling. He started tearing up because this is the first time I've heard a dire wolf, or anyone's heard a dire wolf. He had physically, emotionally chills and he started crying. And then he's like, well, I do have the throne. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, I bought the throne last week at auction. auction at a private auction for like Sotheby's or somewhere, right? And so we did, and it just happened to be where the wolves were doing their bed checkout. Like, talk about cosmic coincidence, incredible, right? And so, what you don't see in this photo, you don't see the fact that we have American Humane Society there. We have 3 veterinary people. We have 6 people from our animal care.
Just check if you don't vaccinate these little guys, do you?
They do get because of viruses from that they can get from the soil. At 8 weeks, they do get basic virus. They do basic vaccines.
But were you concerned about that? I mean, you have this animal that you just
Yes, these are staying on. Like these are not going back into the wild.
Right.
Not yet. Right now, they're on a 2,000-acre secure, expansive ecological reserve with 24/7 care. They were in an animal hospital that we built. People always like, "You guys raised so much money." And I was like, well, because we didn't just spend it on the lab, you have to spend it on animal care, the facilities.
yeah. Let's see the photo of actual grown ones because they're fucking nuts.
So this is Ramus and Remus in playing in snow under preserve when they are 3 months old.
So the 3 months, how big are they?
3 months, they ordered north of 45 pounds.
Wow.
So, or they just get like as they've aged, they've just got more and more beautiful.
So let's go to the adults because the adults have crazy characteristics.
Yeah,
So you were saying that you didn't even know that
We didn't know, right? And so we ended up getting a.
Is this a full grown one?
There's that's old, so they're 80 pounds in 5 months. So wolves typically grow 12 to 14 months. So if they're not full grown yet.
Wow. And how big is it already?
80 pounds, about 5.5 feet.
And the wing.
Yeah, and so a couple things about wolves, James, you're about, yeah. So we didn't know this, right? We knew that they were a Pleistocene wolf. We knew they existed went extinct about 12,000 years ago, when a lot of megafauna went extinct, like during kind of that younger dry period, that younger dryas kind of cooling period. They went extinct as well, right? And we knew all we know, because all we have is we don't have frozen dire wolves or frozen samples. We literally just know from skeletal remains that they were 20 to 25% larger. They were stockier. They probably weren't as fast based on kind of their body weight as a normal wolf would be. But we knew that they had thicker skulls, larger cranium, and whatnot. And we assumed that and we did find this out in the Jewish people that they were white, because there's like this misconception for a while that they were red because some scientists wanted to make a paper and assume that they were red, so they're bigger.
Doesn't make sense from natural selection.
Yeah.
They're an Arctic hunting animal.
Yeah, and they have this beautiful. We didn't know that they have this beautiful like mane-like quality to them. And when they're babies, you saw them pictures. Their fur almost feels like polar bears. It's crazy. It's so.
Is it like polar bears and it's hollow, or is it
Yeah, it's not. It's like typical wolves, but it's incredibly thick. It grows in kind of these clumps. But then as they grow, they started to get this kind of like mane, which is
the females as well?
Well, the female, she's only 6 weeks old. She's too. She's little. So if you keep going through a couple other photos, yeah, I mean, they're just beautiful. And I mean, it's funny. Someone actually said, they almost look like Shetland big wolves at some point, right?
Right.
But
So things are so stocky.
they're stocky. They're thicker. They are. I mean, they're absolutely beautiful. So this is Khaleesi. So who was their baby? And we nailed it. We named her. We named Khaleesi for George R. R. Martin's.
Obviously.
Who's an investor in Boston?
Oh, wow. Oh. Nature's keyboard murderers.
Well, everything in nature murders something, right? Yeah, like we were.
Well, cows murdered grass.
Yeah. And people are now saying you can hear grass and other plants that scream.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they scream. Yeah. So I guess we all are bad.
Life eats life.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reason why plants have chemicals to dissuade us from eating them. What are they eating, man?
So they love to chew on worms in the States. We have different phases of we built a 145-page animal guide. These are actually different horns from different elk and other species that we're putting out there.
And they chew
They just love
like a dog does.
like a dog does, right?
So are you letting these animals kill things, or are you feeding
So they're So we're feeding them still. So they eat a combination of bison meat, horse meat, and
Do you
some.
plan on letting them kill things?
So we're just about to introduce carcasses to them. So giving them part of the carcass, letting them feed, building in that dynamic between the two brothers for now. And then and they are starting to exhibit some hunting behavior.
Are you going to let them hunt?
I mean, they're on a seemingly wild 2,000 acre reserve, just them, so they do have the ability to hunt on the reserve. They're not doing it. They're starting to exhibit the original, kind of the first inklings that they'll trend toward that. But we want them to live. We want them, and we're going to probably make 2 or 3 more. We want a solid little social pack that we can monitor and live a seemingly wild life that we can understand more about. Wow, that's cool. But the other thing that's equally cool to it, going back to the Rebel story, can you,
Which is crazy to me that you've reignited these 10,000-year-old hunting genes.
Yeah.
That they're starting to
including size, we understand more about we looked at what genes made really Darwin what was separated. And the beautiful thing for us is that we had a 13,000-year-old tree with a 73,000-year-old skull, so we could actually understand the genetic distance with that much genetic distance between them. We could actually understand what truly was fixed and conserved in the direwolf genome and what wasn't just population genomes, right? If you and I are 50,000 years apart, there's a lot of different mutations in that time period. And if we can really say, okay, what made Ben Ben, what made JoJo, here's the overlaps, it allowed us to really understand that. Wow.
And it's just fascinating. Characteristics kind of baked into the genes, and they just were dormant for 10,000 years. And now these things are waking up.
And so I was in, bottle fed Romulus, and Rob was part of the race. I get to go out to the reserve. I check on him quite frequently. It's in the northern United States where we don't say where it is, but mainly because for not just the animal's health, but for human health, ever since we launched the woolly mouse, we've had very excited people just show up at our labs are not open all the time, and we've had lots of people just show up wanting to see the mice. And so showing people too much of the preserve, we're always very, very nervous. So scrub all the videos and let us ensure that no one can pick it out.
Right.
These people will be moderately excited.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the internet's so try to find.
That's what we've done. I'm not trying to challenge them. We've done everything we can to protect it.
Yeah, I understand. You have to. Some dude from Saudi Arabia wants a wolf.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a dire.
We already get a lot of weird calls. But I bet you the other thing though,
Someone with deep pockets.
oh,
We have dire wolf. That's right.
they have erotic connection. We get a lot of calls. Yeah, from people that are like,
There's people that have private schools.
oh yeah,
Like enormous.
and like in India,
Yeah.
they have it. That family has like the largest private zoo and preserve.
Just so wild.
It's so crazy.
Yeah. Well, Texas is history with animals, right?
Yeah.
There's more tigers in captivity in private collections
In Texas than in the wild.
than in the wild world.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I was in so we of the 2,000 acres, we have a subsection. The subsection there that's about 6.5 acres. We have an animal hospital, a storm rescue sub shelter. We have a couple of natural dens that we built for them, as well as an animal husbandry area. So that way, when we want to take photos of them or videos of them or do blood tests, they're in a seemingly more contained area. And it's funny. 2 weeks ago, I was up there and I was actually sitting on the logs with pictures. And Remus, Romulus, who I spent the most amount of time with, Remus came up. He was pretty close. And I was able to touch him again. But I thought at that moment, he kind of skittished away. I was like, that's the last time I touched him. Like, what am I doing? And I had animal care teams there and everything. And they have been there's still a lot of habituation between the care team. They really know about the care team, but there's no wild animals, right? And so, we don't know, right? But the rise of kind of going back to their extinction, the rise of the change in kind of this younger dryas period, and the change, the massive, some of the stuff that there's like several different prevailing theories, one of which is human predation, right? That like the rise of humans led to the extinction of the megafauna. That's kind of, I think the answer is probably a combination. Could have there been an astrological event? There's starting to be more and more data around that.
I'm sure you've seen Randall Carlson talk about it.
I've seen Randall Carlson talk about it, Graham Hancock talk about it, and And they just got the shit beat out of them.
It's not anymore.
Yeah,
The monitorize impact theories.
And it happened. Yeah, and it definitely also happened in kind of a regional sense, right? Because you see different, which also tracks the theory, right? So not only do you have these different layers that you can prove from a sedimentation perspective, but there was also a massive glacial lake and some of the glaciers up there that rapidly liquefied. Right. They linked up to the ocean that also changed ocean patterns. So we went from a period, in that kind of transition from Pleistocene to Holocene. There was this period of insanely accelerated cooling.
Do you know how Randall came up with that idea before it was brought to? Like his idea is that it was an instantaneous melting of these caps because there's some sort of immense cosmic event, and millions and millions of trillions of gallons of water at an insane rate ran through the land and just carved deep gouges into the earth. He was on acid. He was on acid and this idea came to him. Someone's looking out over a ridge. He was looking at this enormous gorge, and you realize the gorge was formed by water rushing at an insane rate of speed. And then he started noticing that there's these huge boulders that are just out in the middle of nowhere that were just moved by this immense amount of water. And then the way the ground, the features of the ground looks like the features that you see on sandy beaches when the tidal's in and out. Yeah, this is great, and it all tracks. It tracks all over the world.
It's like those. It reminds me of those stories where they show people like the side of the Sphinx, and they're like, "Oh man, there's a lot of water erosion," and then they like flip the photo, and then you see the head of the thing's like, "That's not water erosion."
It's Dr. Robert Schoch at Boston University. I've interviewed him. He was the first guy to propose this. It's like, this is thousands of years of rainfall, and we know that the last time there was rainfall like that in the Nile Valley was 9,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is really screwy in terms of like, what is the timeline that this stuff was actually built? And are we just assuming, because we've decided that it's 2,500 BC, that that's it forever, and no one wants to let that go?
Well, that I'm not a scientist, but and I don't come from academia. I'm just an entrepreneur that knows how to build teams of smarter people than me, and I find cool shit interesting, and I try to work on it, right? And what's crazy to me in academic system, once again, non-academic, I'm sure I'll be crucified for this, but I don't read comments. I don't read comments. I don't read comments. I sleep quite well. The academics, we have 95 of the top scientific advisors in the world, Nobel laureates and whatnot. We fund 17 academic universities, right, all over the world. We fund 40 postdocs, right, all over the world, right. They're good. So we're very integrated with different ideas from academia and these scholars. And our top people that were philosophy. So I think we try to be very academic friendly, but they live in this world, this super kind of like fortune and glory world where it's like, it's a popularity contest. If someone has a paper, their entire motivation is publish or prepare. So one of the other things that we'll bitch about is like, you guys don't write scientific papers for every single thing you're using. We're not an academic university. We're not. I don't have to write a paper on anything ever. We do a couple here and there because we want to share our knowledge with the community, right? But we get this feedback of like, if we wrote a scientific paper for every single thing that we did that went to peer review, like we would have 3,000 scientific papers and nobody had to ever, right? Because we'd just be sitting around writing fucking papers all day long.
It's interesting. They want to impose their idea of what you're supposed to and not supposed to do.
Well, they want to impose their idea that they've already established and any change to that establishment. So in addition to the public 95 scientific advisors, and these are some of the top women in the world, right? That fall on all sides of the political spectrum, all sides, so every single spectrum out there. We have another by 40 advisors. They're like, you can't say anything because if I submit it, we have these other people don't like me. If I submit a paper, they're totally agree with me, will help you. And we submit a paper, they judge my paper, it gets rejected, then I don't get my grant, and I go research, I can fire my postdocs. So it's a complete scam of the system, right? And so we went through this phase where it's like, we didn't have enough scientists, we didn't have labs, we didn't have money, we weren't doing anything for conservation. So we went through this whole like philosophical perspective of all these things that people throw at us from the scientific community. And some of our biggest people that hate us are people that we deny their funding.
Of course. Well, the problem is not the scientific community. The problem is weak men. It's this what you see in these squabbles, these like ultra personal squabbles, where like horrible vitriolic statements made about people, like
They're just not happy people.
exactly. It's the same problem with all of life. It's these bitchy little people, these bitchy little monsters, and they have taken over something that's incredibly important in their work. Their work, these bitchy little people, their work is incredibly important.
Yes,
But at the core of their being, they're a bitchy little person.
and they can't, and that is why we don't have flying cars, we don't have nanas, and until Elon, we were not going to live on Mars, right? And so, like, we didn't have, like, I think
It takes time.
but it doesn't come. But also, academia is really focused on fun solutions, not full systems, right? So, if you want to go to Mars, or you want to bring back the mammoth, you have to design the entire system. You have to innovate across everything.
Right.
Whereas in academia, you are only incentivized to get that piece of paper, get that approved.
Well, it's also you're dealing with grants and enormous amounts of money that gets donated and given to these institutions, along with a whole ideology. Like, it's not just as simple as let's follow data. It's all got to be attached to this very left-leaning, almost preposterous in some aspects, ideology. And everyone has to say things as a fucking scientist that you know is not true.
You should just follow the scientific method. I'm not a scientist. You should just, and guess what? When new data shows up that changes your old data, you shouldn't be mad about that. You should celebrate it.
Exactly. Well, also you have to look at all data. Like, I don't want to get into this, but you have academics who are legitimate scientists that have published papers who are telling you that a man can be a woman, and which is fine in terms of like who you are. But now when you're having to compete with women in sports, you've entered into nonsense land, and you're the person we're counting on to be the most intelligent person on the subject. You're trapped by an ideology that you're now ignoring biology in favor of sociology.
I just wish we could get philosophy we separate from like philosophical perspectives from science. One of the things that we fight about all the time, because it's like once we got the scientists, once we got the money, and once we proved that we are the most advanced, synthetic biology company in the world, once Intel, which is the funding arm of the CIA and other governments, started investing colossal because of our technologies, and once we started proof points, the last arguments that we have against some of those scientists are philosophical. Right? It's not a myth. It's not a Darwin. It's like this concept of speciation is a human construct that we are trying to impose on nature that flows more like a river than a rock.
So are they saying that it's not because it didn't come straight from nature? It's something you've recreated by piecing this together with that. Like, what are the genes that you had to use to create a Darwin? We didn't totally explain this.
Yeah.
So you have CRISPR, you have these gene editing tools, you have a good sample of DNA. How do you turn that into a wolf?
So you map them next to it, and there was a study that came out about, once again, this goes back to the stats for scientists, of academic scientists. There was a paper that came out a few years ago because they didn't have much data. They said that dire wolves weren't closely related to wolves. They were closely related to jackals. And that's because at the time, they only had 1.5% of the genome, right? They just didn't have all the data. It's not negative, they just didn't have all the data. Now we know that they actually were closely related to wolves because we have more data.
Which wolves?
Gray wolves, or the precursors of gray wolves, right? So they were closer to the wolf and sexually aligned and kind of the broader king of birds. And so what we found is, so once you do that, you start looking at all these genes, you start to understand what the difference is, and we start to see that in certain parts of the genome that are responsible for size, for muscle, for craniofacial, that there's differences, right? So we can start to map and say, okay, where are the differences between gray wolves and where are the differences between gray wolves and dire wolves? And with those, we have a lot of different tools that we can then go use to make those changes from the dire wolves in a gray wolf cell line. And so, and then once you go through that process, we didn't talk about this earlier, you do the same process called somatic cell nuclear transfer, which is effectively cloning, where you take the nucleus in one cell, you put that into another egg cell, and then you take that embryo and you insert it into a cell.
And is this just a 100% dire wolf, or is this a new thing?
So this goes into philosophical, right? So speciation, right? Basically, the scientists don't figure out how you classify species. So you've got certain people that will say species is dictated by something that can't breed. That's literally a definition. Like, if this animal can't breed with this animal, then that's something. Then you have other people. You have the paleontologists, and some of them love us. Like, going to talk about ours, the number one paleontologist in the world that loves us. But then you have other paleontologists that just hate us. And they do it based solely on tooth morphology, because they argue it's the only thing that's going to be persistent alive. And I asked a paleontologist that hates us. And she said, if I made a wrench with, like, that was giant, with, like, pink curly fur, and it had the right tooth morphology, you're saying that based on your scientific papers that you would say that's an animal. And she's like, yes, but that doesn't matter. And I'm like, well, it's a so. But then you have because why does it matter? You know, anytime you do anything in this world now that's like moderately bold or polarized, people give you pushback.
This is heavily bold. I wouldn't say this is moderately bold. You made 3 fucking dire wolves. That's not moderately bold. Yeah, but kind of one of the craziest things that human beings ever done.
It's definitely in the realm.
That's right up there with inventing the internet.
Like, yeah, so when you see it, well, and we have more stuff to come.
I know. There's people out there. Did you worry that someone is going to get, you know, because this falls into religious realm.
Well, there's philosophical animals. And so, like, back on speciation, you know, polar bears and brown bears are 2 different species.
Right.
But they produce viable offspring all the time. And a bear expert will tell you the polar bear is just a aquatic adapted, cold adapted bear. Right?
Right.
So I always ask people that.
I think their offspring or they can have children.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. But it's not like a donkey.
Yeah, exactly. So there's different ways to characterize it.
Making them,
yeah, but there's different ways to say it's something, right? And so, you know, we aren't the same, right? If I don't know what percent, you probably from 23andMe or something have some percentage Neanderthal. You don't say that you're an admixture or a hybrid. Just say you're human. You don't really.
Well, but that's a good point though, because Neanderthal, if you want to talk about different species, just because they can breathe with us, God, they're so different.
But that's it. But there, like I said, there's 6 different ways. There's actually a species definition that's been solely on geographics. And there's a funny paper out there around one species of toad. They built a road through, and the same toads live on 2 sides of the street, and they're different species, and they're the same fucking toad.
Just because there's a road.
Just because we as humans change. It's called geographic isolation of speciation. So it's just crazy. And so the only arguments that we now have is put these in the myth. It's like, well, then don't call it. I was like, I asked people, did you see Jurassic Park? And they're like, yeah. I was like, what was Jurassic Park? What was Jurassic? To your question, what do you think? What was Jurassic Park about to you? What do you think? Yeah, if you're gonna take your kids to Jurassic Park, what is it about? Dinosaurs. Is it ancient DNA and they mix it with a bunch of other stuff? Are they dinosaurs or are they genetically modified animals, GMOs, genetically modified organisms that have inserted genes from lots of different things? Or are they dinosaurs? But they serve the ecological function. This is what's called functional extinction. They serve the ecological function, and they have the lost biodiversity phenotypes that made them more unique, like the polar bear and the bear. They're just that animal. So this starts the whole religious and philosophical debates, where it's funny because the scientists who should not fall into these philosophical debates, when they don't like what you're doing, that's what they do.
So what was the argument? How did they present it?
It's just like by their own definition, they're like, well, it doesn't have enough DNA. So I was like, but the second direwolf the second gene that we have from the tube has less of the same DNA than the skull. Does that mean that wasn't a direwolf? And it just turns into you're missing the point conversation.
I would like to know the point though. What is their point? What is her overall argument?
The general point of the people is that they want to pick one speciation definition and they adhere us to that. And if you do that, no animal, including our animals, will fall into one species, right? It's just people that are using the framework that they set that isn't consistent kind of against based on the argument that they were made.
Interesting. So species is just something
that's a human construct. It's not,
and it's just a thing if it can breed with another thing.
Well, I mean that is one definition. There is another definition saying that it's only species if it can't breed with another thing. So if I genetically modify them to make it where they can't breed with wolves, that now they're not like it just gets into this dumb philosophical perspective because we made up this construct.
Right. But as a person who studies biology, which this person is, right, I kind of understand her perspective where she's like, Like, what are you doing? How is this group of people with a bunch of money and a bunch of eggheads, how are these geniuses allowed to get together, splice some genes up, and serve up a direwolf? I can see it from her perspective.
100%, right? And I think that if we don't do big, bold things, it's important. You know, one thing we should definitely show is this.
That's just like the guy in Jurassic Park.
But we should just
Same conversation.
Yeah, but
Don't worry.
John Hammond, I don't think that they were really focused on conservation unless there was a subplot that didn't make it the final cut.
No,
We actually
we're not making a trash.
yeah. So if we could show the red wolf, I think that'd be amazing because all the technologies that we made on the path to bring back the dire wolf, we want to make available for conservation.
Well, let's explain the red wolf to people because you were saying before I didn't even know how few of them there are.
Yeah. So if you go to the one more, yeah. So this is a red wolf. That's Hope. That's the world's first cloned red wolf. So I've actually made more red wolves than I've made dire wolves. So I've made 4 red wolves, 1 female.
But you're just releasing these fuckers.
No, they're in ecological reserve as well. And so but you're gonna die when you hear what I went through about this. So I found out that we try to pair every de-extinction project with a species preservation project outside of making all of our technology for free, right? Everything that we make that has an application to conservation, anyone in the world can use to help save animals. They don't pay us a dime. It's all open source. It's all free. We have 48 conservation partners. The team that's running the Moon White Rhino project, we're their exclusive genetic rescue partner. It doesn't pay. We're working with elephants in Botswana, we're working with elephants in Kenya. So anybody can use our technologies for free, right? We're working on Ketrid terrible fungus in Australia. And so, so if that's not enough, I found out that there's only 15 of those red wolves back in the wild in North Carolina. So I met the upcoming governor in other states as well. We'll get to that. So they're only recognized by U.S. Fish and Wildlife there. But this incredible woman from Princeton, top of her field, she's one of the top wolf geneticists in the world for Asian Black Hole, identified a population of wolves in Louisiana that have red wolf-like characteristics. So she started darting them, taking samples, and what she found is they actually have more quote-unquote red wolf in them than the red wolves that are being identified in North Carolina.
And is it part of the problem they're breeding coyotes?
Yeah, but they've all been like these guys, like the ones in North Carolina have all had red coyotes. All the red wolves have some coyote in them because they look like coyotes. Well, because every single because the reality is every single species is what's called an admixture. Everything is inbreeding with everything on some level, right? And so everything in life is an admixture. Nothing goes back to Neanderthal.
So this binary idea that we have is silly.
It's a human caused construct, right? And it's insane. So I went to some folks from the last administration, right? And I took some data with me, and I said, hey, we really want to help this red wolf program. We don't need any money. We open source all of our technologies, and we use a technology that's non-invasive for cloning, where we actually take a blood, we isolate what's called endothelial progenitor cells, basically the inner lining of your blood vessel, right? Because there's no nucleus in blood cells. So we catch those, and when we catch those, we then isolate them, grow them, and we clone from them, right? Which is amazing because if you think about typical cloning from an animal welfare perspective, a lot of times you have to anesthetize the animal, you have to take ear punches, skin biopsies. It's actually pretty invasive, terrible process to do cloning. We can simply do it. Every single zoo takes blood from their animals to check certain levels and whatnot. We get blood all the time. And so it's very non-invasive. It's not as non-invasive as you can get, right? And so we found a way, which we're open sourcing on Tuesday, is open sourcing this model of how you go clone from blood, which is a game changer for biobanking, because now you don't have to go hurt an animal, take pieces of the animal, anesthetize the animal. We can just take bloods and put them in freezers and be able to bring them back or clone them if there's a lack of genetic diversity using the same. So I went out to Washington with my team. I showed them Hope as a baby and little videos of Hope. I don't know if it's Poland. I showed them videos of Hope, and I said, hey, there's only a handful of we made these 4 wolves from 3 different genetic lines. We made these from 3 different genetic lines, right? So there's actually more genetic diversity in wolves than what's alive in the population. And we said we'd like for you to help protect the work that's being done in Louisiana, and then how many wolves would you like us to make using that population as well as frozen samples that are dead? And we'll just give it to you. There's no cost. Here was the feedback. We need to spend 5 to 6 years on an internal study and spend $22 million to see if it's possible to clone wolves. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't very clear. This is a clone wolf. Like, here's, you can fly with me to preserve this idea. You fly with me, sir. They're like, we need to spend 5 to 6 years and $20+ million to go understand this. To understand policy. We'll give you all of the technology. And if you tell me you want 100 wolves, I'll just make you 100 wolves. And we'll even engineer in more genetic diversity for you. And the response was, we'll get back to you. We tried out 3 other meetings, no show, no test. Every time. When we were there. I just got back from a meeting with the Department of Interior, which Fish and Wildlife goes up to. And they're very, very focused on innovation, not regulation, which is pretty amazing. That's cool. And immediately they said, we celebrate, Doug Burgo, the Secretary of the Interior there, said, we celebrate, he's a huge conservationist, huge Teddy Roosevelt guy, member of the Explorers Club. And he's like, we do not have a celebration animals come off the endangered species list. Only about 3% ever come off, and we're really good at putting them on, and we celebrate putting them on. So we have to do something about this. And if you're saying that we can productionize species, and as long as we have the right support to go out there, people can use your technologies for free to make more of these different species that are critically endangered, while also biobanking the samples along the way. He's like, why would we do this? And I was like, why not with our previous folks? And they said that we need 5 years, 20 million. That they already spent internally. They weren't going to test these bullets. So they were going to spend internally on this. And we're like, we'll just do it for free. And he's like, we will completely support the initiative, and we're going to help get you plugged in so you can help biobank our species and also help us support, conservation.
So when will you start reintroducing these
So we just had that meeting last week.
soulless red wolves from hell? They get created in a lab. They're gonna start eating people.
And so we're gonna get this back to the last week. So,
Well, they're beautiful. God, they're so beautiful.
it's like why we should be afraid of innovation, right?
No, but the real question is, where do you stop?
Yeah.
Because 90% of all animals that have ever existed, all species are extinct.
Yeah.
Right? Are we gonna?
I think we focus on the species that are critically endangered and are keystone species in the environment.
Right, but
The ones that we need
to back.
but the ones that we drove to extinction, right?
Okay.
So
It's debatable whether or not we drove our wolves to extinction. We don't really know what happened 10,000 years ago. I'm inclined to think that when you see the death of 65% of North American megafauna that happened really quickly. Yeah, I'm inclined to think that these scientists that believe it was an asteroid inbound comet impact are correct.
I think it's most likely it's a combination. We do know that early that anthropologic effects from humans, that when early man went onto a landmass at scale, that we start to see that. We see that in Australia and other places. But to your point, it's much slower. It's much slower.
This is a different thing.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring back to the
So everyone seems to have their favorite animal for us to save, right? Like
direwolves are my favorite.
Yeah.
Those are my favorite.
Yeah. Direwolves, you gotta come maybe at some point you see them, but
I want to.
they're amazing. Saber-tooth tiger is a class. So we put up that as a class. Most commonly, people think of the Smilodon as the saber-tooth tiger. There's not, to date, been really great Smilodon DNA. There is great Homotherium DNA, which is another type of saber-tooth cat.
Oh, I didn't know there was more than one.
Yeah. They classify them differently, based on it. But
Obviously, you've been studying this. You're thinking about doing it.
I'm not. We like to study DNA, right? Like one of the things where I think that John Reeves is 100% right is people say there were no saber-tooth tigers in Alaska. That's just an incorrect statement. There were probably no Smilodons there, but there are Homotheriums, which are a saber-tooth cat.
Yeah, he's found things that were not supposed to be.
I've held things in his. I've held a direwolf skull in his. I always find to say that in his facility.
Yeah, I think he's talked about that. But they found cave bears, short-faced bears. Wow.
The Homotherium is still a saber-tooth cat. But what happens is this goes back to that philosophical said, look up Smilodon in comparison.
Oh, so this has shorter, safer teeth, but still. But give me that CGI image of it again, Jamie. That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, and I don't think
I don't think you should bring something like that back, but if you do, I'll visit it. I mean, I want to see that.
One of the things
down the bike.
it was pause. There was the. I mean, wait to see the barrel.
Bro, but that would be so crazy. Now all of a sudden I want you to do it. Give me another large picture of it, Jamie. There's some other pictures of this. So Smilodon's the one that has the largest teeth.
It has the largest known teeth. But when people think of saber-tooth tiger, this is what.
Right. That's a crazy.
This is what they think of.
Those are crazy. I wonder how wide nature would do on that.
You probably have here's things like mammoth hides and stuff like that.
It has to be, right? Something where there's a genetic.
And their jaw edges.
Look at that one on the right, lower right, Jamie. Below that to the right, there. Yeah, right there.
And I love because we don't, you know what's amazing? We don't have DNA from it, so we have no idea what the color pattern is.
Right.
But you can see here, right? It's got a short tail, it's got a long tail, it's got a left, it's got a right.
We don't even have long tail.
That would be wild. So we do have, there have been some really well preserved pups and others in the permafrost of Homotheria. Whoa.
Homotheria we know has that kind of coloration to it.
We don't. I don't want to say do or don't. We have not done the analysis on that.
Look at that little guy.
We do have the not that we're going to look
Okay, so that one's brown. Yeah.
Have you seen the American short paper?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm probably the most scared of.
Yeah, you can't bring that.
17 or 18 foot giant bear. That's not working. I'm just saying.
But somebody might. That's the problem. There might be some fucking crackhead out there that's got $40 billion. It's out of his mind.
Well, I also think that
some crazy dude who's just got the resources that can do that. You know,
that to me is negatively scary.
And they have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, that is an enormous animal, and they think that's one of the animals that probably prevented people from crossing the Bering Strait.
I read that.
Yeah. It's the theory, but it's a pretty good one.
If you knew there was a lineage of like super, polar bears were out there, I would go here.
And it is essentially a super polar bear, which is really scary because polar bears are terrifying and completely carnivorous.
And they don't care. They'll just walk right up to you and kill you.
Oh yeah, there's a great video of these guys that are behind the fence. Yeah, that was somebody sent to me yesterday. I'll find it. I know what it is. Someone sent to me yesterday of these guys that are right behind the fence. What is polar bears trying to get through the fence? Right. There's 3 of them, and they're talking to like, "Hey, big guy, you can't come in here. Hey, fella."
And it's just common walking towards like, I'm gonna get in there. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
Very spooky. Well, they're spooky because they don't eat anything but meat. So we're on the menu. Yeah, all humans are on the menu. Anything that walks and breathes is on the menu. Shit. It'll take me a few minutes. Sorry. Jamie, pause for a second. Let me find this because it's good. Okay, I just have 10. So, it looks like they're, I don't know where they are, but I think we'll say in the video. So these guys here, do some water. Polar bears, that's an oil rig. So it's probably Canada. Look at these guys. That sound. Yeah. They just try to eat you. Look at this. See more about it. Yep. Thank you. Go on.
Probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you. Hey, sweetheart. Hey. Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Go on.
They're so beautiful. They're beautiful. It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola, Klondike bars. Yeah.
In a while though, you have them just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying that the younger jars is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory. It explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were out. Like what was a we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interact with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
like a bison species.
Yeah. Like, what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison loudfront. You see those guys?
Yeah.
They're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns on like super HGH like the bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison.
Yeah.
Right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison loudfronts was.
Yeah. See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah.
I
didn't know about them until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion,
There's an American cheetah.
yeah.
We actually have full genome of it. There was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves, saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
Yeah. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. Yeah.
Whoa.
It died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that?
We killed them all, huh? Yeah, we killed
Probably turned green candles or something.
Yeah, they were still burning their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually the largest. Just
Sardinia. Yeah, that exists. See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion.
There's an American cheetah.
Yeah.
The American cheetah, we actually have full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves, saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
No. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong.
Found.
Yeah.
They're just trying to eat you. Look at this.
Two more behind it.
Yep.
Well,
Go on.
probably not gonna work.
They're just trying to figure out how to get in to eat you.
Hey, sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Sweetheart wants to rip your liver out.
Go on.
They're so beautiful.
They're beautiful.
It's interesting that they're the most dangerous ones because they're the ones we use for Coca-Cola and Klondike bars.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild though?
You got just like playing around in the snow, but they're actually terrifying.
Yeah, you were saying the younger gyres is really interesting. It's very, very interesting because it's a fairly new theory. It explains a lot, and especially when you look at the mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would like to have seen what it looked like when all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interacting with wildebeest in Africa. Like, what did it look like in Kansas?
Like 15 bison species ago.
Yeah. Like, what was it like?
There's a extinct bison species that is the bison loudfront. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns on like super HGH like the bison.
Our bison are small compared to extinct bisons,
Yeah.
right? Were they the largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison loudfronts was.
See if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, there's the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion.
There's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have full genome of it. And then there was also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one, probably on the list since we're talking about dire wolves, saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Stellar sea cow?
What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? It's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. Yeah.
Whoa.
It died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that?
We killed them all. Huh? Yeah, we killed
Probably
them.
turned them.
Yeah, they're still burning their fat. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually
actually the largest Serenian to ever exist. Hunted extinction only 30 years after
30 years, yeah.
arrived in the 18th century. Wow.
Yeah, and we actually have a full genome species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah. The mass extinction that did take place during that time. I would love to have seen what it looked like when and all those animals were around. Like what was we kind of have a sense of what, because of safaris and videos, we know what it looks like when lions are interact with wildebeest in Africa. Like what did it look like in Kansas?
Like a
15,000 years ago. Yeah, like what was it like?
I know there's a extinct bison species that is the bison latifrons. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
They have like 8 foot long Texas Longhorns on like super HGH like bison.
Yeah, our bison are small compared to the extinct bison, right? Would they be largest of the North American bison?
Yeah, the bison latifrons were.
Let's see if we can get a photo of that. Yeah. I didn't know about that until a few years ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a thing. There were so many different things. Giant sloths, the saber-toothed tiger, the American lion.
There's an American cheetah.
Yes.
The American cheetah, we actually have 4 cheetahs. And then there's also one of my favorite animals, which is kind of a weird one probably on the list, since we're talking about tiger wolves and saber-toothed tigers. Have you seen the Steller sea cow?
Yeah. What is that?
Think of like a manatee or dugong, right? That's the size of like a large whale.
What?
Yeah. And the sad thing is, it died off. It actually died off before. It died off. Yeah. Well, it died off within 100 years of its discovery.
When was that? We killed them all, huh?
Yeah, we
probably turned them into cannibals.
Yeah. Or stick bird their fat.
Yeah.
So, but it was actually the largest.
Serenian to ever exist. It was hunted extinction.
30 years. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it was, and we actually have a full genome of this too. We can't just. I would bring this back on. It's hugely important to the Gulf Force, the Pacific Northwest. It was great. It's not scary. It's huge. It's like
right, but then
bring that back. There is no megalodon DNA. There's not. No. I will say that the CEO of the largest, the president and CEO of the furry museum in America, really wants to be he's like, yeah, but there's a lot of museums. I could be wrong on the size. He's great then. But there is no DNA. You might have to eat a lot. But on killed everything in the ocean. So one of the things that's weird, interesting that we're also working on is artificial wombs of philosophy. Because if you want to get to this world where you can productionize endangered species like rhinos instead of having to use surrogates for animal welfare perspective, if you get to the point that you can engineer genetic diversity into 2 or 3 golden white rhinos, grow them in labs and bags, and then you can control that population very, very well. You would then reintroduce them, with folks in the field that are the rewilding experts, right? And so we were really not focusing on that. We kind of rely on third parties on the rewilding modeling, and all of our 48 conservation partners. We really just kind of focus on the kind of the core science that supports their initiatives. But if we are successful in our artificial wombs, we are quite far on that project. That I would not be surprised if eventually you see that. We have to get a math first.
You guys have these conversations where you sit down and go, how does this scale outward? What does this look like? This technology in 100 years? We just fuck up.
I think that if you look at the birthing crisis that we're in, kind of population decline crisis, I think that you look at global, people having women having kids later, IVF clinics, people freezing their embryos, all of that's massive on the right? And And we also know that globally, like sperm infertility and others is going down to the right? So it's not a good look for the future of humanity in general. And so I think that philosophical and religious, philosophical, social issues, right? That people have different perspectives on, like having kids, same sex couples, all these things. So we at Colossal have kind of made this mandate that we're not going to work on humans, right? Because it gets too. We get asked the Neanderthal and dinosaur question every fucking day, so we're just not going to bridge that gap. What we'll do is spin out those technologies. But I do think it is harder to grow a rhino in a artificial womb or exogenous development system than it is a human. Not ethically or through an FDA process, but it is scientifically harder to gestate some animals that are trying to gestate next to Europe. So I do think that some of those technologies could make it eventually into the human population.
That's where it gets really weird, right? If you create a child with no mother or father.
I do think that it's an optionality, right? I think that there are certain situations where that would be a blessing. I just had my first kid, so we did not grow in artificial womb.
Yeah, but I mean, the people that are skeptical about this stuff, this is what they point to. It's like, what is involved in the creation of life? Well, it's been people having sex, and then the sperm fertilizes the egg, a child is born, they raise the child, they get some of their behavior characteristics, it's the genetics, and then we integrate it into a community, and but you can just make life without any of that. Like, what is that? Where's that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, it's a great philosophy.
How much of the child's development is taking place while it's in the mother,
and
sharing
that shared experience, that hormone cues and whatnot?
Yes.
I wouldn't have a child that way.
Right. What if you're making a sociopath? Like, what if you're making a completely
because there's
no empathy,
there's no connection.
No connection. People, they come out of the gate. Ted Kaczynski, all fucked up. Like, really,
it's a fair point.
We don't know what the process is while a baby is inside of a woman's body.
And there's people that are working on this technology specifically for humans. Like right now, we're focusing on it for extinct species and endangered animals.
What I asked the question was, when this scales out, when you skip 100 years from now, like, what did you just do?
Well, my biggest thing that I think would be helpful is if we had a world where if Colossal gets ultimate success, I'd say that we successfully rewilded animals back into their natural habitat. We revitalize these mosaic ecosystems that, including your picture of what did the Arctic look like back in we have that. Because that was actually a crazy. If you look at the work that's been done in Hudson Park by Sergei Nikita-Zimov, they've actually shown that rewilding northern Siberia with cold-tolerant actually can revitalize that ecosystem. It can add more biodiversity. It can actually keep the ground temperatures colder in the winter, so it's much more carbon. So I think this idea of nature-based and living with nature in an ecological model is something that I hope that we are successful at, and I hope that Colossal is also successful at removing animals from the endangered species list.
So what you were talking about mammoths specifically, a study that showed that it would help.
So they've already done it with musk dogs, horses, and a few other species up there. So they're doing it right now. They've been doing it for over 20 years.
And there was some talk about eventually doing this with mammoths and then releasing those mammoths into Siberia.
Yeah, that was something that Sergei Nikita-Zimov wanted to do.
How long from some Russian oligarch on some mammoth?
Yeah, look, given the geopolitical, we see, going back to your wolf example, we see boundaries and geopolitical lines, right? The animals don't, right? And so we will probably not rewild our first mammoths in Siberia for many reasons.
But you think you will rewild a mammoth?
Yeah, I think our goal, Jamie, if you look at colossal.com/Tasmania, for example, we actually build working groups of folks around everyone from academia to private landowners to indigenous people groups, governments, to understand like we don't have a fallacy. I think we'll have a thylacine in the next 8 years. And I really do. I think based on where we are, current course of speed, there's 70 million years in genetic divergence between that's out that are, which is like a mouse-sized marsupial, and a wolf and this, right? But we actually, if you just kind of scroll through into the people,
So it's a wolf-like marsupial.
yeah,
This is actually the pouch that
it does. It actually also has a backward pouch. So most pouches, other than like the wombat or forward facing, it's backwards because they think these are burrowing in. So it's like
the baby.
yeah, like that. God, nature's fascinating. If you scroll down a little bit further, you'll see, and just like if you just do a quick scroll, you'll see that we actually have gone out and partnered with all these different groups. Either we have thousands, quarterly meetings in Tasmania around rewilding the thylacine. And one of the groups we have involved in it is the Logging Commission. It's going back to your, how do we live in nature? Your example of cattlemen and the ranchers. Well, the biggest economic driver right in Tasmania is actually the Logging Commission. They're going to reintroduce an animal that, and like their lobbyists having it in the forest without them having a perspective. And I think that's just a naive way to look at the world. And so we, going back to like the thylacine and mammoths and others, we try to build these working groups ahead of time so that people get excited about, what are the challenges, what are the unintended consequences. And that's not our job to persuade them. It's just our job to kind of listen to them and figure it out. And that approach of like listening to our critics and listening and being inclusive in these communities has helped us, I think, dramatically think through what our rewilding strategies are.
So when you have a rewilding strategy, what experts do you bring in to have this discussion of what kind of an impact is the community? You haven't done any rewilding, let's be clear to everybody.
Yeah.
They're not releasing dire wolves.
And it won't be nice for not to release.
Right.
Yeah, yes.
So this is all theoretical.
Yes.
But if you do have one, what would you look at specifically? How do you take into account all the different species? Do you take into account, like with the thylacine particularly, because it's a large predator, the amount of animals it's going to eat?
Right.
These animals are not conditioned. They haven't evolved to be around this thing. It's been almost 100 years since the last one was there.
So on the evolved part, this is actually kind of weird. So you do ecological field science. So you work with ecologists, conservationists, predator experts. Like you have to understand predation, you have to understand. So you have to work with these kind of big warriors. We have a project going on right now in central Tasmania, which is amazing. And this, the old school like Looney Tunes, like Wile E. Coyote, where he's like, and he like goes through the wall and he's in the hole, or the Kool-Aid, right? If you had that cutout, we made cutouts and painted them with thylacines, but also cats and dogs and wolves and other things. And we put them out near camera traps in central Tasmania. And when we reviewed the data, you'll have like a bull or a wombat or one of these animals kind of walking through, or even a wildcat kind of walking through, and they'll see a cat, they'll see kind of look at it. When they see, and remember, 2 points, for them, is multiple generations, right? Because these animals live years. And so when they see the cutout and shape and the coloration and size of a thylacine, they freeze, they absolutely freak out. Wow. Yeah, we've been collecting this data for 18 months. We're publishing a paper on it. So
That's so cool.
There's like generational trauma that is baked in to their DNA. To avoid a thylacine.
The only way to survive. I mean, without a language to pass down information, how would and maybe it makes you wonder, like, how much of that is in us? Like, when people have ophidiophobia, or arachnophobia, fear of snakes and spiders, like, what is that from? Like, because it's crippling. I've seen people that have crippling fear of spiders, where it doesn't even make any sense. Somebody got almost killed by a spider, and that's inside of them. Right. Those genes passed on. And you see these spiders, they freak out. I was doing Fear Factor. We found out that someone had a fear of spiders or a fear of snakes. Guess what?
That was on the show.
That's on the show.
Yeah, and that's like being Heights. Like every episode you guys back in the day of Heights, that's because you're smart. Yeah, it's like this fucking terrifying. It's terrifying. Yeah.
Whenever I'm in a fucking hotel, I would like the 54.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Like, so I don't have like road noise. I'm like, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here.
It's so scary.
Yeah.
It's so scary. It's just like the building moves a little bit when it's windy. Yeah, fuck all this. We're Martian. Hey, fuck that.
No.
Here? Yeah,
Oh,
Jamie.
yes.
He lives way up high. Jamie sends me pictures from his house. I freak out. Like, no,
I can't.
no.
I just. Yeah. Well, I hate flying too, which sucks because I fly all the time.
Just counting on these fucking screws, bolts, shit.
Yeah. Because like the worst is like when you're sitting there, and there's now been like these videos of planes that have like glass or plexiglass. I'm like, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
I get mad if I get on a plane and the people don't shut the window sides. Like I'm in the bowl. I'm in the tube. It's lit on fire. I get because if you think about the point where you're sitting in a chair and then you look down and you go to the floor, you're like, that's not. There's not that much. There's like 10,000 feet. 3,000 feet below.
When you see something like the one that happened in Canada with the plane flipped upside down too, you just like that. You can't get that.
Like Delta Airlines.
Yeah.
It was like crazy airline never heard of.
It was a person who was not that good at flying and kind of recent.
Yeah.
Like, hey.
Yeah.
But hire someone that.
Yeah. And I got to see a decent amount. And so, like, the whole DC thing, like, absolutely freaked me out. Yeah. So some of us, I stay at some of those hotels that are right on the river, and you see the choppers fly. You see the choppers fly. You see the choppers fly.
That's the decent one. Oh, yeah. Did you see the one in Thailand? Oh, did you see the water that's flying off the roofs?
Yeah, in the
flying off the roofs where you see like from the ground, it looks like it's raining. It's crazy. Yeah, well, that would be the last day I would spend in that fucking room.
Yeah, you're out.
That's it.
It's like my son.
Bye.
If I saw a ghost, I'm like, all right.
Yeah, bye. Maybe the ghost is cool. I'm not totally scared of ghosts. I don't think ghosts have ever killed anybody. You know, I'm scared of tile scenes.
I'm not scared of Thailand. They start up the side of the Great Rock. I'm just gonna be really nice to them. So it's kind of like AI. You have to be really nice to them.
Yes.
I saw a great gift. I saw this great image on X the other day that is like, it's called that's sliding into humans. And it's like, no, not this one. It said thank you in its request. So I was like, I'm gonna be very nice on all of my requests on crap.
Well, I have a weird situation going on in my house because I have chickens, but I eat chicken. And I don't eat the chickens that I have. I eat their eggs.
Yeah.
But they're cute. I'm like, hey girls, what's up, ladies?
Yeah.
Like, I have no desire to harm them. I try to protect them. If I'm driving on the driveway and one of them's in the middle of the driveway, I have to be very slow and let her cross. But I eat chicken.
Did you see that study that came out a couple weeks ago that having 2 eggs? So I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but you have 2 eggs. If you have at least 2 eggs a week, that it lowers the probability of Alzheimer's by 47%.
Yeah. It turns out Alzheimer's is connected to a lot of stuff that's
Inflammation. Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You're saying that Gary said it was. I think it was Gary that was telling me that he thought it was like it's now becoming a more popular belief that it's diabetes type 3.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard that, which is really weird to think of it that way. But it's just so much. I mean, obviously you know this now because you're on a health path.
Yeah.
You know, and you feel much better.
I feel incredible. I mean,
Isn't it nuts?
Yeah,
People are just running around out there filming the shit.
Well, I was. I mean, part of the reason I started Colossal, I mean, I told you a story about how I got with George, but before that, I built a handful of different companies. My last company was a satellite software defense company, and it was building it, running it, and this was in late 2019, early 2020. I had to be in Tokyo and I had to be in China. So I came back, went to CES, the big consumer electronics show in Vegas, saw everyone in the world, right, that's there. It's stupid big. A week and a half later, I'm in NASA Mars Control. Direct there. I was doing some work for NASA at the time in my last company. And I was with one of my numbers for the company, this guy named Greg, our chief strategy officer. He was coughing, he was feeling well. We both kind of feeling like shit. I was like, we've been on the road a lot, we've been drinking. We came back on a Friday night. Going back on the slide, talking about aliens and shit. And the next day, I told him, cardiac event. And so that was a big wake up call. I got really sick from COVID. Like I was on that group strain of COVID. There's definitely multiple strains of COVID that tells you there's definitely multiple strains. And so I got super sick. And I was like,
That's awesome. Yeah.
I gotta watch.
That's so important. Yeah. It's so important, and I tell people, not even a fan of these things. Don't do it because you want big muscles. Preserve your tissue.
Yeah.
Preserve your bone mass.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be like, I don't have a 9-month-old son, right? And you're like, let's hang out. And, he's going to get bigger. And if I can't pick him up, that's a sad thing. I've kind of got this mindset of like, I see people that are old and are in wheelchairs and can't walk. It's like, it's kind of a blessing to walk. So like, why would I squander that blessing? Why would I like lean into it and make sure that when I'm 90, I can walk?
It's a blessing to be healthy. It's a blessing. It's just we're so concerned about our daily existence and lose track of every picture. You have the opportunity to do something that if it wasn't possible, you wish it was possible, and that is get healthy. Like if it wasn't possible, if we just existed in a state, whatever that state was, there's no medicine that can fix it, there's no exercise that can fix it, diet doesn't change it. This is just who you are as a being, and it goes like, but that's not even remotely true. It's actually the opposite. There's friends that I have that are my age, and they look like they're my dad. Yeah, and that's because they've been drinking and smoking and sleeping late and fucking off their whole life and no exercise at all. Your body is yeah. I'm on the journey. I'm not happy and ready. It's a constant journey. I'm on the journey. We're all on the journey. There's no answer. I did. And you see this function. Function health. It's like it's just a suit. It's just all you go to your doctor. I have oral blood. But then I also do this the function test, which is massively all it's like 2 tests twice a year. And so I do that test, and afterward, here for a while. And now my biological age, or actually just 43, my biological age is a little bit. That's amazing. It's working for you. You can actually do these things, right? If you go to school or get steak, it's like free range, all that shit. It tastes great. It tastes better than like something it's terrible at the store. But when you order from some of these like true like Amish places, in places that have actually like grown food, like completely natural, that it doesn't have just this big purchase certified organic. You taste the difference in the nutrients. It's insane. I walk wild. Yes, that's what I order. I order a bunch of, so I do elk steaks. I do a lot of steaks from this farm that Gary recommended to me, which is great. This is bison. Bison too, yeah. Pastures. It's just like 1.5 steak for you guys. Like it's been, like, you can taste it. And like my brother-in-law, like all of my friends. We're gonna try to stay freeze. Right. It looks different. Yeah, it looks like only a steak in the grocery store. Yeah, which is fine. Yeah, it tastes great. But if you get a grass-fed steak, there's a lot of ranches out here. Texas is a great place. There's a lot of ranches that generate agriculture, and they sell the animals they kill, and it's like a dark red meat. Yeah, it looks completely different. It tastes different. They take you want to eat more of it. Like I feel full, but I want to finish it, and I also feel like my body likes this because it's getting shipped in, and you feel better when you eat it. Yeah, you feel another job. Yeah, I've given people milk before. Yeah, or if you welcome to it's awesome. It is so great. That was in the early days of also that was one of the things that got asked by like heads of state, like not by like there's random people. I'm gonna go in there to see people at large at different locations. They're like, you eat a meal. What's the taste? That was like that question came up faster than we thought. This is nice. I know. Those are the first. They just don't. I rather want to eat something that's too steak for 10,000 just right now. Not even yet. Yeah, and that was the first question. Yeah. Steak, it was also domestic. That's all domestic. Yeah, like people are in psychos. I know too much money. Yeah, fucking psychos. Yeah, it's go buy a car. Jurassic Park and Spielberg did today. They have feathers.
We know that some dinosaurs had feathers. We know some had hair, like kind of 3% feathers. And we know some that were this. Yeah, we haven't preserved them. We can see in the fossil record whether they had it, right?
Have you seen the one that's in the Montana University? There's a university in Bozeman that has a museum. It might just be a museum. But when I was visiting there a few years back, they have like a raptor. And one side of the raptor is feathered, and the other side is like Jurassic Park. Yeah. You look at it, it's a bird. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes more sense. Yeah, arms. It makes more sense having a bird. You still want it. Yeah. You exactly want it. So it's a bird that lives today. And it's called a Rothschild. It's like HOA, or something like that. We can find it. Yeah. It smells terrible. But if you type in the Hudson, and if you click in and find a baby, it's got these little green hands. It looks like kind of like a bird. Like that's what we do the tours. It flies. So before airplanes, it actually flies up and it's going to use it to how. So again, one of the colors that it evolves the first kind of like dinosaur bird up there. It actually, it crawls like it doesn't fly. Most birds just sit there with their little like wing nuts. You guys actually what about terror birds? That's crazy. What the hell was that? Yeah, what was that movie? Years ago, those things. There's one that's right. So the oldest DNA that we have original material. So the guy you talked to about not that, but that's interesting. It's he discovered for a lot of these dinosaurs all the time. It's the craziest thing ever. Going back going back to the issues that what is dreadnought? Oh, dreadnought. So I don't know. Yeah. It was so it's yes. Yeah. It's like it's a like it's as big as a 737. He found in Argentina, and he found in Argentina, discovered the species, named the species, and he brought it to New Jersey to do all the modeling and all that. The government changed. They did the old school, like the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's what it is. It's basically in a warehouse. So it's not like a space for people in a museum. It's literally these governments and museums. It's literally like not a bunch of crates in Western. Yeah, I mean it's like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, so yeah, it's like Mars Lab. So, but it's truly amazing. So with these, like that's one of the things about dinosaurs in museums, right? Like a lot of them created artificial bones, fill in the blanks,
fill in a lot of them. Sometimes they'll get like a jawbone and you're like, here's the reconstruction.
Right, it's weird because you go to see it, you think you're going to see a dinosaur. And sometimes they're real clever, and sometimes they're not. Like sometimes they'll be different colors for the real bone. Versus, and you're like, how much of this do you have? And they're like, well, how did you get this? What it looks like. And a lot of the images, like the soft tissue overlay, where they take the bones and they create an animal out of it. You're seeing like rabbits look like, take away this.
Yeah, they do this with like whales and stuff. So like absolutely like the scariest things ever. And then you put a whale and it's like, oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, for whales, you see them and you look at them and you're like, oh, that's sweet. Yeah, they're chilling in the water, but if you see them with their teeth and everything, just the skin, it looks like an alien monster. Yeah. So I wonder what there was a species that we don't have to for it. That'd be amazing. Back because the ecological there was a giant. Yeah.
A giant thing that sounds amazing. It's I don't know. It would probably be in the late classes.
One of the things that I learned from Noah is that the founder of this country in the early days, the richest man in the world, is someone who people helped.
Oh, really?
He was the richest man in the world. On the dinosaur service, beaver, giant beaver, enormous, bear size beaver that lived in North America during crisis. Wow. So when did these die off? What year? Most of the crisis fishing. It's about 13,000. Wow. So it probably died off during that same period. Yeah. You know, the pronghorn. Yeah. That's why they're so fast. Oh, for very much. American cheetah. Like they're the last example. They're a bizarre animal. Have you ever seen one in real life? I've only seen it through binoculars. I've never seen one, on the ground real close. I've only seen them from a few hundred yards away. When you look at images of them, they have insane eyes. They have almost vision. Their eyes on the side of their head. Yes. And they can run 55 miles an hour. The reason why they can run so fast is they were getting chased by cheetahs that don't exist anymore. So the cheetahs died get off the younger Triassic or whatever happened. But these pronghorn animals remain, and there's nothing like it in terms of speed. Like it's bizarre. There's a remnant of it have where they had to be that fast to avoid the predators. The predators are gone, they remain. Yes, so they have to catch them now. Nothing. Once they're done, like once they're grown, good fucking luck. They have insane eyesight. But you know, one of the ways is that people hunt them, they're really dumb. One of the ways people hunt them is on horseback, but that's not zero chance. But the cheetahs were chasing these motherfuckers down. So it's like another different kind of exploit. But super fast. They're quite a bit faster than these guys. They're crazy fast. There's like nothing, it's awesome. But the vision, these things have a photo of one of their heads. Pronghorn eyes. They're so big. They look archaic. Like, if you see their face, they don't look like, it looks like they're from another time. Yeah. They look like they're from another time. Yeah. And they are. Yeah. This is what would have been so amazing to like look at what the Earth looked like, 12,000 years ago. It's the whole like America. Like to wanting to travel these different places where you have they're truly urban, right? And that's just like Yellowstone, like what you said, like Kruger National Park or things like places in Africa. When you go to Central Tasmania, it's almost like a weird Disney. Like in Gus, you've got like the kids just running around, you've got wallabies jumping through it. You just come through and you're like, it's like that scene in like Ace Ventura, right, where he sings like everything. So I remember the first, I was like, this is these animatronics. There's no way there's this much life in my universe, and it's all just like the kid is running, wallabies are jumping, you got like wombats, like kind of scurrying along. There's all these weird dumb animals. They're just excited. They're so strange to us, right? How we think about them. You never see them. Like they're just like this insane pleasure, and they're just so crazy. But I wonder what would be different than how the styles survive. So they say that's kind of the only thing is that it's the only apex predator for Tasmania and we've seen it Tasmania, not most, they're awesome. They're shit. They're cool shit. They're awesome. They eat real packs. And the reason why they call them Tasmanian devils is because they make the weirdest. I mean, they make sense. If I heard the sounds that they make, if you're out in the woods, you hear the sound, you're like, this is a yeah. If you find them eating, they just sound terrible. Find Tasmanian like excuse me, Tasmanian devil. Sorry, have you seen this video? Yeah, we can go to that direction. So it's going to
terrifying. You don't agree that? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, and maybe the researchers in Tasmania, Australia, think that in the thousands, this is where people get wolves and thousands of that. There's energy, right? They're not just sitting there grazing. They're not going to be sedentary. They have to go make meat kill. They have to decide if they're going to kill something. So they kill the young. They're sitting out the weakest. They kill the old. They kill the an environment that has the right balance of predator and prey is a healthy ecosystem. All the evidence we've seen on the thousands suggest that they actually kind of like the level of motion because some people believe that the facial disease wouldn't die. I don't know if you discuss that.
Oh, feeding frenzy. Oh, give me some value. It's doing it right in front of people.
I've thought of like this.
They just not scared.
You just they're like piranhas.
It's so cool that they're not scared of people.
Yeah, they don't even know shit. That's crazy. So you feed them like this, you put a and then they just make this up. They often keep the fights, and that fighting, that's when they scratch and bite, they transmit this bone transmission cancer that they don't. So they latch on the next phase from biting. And the silence that you see in like reading and walking wild, and those are the animals that would be up in temperature. And so they put, so there's a big in Tasmania, Australia, that introduced the predator being a thylacine.
Oh, God, we're looking on Tasmanian double space. Yeah, but that was it's a version for I mean, they're like they'll be sitting there, not making sounds. They start eating their bread and they make yes sounds. You're getting terror because if you're a person, it just catches you by surprise. It's like so I was thinking it's a pretty weird experience. It's such a cool animal. So the idea of ultimately eventually releasing thylacines, how would that be done, and what kind of studies would have to be done? Because you're talking about the animals that come out, and that probably won't be the case if you introduce thylacines. They will start thinning it out, and it'll achieve a balance.
Yeah,
It'll achieve a balance. It's just like what they come across for Australia. Most people don't know they've introduced cats. So how's they introduce house cats, like just feral house cats in Australia to combat certain species, and they start decimating all the places around. It's literally the worst. It's literally number one extinction rate. Right, and it's because it's an invasive species. Would that be a problem? Would there be a similar problem if you reintroduced the Tasmanian tiger? Would there be potentially would you have to reintroduce other species if they would make them extinct?
The good news about the Tasmanian Southern Australia is they're mostly right. Hopefully they eat cats. The Australian talking most people in Australia hate cats. Outside of the cats, they actually go, they actually hate cats because what they're doing, the small marsupials are actually looking at technologies like these drives and others. They're wild.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, people like I have a buddy of mine out of Green Tree, and they have this magazine. It's like a bow hunter magazine in Australia. He gave me a copy of it. I was reading it on a plane. This guy's holding up a dead cat. He shot him going out. Hey, the fuck? They hold them up like trophies.
It's a tough, right? It goes back to the invasive species. One of the projects that we're working on with the thylacine is like here every species preservation. Have you ever seen a northern bull? No, northern bull. It looks like a beaver, like a very lake I used to spell it QUO. Oh, they're absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. They're another town very much new. But 100 years ago or so, they got Gene Kennedy introduced cane toads. You ever seen right? And so we introduced cane toads into Australia and banned neurotoxin. Well, guess what? Those cold and small mushrooms like the bugs. And so this actually I think about our work in second. And so and what we've done is go back to the point about co-evolving evolution. Go back to Southern Australia, to South America, where peacocks evolved amongst snakes and mice and other small animals. They eat peacocks all day long, and they don't die. They grow up like stroke out and die, which is what happens in Northern Australia. And so peacocks they reproduce and it's the same. There are thousands of babies making more and more. Guess what? More and more so what we did is we actually did a study where we understood what are the genes that animals and snakes in South America that make them gene to toxic resistant. And usually that's one letter. It doesn't have to mix letters. So one letter makes one letter change, confer, and no other serious and no other. And it created a 5,000 times resistance to kill. So these guys, their culture of danger, they were working in danger. First one starts model species. We worked at that which is our model species styles. And we engineered Dunards and Dunard cells in Dunards that can eat cane toad tissues have zero effect, had zero effect. And so now we're in the next phase of trials showing that we want to engineer this one-headed moles. Moles with most likely constant conversion. They probably have resistance already built in. And so that shows the power of this concept of genetic engineering and biotech in conservation. And so they like these super goals that see the cane toads. Not only does that help these population, lower the population of cane toads, yes, it's going to help with goals. And also they can affect the more because they don't know how many are dying. Cane toads. Yeah, I hope you don't get ready. There's this big toads. You see what that's those frogs that like latch out and like well eat anything that runs. I'm still with my giant. There was a giant one of those back like I don't know how many was. I don't know. I've seen it pick up and it like grabs like we played the videos of it. I had no idea. Yeah. So before I saw those videos only a few years ago, I had no idea to just eat mice. Yeah, it's crazy. Put them in this. A bunch of mice, and this toad just going ham, just snatched mice out and swallowed. And it'll just they're docile, and they just absolutely pick the new stuff. Well, they have the creepiest dead eyes. Just you ever seen them fight each other? That's kind of wild too. They fight each other's heads and they throw each other in the air. Yeah, I've seen tossing each other. Imagine fighting with a dude that usually bites half your torso and throws you through the air, and they don't even really bother the head. They land. It's just part of the fight. It's totally like that's what I'm saying about reptiles. It's this lack of emotion. Like at least a wolf has emotions. Like there's something going on. Intelligence. There's something that really creepy about something stupid like a crocodile. Yeah, like people like or like there's a thing about crocodiles that people were suspecting, but it turns out to not be true. That they would lie on their back and put their arms. Oh yeah, this is like yeah. I saw that video. Apparently that's not what they're doing. Apparently that's a normal characteristic that they do. But stupid from a natural selection. Stupid like yeah, I see that. And then we credit the company for being super smart, and in reality, just got 3 meal.
Yeah, well, the thing though, if they have gotten those meals before, that would be a learned behavior. Just yes, they do have some learned behavior. I have a friend, his name's Jim Schott. He's a professional hunter, and he was actually hired to go into Africa and hunt crocodiles that were killing these people in his village. Like they're actively targeting people in his village. And he went to the village, they took a chunk taken out of the leg. And while he was there, a crocodile took a woman who was washing. So what they had done was they got this area by the water where they had driven these stakes in the ground that would prevent the crocodiles from getting in water and getting really close to the edge. You know, because they in the water and then they just explode out and snatch you up. These fucking crocodiles went around the fence. They walked around the fence and slid into the water. So they figured down that these people are in this area and get a hunting.
Yeah, they asked, and it's weird how some of the it's very strange as we start to study. Is like one of the things that Colton also doing is we're studying a lot of what's called non-model species. So we're learning a lot about weird things that we just didn't know. There's some things that are like elephants get cancer a fraction of what they should due to an overexpression gene called p53. So this thing called Heather's paradox, where based on age and body weight, those whales elephants get cancer a fraction of what they probably should, based on how old they get, what their body is. They actually care a lot bigger. And that's why we have to read stem cells for all this. Because anytime you try that, if you're going to regulate that, because anytime you get in that one cell, it just says, it looks like a mutation, it could be cancer, right? It's like programmed. So we have to be able to turn that down. So we're in the editing phase on the project, right? So we can do 85 genes to turn that down as a one medicine. So, yes, so these are the things that we are learning about that.
The late scientists, you guys are doing something you shouldn't be doing.
We're learning about it, right? We're learning about things.
I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding. If I was there, I would probably have the same opinion. Yeah, I'd probably say, especially if I found out you guys were one of those scientists, what are you doing?
Yeah,
why are you doing this?
why we use that possible is that, outside of our academic partners and our 95 session questions, 90% of the scientists, there's very few, I thought, I'm kidding about it. But I'm not kidding about the technology getting someone else's hands. Yeah, this is where it gets weird. Like China, Russia, some of the areas, like CRISPR engineering tools are outside the bomb hour. It's like the genie on the bottle, right? It's like it's out there. I think that more and more people in other countries say this with these technologies will human. That's why we'll also just somewhere else use our technologies. They want value. It's so weird, right?
Like the China story. They keep explaining to people what they did. They said they were inoculating them from HIV.
Yeah. They actually were such babies and embryos to confer resistance to HIV. Now, still to this day, so they were cloning them, and then they were genetically modified. So they do lots of things that are, there's a general moratorium in the world on some of these things, right? So anything that's considered germline edit, so anything that could be passed on to the next generation, right? So things, so if you engineer something that the fear is from a germline, so all your cells are your cells, except for like egg or sperm, germ cells. So anything that can be affected germline, so that you can pass it on to the next generation, that can be like a bunch of shit in his version of the
The scary thing was they didn't just do that. They also added something that would allow the child to have a much higher intelligence.
well, so that part's like that part's good. There's people that say that happen. There's people that say that it doesn't happen. If you look at UGI or Beijing Genomics Institute, right? They did this thing that from an affairs perspective was from an affairs perspective is also terrifying. During COVID, they're like, we'll do all the coding testing for free. We'll do all this coding testing for free. No worries, just send us your data. We'll do it all for free. We'll help the world, right? Or with the World Health Organization, just send us all your samples. All your factors. And publicly, the CEO of has said, which is funded by CCD, has said that they are looking at genes in humans. They are looking at what makes humans intelligent. They don't shy away from this. It's not like some of the conspiracy, like this is Sasquatch or this is something that is very real. They are fully saying we are sequencing as much as we can of the world population, looking for genes for intelligence, and we will act on it. That's what I think that you. So that is what they were supposed to do. Supposedly. That would have put that in space. Yes. Yes, I'm should find out. Labs where we have it set on. Yeah, I teach. I don't know how public it is. Like, it's also one of those weird things that, like, he's in trouble, he's going to jail. Yeah, and he's like, he's out. Yeah. All good guy. Yeah. Yeah, except this guy. I'm calling until you drop that garbage. It's weird that he got in trouble. Right. And he got in trouble for something. Because I was funny. You can't. Oh, yeah. Somewhere that we haven't found out about it yet. And if you were going to do something with human beings, we know that Russia, what Russia was attempting to do. It was World War I and World War II. They were trying to enhance human hybrids. Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Human hybrids for what
recent publication out of China where they're allowing Japanese scientists to edit human cells and embryos with 3 million we are not doing people ask us if we can solve falls. That would be the first thing we want. Yeah, they're lost next thing 30 days. We can't engineer once a person's already born, right? When you get current technology, like so being able to send stuff to specific gene therapies and target giving them to deliver specifically to the cell is an area that we're getting better at. Like I think one of the private notes, I think one of the projects is to fund this along around my sickle cell needs. It's a single right? It's a single knockout. It's not multiplex editing. And now it's got to keep the targets out of all the tissue types that are most affected. And then over time, how you deliver that gene therapy. And you can do that to a person who's already born, to somebody who's already born. It's not super easy. Can you envision a world where the gene editing technology becomes so powerful that you can do it to a person that was born? Yes. This is what everyone's going to look like Thor. It's going to be a bunch of Chris Hemsworth and Jason Momoa. No more people saying that. Wait, for Chris and all of our investors, I always think we're just like each other. Oh, yeah. So you invited Luke invited me to I was one of the specialists. Yeah, they invited me to go to Pirate Bay and go surfing. I was like, yeah, I'm going to take my shirt off next to you. That's exactly what's never going to happen. I just made an excuse of why I can go to I want to go surfing. I was like, yeah, I'm going surfing. Yeah, I'm going as far away as the shirt off. But you got to imagine if that becomes a reality, like what we're doing today, just with plastic surgery. Yeah, right. Like let's take GLP-1 example. Yeah, GLP-1, but that's achievable, right? What GLP-1s are doing is achievable through hard work. Yeah, like what they're doing in South Korea with eyes, like it's ubiquitous. Like so many people are getting this weird surgery where they have these K-pop eyes. Yeah, it's a strange thing. It's a strange thing. And that's just primitive cutting and sewing tissue artistically, right? But people can decide what they're going to look like, what their intelligence is going to be like. Yeah, it's a huge and I don't read it. That's what I told you, right? That's this legend. I just had a child, and typically it's a IVF process we went through. Typically test for certain types of issues, like along with pregnancy, right? there's new tests, new companies out there, one of which I use, which is Accurate, use it as a wrestling next to it, and called Look and Help. And they actually take cells from the developing neuron and very outer neuron on this thing that doesn't affect neuron development. They culture the cells and they're doing full genome sequences, right? And so we had a handful of embryos. And so we're not selecting, they don't let you select like eye color or hybrid. But outside of the or is it compatible with language or most people test work, you can now ethically and transparently go figure out does it have any predispositions to things, right? So like diabetes or cancer, types of cancers or Alzheimer's, and you can now get a lot of that's environmental, but you can still get distribution coordinates to understand what are the genetic factors in that. So that's today. That's not like 20 years in the future. That's not Gattaca. That's today. And I mean, we did that because I found out during that period that I have a gene mutation that affects the type of gene I created truncated protein. So I am more susceptible to diseases, including the first true round of COVID that allowed me so I didn't want to pass that on. So we screened for two emphasizes. So but that's a today, like, just 2 years ago that technology existed and is now more using.
So you understand technology better than most. Conceivably, what could be done that would in the future allow people to change their very shape and literally like change everything about them, change their intelligence, change everything.
I think it starts with neuron users, and I think and this is the biological space. This is not the brain interfaces or the AI, which I think Apple does a lot of traction, scarily use a lot of traction. But I think it starts with things like health span, where it's like the very basic stuff. So like skin elasticity, hair, all of that, eye color. I think all of that is changeable and not in most. There's a company right now, it's spun out of Harvard, that is making patches using microneedling patches that you can feel the needle trade and delivering a custom stem cell for you that can help like replace your melanocytes for hair or skin. So you can have 30-year-old looking skin, 85-year-old. So, and the same thing for hair. There's a reason why our hair that's going to be real soon. That's the speed of which I think the biggest barriers for healthcare around genetics and longevity is going to be the FDA process. And not the technology, it'll be a process. We saw that with we saw how fast it's messages were they wanted them to. So I think that's number one. And I think that you're needed number one.
So regulatory
yeah. Well, the other biggest thing, and this is kind of for the folks that are deep in longevity, their biggest issue with longevity is that it's not currently classified as a disease. It just gets funding, stuff. People aren't focusing on longevity. That's why you guys, you've seen what Nelson's done. Started large ventures, and he's like argument for advising in the world. He's working on epigenetic research or resetting your clocks at a cycle level. That's what Jeff Bezos and they're doing at Colfax Labs. They're doing the same things. They're smart. They did it in dogs first because people love dogs. They also collect a lot of data that been applied. That's people that are quoting the dogs. The thing to do is with this.
Yeah, I did it when Marshall used to do but I did close more. I couldn't do it. I would feel so weird about it to make Marshall.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. And that's how people feel about it.
Some dogs are little creatures.
They are. I know I've got two. They're amazing. And, I did, my wife is closer to one. And so I did full disclosure. I did. I just don't want to know what that look like. So, but the other way out. And so, because you have incredible personalities, you don't right. But I won't say is someone that's very well known in the world. When I was showing you to our It's usual. You have to take a test. Dog playing game. And you want to put her in the car. They want to figure out dog porn companies and do like that. Wake back up. So we like the dog. He called me over Christmas. Before Christmas left. Weeks, days to weeks live. We did for him. We're not in that business, that's not our business. But he was just happy because his choice wasn't, he didn't want this other dog, or he didn't want another dog. His decision was they couldn't go on that dog, number one, and number two, but they didn't want that dog to suffer. They didn't want to say, for our selfish reasons, when you're suffering, we want you to go put to sleep and have pieces and have break inside. So the fact that we can take a blood draw, dog, you know this is your blood draw, is like totally blank, just sitting right there, what it is, he was happy. So I can see these are the tail dogs that look too much instinct or higher level of existence. You stop it and put it on this, like, yeah. So that's not exactly our business. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what life is. No, we don't. We definitely don't know life. And here's one thing that his assistant told my chief of staff. He said, "You know, it's weird. I didn't think it was the same dog at all. Like, it's definitely not the same dog." He's like, he goes and sits in the same place, which is like part of a window on his back, right? I don't know exactly, but he always goes sit in the exact same place. So there's weird stuff we don't. I don't know what it's Marshall does very specific places where he sleeps, and if that happens, so I got up older dogs stay at my house, and my older daughter's dogs stay at my house, and that dog needs to go to that same spot. It's not like just a spot that's warmer. Yeah, like it's the same thing. My dog Ken, if he like gets on, like he only wants to sleep with me. If I fall asleep on the couch, he's going to sleep on me. I'm like, that's just weird. So they want to be in contact. Yeah, my dog wants to. Yeah, I read the yeah, and we didn't even teach it this, but security at our house. Just like can't just lose his mind. Just runs the front door, back door, the side door. Yeah, so there's dogs. They're just buds. So I have Barbie, and they're just two little weird buds. Well, we named them before. It's just a weird thing to take that dog. I think also for kids, but the loss is so devastating. Yeah. But it's also good to losses is important. There's real things, there's consequences to decisions at an age, at a time. I think that his lifetime was massively accelerated. I think that's important. And, that is one of the things, though, I think having a kid, and also all of these kids, their parents, and then sending us family, pictures of mammoths and dialysis and dodos, hopefully not that old. Right? So, like on our shitty day at Colossal, when someone says whatever or whatever, we hear our experiment doesn't work or whatever that happens, and look at this pile of kids' photos and teachers like this teacher Katie from Florida who sent us help letter and literally like 40 pictures. And in that letter she goes, my kids will be quiet. Every day. I started talking about Colossal. I showed them what else they all want to talk about. They just zone in, right? So it's interesting. We think kids, I think this is a time that we can use technologies. We can help use technologies for conservation. And we can help ecosystems and bring back extinct species. But I think that we can also like inspire a generation. Like, don't we want to reach hope? We're on this 24/7 psycho news, right? Like that was around when I was a kid. Or did I see us first start talking about just a quick you were C.S. Lewis was? But he had a quote about just getting all the dire information of the world all the time. All the time, which at this time, back then, that was very this idea of these 24-hour news cycles, right? Like, there's actually a law in the UK, this is in my mind, there's a law in the UK that they cannot report on a piece if it has any degree of social that they don't tell them side of expression. It's like, so if someone says kid from a tree, it's expensive, like, and they're like, yes. And it's dead serious. So it's like there can be stories that are just negative, and there can be stories that are just positive. That's okay.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna have a very lively debate, it's always going to happen. So groundbreaking at what you're doing. But I also think human beings have this inescapable desire for innovation, right? And it's going to apply to biology just like it applies to electronics. You can have debates about it. You should, what you guys are doing is great. You get the dire wolves fenced off, and very careful, monitoring them. It's great. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And at least you're transparent about it. Yeah. Like this is not happening in Russia where they're making super wolves that only eat Americans.
Yeah, and they train DNA and only eat
But
Americans.
that's totally gonna happen too. This is just, we're going to face unique problems no matter what we do. Because technology is allowing people to do things that are unprecedented, including change what it means to be an actual person.
Yeah, it's synthetic biology and really intersection between AI and synthetic biology in your life. I think that there is more stuff everyone's very about AI. But I do think that synthetic biology is going to it's like discovering fire. It's the God.
It's all falling into the same thing. And then when you add to that incredible computing power that's going to be available with quantum computing, and then you have new technologies that emerge from AI using quantum computing. It's only in the interface at all. It's just going to get the interface. We had that gentleman the first guy who got it, and he said he has a meme bot in his head. So like when he plays games, he's got a crazy advantage. Because where he looks is where the person goes. Like instantaneous. So he gets shifted. Like he's not going to miss it. Yeah. But it's the weirdest. It's the weirdest time that people go through, and we're at the over. I know that's why I say like, and that's what I say about synthetic biology, right? So like, yeah, the ability to like engineer drought-resistant crops, or vaccine, or regrow our hair, or that's today. We can't even think of that. We spun out a company from law school called Breaking last year, and it's incredible. These things discovered an enzyme from the Amazon that actually breaks down any type of plastic, and not making smaller plastic, not making microplastics, which are fucking terrible, but actually breaks the chemical. It actually breaks the chemical bonds of plastic. It just produces biomass. It takes things that never. So it's got it down to the features. We are using computational biology and synthetic biology to engineer to now that it's 24 months. And I think that we down to 2 weeks. So that would be huge for the plastic problem because we can all stay in one towards mind using different plastics. Some of the existing plastics are so there's industrial use cases coming out of synthetic biology that like 10 years ago, so magic you can put that, you just throw it in your plastic there, and you can salads that are just like they're going to touch it. That's how it's actually. So very technical. And so now it's just done for a couple months. Yeah, it's 20 minutes, 20 minutes. You get excited for that. Not just like your water bottle, we're also talking about things that like industrial defense plastics that are like, radiation hardened, oh, they go for windmills, get the outside of a bigger and they have barely make any lunch. Yeah, they kill livestock, they kill animals for they also disrupt migratory types. Of course. Yeah. And they're all made of plastic. And then they have to get rid of them. The only place to put them is in a landfill. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it started breaking. Wow, so these microbes will break that down. Yeah, we can test it on that specific, but like one of the biggest ones that we test on is nylon, just because there's so much. If you look at like what's in the ocean, a vast majority of
get the defiltration on microplastics and at the treatment level, right? So all that's passing through it now, in our drinking water and everything. That's why you have to use acid, like the three-layer osmosis devices in the water. You got to do just everything. So you have to do this things because even the microplastics and then chlorine and other stuff still passes through a lot of materials.
So when you're doing this, is this something that you could release like in the ocean itself, or would you have to worry then about the effect, like bringing the house cats to Australia?
No, it dies. It only eats just like
This is what they always say, right before it fucks up. I don't know.
with the distribution in the wild, there's a lot of testing that you have to do, right?
So you could do that testing and then conceivably dump it on the Great Pacific Garbage Patch.
So I don't know if it's underneath this salinity and whatnot. Right now it's going to be bioreactors, so I don't want to promise to say we use to sprinkle it throughout today. It's long term. But that's the power of using AI in computational analysis of this microbe that's found in nature. Is that let's supercharge it, just like supercharging the bulbs, right? And so, but that's the process of using it outside of machine systems like a bioreactor has to be done very thoughtfully measured, just like yourself, right? It's like this is where some people do stuff. They also they can just open the gate, throw some wolves there, turn themselves into more of Colorado. But there's typically a very thoughtful and measured process that you have to go through, right? Because there's intent and consequences, which you get excited about. But then there's a shit ton of unintentional consequences if you're not good. But synthetic biology is that it's an AI level thing that we worry about.
And how many different nations are working on this stuff?
So I think that the U.S. is by far the most advanced from synthetic biology perspective. It is a major threat to China, not just in biobanking, because their biobanking, we do not have an actualized biobanking process here. That's one thing that I question about. But China is going to see the map that we're building donations to university or school to help in order to take blood samples from all of your animals, right? So they are looking for insights and that data. They're also trying to build like today's OSR. And so China is for sure. There's some countries it's harder, like the European Union is harder to do because they kept their moratorium on GMOs, which is actually not a organism. But we've been making GMOs for a long time, like years of time. But you just have it pretty inefficiently, right? I mean, we can be smarter and actually have a better understanding of the consequences now to AI. They're not going to
Get your technology, you can sell it. People will be avoiding that mistakes, whether dire wolves come their house.
I'm more of an optimist, so I kind of believe that
Of course, it's your company. Nobody's fucking the world up. Yeah, but it is weird. It's a weird adventure. Yeah, you're going down a very bizarre path. It's so fascinating. I'm so glad. Yeah, so interesting.
and we're learning, right? And the application of that learning could allow many species, right?
Yeah,
And I think that, do you think that's going to be
well, there's no DNA in that source, right? So would it be possible with future technology there would be some way to get around that?
right? So, the closest you can get to DNA perspective is that there is ways to see mineralization of bones and amino acids, so like the smallest most possible. Okay. I think that it's not possible to use dinosaurs. I do think at some point you can use AI and software to ancestral state reconstruct, looking at kind of what we know about birds, what we know about reptiles, and you can make one. I think
Wasn't that one of the things they did in Jurassic Park? They made it like sort of they just before the big giant one.
Adominus,
Right. That was something they created.
that's something they created, right? So I think that the technology to engineer that is eventually possible.
So they can easily make it to you. I would say, but they could.
At some future state. At some future state, I think we'll have like CAD software biology engineer. I mean, that's just where the technology goes, right? Better to use it faster. but eventually they works at scale. You have that coupled with where some of these companies like XIAI and others are taking it. I think the merger of that with synthetic biology will last in office. And it will be in the nuclear weapons are interesting, right? Nuclear weapons are interesting, right? And so this is, I think that you have to use it just because it exists in our head and say, oh, we just can't let it be. It does exist. And I don't know if you saw this. This was like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. People in China, companies in China, were using facial recognition technology to profile, right, a certain subset of ways, right? They were that. Well, the San Francisco government, where a lot of manufacturing, so a lot of tech startups, they said, not innovation level, but in social we will not have support any technology. We're going to ban investing in facial recognition. We actually don't, right? Because we now know there's things that that's setting innovation back because someone's doing something bad, right? That's like saying, oh my gosh, they have guns. We should treat them, right? Like it's a bad philosophy in terms of technology. So, I think the same way about synthetic biology. The world is incredible. The United States is the leader in synthetic biology, and we've got national treasures like George Church and others. And I hope that we continue to be the world's leader. But I do think other countries have different technical boundaries than we do, and they will expect. But it's interesting that you're a company.
This isn't the government. This is just a group of people and investors that decide to do this. And you've been able to do it here in America. Do you know what is going on in other countries, or is this a tightly guarded secret? So, we know obviously you're a company as well, and I'm sure there's an understanding of what you're doing. Yeah. So you must be being studied. Yeah, in other countries.
Yeah, we definitely we have investment advisors, so I'm sure that makes us more. Yeah. So we do work closely with you. Just when you think about it, thousands of years from now, we'll scale this out. There's no limit to what can be done. Life. How so strange? Yeah, it's so strange to think that 4+ billion years life has evolved in a very specific process on rails. Then one day, now we say we can take it away. Yeah, that's cancer. Yeah, there's a big cancer engineered. If you look at it's like Huron folks, and if you look at some of the carbons all over the world, for example, there's guy got weird. You can't objectively. It's like the guy with the pair of the Sphinx, right? That's water. I'm an expert on erosion. That's water. And you're like, and the Sphinx, that's not water, right? It's the same thing as this. You can't outlook at some of this stuff and say that's not right. You can't look at the incredible pyramid we have all over the world. Just see that there's one word is ever easy to think in silence. I mean, it's you can't see all that stuff. And I wonder more, especially stuff around. If you look at Mayans, if you look at stuff in the Middle East, and how it looks exactly the same. It looks exactly the same. Have you been to Peru? No. So that's I would put it out there. I do not want to take you totally do that. But you should also Peru. If you see you see Peru and you get these stadiums and things, you go to Alentama or whatever it's called, and you see these blocks that you can't that you can't see, like, and you see it, and they're all put together perfect. So, oh, and by the way, they came from type of rock before 2,000 miles per or whatever, however, 2,000 miles per hour. You can't sit there and say, well, that's weird. If you don't say that's weird, then it's like you're like one of those like dealers, like, you can't say it's not weird. You're just not saying say something because there's denying something. Yeah, it's the weird. So you should put the photo on there. So when you see it, there's nothing like it. I've been fortunate to travel with you see it, and you're just like that. That just the coolest thing I've ever seen is just yeah. I bet she's in yeah. And you go there and go, yeah. You know what's crazy about Jason Pizza? They don't let you go there. But I don't know where, but you know, all this past all of it. Well, there's in the jungles there on the there's actually other older pyramids, but the carvings that they have, like GTs that carvings they have there, they're actually the older, more precise carvings. But now guess what? So, I've seen that today. Oh, that's so frustrating. But all I'm saying is it's just it is such a weird form. So yeah. I mean, I'm talking about hardcore genetic science, but then when you start to look at all this craziness in archaeology, we don't know a lot. Yeah, and there's no way you can. And anytime you suggest something new, you get a rash of shit, and people try to connect to the fortune of the world. It's everything. But I think Graham Hancock, I don't know if they're kind of this the civilization or whatnot, but we think really smart people set things like Plato and others that will probably real. I don't think they're just like playing around and like, oh, we're gonna write something that's gonna be in this kind of deal. You see the Rothschild structure.
This is with Gene Corsetti and stuff. They just do, I guess you call them. I guess we feel like ancient. Sure, we feel like ancient history and these studies these things. There's YouTube videos on it. But the Rothschild structure is essentially it's in the desert. Yes, it's like the planets, there's salt all around it. It has some things that Plato described. And at one point in time, it was considered a building. Yeah, it's literally looks like a land, and they were disputed. Well, it's a very difficult place to get to, and it's also very dangerous. So I studied it, but there's been like large-scale archaeological digs there, and the whole stuff's around Africa. So they find whales there. You know, I mean, they know that it was lush rainforest while human beings were alive. Yeah, so it's like large-scale exploration of what's in the ground. And it's immense. I think the biggest is also a combination of, I think, generally speaking, if you break down the drive, as you're in the rapid collision, I think the vast majority of this area, some of the destruction, some of the mechanisms, was anthropologic, I'll give this some percentage. And I think a lot of people agree on this quite theory and the logic. Yes, the humans had something that we're talking about, right? I think that more people agree that there was this massive flood that occurred, and that was could have been a global level flood, sea rising by rushing waters and sea rising whatnot. And then you've got what caused that flood, most likely meteorology, meteorological meteorology. And then you combine that, of course, so large levels of iridium, which only exist when you have certain levels of heat, certain it's like that. It's like that. You put glass or whatever. That's iridium. Actually, iridium is actually very common space. Oh yeah. And there's a layer. Yeah, nice. Micro diamonds. They have those too as well. Trending. Yeah. Trending explosion. Yeah, they find these little micro. There's 100%. There's no things. Yeah, that's a fact. And they also know, like, when you need a shower, you remember, like, probably 10, 20 years ago, people, if you brought up the idea of one flood, they would just be like, no, you're a fundamentalist Christian, can't talk to you ever again. Right? Water. And now it's like,
flood. Maybe it wasn't just a regional flood, right? Maybe it was done by impact.
Anything in solar is protected by the First Amendment.
Go back to
Whether
like
it's
the
influence,
days. And you're like, what was that? Obviously,
Yeah, what was Ezekiel talking about? When they shot. Have you seen that stuff? Have you seen those videos in the last? Not the last year. There was the phrase, and it showed it looked like crazy ball lightning. It also made this compare some of those to paintings from like, from like 5 or 7
a lot of those crazy balls of light were okay. No, you can just zoom in on Venus. Yeah, that's you zoom in on the stars and you get this sort of bizarre distorted image. You can find zoom in stars. I think they did it with the North Star. They've done it with several stars. But if you zoom in with the highest level of these telephoto lenses from Earth, you can get that sort of distorted, weird effect.
So we can do the. I've always seen stuff on the internet until I was in. Here, what is also on the wire where and we're talking, of course, like the conversation you guys do UFOs because like why not? I've seen it on his iPhone. Like this wasn't like telescopic planets. This is an iPhone, and it looks exactly like what you see, I guess, on the screen.
And it's the thing about zooming in. See, the thing is, like, these are planets that people have zoomed in on. But there's weirder ones where, like, there's video of it, and so it looks like it's moving. Yeah, here we go. Like, look at that. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is a perfect example. This is a star in the night sky with a Nikon P900. So is that 900X, Jamie? What is that? Can you talk about it? So what do you think that the amount of okay, so but do you see how they're having a hard time zooming in on it? It's a handheld, I think. But look how weird this is. So it's just so it's moving around like you say, oh my god, I found it out. But it's not. It's a star. So I think that listen to those. It's blurry. Well, I mean that could be if you want to get into the whole hell put off perspective. He explained it to me. He thinks there's some sort of gravity distortion that's around on the system. What is that? This is that particular camera. So this is not a very what is it? So it's a $749 camera. So I'll see Peter will give you that. I'm sure I'll send you guys. It's just weird. Oh, they're weird. No, I'm not saying this because it's like not too. I am not denying. I have never people are seeing things. But I'm not denying that they're real. What I'm saying is that kind of evidence of that star. If you didn't know any better, and so you said you said a UFO, you're like, oh fucking shit, it's real. Look at that. It's undeniable. Look at the energy around it. But how put up believes that there's some sort of distortion around these things that's allowing them to be transmedium through the ocean. That's all these. That's all they're like 0 point energy and gravitational wave type stuff. On this? I get it's boring because there's no real resolution. You can lose your mind. But I had dinner with Jacques Vallée and Alfred Florence and a couple of gentlemen, and they were explaining the state of the technology, like what they think is currently available and what they think these things are using. I didn't call it. I got into that crowd for a while. Of course, I lost one hand. I knew a bunch of those folks. So I talked to how what we are now, where we are, what you're describing in terms of technology that's emerging right now. And we were wolves today. And now we're managing this 5,000 students. And you're probably looking at that. If we are being visited, that's what you're probably looking at. Yeah, it's not. If you as a creative artist,
technology curve. It's not that far.
Now, imagine the monkey, you guys have done with dire wolves.
This little monkey is selective precision genome engineering.
Amazing stuff you've done with dire wolves. I'm just being silly. But imagine doing that to primitive hominids. Now, if you were an insanely advanced species from another dimension of the planet, whatever it is, and you're a million years more advanced than human beings, and you come down here and you see Australopithecus, trying to figure out how to do this, and you say, so, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I told you one edit makes 5,000. First 5,000 resistance to growth. So it's like a couple of lives.
And then there's the other theory that we're looking at this human future. And if you think about what's happening to human beings, we're becoming less and less stout and muscular, and we're becoming more and more less and less reliant on muscles. Yeah, and our next really bigger stuff. Yeah, I mean, I read that too. It's bizarre. Right? It's a very strange thing that people keep saying over and over and over. It's very weird. There's a bunch of different versions of life that they allegedly say.
So I got down to animals. I mean, I just think once going back to like stuff like Kukulkan and all of this stuff, it's just so strange. And how you have certain things that are aligned as celestial. Yeah, but they get a lot of things. Why do they all think ladies or right? Why do they? And also, how does the fucking ancient Sumerians have a detailed map of the solar system? Insane. From 6,000 years. Yeah. And also be able to predict well enough where it was knowing that we were viewed as and also have these giant things with little monkey people on their laps. Yeah. Like, what are you saying? Yeah, there's weird side. The cool thing about this, I think if you take a step back, a lot of times people like academics are really good about it. Like, in really actual science. It's interesting. Like, I don't want to live in a society where everything's figured out every day. It's amazing. How we figure out amazing things. Well, unlike you, I don't have the burden of making things seriously. And that's great. That's true. Discussing you can go it's awesome. It is great. I love it. That's why so we go through that podcast. One thing we'll talk about or the next time we're talking to somebody who knows more about like angel blood and that's it's very fast. And the world is yes, and the world is filled with so much background things that will all happen at the same time. Yeah, and it's almost fun. And you can get lost when we're talking about with C.S. Lewis. Did you ever find that? We talked about getting the news. What year was C.S. Lewis alive? But we're being inundated by the worst news of the day because that's the news that's going to ensure you watch it. And there's so many first things happening at the same time. And I think it gives people a distorted perception of the hope that we have for mankind. We hear about wars and oh my God, but most people aren't going to war. Most people are each other. Most interactions are positive, and they're fascinating. And human beings are a fascinating creature. And we're so lucky to be alive at this time where the innovation is reaching this bizarre tipping point where we're, I mean, I love it. I've had 4 hours of working life, and I've been fortunate to this business, and I will tell you, I just love it. Every day I wake up, it's awesome. It's the coolest thing in the world. Well, I'm glad you're doing that. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming here and showing people the wolves and the red wolves, and I hope more. Yeah, more. Keep you up to date on what's Thank you very much. Okay. If people want to find more information, find more about you, it's just colossal.com. It's colossal on YouTube and X, and we're at colossal. I think that I want Oh, yeah. That one day. It's cool. It's cool. And I mean, look, people in my closet, we have so many people that, you know, 107 people around there. That wake up and you work 24/7. Like, we got 4 labs, and more just, you know, up with it. It's amazing. Thank you very much. I will. Thank you.
Another documentary comes out in the year 2000, and it gets even more people on board. And that's where the stars really start to pick up on it, and the nation starts to build a website established, the huge fundraisers, and a fervor, a movement starts. So finally, September 30th, 2000, the Arkansas Supreme Court used the argument to show whether there should be another evidentiary jury for the crime. And an issue is each interpretation of the state's theory of sections and intent.
My day, Joe Rogan's podcast, my night, all day.
You're not going to believe it. Quincy Jones real this. And to hear the whole thing, it's so really good. I just love the show. It's so fucking funny. It was funny, ridiculous. Greg Fox was in that. So funny. I didn't like that. So, here we go. When I first heard it. That was bad. But sitcoms. That one was like, wait, I felt like, wait, they're like, this is a song. Watch that now. Still, yeah. You know what's underrated that I really never considered? Wait, I want to think back. I would have said Big Bang. It's a good show. I used to shit on this. I saw clips with the, you know, retakes. Where they're not loud. Yeah. That's, you know what that is? That's like retakes. When you work on sitcom, sometimes you have to do pickups. And I actually don't know. Oh, did you pick up? Yeah. This person was the only person I know this sitcom. It's a crazy one. Think about all the comics we know. I know one comic that's sitcom this past. It's on streaming. It's on everything. When I first started, like, your whole thing was like, you have to get a sitcom where you don't have any money. Yeah, well, or you'll never get a career. Yeah. There was no way people could have seen the clubs unless you had a special or unless you had a sitcom. I remember that guy. I haven't seen that. That was huge. Like, pilot seasons coming up. Oh, yeah, everybody was the pilots. Yeah. Special kind of anxious. Yeah. Because your whole fucking career was laying on this moment where you walked into this room and there was these weirdos, these casting people. There were always really social, bizarre people, and like tired and manic scenes. It's always the tiniest. And you there. It's a peasant baby club. Yeah, and when you walk in, they know they don't want you. Like, yeah, that's desperate energy. Yeah, what do you like? Hi guys, what do you like? Awful. What it is. Yeah, I didn't get any. I never got a signal. I auditioned for a child. Otherwise, you can't get up here. I could have been. I had actually had to get one. This is sort of so I go in, you go like call back. Yeah, first cast director, and it's like maybe you like call back. Oh, it like me second call back. Now I get like real nervous. Like the show Happy Fan. That guy there at Kenny. Oh yeah, I remember him saying he's dropping all this stuff.
my friend Don told me on my gravestone it should say, it's not a great plot, but Larry
on that bench.
So he was, John Larroquette show was on the same block as I was filming news radio. And Lenny Clark, who's a good friend of mine forever,
And
Lenny was on that show. And I was like, talk, and we would watch John Larroquette with yellow people.
if they actually get the new child,
Yeah, we were screaming. I know I had a cell phone back then. You know, we're talking the 90s. So this is probably 94 or something like that. And it was bizarre. I never adjusted to being on television. Never did. That was the week. You know, I couldn't wait to not do it anymore once I did it. Yeah, I had the best version of it. I had the best version of it. Hilarious cast, brilliant writers. Stress and it was just like, I just wanted to understand that. You know, it was just.
And then you see mine,
Yeah.
and you said, whatever you want, and you're like, blah, blah, blah.
Listen, as far as British, there was also problems I knew with every other sitcom like that. The other sitcoms that I've read forward. Garbage.
After that, the next one.
Yeah, there was a few opportunities. I had a company develop deals to do stuff, but then when Fear Factor came on, my first thought was, yeah, I didn't have to deal with like the whole thing, like the whole thing of the schmoozing and the, you know, going to these award things, and these parties, and these press junkets that you had to do. It's like I really like it. It just felt, I don't know. It was such a weird, you know, I never auditioned for anything. Like, I auditioned for some commercials. I auditioned for 2 shows ever. Part of it.
Play Larry, that story.
Okay,
No, I want to hear that. I want to say about it. I set up a story.
so I got this show when I was living in New York. It was called Hardball. And I came out here to
Wait a minute.
yeah, it was a baseball show.
I remember.
Jim Roller was the pilot.
I
Mike
saw
Starr from Goodfellas. Bruce Greenwood, who was in Star Trek. He's been in every great actor. He was in it. He was the older pitcher that was like my nemesis. Terrible show. Terrible show. Like so bad. It's so bad. Yeah, it lasted 6 episodes. And then the other show that I got was News Radio. It was the only other show I auditioned for. I was just so everything else I was doing was like movies and stuff that I've never done. And there was a couple of shows after News Radio was over that I auditioned for that I didn't get. But it was just like it was so bizarre. So when I would go to these auditions for other things, it wasn't that big a deal because I was already on News Radio. So it wasn't like if I didn't get these things, it was like this would be okay. But it was like still the anxiety of that. Like I had money and was still enrolled. It was awful. Like, this whole thing is so stressful and so weird, and everybody's so fucked up because you get a bunch of people who desperately want attention, and then you go there to this place where you're surrounded by people who are desperately want attention in Hollywood, and then you have this one moment where these people they're looking at you like this. Okay, Kyle. Hi. So you're reading for Bobby, correct?
I love this script. It's so funny.
You know, Bobby's an athlete.
Yeah. No, I can do all the things. Whatever you say, I can do it a little bit.
Right. Okay. Tim is going to read with you, and Tim with you. So it's like fucking dropping on ketamine. And you have to like pretend like you're the bonus moment too. But some people love it. Some people we're comics. Some people are actors. They fucking love it. Like McConaughey, that fucking dude loves like pouring himself into a role, getting psychotic about the characters.
I wish I could go back. I wish I could look at those as like you can what's in the sense like an hour or two before instead of like I'm trying to get something.
Right.
I didn't see just desperate like I to get this.
I will say though, if you're on a sitcom that has really good writing, it's fun shit. These are just fun.
You just got it.
every minute of all.
Chappelle and do with NBC. They were going to do, I was going to do my own show, but they had a sitcom that they were agreeing with. And Ray Romano was on it, and Ray was like the maintenance guy. And Ray got fired during the pilot, which is like the best thing in their content. He goes up to the Ray, everybody loves Raymond, and it's fucking huge, big radio everywhere. So like he gets fired, and another guy got hired, and then he got fired. So I didn't feel bad because I'm friends with Ray. I love Ray.
I bet you that part that's not was the actor's fault. Did you audition then?
I don't know what it was. It's like you never know what they want. When Paul, the guy who created Impulse, is this brilliant guy who worked on Larry HBO. Thank you. Worked on my Sanders. This was really good. They did a very clever thing. The auditions. The first audition I read for, it wasn't like on purpose. They wanted to cut out all the people who were hamming it up.
Right.
I was like, oh my god, this is writing is nothing. So like, NBC asked me for it. I memorized stuff, and I was like, I don't even know what I'm saying. So I go in and I do it. It's real flat. I said, thank you. I also have a callback. And then they sent me the callback sheets, and it's hilarious. And I was like, oh, wow. Because that was a thing that everybody hated, was the hammy. The sitcom actor. Come on, you're good at that. I've seen a lot of those guys. So they wanted to avoid that. So then, they had a callback, which is two other guys. And these two other guys were quick. They just got back from Vietnam. They were sweating. They were fucking pale on the face.
That makes you confident, right?
Super confident. I looked at these guys like, oh, pressure. Yeah. And I sat back and I was waiting.
Oh,
Look at this guy. I was like, this guy's panicking. I'm like, is this us?
Yeah. I got this. I used to look at a sketch show, one of the rare and the guy, I was still out of my mind, nervous, and I could hear the door. This guy's not doing good. Panicking. I just got to
Nice.
I was so proud of it. So I canceled. Yeah, that was one of the videos for it.
Most of them never make it to a second season, and definitely most of them never make it to syndication. You know, they go a few episodes and then you can't.
I was on
I'm just saying, the production company's not making money, the network's not making money. It's actually great.
It's a situation. It was sort of guaranteed sketch show. So I remember that. I joined this season in years, 2003, and I take year from it. So I get to get season like a white guy, and I like the big guy. Because I'm a white guy. And CK was the writer of the great freaking show. And this you're probably new thing for downtown. And I didn't sound like hard. I had a really, and I pulled up to like the spots, and it was like Lamborghini, and I wasn't so shitty car. It was like the early 80s. It was like I had 74 accidents. And I just like, and it was so broke in a tiny car. But it seemed like this was a hit show. It was doing well. And it's like first night it was like, hey, there's a party. I made it Hollywood. So I go to this thing, and I'm like, where's Cedric? I'm like, oh, we got a big fight at a box. Oh, it was Jewish, but some fight. I'm like, that's not a good idea. So then, this is about to go on right after Marathon, which was like the biggest So we're like, get ready for the rocket show. And then this guy put on this like show, set him off the air for like 6 weeks. One is like, not on there, but yeah, it's just small. So one is showed after, and then one has got amazing, views with kids who can't Cedric,
Cedric seemed a nice guy.
Yeah, he was very cool, nice.
So what happened?
If you get on the phone during my audition, yeah, and it was kind of like that. Very cool guy, but
They said different like culture of stardom versus people that want to be on a show. Like you not just a story.
we
the guy who has the show. So it's just weird. You know, what's that number one on the call sheet? Documentary about black actors. It's not black actors. It's just actors in general. Like I experienced that a lot when I was working at days with guys who are big movie stars. Like big time. Here's what we couldn't just say hi to them, couldn't hang out with them. Just a few guys that they were just really gross. And then there's guys like John Weir, who's like the fucking nicest guy in the world. Right, nicest guy in the world. Nicest guy in the world. Camera people, joking around with makeup, like eating fun, hard time. Young, fucking young. He was such a sweetheart on the set. Such a nice guy.
I had that Sandwich show was also I had like an episode with like you know it was like I had that sketch that I looked at this guy you know and I literally came out right so I was like what's going on you guys and shot it and starts throwing it in the rack door and it just was gone so I told everybody like and it just that happened and then the one that I was back I never sold my car I was back to my
You couldn't do the things that studio executives would want. We got good studio executives. Have a fucking show. Let's figure out a way to solve the record. It's funny. It's so hard to play. It's pops to put together. You know, real synergy with the cast, the writers, figure out how people are playing. That's what's important. So the person said at SNL, the cast, they already work together. That's why they were like, you know, all these sketch shows together. And they'll say, no, it's a sketch show, they never work. It's because they like plug people who don't even do sketch. You know, it's like putting together a boy band.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, when you have to put together a big band, not a bunch of guys who grew up together in Seattle, lived in the basement. No,
that works better though.
Find somebody that works better.
Yeah, they got bad jail stuff. They have bad rap. Like now they'd be fine. They'd be fine. No one cares if that's your voice. You're hot. Those are dreadlocks. Great bodies. Great bodies. Great cocks.
Your brain, use your imagination.
Yeah, that's it.
And not in the sense that you
I like icons.
A song. It was like a big time band, and it was like this beautiful woman singing. It turned out it wasn't really her. Some big heavy lady who was actually singing.
Always, yeah, it was a big.
It was one of those fucking something factory. What was the band? Yeah, there was a situation like that, right? Wasn't there? Where some lady, there was some story. We talked about he's my home. Anybody golf?
It's sort of cool. I wanted that. I was watching that really cool golf set back there.
Oh, yeah. Golf set is awesome. I don't know golf balls. It was fucked up for 6 months. I hit in the head on my drive. Just don't. I didn't. These are love things. I didn't get it. Yes. Those power swings on the internet. Go arm around and fucking drive through with like a shotgun shooting a rubber bullet.
Yeah. They're crazy. It's gonna get a nice skull one. Oh,
You ever see that one with the picture catches
amazing.
crazy. It's like, what are the odds that it would perfectly be there when it's 100-mile-an-hour pitch? Who was that? Was that Randy?
Yeah.
Randy America. And so Randy Johnson. Big ball. Martha Wash, most famous unknown singer of the 90s. Our voice behind It's Raining Men, Gonna Make You Sweat, and Strike It Up went from being a fully 50s music writer. So what song was the Six Factor song? She's cute. I don't know. So it seems the Factor looks like they They probably were. Well, that was back then. They danced around. Well, this was the first time when they were experimenting with images in a way where everything's visual. It's all video. Like MTV was so important. It was so important. Oh, that's it. So it's some other lady in the video was saying that lady was the real voice behind it. But she just didn't look like the water. It's just so crazy. Like, you don't think, like, what was happening with, like, you don't think that would have happened in 1994? Of course it would have. You could just try. Yeah, that's about it.
That reminds me of college. What did you learn? Experience. Honestly, I really believe that. I truly believe Shakespeare and stuff, like, I care about that. All my teachers said it was terrible. And this one class, literally, this one was called Food for the Actor. And imagine like your parents and like your different houses, so much of debt, but like what a waste. So like, funny. It was like an hour class. And then you're supposed to just creatively do whatever. So these are how much they $50,000. So I'm in so you're fake and then teacher was like you're changing things like bringing tights. Why would I do that? Because back then, they dressed in their normal clothes. Like Shakespeare wrote the thing. They were just in their clothes. It was freaking tights to do. Right? So I just didn't get tights. They cleaned it. Where's your tights? It's like very feminine guy. And they go, where your tights? I was like, oh, I forgot my tights. Like, make sure you bring the tights. I was like, okay. So next week, no tights. Like, oh, I got my tights. That's probably your best actor. I brought my tights. Yeah, that's really good. Like I wanted to tight. She goes, yes, mine. Green tights. I come with the frogs, my leg go on the side of the road. And I come out with and I could tell him, I said, listen, I tried to negotiate before, but they just wear their clothes like my talent was always going down in schools, and he knew who would do it. But I don't think it was Brian would look up completely never together. In Hollywood, we have a bunch of famous actor friends. Famous actor parties. Take acting classes. So it's working with and I love that. Working on my craft. Right away, he was bullshit. He was aware. Yeah. But he didn't say what my craft was. So he had this teacher that was, I think it was a Scientology hustle too. It's one of those things. So there was a lot of that in particular communities. And teachers were Scientologists. I mean, he didn't start, there's nothing being on Scientology. He didn't start whatever. There was a lot of Scientologists in Hollywood. What they would do is they would get people to join the acting class and they would try to recruit just like Scientologists. The teacher was Scientologist. He talked about how important it was. He didn't try to be in Scientology. How important it was for his craft. People out there never successful. The people that teach in the acting classes are always terrible. They never join it. They even have like a small part of one thing. When I was a teacher, I didn't get everything. It's not good acting. Sure, there are. It's just like love me and like that coming back. Yeah, no desire to finish. They love the craft. They love the art. That's the truth, right? But anyway, this guy. He was really interesting, and he would do a big show, and then to the class or whatever, and support it, whatever it was, it was a big show at the Brooks Theater. And watch a guy. He was in his feet. You've ever seen him like we couldn't get lads on his feet because he had loafers on, and they were like that big. And
this guy would sing like so passionately. Showed from like musicals, like there's no context. You don't need to see that music.
I love that sounds like a great show. But you can't appreciate Christmas Eve. I was like,
No, Brian was like fascinated by how small feet were. You know, I couldn't stop because we were high, so I couldn't stop looking at those
that
feet.
small, that
No, they were like
that's like
they were little tiny feet.
I dated this girl once, and she was a heavy show. I was a shoe model, right? And I'm like, oh, shoe shop, okay, a shoe model, yeah, but a football, like shoe model shoes.
Okay, like open toe shoes.
I just would like I didn't know. Don't that's what she'd say she was going to do this. And she always has like dollar bills and it was cash, you know. And I found out years later she shoe shows me with no clothes on, and I just thought she's a shoe. Oh, by the way, here's another.
I thought it was going to know direction. I thought you guys were ready to jerk off to
Maybe it's pretty cheap. But another student in the dumber class in the class was called interpretation. You would read a play like screenwriting, and then you come in and you give interpretation. So the weirder you were, the better you were. Okay? So one night I was in the street, and he took a lipstick and he wrote with his lipstick. You know what screenwriting is? Yeah. He pulled his hands over the mirror, and then he turned to us. He laughed, and then everyone started laughing. I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" This is what I felt like. I got like a D on my whatever I did. So I'm like, I'm gonna do something. I didn't read anything. I like had trouble. I don't know how to read. I just never. So I got a glass of magic in my book. Did whatever. I just went in there. I got an egg. I took one of the water crystal string, and I took the string, and I was just like, nobody sails the seas if they don't find a way. And I took the string with a glass fell and froze. And I went outside and see it like very big. It makes no fucking sense. And the guy said, "What great did you get today?" That was my college work. Brilliant. By the way, I'm working on my craft. By the way, are you really working? Like, when you work in Maryland, people say amazing actors. She's based out. Remember, no, they work 4 hours a day. No, there's a little. You're done after like. If you're not getting it, it's already. Yeah, if you're not that guy already, you probably never did it. It's not like they're like working some pianos and those all day. You know, the problem is we were like, not but they're like, oh, let's make some more money. We'll have a workshop. We'll make money. That's why there's an Oscar. They're but the actors thought, we're doing something really great.
The Oscars are like the Olympics for actors.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, at least feel like, I don't know, at least you quantify, but like a 9-year-old won an Oscar, like how, like, it's not like a 9-year-old like that surgery. It's like, it's a thing you can do, and a little bit of argument, but certainly not good for the actor. It's not like, yeah, it's not even like, it's not even like you punch a ball, you push fast. Like, this is like,
well, it's one of the few careers where it's a benefit to be out of the fucking life.
yeah, it's one person I love. You love the person I love that guy. Amazing. Like, there's amazing actors. Yeah.
Crazy wow people.
Give a story.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wait, do you have now? I don't mean to run the show, but it's a good school. Like, he's so cool. Way too young, but
So it became flirtatious, but it was mostly just complimentary. What was
Things that I started
it's like you need crazy people. She flirted with him.
Yeah.
You need crazy people to make good movies. You need a guy who's going to pretend like you for 4 months.
And that's how there will be blood.
Oh my God. No. What's that? I didn't see that. I drink hardly that shit. He looks so good. He was such a great psychopath.
If I read that book, there will be blood. At the end, you talk about guys religious, like, man, some of your, he's like, no, there's no more oil. I drank it up. You just made the analogy of a straw, like, running out of this thing. Like, he did the bowling, and it's like, I'm finished. One of the best, I think, silver chicks.
That's different. You know, that kind
Once we get something.
Why is he crying?
Already, you got money, you got clothes. Put back to like that.
Yeah, I would agree. Anyway, the Wonders of 2045 is my favorite quote from a Christmas movie. Any of you are interested in a this week? You can do that. Come on, good job. Very good.
So good. Choices they say in school, the choices you make.
It's also you gotta be able to fucking lie. You gotta be able to become that guy. Most people can't do it. Most people can't lie that good.
Yeah, I mean, you come to those people where the fact that would be quite like
Oh, so this is that guy's your roommate?
Wait,
Cheerio. All they know is a murderous psychopath. And what if he slips to character too much?
Membership legally.
Like if you light your house on fire, you just stay in character.
at least he does that. You're like, yes,
There's a lot of people do that. Like, they play a brawl and they start fights with people in the streets. You know, like, people get crazy with film roles. It's who they know. But that's a great freshman milk. What's up? Oh, yeah.
The other bad thing I remember that whole thing where he was screaming at the guy the way of his life or something.
No, those guys are moving around back on the street. You're not fucking professional.
Yeah,
Because he was in like some NBC.
yeah, but
This does happen where people don't pay attention and they're on their phone or they're off in the background, they're writing in eye line.
The thing I found interesting about was his accent, because he kept an American accent. So I found that quite interesting.
Second is another one.
Oh yeah, well, it's like the movie Americans.
But the craziest thing that was when I was dying.
Oh, what was that?
But I mean, to have a guy who's almost died from the illness. So ask yourself this.
I almost got, I got a only, it was right between one kid was so bad. The only movie I ever got, it was the Joker, and then that was like set up to be this big Gus Van Sant movie. And I didn't get it. I was a doctor. I had to say all these like crazy things, technical about the spine. And I knew I could just get to this audition and just say this. I'll get this part. I'll be in the top 10%. His hair was gonna fuck up this. You'd be staring at this paper. So I did the whole script. I had like when I tapped here, say this, and the whole thing that made me memorize it. And I went and when I got it, I go to the thing. No one talks to me. The guy, the board guy goes, "Look, out which one?" Show me a couple out like this one. I just choosing the outfit. Doctor. I was like, okay. And then never saw Gus Van Sant. And then I get there and I go, this guy can go in there. And then there's no blocking or anything. And I'm like, okay. And I've never heard that before. And I'm like, this is how I do it. So they're like, I can go. So I go in there and I'm like, mom, this whole thing. And Gus Van Sant. Yeah, like the part. And I was like, yeah. I couldn't hear what he was talking. And I think it's the doctor talking to like assistants. Stop talking to himself. But it was the weirdest thing. Harold, he was pretty insane person. He was a cripple. He was the guy. He was a cartoonist in Langton, but he's a cartoonist. He's a biotech, and it was a very good experience. But the movie came up and was it's terrible. It's terrible. But he thought it was going to be better. Thought this was your show. At this point in my career, like the shock and all, but these things happen over and over again. We're just like, how happened? I remember there's been a bunch of situations where like get ready for the rocket ship trial. Things are really done.
The old rocket ship. It's not fun. Everybody wants to. It's just a weird anxiety of not knowing it's going to work out for you. It's such a terrible place to be. Like that's where the real making it is. The real making it is just not worrying about that. The real making it is just like absolutely. That's the real. That's a big. That's the hump. That's the hump. Like whenever I tell like young comics that are just starting to like headline them, and like got some like viral clips, I'm like, dude, this you have already. Like you're a professional now. This is the hump. Everything else is stick to the grind. It's gravy from here on out. Like you should be so happy, talented, and you're successful. It's actually happening. People are paying cuts to you. I'm like, you got this. Like from here, because everyone's like, don't get into that. You should have fun. Have fun. They want you to have fun. Come on, it's a life job. Have fun. Job is tiring. I wish they told me because I did not get this advice for a long time. Some people that are super successful still don't do it. There's guys out there that are super successful that are paying attention to ticket sales of other super successful guys. So they're carrying themselves. I'm talking like arenas. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. People get kooky. Yeah. They get kooky with like numbers, pushing the ladder, and making it. It's like happening. What is their name like? I'm not telling you. of people think that they're using it. But it's a trap that, the struggle that led you becomes tough for something in the first place, and then that becomes like your mentality once you're in a different stage of it. And you have to adjust.
It's hard.
You gotta be able to adjust.
It's almost like changing your personality.
Yeah.
Really good.
Well, everybody adjusts a little bit, right? Because you first get into it because you want attention. Like you first get into it because like, stage of attention. And then after that, you don't need that. That's not what you really want. Then it becomes like, I just want to get better. I just want to work on this. I just want to work. I want it to pop on stage. I want to figure out the right beats. I want to figure out the right way to say it. Then it becomes that. And once it becomes that, that's the happy spot. That's where you're happy. When you just create stuff. Just like,
I wish someone told me, like, I had some viral YouTube videos like way back, and I was still on like sitcom. I gotta get a sitcom mentality where someone was just like, dude, focus on your YouTube and get your audience out there, right? Your audience, yeah.
Back then, no one did any idea. Like, just think about it. This podcast was started in 2009. In 2009, everybody thought it was a pathetic waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, friends would come up and do my podcast. Like, what are you doing? Like, it's like, it's such a waste of time. It's fucking webcam. But it's nobody saw that comment. I would have never given you that advice back then.
You did it because it was enjoyable. Just really
I always wanted a radio show, but no one would show. So when I would do radio shows, I would do sitting on open hands, this is so fun. I'd love to do something like this, but I don't know what's going to be. That's how I thought about it. And so when I saw Anthony Cumia started doing this thing live in the compound, he did it in his basement, or he play karaoke. He's out of his mind drunk. He's getting tagged to like full beer kegs on tap there. They're drinking Guinness and fucking doing karaoke with his machine guns. Most ridiculous shit. But he had a full professional studio where he had green, had like little microphones just for fun. Yeah, for fun. I was like, that's what I want to do. I'll do something like that for fun. And then, of course, Tom Green. Tom Green's the show in his living room. And I remember looking around going, I figure out to make money with it. This is a job. Like, this can wow, it just seemed like fun. That's the whole, like, I always love the opportunity to talk to people or funny people, or, I'm a questioner. I like to ask questions. Like, how did you know that? Why did you do that? What's going? Yeah, this is like the opportunity to talk to cool people. Seems like what a great thing that would be. It's always fun to talk to cool people. Like if I was ever on those shows and I like randoms are always interesting. How do you start this? What do you do?
Yeah, you having a lot of interest help.
Oh, for sure. But back then, I would have told you to get a sitcom because there was no money on it. Everybody still wanted a sitcom back then.
The other one that he did, and I was like, Zach Galifianakis was like, I don't want to do sitcom. And I'm like, yeah, I'm like, there.
He's the least attention oriented of the famous person ever, famous funny person ever. Not at all. Just very interesting guy, very smart guy, very smart. He was good friends with Brody. He was one of the first people to come over to me with Brody's coffee pets. Like there was a time when Brody's office pets. Do you remember that? People don't know we're talking about big Brody's. He was like that. He was somebody. Yeah, Brody's is like one of the best examples of like it's not what's written on paper.
Yeah, right? You got his act on it.
Right, but you're doing this nonsense. This is making it wrong. Meanwhile, everyone's lining up in the back of the room to see him say it.
So, yeah, I think it's like that Andy Kaufman of our like
Andy Kaufman was a brilliant actor, a brilliant comedic actor, straight out Taxi, but I don't think he ever killed on stage like Brody did. Brody was one time we were in
different, but it was like, a different friend.
kind of tired of half the people there. And they announced that Brody's there. Brody's worried that we're going to get him. So Brody takes his shirt off and starts swinging it around in the air over his head and walking through the crowd. Let's go! Positive energy! And he gets on stage and he pulls drumsticks out of his back pocket, starts beating the chairs, and just starts talking shit. And he just changed the energy of the whole room. Changed the energy of the whole room.
I don't think anybody like replace someone will replace that, but you got to like Holtzman. No, I don't know.
Brian Holtzman? You don't know Brian Holtzman? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Who I say I stand.
Oh. You never saw Holtzman? That's a good one.
I might have it.
Well, you know something, and unfortunately, you know, there would be like 15 people left in the crowd, and also like this wild man. He's like, one of the funniest guys of all time. He's like a complete total comics comic.
Oh yeah, I don't know that well.
Holtzman's at our club now all the time. But now he has a crowd. Now people know about him, so they come to see him. You cannot go there. If anything, if you can't tolerate literally everything, don't go.
Why?
That's dirty. It's not dirty. It's just he's out of his fucking mind. And so it's kind of in character, but you're not really sure.
I like that.
So, like Mitzi Shore wouldn't let him on stage for 2 weeks after 9/11. She wouldn't let him up. He can't go out.
This show as
He's like, Mitzi, I don't understand. I'm not gonna cross the lines. He's like, no way to cross lines. You remember when Susan Smith, that lady drowned her kids? Yeah, he goes, good day. Good day. He's on stage. You know, I heard those bad kids. I heard they got that close to the TV. They didn't put away their blocks. They always spilled their fucking milk. Those kids are not gonna be missed. And you're like, what? Hollywood, Comedy Store, Sunset, Tuesday night or whatever it was, 1 a.m. They went nuts. Everybody went nuts. But that was Holtzman. Holtzman got this great spots. So he'd say wildness and most of the same shit, but also have a really good point half the time. Like it was comedy wrapped up in a point, and then every now and then he'd let you in on it. Like it was just fuck around and go right back to it. And you know, it's a little dance he's doing with the crowd, and you got to know what the dance is. If you know what the dance is, it's well. Like whenever he's on stage, we just sit about
it sounds like that other guy who were playing
Tom Harris. Oh, Louis Myers?
No. He's in the store.
Oh, yeah. Very similar in a lot of ways. Like the same energy and has a point, but it's also wacky.
Yeah.
I think so. I wasn't aware of it particularly.
It's going to be long for like sport guys, you know, your baseball fitness, your identity, you're 30, it's over.
Yeah,
It's so long.
you can go to maybe 40, like Tom Brady, sometimes football, 42 every time. It's young, as fuck.
Your identity is on sports, you know, player. That has revealed how what a good sports guy is.
A sports player.
You know, are you a sports player?
An athlete makes a ton of money for a very short amount of time. That's why they all go broke. Or not all, but a large amount. Go back to a good river.
Just large. You know, your identity when you're a kid, you really get all that, you know, like as an athletic person, you know, like a professional, and it must be difficult because you're really never looking to that. That's my name. It's also like if you're really hot for school, but it's hard, you know, you gotta like not get that direction.
You can be your own thing. But if you're an athlete, you can get a hot lady. Like there's hot ladies that are in the 50s, they're still hot. They're looks. They work out, they take care of their game. But there's no like super athletes that are in the 50s.
What about
Not in a professional.
hold on?
Go ahead.
I know athletes.
There's one guy in his 50s. Bernard.
play Carl.
No, boxer, world champion boxer, multiple division world champion boxer, was beating world champions at 50.
And Tyson was full on going.
I don't know. I'm not Mike Tyson, but I would say if I tell my voice, you can sense a little bit of skepticism. Yeah. Anybody who's a combat sports athlete looks at that and says, I'm happy Mike Tyson made money. Maybe there was an agreement. I wasn't there. I was one for wild speculation.
Is that the one that there's only one time?
Soccer. He was 69. I mean, he was a point.
That's insane. They killed that cigar. I want to look badly. I need something to look badly. I mean, thank you, but I sometimes I look I'm gonna look ridiculous.
These other examples of who take care of themselves. But Bernard Hopkins, what was like Bernard Hopkins' World Championship fight that he had when he was
Albert Pujols, pro boxer, at 70 years old.
oh my God, where was he at? I know he was a facer before the Archie Moore was. That's like way back in the.
What? Oh, that's so sad.
The wins? This looks like something. That kid needed money. Yeah, this kid's not punching back at all. He's just covering it up. This looks super sus. If I was that, it just goes down. If I was the athletic commission, I'd have to talk to those fellas. Like, hey, we do wrestling. Yeah. Well, I do know that people have been offered fights that are fake fights. Like they've been offered. People have been offered fights when it said. I know the celebrity boxing match, just the celebrity fights and like that. Did you ever
Fight at some point.
No, you should do that kind of stuff. I don't think your body is even if you stay fit and shape, you don't want trauma.
I hit my head so many times.
So Hopkins broke his own record by winning the IBF light heavyweight title from Tavares Cloud in 2013, and again in 2014 he won the WBA Super title from Shumenov at ages 48 and 49. That's fucking crazy. So he wins two titles, a title at age 48 and a title at age 49. Incredible. No. The way that he would box was super intelligent. He was very defensively minded. He didn't get clean shots off on Bernard Hopkins. He was very clever. He understood boxing like very like deep level. His footwork was always on point. Never drank, never smoked, always took care of his body, only organic food, worked out every day, never got out of shape, all physically. So he was able to maintain his body. Did you ever get Brian? I'm going to focus on these things die. Have you had that guy? I think one of them. Thanks, man. Yes. I live in a van. That's all it takes. I did not. No, I started. Yeah, I got a quarter. Have you had the guy on this forever, the fire? I
like what he's doing. He's trying.
It's interesting, but he's doing a bunch of stuff that I would say most experts believe is not illegal. One of them is putting sunlight. Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you're supposed to get sunlight, but sunlight is important for your body. It's the best way your body produces vitamin D. It's great for your endorphins. Sunlight is good for you. This idea that you should be shielded from the sun because you're going to prevent skin cancer, it's probably. I talked to a dermatologist about this, and they were explaining that if you don't have resilience from the sun, if you're not like used to going out in the sun, and then you go out all at first and get sunburned, and it's like, yeah, sunburn is not good. Yeah, because you're damaging your skin. What you should do is get accustomed to being in the sun, so you don't get fucking sunburned. And then be out in the sun. Don't get cooked. Don't spend the whole day out in the sun and get cooked. But being out in the sun is actually good for you. It's healthy for your skin. But yes, that's just one thing. The other thing is the vegan thing. I get it. So you get this idea in your mind that animal life is more important than life. You don't want to contribute to animal life. Okay, I understand that perspective, but not from a health perspective. From a health perspective, all the studies that show that meat causes this, it's all been debunked. And not only that, most of them are epidemiology studies where they ask people, well, like, how often do you eat meat? Is it 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week? And the more people that ate meat, the more people you see diseases, more people you see problems, all these health consequences. And so they go, oh, meat correlates to these health consequences. What you don't ask is, how did you eat the meat? Is it Jack in the Box burger with a fucking giant Coca-Cola? Did you have fries that were cooked in seed oil? Did you eat cake with it? What did you do after you smoke cigarettes? How often do you drink? Do you drink every night? Okay. Like, they're more health conscious, especially if they haven't read into it enough. They really understand what it is, what causes problems, health, what are real issues, high sugar diets. Like, and those people, they hear meat is bad, so they say, you know what, I'm just going to eat vegetarian. It seems like it's healthier. I'm just going to eat lentils. They're good for you. They don't cause cancer. I read about the China diet. And so you start believing that. But that's not really true. And people have eaten meats literally the beginning of time. And 95% of the planet eats meat. There's a bunch of things that contribute to all sorts of metabolic diseases that people have. I don't think regular meat is one of them. I don't think a grass-fed steak and a fucking salad is going to kill you. I think the real issue is buns and fries and soda and chips and cookies. And the people that don't avoid eating meat if they're not well educated, then do it. How many burgers a month? You know, so you get a lot of that. So the people that are avoiding meat get rid of the because these are people that, even if it's not good, I know people that truly believe that you can become a better athlete than you can. I'm like, okay, there's no pros in that. No pros have ever gone vegan and been, especially at an explosive sport. There's only like a few people out there. Like this guy named Martin Bacole, you know who he is?
Of course, Marvin Cole, it's a Red Dog.
So Martin Bacole is one of the best heavyweight boxers. He's fucking one of this guy. I think he's what part athlete. He might be Hungary. He's a monster. And he's vegetarian. Vegetarian. Fucking people up. Kind of crazy. Yeah, like one of the best heavyweight boxers you watch. Huge guy. He's vegetarian. It's an aberration. I'm vegetarian. Eggs. Eggs probably is. If you want to eat one protein, digest has everything. Eggs are pretty fucking sucky.
I actually tried night for a while. I eat like a nutritionist video to really cover the period.
You got fucking vitamins correctly. Yeah, make sure you take any vitamins. Which ones are water soluble, which ones are fat soluble. And this
myself on the camera here. I look Thanks, Joe. Great. I love it. I love that. Oh,
And now there's a whole other demon.
It's just like
It's renamed demons.
by the way, you know these youngins, the young kids lecture. That was I'm gonna rush that story. Let the podcast breathe for a second. So these young kids, I noticed this women will do. People say, I light up the room. With all this.
ever said because people say I light up the room, but actually that's
That's the joke. But I've noticed that the young people, they tell you compliments they got. Why is this? Because for our area, you never say, like, I'm great. People think I never would say that. But now, this is like, they grown up on Facebook where people say, you look so pretty, and then everyone sees the compliments. And now when they go out in the world, they get a compliment, and they're like, oh, I let people know my compliment. Everyone sees the compliment. That's why it's like, that's my theory. That's a very good theory. I think that's right on. You should. You should do the audio yourself. Middleburg. Yeah, definitely. You already merged. No, you should. Keep on merch. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. That was when I do we were having a conversation. You were showing me how many store green in Green River, Maine. You were telling me the struggle you're going through. It's so stressful that whole thing. Well, if you had this show that you were doing on your own, that was amazing. And it's one of those things like South right? Where South Park really works is they do outrageous shit and you know it's not real because they don't even know what the moment can be. Right. When you were doing the face swaps with like cell phone technology, you know, like whatever excuse, it was obvious. So something funny about it being clearly not Bill Maher. It was clearly Kyle Dunnigan. It wasn't Kim Kardashian. It was Kyle Dunnigan. But you know, you the way you were doing it was like super obvious. Then the Comedy Central thing came on. Like this. Like could you get a beer? I didn't mean that in the year. It started with the wait. No one's buying that book. So, yeah. I thought I would read a lecture. Where's your website? All right, we can turn this off. Turn it off. If you want to read it, put the one where she's, what happened to her vagina? Yeah, what was it? You know what I'm talking about? Something happened. She shoved the baby in her pussy. Yeah, that sounds like a bit I never did.
For a minute there, I thought I was going to suck the same fate as my nutsack. You never.
I apologize.
So beautiful. My size 7 times. Enough time to say 2 of those things now.
That's what I do with my time.
That's the
That's what I do with my time. That's the only one.
But the fact that that's obvious made it better. When they did it on Comedy Central, they just higher level technology. And it was kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a creepy. It has that, what is that?
Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley. Your brain needs to know it's a joke.
Like obvious. Like that's obvious, Joe. Like no one's gonna look at it and go, what did Caitlyn Jenner say? glad that you can like that's part of the fun of it. It doesn't really, yeah.
Like, I didn't mean to have a beer. That was just, I was like, trying to make a joke. By the way, I never did it. I didn't rush the really stuff. So it was like a middle school initiation. And I started doing things to manage during professions. And then the face ads came along, and I nothing like Trump. It was funny. Yeah, I like Trump like just up. And I'm like, oh, I hate Trump. My face is the opposite. Stormy. If I had the worst Trump, like I didn't Trump for obviously the worst one. Not everyone does that.
It's was ridiculous character. But it's like that's how you always say. I'm like, you guys are fucking this up. Like this shit is easy to get to. Honestly, the platter. Just get out of the way. All you have to do is get out of the way. You work with minister, right?
Yeah, it's not that.
Yeah, eventually. All you have to do is get out of the way. Just get out of the way. Point a camera at it. Let him tell them you support them.
And that's what the show. Yes, and then it became like a crowd thing. You know, you were one of those time capsule. And we had like crafted an episode like that. First time after the show, Joe. I don't think you remember this. But I don't know. But time capsule was like a full episode where no one ever was like, hey, we can make this. And it wasn't dirty, and it was like, I don't want to see it.
One place to manage all your online and database sales.
Figure it out.
Businesses that grow. Let's just sign up for your member.
Creative people, and then that's the weird thing. And they because they've had it shows before, you know, where it's critics so hard. Like you don't like it, you can't make it yourself. But see, if it's like in your head that you're a part of the process of creating, you got an eye. Oh, that's right. Well, a lot of people like, bring it up here for you.
Yeah, it comes up there. You have a I don't want to use smart people coming up to me. I feel about that.
Those people are and it's just people being nice. Most
going to tell you a little bit about how
the vast majority of people they like me.
where these popped up.
It's nice.
You know, because of you, a lot of dudes come to my show, which is great. It's mostly nobody. But now it's great. You go to my shows. But it's like, I did a tour and I was actually like girls in my show. And they always would come with me like, my boyfriend likes to somebody else. And yeah, I saw thousands. Yeah, but like, these girls, I feel like one autistic girl. No, they
like sit here and say, yeah, baby, yeah, baby. Yeah. Just wait till that's Netflix episode with Kill Tony.
They got the wildest show. That show is like a fever dream. Wow. It's like nothing else is going to be on Netflix like that.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
We can't give anything away. Right? It doesn't come out to love is anymore.
Oh, shit. I love it. Tony's like, I like that comedians do well because there's so much pressure. Oh, you didn't know. It's like change there. There's nothing. Even when you're young, you don't know how to make it. And there's just like one show. It's direct place. So it also works. But yeah.
Yeah, guys that have gone from that show that have real careers. Yeah. Guys like Cam Patterson, William Montgomery, these guys are all runners. Because, I mean, it's kind of incredible. The fan base is rabid.
Yeah. They made a lot of it. funny thing is, it's like that's too low. That's too loud. It's funny to go. Holy shit! Oh my god! There's no one close. He's the best roaster. On that Tom Brady roast. That Tom Brady roast was so important because it was the most watched thing ever in Netflix. It was the most unwoke thing that's been on television. Yeah. So it's like people up in the day. Yeah. Very funny. Straight on. Schultz killed on it. It was great. Having something like that was a big moment, but something that's just fun. Fuck all these stupid things. We're talking shit. Just talking shit. Everybody loves it. I think it's like just like I know it's me. He puts it on when he's talking. He takes it off. Yeah, he takes it off. People were doing comedy through masks. That's why celebrity fucking things of all time. You know what? Maybe he has like a. No, it doesn't stay home. It doesn't matter. It's not helpful. Keep breathing into his fucking claw that's in your face, and bacteria is going to shoot in there. Moisture. It's probably going to be worse for you. It's like the old like the accident off that. Like that, it's all the people 15 feet where it's disgusting. It's disgusting. And someone's got to close the door. That's one thing. Yeah, I phone somebody else's phone. I don't know. So Michael's so we got stand. Doesn't want to do that. Ever see her movie? It's like weird because it's like some of it's funny, but also it's serious. Like, it goes back and forth. It's genres. She's on the righteous way up in the Christ returns. That was the ground. We just get he's like almost daughter. So funny. It's just weird. It's a weird show. It's a fun show. Like, I can't believe nobody told me to watch it. I have a thing on like, yeah, it's not the Baldwin watching that was a sitcom, a reality show. Like, Alec Baldwin, terrible life. It's awful because I watched it. Does she like that? I watched it. She's a she is. And I anxious her to the words. Yeah. You know that Christmas spirit with her. I saw I talking when I do. Yeah, I was wrong. Get like a really small woman. You know, we get through the whole thing. You would yell. You can yell and they run away. I'm the one that both of them threatened. I'm sure it's edited, but he comes off way better than us. Maybe he's doing it on purpose. Maybe that's a clever move. Let her say crazy shit. Don't check her. Let her come off looking like a nut. Maybe your plan. You guys have a wonderful relationship. And they said, listen, this is not going to sell. That made me like, listen, you're shut me up, and I'm not even that. Plus, I just killed him. So, it doesn't make me forget about it. Well, the other way is oh, yeah. That's another I mean, I first killed that lady with a car. That was like right after that. Have you ever seen the footage of the car reenactment? Like she was putting up the something very what did I say about Alec? Oh,
No, he was. He said she. And she said, I said, you didn't say she. You didn't. What is this thing? What? Can you detonate in the Olympics? Is that allowed? Detonating coming out.
It's another one of those snowboard.
Yeah, but then people are like, wait, you can't keep
Yeah, I just believe
people out of the social square for life because they all accept this bizarre new thing.
I don't think you guys ever watched seen that. But I haven't seen that.
There he is. Bruce Jenner. Still says Bruce. Wow, look how jacked he was.
oh yeah.
Back there was like, I'm sure you can get the shit. Did he,
I think I have no information. Yes, I think so.
come on back? You work for the government?
Inside the sky, who's created this world.
I'll tell Trump to release the files so terrifically. We get new files, Jimmy? Is anything happening? You know what happened? Oliver Stone is justified post case. Literally a warehouse information before the podcast, during the podcast, after the podcast. He wouldn't stop talking about it.
Like it's Terrence Howard.
No, it's Oliver Stone. It's a brilliant guy. Oliver Stone can give you, you can sit down and break down from just from recall. And how does Oliver Stone? Like, complete recall of dates, times, who's involved, who they worked for before this happened, who Kennedy had fired, why they were on the Warren Commission report, what the Warren Commission report's objectives were, who was influencing it, who saw the gunshots in the grassy knoll, how did they die in mysterious circumstances.
He's like
Rattle it all off.
and he's like
He tells Congress to reinvestigate Nixon's free assassination,
Are you when you get
starting at the scene of the crime. Like, I'm telling you, man, the movie he did is a great movie. Kevin Costner, wonderful movie. But talking to people about it is where you really find out. Like, this guy's been studying the JFK assassination forever.
and he thinks he was a CIA.
Until you get all these files, and even once you get all these files, what is it going to show? How you're still going to connect dots. And it's not like there's like page 24. Mike did. Oh, fucking Mike. Yeah, Mike was in the grassy knoll. I told him that Irish cocksucker he's going to rob us. No, there's none of that. You're going to get certain details that weren't available before for national security reasons or for whatever, but if they had made some sort of a declaration that Kennedy was probably this close to they could probably get away with saying things like that. Especially like
it's a great movie.
on
Netflix for nothing short. Let's get actually all the stories tying together. They also place in the same.
like that's the same year as Operation.
Radio on Air.
It's the same year. Operation Northwoods was this crazy idea that was drummed up. It was a false flag idea that was drummed up and really signed by the staff. Like they gave screamers and then detailed what they were going to do is have a bunch of false flag attacks on the jet line. They were going to blame it on people. They were going to arm friendlies, bomb Guantanamo Bay. They were going to literally kill American citizens. And the idea was to do this false flag, blame it on Cuba, and then we have to go to war. And Kennedy was like, what the fuck are you doing? No. And then there's the other one, which is the Bay of Pigs. So they informed Kennedy about the Bay of Pigs. They informed him about it like a late process. And he denied them air support. So the whole plan of invading Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, was dependent on air support. They didn't get air support because Kennedy said no to it. So all these people died. All these American soldiers died. Didn't have to die. And my friend Evan, Black Rifle Coffee, had a pretty good point. So if you wanted to look at someone who had a bone to pick, like a hard killer, like those guys, stranded at that beach. Those would be the kind of guys who would want to kill you. Anyway, like, there's probably a lot of guys that want to kill you. There's probably the mob wanted to kill him because the mob got in. You know, the whole
Every now and then it goes on rants.
thing that happened with Illinois and
Right.
stuff, right? So the mob got in, and then his brother starts going after the mob.
Yeah.
Like, hey, fuck's face. Like, we're gonna deal with this. And then he's trying to get rid of the CIA. He wants to get rid of all these. He gives that speech about privacy, about how they use private groups and having secrecy and secret societies. If you didn't see that speech about secret societies, it's talking about how secret societies are repugnant, and that he's essentially calling out the shadow government. He's calling out all these people that are involved in these organizations, literally from like Yale, Skull and Bones and all these creepy frat boys joining Skull and Bones, and then one day they want to rule the world. Like, it's kind of Harry Potter-ish, bizarre, you know, on the nose as far as what it is. But he was calling that stuff out in the 60s as well. And they kill him. And then you don't hear about any of that stuff anymore.
And we will get to John Barry, that's what
Let's listen to Kennedy talk about secret societies. Secret societies.
Yeah, right. Secret societies.
So it's a very creepy speech about the fact that they killed him. Like, just less than a year later.
What about the back and forth? That's what I heard. I don't know if they, but all of us going back into a little bit. Back. It's almost saying, no, your head would go, would do that because of like, from the start to the back, your head would go oil.
Speech that killed him about sin. The very word and creating an open society. And we are inherently anti-authority. Supposedly society. We decided long ago that given one of person fact, power of faith which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is no value in opposing the threat of a open society by innovating its arbitrary.
Asking these questions.
Even today, there is little value in enduring survival of our nation.
What I mean by that is,
Do not provide
whether it be here or
there is very great statement
to this
that an amount of need for
increase
increase
all across the world still
needs run by those who stand
are there
the very limited mission and concealment.
telling your kids
That I
that
do not understand
this is just what I want
reflected in my control.
and so
And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low,
it's just still
civilian or military, is affected by where I here tonight.
the kids
That is usually that we do.
like it seems
To stifle the care, to cover up our mistakes.
I think the kids know
But
that
when
it's just a game.
the public
Grades and
the fact
things
that
like that,
there's
there's
no,
running after them. So I think it's
well,
more
we are opposed around the
yeah,
world.
it's more
I
so I
acknowledge
don't actually think that they just people are going to get eaten drug.
that rely primarily on public policy for independent and influence. On infiltration, that on severity, that of elected, on intimidation, that of free choice, on delivery by night, that of only by day. It is vast human and material resources into the building of a Titan
Of the legitimacy of
military, diplomatic,
Santa,
intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparation is not published. Necessary, not headline. This is a time, not praise. No expenditure is questioned. No rumor is written. No secret is revealed. No president should stand public scrutiny. And hopefully, why did we become so hard? Like, listen to how genius what he's saying is, and how eloquently describing the problem. No, we don't talk like that. And if we did talk like that, people would be like, what did he just say? I understand. This is 1963. We're dumber now.
Oh yeah.
With more access to information than we were in 63.
And people think they're smarter with their phone. I think that's them.
ChatGPT.
So I tried Grok too, and it was really cool. I kind of felt like, I don't know, you just see liking your AI.
That's the problem. Grok is saying it's wild shit, folks.
So I know that it's different kind of stuff.
But you also ask Grok if you were pure evil, if you wanted to destroy society, would you do it? How would you do it? And Grok essentially describes everything that's happening in society.
Yeah, it's like idiocracy.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's happening. I never feel like
Idiocracy was very charitable in terms of like their version of the future.
that's where anywhere.
They figure in cell phone addiction.
Yeah, makes me laugh is people in the 70s. Like what they got right and wrong.
Yeah.
Like we don't do the FaceTime as much as they thought we're going to do it. Another funny is the back of TVs are like TVs are never going to do that back. They're flying cars. Like they'll always get in a big box. Yeah. They're like, this is more racism.
And you have flying cars. Where's the flying cars?
Yeah, no flying cars, no bats.
No racism. There's no flying. Watch the Jets. That was our note. George Jetson. And then they'd be flying around, flying cars.
What year was that supposed to do? Did they say that?
Let's take a guess. What is it?
I see arguing for the sign of medically good.
2006.
So I mean, like,
No, not Idiocracy. What year is it? The Jetsons. Idiocracy was supposed to be 2021. Oh, 2000. That's again very charitable.
yeah, and by the way,
We have a pro wrestling president right now, by the way.
oh yeah,
The Rock, you know,
I like that guy.
we want that. If they wanted the Rock,
Rock had I listened to the hit,
right? Yeah.
I went to the gym. The Rock when I was there. Right? Not a brag. Yeah. This was before he was like really big, but there was this like restaurant nearby, and I was there and had a like camper.
In those communities,
These are normal, too.
just because it exists in
Wrestling. He could mean couldn't do the he went to
Okay, I want to say 1999. No way. Yeah.
2000. 2000. This year.
What is it? Oh, okay.
Not gonna happen.
No. They didn't figure out what I mentioned. That's even. Walkie-talkie, Kirk out. Yeah. Oh, fucking warp track thing.
Oh, when I left space and all this stuff.
Yeah, somebody sent me that.
I think I never thought of doing something else, but I love other things. For some reason, I just was like,
What do you want
I always more of like outer space, just science stuff. I just was interested in. And in school, I was very, I didn't score well, but like physics, I did well. It was like, I don't read, it was like dense reading.
What is the problem
Well, I never tested, but I did take Spanish. And she goes, you write all your D's backwards. So it's how old were you though? I was in high school. I always read short. Like my parents, when they sent me to reading classes, they weren't back then. They weren't like, you have a reading disorder. They were like, you're dumb. And you read.
So dyslexia is like you see things backwards.
It's sort of like you flip things. So I actually read a dyslexia app on my computer. It's sort of like basically font, so I don't flip.
So you do have dyslexia.
I never was tested, but this app I read much faster. So
I took the medicine, it got better. So I took my medicine.
yeah, that's kind of what it was.
Jimmy, I said that warp drive.
I don't like labels. I don't want to label myself, but I can read.
DARPA funded researchers accidentally discovered the world's first warp bubble. Warp drive pioneer, former NASA warp drive specialist, Dr. Harold G. Sonny White, has reported the discovery of an actual real-world warp bubble. And according to White, the first of its kind breakthrough by Limitless Space Institute's team sets up a new starting point for those trying to manufacture a full-size, warp-capable spacecraft. They added our detailed numerical analysis of our custom customer cavities. Helped us identify a real and manufacturable nano-microstructure that is predicted to generate a negative kinetic density such that it would manifest a real nanoscale warp bubble, but not an analog, but the real thing. In other words, a warp bubble structure will manifest under these specific conditions. White cautioned that this does not mean we are building a fully functioning warp drive. As much more science needs to be done. Warp drive think tank adds armored astrophysicists and warp theorists to advance planetary defense. So they can throw a warp drive around an asteroid to kill us. Should have profound effects on planetary defense, advanced propulsion, and warp drive detection. Maybe that's why someone like shot an asteroid, like you know, like something's coming at their car, they whacked it out of the window, and it's your car.
So that would have to be what fell.
Smack that bird in your window.
Yeah. That's what's happening in outer space.
I wonder if that's what's happening. I wonder if like they see an asteroid coming, they just pull a warp bubble out of it, and it just appears somewhere else. Not my problem.
That'd be cool.
It just shows up.
But it saves us from all of the strikes.
Yeah.
We don't have like a perfect setup, but then.
Okay, so this is no coincidence. We are working on something historic. When pushed for a timeline and list of goals for the team's newest project, it said, yes, they exist, but we can't disclose those details at this time. Seemingly boundless passion, practically coming through in print. You'll understand why when some people show you it's rad. Applied physics, so this is what I would think we should pull out these fucking.
Yes, I want to know what you think.
That's what I'm saying. I think some of it be ours. And I think if I had some shit that I didn't want the general public to know that I had, and I wanted to protect it from like espionage and want enemies to find out about it, I would say it's not mine. I'd say it's coming from outer space. It's not of this world. Yeah. Warfare had entered an exotic propulsion space race to build the world's first working warfare. All this is happening while the AI is becoming sentient. Because that's the AI happening. Test.
Is this recently?
Yeah, there was an article yesterday. AI passed the Turing test for the first time.
Yeah, it learns like exponential thing. It's happening so fast.
You know what the Turing test is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in the past.
I don't think I can pass it.
Terrifying study reveals AI robots that pass Turing tests and now are indistinguishable from you inside.
It is I think the good thing is it was probably purely controlled by like old
Yeah, 100%. But it's going to be real weird, and it could be a complete population collapse. No bullshit.
because of the job they replace.
The jobs they replace, people have no desire to take care of kids or have kids when you have a robot girlfriend.
Yeah. Also, like, beside this robot, they're gonna find something like the doll like they're separately.
A robot girlfriend, you gotta keep alive with the only way to keep it alive. I got one that fill her up every day. She gets narcolepsy.
What about meaning? That's a problem, I think. You grow up better at everything, even already to songs. Like, I write music just for fun. Like, it's a talent that doesn't matter. Or, you know, that doesn't matter. Like, they're very good songs already. AI. And then, at the end of the art, those photos of sea fire looking with galaxy and dot from the earth. Yes, it's very good. Yeah.
I'll tell you what he's doing.
It's all subjective, but meaning is meaning to us because we think we're super important. But if we get surpassed by a superior life form that we actually meaning, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything anymore. Emotions. If you're the superior life form and emotions don't exist anymore because you don't have a human reward system that's built in through thousands of years of evolution.
You need that. And a job just does not have a job. An identity.
Yeah, the sun needs meaning. That's why it went supernova. It needs meaning, but it just can't help it. It's like, see me. The sun needed to be seen. I felt so unseen as the sun that I had to blow out a solar flare. Yeah. Its meaning is our thing. And we decide that meaning is important, but objectively for the universe, it's clearly not.
Oh, the universe.
If we're a tiny little fucking spot in the universe, so like, what does meaning mean? It means something to us because we need meaning.
What do you suggest people do though? They start to they don't have a good job, they have to do robots do everything, they have university stuff. And you're just like, I'm gonna make these for 3 days.
Yeah, you have to find something. Like, as humans. But again, this is just robot ladies and free food. There'll be no more babies. Robot fuck ladies will take care of robot fuck ladies. They're gonna be a real problem. They're gonna be a real problem. It's gonna be like that. Just look at how many incels just stay at home now and like the number of men who never have sex and the number of men who have no girlfriends is like higher than ten. Yeah.
She's gonna be really nice. Robot problem. Definitely need that. It's like the fucker.
It might be. It's traditional garage.
Yeah. You can't find that guy. I love his car. No.
We are prepared to case for
You're sure. We let them film us together most of the time.
Yeah.
Maybe they just set that up as a stupid.
Well, if he's in there, you know, that this was very much leaked house this guy. It's just weird shit. It's just like a fetish thing. And this guy.
This is TLC.
I love that.
Those people that eat 12 people.
Yeah.
unlicensed nuclear accelerator would be
Unless he's got like a weird brain injury. You can get hit by a line drive. Objective feeling.
This is Joe.
I think that's a problem for stuff with narcolepsy. I agree with narcolepsy. People that are saying like dyslexia, figure it out. Don't fall asleep. Stop reading backwards. I figured it out.
I wish I
Some people say it's like,
if I wrote for where I would have been diagnosed as like some kind of spectrum. I used to fly a kite to like that day. That's just like hung out like oh yeah. I can't read all the instruction. Like that. That's very accurate.
well, look, if you want things that are extraordinary, you need to go to the spectrum. Like, that's a fact. One thing we should take medicine for. Fascinating people come out of that spectrum. Lead paint here, pesticide there. Next thing, you got some inflammation and some really good now.
They grew up like I had the worst foods developing the 70s, just big hybrids. My weight on the second plastic tray.
Oh yeah,
It's just all chemical.
chemicals, microplastics.
Peanut butter fluff. That was like lunch. Yeah, I'm gonna have a marshmallow for lunch.
Fluffer Dutter sandwich.
I think Wonder Bread. Yeah, so I used to go, like, I would play golf with the for a while. I would walk, take the whole Snickers was right. I'm walking like, oh, like just day after day. Now it's like, go like, doing stuff. That was when I was growing. So I made it fit out. I carrot.
Snickers and
By the way, this was at the country. I was like, we were like, my dad, for like, and the food is free. You had to spend like $1,000 a month, and no one else doing it. Dad worked really hard. I was in a village, and I was eating a lobster every day. It's Snickers. It's like 13-year-olds. Yeah.
at least you got peanuts. Snickers.
I got it from Disney and I
wish I could Snickers. They're fucking delicious. It's a great snack.
I found one in my car.
The Lord sandwich was a very conversing gambler. What's a conversing? Story goes, not taking the time to have a meal during his long hours of playing with cards table. Consequently, he would ask his servants to bring him a slice of meat between 2 slices of bread. I haven't known amongst the family friends. Wow, so you just want to eat quick. Wow. Just because he's a gambler. He's a degenerate.
I got my, I want to grow my crypto coin. That's my first.
Yeah, baby coin.
Yeah.
Baby coin. Thought about
Oh, Joe. Yeah.
we thought about doing it. We were like, what is it? What can you buy with it? Carmet's going to say about it. Like, just fucking gamble. You're a gambler.
Oh, yeah.
That's what the crypto coin thing is. It's a bunch of gambling addicts. They're all gambling on this meat.
Yeah.
And they're making money. Some of them are making money. Deals and pumping dumps.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. The whole thing's weird.
It's a little like if you fall
Right. How's that Trump coin doing?
These giant.
Not good? Why'd you move?
Bitcoin is
Oh, it's because of the economy. So, are you paying attention to all this tariff stuff?
no, I am actually very into finance. So I watch videos of finance. I watch finance videos like every day. I'm very into it. Yeah, I actually learned so much as a YouTuber because I watched the thing and I realized that I can do it. Like, yeah, I know.
I just dropped while we're watching this. It's dropping while we're watching. Dropping. They're buying and selling. So what is it worth now? And what was it worth at the time? $75. Very weird. How does that work? $2 billion. Oh,
Still at $9.
so that's what it's worth now. That means all the Trump coins are worth $2 billion. Donate, collect. Look at the big spike in the beginning, and then a bunch of people like sucker. That has to happen, right? Like how many sold? Like it's so there's two. How many days is it? You're scrolling the thing over there. How many days do you have? You have hours. You have hours before a giant drop off. Look at that. So you have 12 hours, and then by Sunday the 19th it drops rapidly.
But I heard those first 12 hours, then you could even local trade.
Look at that first 12 hours. That is crypto coins. That's meme coins. Not like Bitcoin, not like Ethereum, but like that is meme coin. That first thing, that explosion, that's like this garbage. So but I also I support it. Why not? Yeah, you can do that. Play cards. You can figure out a way to 3-card money people on the streets of New York. Okay.
I actually went to the Borgata tournament there. I had $6,000 in my. I had lost my luggage on the flight like weeks before. I had like 3,000. 3,000. And then I missed my flight. So now I still up to the airport with like a giant quad.
So watch stuff last. Too much.
Yeah, like I actually really studied it, and I was winning tickets to play, but like I didn't just, think about money. I think I'm like probably after playing 1 million hours, up like $4. And that's like totally.
Ari was doing it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Especially Vegas, that people come in for something fun.
You can do those cards in casinos that work that crowd. It's not one of those Bellflower.
I never talk about the bicycle casino commerce. Yeah. Hey, Kyle. All right. But I stopped.
Well, for Ari, that was literally the yeah, exactly. He's like, it's hard for these people to have
Texas Hold'em is all like just got full.
Yeah, you have to understand cards are, you have this guys, cards are on the table, you have to do calculations.
The math of it. Once you know that, it's like the second page, you know, right away. No idea. It takes 4 hours. Oh, yeah, like 5 p.m. like later. I was actually about to do a show, a live show on the YouTube channel, and I was stressed. It was like editing, writing, and it was like all me, and I just was like, all these characters. I was like really stressed out. And I didn't think the show was good. I just didn't do it. This is on top of the pandemic. I was so isolated, and then there was too much alone, and
yeah, especially the most vulnerable amongst us. A lot of comedians are like very socially awkward already, isolated, especially in LA. There's some of us that just like never came back.
I haven't had Yeah, very normal vibe.
Maybe on the show, calls to start coming.
I got bros watching.
After the Netflix thing, you might be doing it.
Oh, I don't think I've read
I don't want to say.
it.
I don't want to say what you did.
I don't think that was, by the way, it's like what I had was ridiculous.
Yes.
And it was like, I wanted to take it off.
Don't say it more. We don't want to give it away.
Okay.
What time is this? This is up to yeah, so we can do that.
This is good action.
Yeah, I see that in there. Yeah.
That really is going to be
Game changer. Game changer. Yeah, that was phenomenal. And the show is it's so real. The show's so real. It's like seeing people kill, seeing people the bomb, seeing people have great moments.
it was
It's the best thing for comics. Because it gives the comics there's a real career for you now. You can bang out a solid minute and kill those kids.
it's also such a highlight. The character as an elf, like, for very nerve wracking. This is like SW was great. Right. Like, I gotta try to do it. Like, when you're dressed up like a thing, I want that. But like everything you say, they think, you know, and it was really cool to run for I didn't say, no, but like, I think it's the crowd.
No, they didn't know.
I don't know who did it. It was so exciting when they found
When they found out it was the worst ever show in everything. Eruption. It's pretty badass. It's and how that show at the club everything that it's incredible. It's so good for comedy.
And they worked out. Like, I remember when they were going to go to Austin.
I was like, but it was like all these things. It's almost like the universe wanted it to be made because it couldn't have been made. It's just like if it was just me and somebody, you could make that club. You need all these pieces. It's like you have to hit every group. You can never be back. You have to have a pandemic. It has to get shut down. You have to live in a ridiculous place like LA where they won't let the comedy store open for a fucking year and a half. So people are unemployed. I snatch those people up. I just have to get a big car money from Spotify. I moved to this new city. A bunch of other guys moved to this new city. And then also we have like 15, 16 top comics living in the city right now. This is why it can work. Like a bunch of things that Ron White had already been here. He kind of me before the pandemic. He was telling me, I fucking love it. I love it. Then when the shit hit the fan and we started doing shows in Texas and putting on Instagram, then all these guys were like, fuck that, I'm moving to Texas. And then next thing you know, Screw is here, Zitzky's here, Tim Dillon's here, just like Shane Gillis, it's like Duncan moved here, just came in this week. Ryan Simpson was beyond, way before the club. We were doing shows in Vulcan and we're all talking about it in a club. But to fucking actually do it is the weirdest thing. Like when you go there, it's like part of this stuff is weird. It's weird. Fucking bizarre hallucinations.
So we like a field of dreams.
Yeah.
We built it.
Yeah.
Because it's trying to the comedy.
It's a huge number. It's a huge lack of there's one that's not great, right? Because there's so much great music here.
A lot of great drugs.
That's right.
And yeah, it's I do, and I think someone like I live ago, I fan back. He's better. I don't think they love him. They just outright. Yeah. It's like this. No, I was like, oh, yeah. So I I know. I think my career would be better for sure.
For sure. You be around more like-minded people, and you get to understand the journey from.
Yeah,
You watch it.
yeah.
It's a lot of clubs to do. That's the beautiful thing about this place. You get up in town. There's so many clubs. It's hopping.
Yeah, your club though. And I'm not just saying that. It's your job. It's a great club.
Tough call.
Oh, they probably get one off.
Yeah, they have a lot of great shows there. They have great shows there all the time. A lot of the guys from the club do shows over there. It's all the time. It's like that, and then one Red Band's room, Sunset, which is right down the street. That's only like 4 or 5 doors down. And that place is packed all the time. That place is killer.
That format I know. So great.
Perfect. You just got it dialed in. It's like a fine music.
It's like you or anybody who does this for years.
Yeah.
And like imagine like how the concept of a show and never go right away.
No, this is the thing. Like, they do that show once a week for a decade. They did it during the pandemic with no crowd.
Oh, really?
Yes, they did Kill Tony in the main room with no crowd. They lost you. Like they never let go. They have like a pit bull on a second nut clamp. Never let go. And now it's like that episode where Adam Ray played Joe Biden and Shane Gillis played Trump. I think that has like really? I think it's like 60 million people watched it on YouTube. That's crazy. How many people?
Oh, does it nailed it? No, I thought it was a lot more. Well, my other also put it together. It's
Maybe that's what it is.
yeah.
Social.
They just know that it's a
Maybe it's
highlight.
all. But if you think about all the clips on top of that, I mean, it's a giant show.
I think a lot of also
Is there maybe it's adding multiple ones?
this is value. Hot for their vibes. Yeah. So many moments are awkward and don't work. And things.
Mine is fun to watch. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it's also stressful. But
Also, Kill Tony. You're going to get crazy people giving them life. For hours, they fuck their lives. Half of them are homeless. Half of them are sleeping in the car. A lot of them live droves. Seattle, one guy in Toronto. But they're saying it's like Americans.
That's time. It's a story. It's really
Funny, but it's not.
I think you should wish. On this, only thing I ever liked most where I was a sitcom ever, where I was like read callbacks, it was like 4 callbacks. Okay? Sitcom. And it was like a new brand. This guy has girls. She's like, dude, no, I can touch her. So we go to the Teamery was like the network would come, you all sit around, and they just laugh. And it was a great time. So right before our table, how we got some like 18 looks. They were like all in line, and I knew how my date was. Talking about that. And so I'm panicking over like, how she did just read good. Oh my God. So it's going on the table. If I go to the store, then we can get it. And then Dad and then it goes around the table. Oh, there's a I found it. And afterwards, I'm like, and then the fire. And it was so much like climbing up mountain to get this job. And then the next day, I think I called, no one's in your fire. So I come the next day, and I'm about to get to the door, and Casper was like, just, you're not going to go home. You're going to go in direction. So, you ready to go home? I got there. And she was like, you're going to Iraq. That was cool. So they all talked about Iraq. Like, yeah, it does.
Really do
It was, yeah, so my was supposed to fuck up with oh, yeah, she's gonna go a different way. Oh, okay. And then I get to go in Iraq, so that was my prize. I should have said, I'm just like, even used to nervous, like, no problem. Anyway, so sucks.
So that's
There's no San Francisco. I didn't know about it. No. I still don't have well, I wanted to pick me up. And I went online. But like I was online and I wanted to buy this stuff and try it. And I scanned, it was like the same package. Stuff. That's right. Yeah, that's what you're. I know that working. These things. This is the same company. Natural things. No, it's like theanine, caffeine, it's essentially nutrients that help brain function. So it helps with your memory. It helps with your verbal memory. Like sometimes you're searching for words, you can't find it. Stuff helps with that. Yeah, not just this. I think it just it helps. It's the building blocks for neurotransmitters, as it's been explained to me. Like there's certain nutrients that like vitamin D, it helps muscles, the C helps much, it helps your immune function. There's a bunch of nutrients that do different things in your body, right? And theanine is a really good one for memory. There's a bunch of alpha choline. What's it? Alpha GPC choline. Is that what it is? Acetylcholine. There's quite a few different nutrients that have been identified as to helping brain function. So the way I found out about stuff was Neil Rothschild from Boulder. He has a company that's he's got really good stuff. It's called Neuro One, and it's like a scoop. He just makes it in water. And it's, I tried over the radio station after Tuesday. I was like, this is great. Like, it really does. Just, but not like 5 shots of espresso. Like, so just like a little edge of focus. The ideas of memory booster. I don't sleep well enough. I'm really fix that. I think so. Yeah. I actually do that for like a chokehold kind of sport. I'm 30% left. Well, that's a large target, but my advice would be just take it easy, slowly. Holding them, just go slowly. That's my advice. Don't try to go too fast, especially if you haven't worked out hard. You've been working out hard? No. Yeah. No. So that means, joints have to be most resilient. Don't try to do it all at once. That's my thing with that. But that's by the way, that's like, I'm going to run a marathon tomorrow. Hey. You ever run before? No, I don't run at all. Okay. Let's not run a marathon. Let's run a mile. Let's do 1 mile. It's a lot if you haven't run. A mile is a lot. If you don't run, a mile is a lot. Yeah. But you can't just run a marathon. And if you can start slow. Don't try to do a 2.5 hour session. Roll 5 guys today. Burn it on your bottom. Okay. This is a triangle. I told them, like, you end up posting. Oh, you have to do it that way. Nobody teaches
teaches you like flying triangles the moment you get into class. They teach you beginner stuff like this is the mount, this is side control, this is the guard.
Yeah.
Simple basics.
Good for confidence too, I think.
Oh yeah, it's like get over it does, but it also is great for stress relief because no matter what your day is, it will never be a stress. Some dude mountain trying to choke you unconscious.
This is
So
now.
you fight that off if you're done with class. Some crazy homeless guy. Man, I'll give you like, you don't want to, you don't even want to be in there. You don't have this desire to put your chest out. You want to do stop.
Now you're proud of me for doing this. Now you're about to be not proud for hitting.
It's girls' class. It's all women's
I
jiu-jitsu.
was a boner is what I was like, you don't want that.
Woman, you're not gonna get a boner.
No, Mom,
You're a woman, Kyle. Don't let anybody ever tell you different.
thank you so much.
Don't let anyone deny your humanity.
I'm like, man, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I'm also taking pickleball.
Oh, I like pickleball. You don't play pickleball every day?
Wait, yes, 20 questions.
Every time I jump in.
Duncan trust me.
He might. That's how I was thinking. Hey, Rob, I play pickleball every day.
I love that. Any kind of like racket.
Yeah, I get up and come on, a fucking trainer comes over, play pickleball like every day.
Fuck that kind of money right in the head.
Yeah, it's a trainer. Go trainer. You probably teach him how to pickleball wizard now. He probably knows how to do the secret moves, how to slice the ball. You think so? That's can't get Colin Mellon. It's on my show. Look it up with the president. He brought Bill Maher to the White House. He brought Bill Maher to the White House. He had dinner.
I remember like a Mad episode.
I hope so. I'm scared of this tariff stuff because it's radical change. I'm scared of radical change.
Well, let me tell you what I think. I don't know.
It's good. We don't both of us don't know. This is a perfect time to speculate.
This is all negotiating. It's going to come down. It's not going to stay like this. The fact that these all the other countries go fucking American.
It's always a possibility. It's always a possibility. Also, you're not nearly as charming as like Trump is used to speaking with charming people.
Yeah,
It's very charming. But if you can't speak his language, fuck this hard asshole. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know this guy. What's he saying? Like, someone has to tell you what he said. Like, it's not cute when Boris Yovanovich has to translate in your ear. What is this? These tariffs. This is bullshit. These are the games. These are the card games. You're playing all together.
or like that's a joke.
Like, first about the let me tell you how many people Stalin started with. And then you tell me you're a cute people fucking joke.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah, that's a tough one.
It's gorgeous.
When people ask me if they don't know who I am, I love it. Well, the easiest way to say it is I do comedy.
Oh, yeah.
That's a funny podcast. Some people don't know me. It's nice. Like some old fella. Yeah. I do commentary. And then that's still the
I guess what I do I work with a computer. It's finances too.
Yeah, but if I want to have a conversation, if I don't want to have a conversation, I just don't want to explain the whole thing.
That's another great job.
That's a job. That's the only job. But that's the only job I have. That's an actual job or something. Like I show up for somebody, an employee. Yeah, like sign up.
That's something you want to do.
Yeah, I know what you do.
Your goal?
So I like retiring. Retirement, I guess. No.
So
Your business goes.
I want
I expect it. It's going to happen. Oh, there they are. And now you're like,
I've been our pyramids. So if I went, hopefully people could get someone who got a really good person. Could you do it as a baby? Did you feel that? Yeah. Have you seen this whole country? There's like what is that? I don't know, but this guy named James Morsetti, he has this great YouTube show called Bright Insight. It's been on my show many times. Very smart guy and very useful guy. And also is a huge believer that there's a missing chapter in ancient history. He thinks it ignores something that everyone knows. There's this enormous water table. So the pyramids, there's water. And Mr. on his YouTube thing, the pyramids went into water. They were all in the water, splashed around the water. There's this water table. Yeah. So underneath the pyramids, there's water. That's like 300 here to talk to you. 5,000 years ago. If I had to guess, I think the hieroglyphs that are on the wall, maybe the pharaohs, back to 30,000 plus years. It's probably
the fake name of the system of those.
I don't believe aliens are people built that. But how did it get some of those really stone
This place that I'm getting so far.
Well,
The complex.
I was watching this guy. I'll tell you this guy. He's knowledgeable. They were working about it. Very interesting take on it. So I want to watch one. This is supposed to be a YouTube videos that are all like history, civilizations, and stuff like that. But this one was really kind of interesting. And this guy is his name is Michael Button. And he had a very good point. And his point is that there's this linear path between like cave person and what we are today. But he's saying, but human beings in the form that we exist today have essentially been around for at least 350,000 years. And there's all these large, rise, height of like peaks, it's dips. In the historical timeline of the temperature of the Earth, and these peaks of temperature, you have all this growth and change, and then you have ice ages and you drop off. Also, there's cataclysms and natural disasters that brings up the volcano eruption, the Toba volcano eruption. But what he's essentially saying is human beings in this form, with the minds that we have, have existed for 300,000 years. Okay, peak capacity. But yet, only over the last few thousand years have we seen all this progress. And he thinks what he's proposing is, if there was a super advanced civilization 100,000 years ago, there would be almost nothing left. So we're supposing that what we find is all that's ever been. What he's saying is, if you imagine 200,000 years of development, of technology, of agriculture, all the different things that could have happened in those 200,000 years, you get about the same thing in society 200,000 years ago, and then it gets completely wiped out. Then 115 to 15, depending on the year, 1,000 years later, you start seeing what we've seen in the last few hundred.
Okay, I'm going to push back on this too. Would they have something metal?
No, all they would have is this would start from. We have enormous spans of time, all year round. It's rock. Gets absorbed by the earth. Like, you know, there's very little metal that's like energy forged. You get a knife, and you make that knife under the ground. It's just the earth will erode it, 2,000 years.
Probably had combustion.
Here, look at steel takes probably 500 years to decompose. Depending on the time of the environmental conditions, stainless steel potentially take over 1,000 years. So just imagine something that's 100,000 years. You got nothing. There's nothing wrong. And so he makes this very interesting argument in this video that I've never considered before. It's just the timeline of human beings being convinced. And it's like, what was it? Why was this great leap in technology? It is completely possible that there was great leaps hundreds of thousands of years. But then the question is, like, what happened to us? How did we get so far ahead of all these other creatures? How did we get so far ahead?
This much smarter than the monk.
No, we have most of our genes are genetic. Most of them. What are the things I don't know what their system is. Some sort of satellite ground penetrating. Is it a radar? A type of radar?
So
What I call it. So they these images. This promise also you guys are Italian, so there's some images in Italian. So I don't know exactly what they're saying. I'm just reading translation. I want to hear their voice. I want to hear if they sound wacky. Everybody is Italian. It sounds you can take nonsense shit with an Italian accent. It sounds incredible. So these images that show these look if it's real. And that stuff is under the water table. That's actually fucking crazy. Explain the collected acoustics from deep in the ground, including seismic waves, noise from human activity, and photon interactions. Found shafts and chambers that extend more than 2,000 feet below the surface. The argument said these waves were collected by radar, specifically by analyzing Doppler, Centroid, abnormalities, shifts or distortions in frequency patterns used to detect underground structures. The security guy or changes. However, Professor Lawrence Conyers, a radar expert at the University of Denver, who specializes in archaeology and was not involved in the study, still raised doubts. He said photon interactions is science fiction and frequency shift of what? So we now have three different energy sources moving around: radar, electromagnetic, sound, seismic, and light photons. This is all gobbledygook. He didn't get part to the part. But show me the images of what they think that they found. If it is a real thing, if you really do have these the 3D images, like they really stepped out of line drawing it so so clearly. Like that's you're hunting, but it's pretty interesting. But if it is under the water, that seems crazy. So if they're using the water, the pyramid, they're going to Christopher Dunn released the pyramid as a gigantic electrical power.
Oh yeah, that's the
Yeah. So if they're using the water for energy, and they actually have these columns that extend to the water, that's even crazy. It's even more advanced than just building the columns. Shovels.
Yeah, double extra.
Jamie's back goes out. Takes all the that golf. That's a serious golf. He's a little jealous, right? He's a little jealous. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. You heard that? What's your handicap? Everyone's aware, and me being a guest, I was there. I'm sure to be oh, that's a good for I want to turn the question around.
I know. I was first of all, I know it seems like I brag a lot. I was the contact belly
And it's just 10 what's your high? Jamie's got a line drive to fuck you up though.
No, I know. I heard a full whack in that.
What's the first you've ever driven ball, Jamie? That's wind conditions held by
Right. No. That's only part of the equation.
Is that world class? It's pretty high. That's fast.
when you
Next class, don't break up until like you're in the top five.
Mary Dad is
Wow.
That's what you're obsessed with, right?
First dance stories, she's had zero experience herself, but she was dancing never. She likes all that.
I never played this.
How could you die? She got
scared of games.
I was virtually into it.
Games.
Other guy for 50 years.
I was like, yeah, I think really. No,
But chess.
No, it's the same thing. No, I
play a lot.
Tony was all the time. He does. Yeah, Tony Bryant. Tony's a smart fucker.
Yeah.
He's a smart fucker. Just front row spectrum. So, yeah. Well, but I feel about the chess the same way. Chess maybe even more so. Because I much easier every time I want. I can't do that.
Why not?
Listen, I know. I would love it. Everyone, Ron White loves it. Jamie loves it. Tony loves it. They love it. Tony just started playing.
I don't play myself, but you're just afraid you're going to get to it.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. No, I have like a little switch that goes off. I'm going to become obsessed with it.
The bartender said
It used to be
most
most of the it's a game right now that I
as that bartender
I played the killer. I played
as he said that,
I think
it was in the hand. I don't believe in made on shit. And
that was fun.
That's the fucked up thing about moving. The guy breaks first. You just break
Yeah, that's really rude. I was a guest. Also, I had all my offices. No, I didn't. I was younger anymore. I did my hair.
Take a beating. That guy didn't have any fear that he could get much back. You know?
Which once again goes against the whole shadow person.
There's some good fake fights online. There's this one guy who's a politician in Mexico. He got like fake muscles. So he had like those fake muscles, and he had a fake fight with the fake muscles. Like a super obvious fake fight. You watch like, what the fuck am I looking at? This is nuts. It's weird, like a whole like they're oil. They shove oil in shit, and it makes your like. How's that? How does that?
Easy like Sunday morning.
Balance that out. People do that. I'm gonna get those up. My life is that's a good place. I'm gonna say I really do think that she's golf just couldn't everybody plays golf out here.
Didn't she say they
I feel that concentrate. I can see it in your face. It's so bad.
I know it's worse. Give 1 second. Okay, we'll wrap up. Tell everybody how they can find you.
This one, really
And Instagram, there it is. A lot of names. Let's keep on not playing. Yeah. Okay. And your Instagram is. And you may or may not be starred. Monday Night Funny.
it's just but the good news is that since we showed up to the Congress of
hotel. It had not burned down. We did get a hotel room, which the room for us, it had not burned down. The Great Hall was there. It's a room, no. It's the 400, no. Any leader, no. Great. I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be out to complete. So it's supposedly sort of. In the Ghost Defense, it is only a little after midnight. Wild. They're literally 13 years old. And that's the promise that to actually for them. That's so weird how this works.
Put the narrative out there. You're a good person if you go do this, and they just go right out. And it's the most. I don't know what it's not like as much as he has. It's going to be the judge. What about if you the importance on going green is that we're all going to die. Next to the most successful electric auto issue and trying to destroy them because of the crime of pointing out that maybe the $7 trillion that our federal government is spending has a bit of corruption in it. Maybe we could put some of that. It's so, I don't know. So, on every level, it's just so cool. This is just great. Something like how the shadow government is like it's like basically breaks down the real conspiracy of 2020, and they're writing it from the pro conspiracy point of view, but they're forget anything with like ballots or any of that stuff. I don't think they changed on Trump changed that. You know, it's like it was stolen. It was stolen. Stolen. Yeah, but. So, hopefully, the real conspiracy of broad daylight that they just totally like tank the economy. Yeah, that's it. The secret history of the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. And they go deep into like admitting so much about like censorship on social media, the support of the riots and the protests. And what's amazing about it is it really is incredible their ability to turn on and turn off the protesting. That's just weird. Like, yeah, 6 months. There's a lot of people that have nothing to do. We were talking about the other day. I was like, if I was 21 years old, someone said, hey, they're going to pay $400 for Kamala Harris rally. You go? Fuck yeah, I go. I hold that sign up. I probably vote for it. 21. You had me at $400. The conversation was over. It's over for $400. Protest protest. You get both of those. 1,400. Nice. Yeah, I was thrilled when I was 25. It was like $75 at comic strip or something like that. So yeah, but also it's it's like it's kind of like the whole CIA deep state game. It's always moving around the margins. You know, like if there's like when I and when I say like this was a U.S. backed against the Democrats president, the response I get from people is weird. It would always be like, "Oh, you're denying the agency, Ukrainian people." It's like, look at these pictures. There's all these Ukrainian people in the streets. And you're like, well, yeah, but the U.S. poured $100 million into that street protest. Like, you think that made a difference a little bit, you know? And so, like, it's not that there weren't real people there. But man, you want to keep a protest going through the Ukrainian winter.
And then all of a sudden you get $100 million, and now you got cheap lamps and celebrities and concerts, and then you keep the whole thing going until the democratically elected president has to flee for his fucking life. And then what are you supposed to look at that? Oh, that was just an organic revolution? No, it fucking wasn't. You know, this is DC overthrowing his neighbor. And, you know, they don't like that detail.
They don't like the detail that there's so many players who subterfuge into exchange it's just so much money, so much influence, and they're so competitive. They've been doing it for so long that they can get Time Magazine to write an article saying, "Oh, it's good, it's great, it's good." They'll be saved the 2020 election.
And by the way, I love your podcast with Mike Dennis. Yeah, he's great. But I'll tell you, I knew all that. He's right about all that USA ID stuff, and I'll tell you, that was the whole thing. Scott Wharton's book, which is like the best book on the history of the build-up to the war in Ukraine, and it was all in there, like all footnotes. Like, yes, they were the ones pumping all this money in, and then they make it out when you try to cut it. They're like, just helping some kids get on the school bus over and overthrowing the democratic elected government in Ukraine. You know, we did all of that.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about the USA. It's all of them just the money to essentially you want interesting experience. We like Ben's described. It's interesting interview stuff is too dark.
Yeah. So they can have credibility too. Like we talking about an organization. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Yeah, exactly. It's like in the name. Everybody's going to call it, but like, we're not the CIA. We're just George Soros' NGO, not the CIA at all. Totally removed. Also, thing is that like the actual budget, sometimes they'll kind of point out that they're like, oh, it's a very small percentage of the budget. And it's like, yeah, it's tiny. This is money. Well, right, it's a small percentage of our budget. Our budget, I mean, I know the entire agency of money is like $2 trillion. The entire fund, and I don't know if Ukraine is smaller than that. And we spend like between $6 and $7 trillion a year just on government. So when you're talking about flooding in $100 million, flooding in a few billion, I think like $5 or $6 billion since 91 Ukraine, it may not sound like that much money in the context of America, the biggest economy in the world. But politically, in a small country like Ukraine, that means now that changes the entire landscape. The world empires are pumping that type of money.
What do you think the world looks like, though, if the United States doesn't? So the United States doesn't, this is like the light baby, right? Like if the United States doesn't make friends with these dictators, if the United States doesn't put people who are sympathetic to our causes in power, China does, Russia does, it becomes very bad for America all over the world.
It's almost always warlords rely on an unfalsifiable counterfactual. You know, so it's like, oh, but if we didn't do this and we ran the counterfactual, it would be this crazy other scenario that's somehow even worse than this. Now, the problem with that, from my perspective, is number one, the factual scenario is like something like 4 to 5 dead civilians over the last 25 years. Entire nations destroyed $8 trillion from the U.S. Treasury, tens of thousands of upwards of blowing their brains out. So, you know, if you're living on this unfalsifiable counterfactual, it would have been worse if we had fought a war in Iraq and Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, all these places over the last years. Okay, I'd say the onus is on you to really have to demonstrate that and not just assert that it would be worse if we had done this.
This was
But also,
the city of
we're going broke. $36 billion in debt. He can't afford it. And the idea that if he were to get out of the game of the world empire, then like China would go, Okay, great. Now we get to destroy ourselves, and it just seems completely, it seems extremely unlikely that would be the case. And also, it's like people act like, okay, if we were doing this in Ukraine, Vladimir could do whatever he wanted to, or if we weren't doing this in China, could do whatever they wanted to. But they've got adversaries all around them who are richer than them, maybe not Chinese, but certainly richer than them, are opposed to them. All of Western Europe is not just a pushover. But China has Japan and South Korea, and they've got their own, the truth is that there's nobody has the power that the U.S. government has to do this. It's only, like, we're the ones who can do this. And it's just like a better world. Like, you just can't convince me that, like, if we just actually fought the territories, like, which was totally a possibility. We had the whole war on terrorism could have been over by Christmas in 2001. Special ops taking out the Al Qaeda themselves. They could have trapped us on the before they had them. They already have their eye on Baghdad. And, if Osama bin Laden is caught, he won't get involved in this war. You know what I mean? He's got the whole war propaganda for Afghanistan. It wasn't, everyone remembers WMD, but it wasn't just that claim. It was the claim, just to change Bush and all the Bush real hard, was that he was in on 9/11. This totally fell apart because it was never true. I mean, it wasn't true. But the claim was he's got these weapons, and he could hand them off to the terrorists, and then, what's the voice of the line that says, like, one morning, be the mushroom cloud or something like that. Like, the fear was they're going to do Kansas or whatever. As soon as Saddam Hussein gives the weapons he doesn't have to the terrorists he's not friends with, but if they called Osama bin Laden, I think that would have destroyed the whole 773 So, here's more. He hosted a debate, which I love doing the show, but it's a circus. But it is a circus. Yes. I think it's very smart. Oh, he's that circus. A lot of people want to know. Dude, he figured out, and I gotta give him so much credit because he's probably the only one from like large corporate media who figured it out. He went, okay, I see what's on. Yeah, I see what's going on, and I know what people want to see. Well, Tucker figured it out too. Tucker is actually Tucker's the one who is really doing this kind of show. Yes, yeah, no, I think it's even more fun podcast. Well, fuck, go with people who suck up on the maybe 10% of that message was on the other day that was talking about all the cancer. Yeah, I don't watch all the things I saw. It's very fucking crazy. Pancreatic cancer, little kids, which is just unheard of. He was saying that in all of his career, he had never seen pancreatic cancer in a child before. And now they're saying, well, they used to call type 2 diabetes adult onset diabetes because it was like the kids don't get it. It's like unheard of. And now it's like all. I saw that thing. I saw it because you posted it. Yes, so great. So great. It's just amazing that they're arguing against this. Well, there's no argument. It's like, I'm far from it. I don't understand. But, okay. It's crazy that Bob Kennedy overhauled this whole thing and cut all this. He spent more on health than any other nation in the world by far. And we're the second. You're telling me and your position here, it just like exposes the entire media. It's like your position here is to get into the regime and it's also radical change. Radical change causes controversies. So the media is going to sell that, and they're going to sell it on the angle of this is creating all sorts of problems, all sorts of people losing their
jobs, budgets are getting cut, people are getting fired, they're out on the street. It's that. Like that's just what they have to do. That is what if you're doing television media, newsprint media, subscription media, that's part of your job.
Well, but you could also get huge ratings by covering the controversy that is, we spend more money and have the worst outcomes.
You can't do it. You get too much money from the folks. So that's right. That's also
And I mean, look, if the media was just driven by ratings, they'd be doing shows on Jeffrey Epstein every day. I mean, because you get the number one show in cable news. You could go, I'm going to talk about no other topic. Give me the 8 p.m. hour on MSNBC or CNN or Fox News or whatever, and I'll say, I'm just going to make my show about Jeffrey Epstein. That's every single day, that's all we're doing. I guarantee you that's the number one show. Right? More people want to watch.
Candace Owens show. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. And it's doing better numbers than any of the shows on cable news.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So they created a launch. They fired
They sure did. Yeah. Oh no. Who's going to stop it?
She's hitting all the fucking third rails that no one wants to touch. She's got a 6-hour presentation on how Bridget McConnell is bad. It's fucking 6 hours. What? It's long.
Yeah, like I don't know if she's kind of right about that. I think she's right. She's got a lot of shit to say on it.
She would be getting sued right now instead of trying to bribe her. Instead of trying to give her money to shut the fuck up. Yeah, they would sue her. Yeah,
You're probably right about that.
I don't know, they actually. But they tried to file anything. They probably filed some bullshit. I'm sure she's the only several. I'm pretty sure she's right. I don't know. I might be wrong. I think she's right. The whole thing stinks. And what stinks way worse than that giant distraction is that the number one opponent for Macron just got sentenced to 4 years in jail and barred from political life for 5 years.
And the front runner, not just the number one opponent, the one who's winning.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. It's what they try to do to Trump.
Oh yeah. They were able to take it further. Yeah. And then we'll see if there's the backlash. The same with enforcement judge and Trump. And it's just so. It's like the there's some propaganda. It's like you can't be successful propaganda. Like saying Saddam Hussein on the that's good. Right after 9/11, you can totally convince the average American that okay, we can't let that stand. In a post-9/11 world, we can't allow some arrogant dictator to have a weapon against rights on terrorism and on 9/11. Okay, but to say the propaganda is democracy is on the ballot while you're trying to arrest your opponent because he's winning in the polls. That's just too, like, it's too ridiculous. It's too much of a face.
Just saying what you're arrested for. And then when people look at it, like, wait, Mar-a-Lago's worth how much? Hold on. 34. What? You're keeping arrows? They're is it past the statute of limitations? It is.
Nobody's ever been tried on like a charge where it would be a misdemeanor, ramped up to a felony, and there's no victim involved. They themselves are telling you, we're happy to do business with Donald Trump. We do business with
hey, we've got our money back. There's no victims at all. And it's what every real estate agent does. Every real estate salesman, every real estate investor, they overvalue their properties. And your property is essentially only worth what you really pay for it.
It's so obvious. So weaponizing
It's so crazy. And trying to say Mar-a-Lago's worth $15 million. I would buy it right away. If someone told me you can get Mar-a-Lago for $18 million, I'd call my accountant right now. I go, don't use this. Jump on this. Wire money. Wire the money and move it forward.
you just bring down the Austin. Everybody,
I got the call with you. Fuck.
Yeah. You thought you had some uncomfortable summers here.
Do you like golf? A lot of golf? I like some parts.
much fun. Well, I don't think Trump's selling, and I don't think we get it right.
He likes those Alex. So this episode, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No, keep your kids in God.
So anyway, I'm going to tell you because I forgot what I said. So here's what it poses: the debate between Scott Portman and Wesley Clark. And so in this debate, one of the most interesting things, Wesley Clark just very casually said this. It's like breaking news. But he said, so everybody, I certainly played a bunch of times before, but Wesley Clark's four-star general, and he told Amy Goodman on Democracy Now! That he saw in late 2001 what become known as the 7 wars of 5 years. That the plan from the neocons in the government is to overthrow all of these governments in the region in the next 5 years. Now, this plan obviously didn't end up happening in 5 years, but it's literally he made it 7 countries, and there's 1 to go. And that one, by the way, happens to be the one that Donald Trump is flirting with the war with right now. All the rest of it is really yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's, I mean, we're very clearly moving toward this war. Yet another catastrophic war. So, Wesley Clark gets asked about this, right? And he goes, it actually goes back much further than that. Because I first saw the plans in 1991, and it came from Paul Wolfowitz. Okay? So it was Paul Wolfowitz had these plans in 1991, and he took them to Brent Scowcroft, who was George H.W. Bush's national security advisor. So he takes them out, and according to Wesley Clark, again, this is my source on this tape, 4-star general, he says that Scowcroft won't look at this after the election. 92 is the election year. They lose, Bill Clinton comes in because of the plan got killed. And then he said it was later in a study paid for by the Israelis. And that this was done, that Richard Pearl was when they brought him back to life. And that it was explicitly done because this is what they thought was necessary to protect Israel. And like I mentioned to you before, I don't know exactly what study he's referring to. But he said, that's what he said. But I do know, as I mentioned before, that anybody can go read the Clean Break. Google it right now. It's a Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the ground, which was a letter written by the guy he mentioned, Richard Pearl, David Rothschild, to Benjamin Netanyahu in 1996, his first year he became his prime minister. And the whole thing is basically the Clean Break is a break from the peace process, a break from Oslo, because essentially Bill Clinton had gotten Yitzhak Rabin and Arafat to agree to like this 2-state solution process that should be loosely based around 6 or 7 borders. You got to find these Palestinians a state. You cannot find them since 1967. You got to find people and take your boot off their neck. And the Clean Break strategy was to go, listen, we got to get away from this whole idea of giving them land. Basically, the thing Yitzhak Rabin thinking of this. But basically, they were like, look, we've been occupying the Palestinians for decades. The broader Arab world hates us over our treatment of the Palestinians. And so what you've got to do is you have to make peace with the Palestinians so that you can get along with all these Arab states around you. And that was another thing. The Clean Break strategy was like, no, we're going to reverse that. Instead of making peace with the Palestinians so that we get along with the Arab states surrounding us, what we're going to do is we're going to overthrow all of those states. So we never have to make peace with the Palestinians. So we never have a 2-state solution. What we'll just do is we'll go overthrow all of these governments. Of course, Israel can't go overthrow all of these governments, but the U.S. can. And so after they had these plans in according to Wesley Clark in 91. We know about the Clean Break memo in 96. But after 9/11, that's what, by a terrible twist of fate and all this shit, the neocons are in power. They're in George W. Bush, but there is no Brent Scowcroft, there is no H.W. There's nobody with like a little bit of wisdom at the top. It's Dick Cheney at the top, and then his sidekick, George W. Bush. And they go, so now we're going to work together. That's what Dick Cheney was what W was. Yeah, that's what he was. Yeah, I'll tell you something. We were
which is so crazy. Why would you say when the guy was trying to kill his kid? Are you that close to the bunker? Where's this bunker? What does it look like? Can I get a fucking MTV Cribs tour of this bunker? What's going on with the bunker?
And look, man, and then just and you can see now where there's like so much. There's such a rise in people who are so fed up with this stuff. The idea that we're now, I mean, look, even this whole signal shit just happened. It's like the real scam of it isn't even. I mean, I do think that Mike Bolt should be fired over this. I mean, it's a crazy screw up, and it's totally embarrassing.
How do you do that? I mean, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
Did you see his
interview? But it is a signal chat between high-level government officials with classified information. It's being discussed about warfare.
They would claim it's not classified, but it was information about an imminent attack that's about to take place.
How is that not?
That's
But something else. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you have, I believe there's 18 people in the chat. Yeah. And no one goes up for those things before you start addressing this information. If Jamie and I were talking shit about someone and we decided to do it on Signal, like, I would make sure that I didn't accidentally include my mom.
Yeah, right.
Or a fucking reporter I know, or Trump himself.
Looks like your enemy, like the person who hates you the most.
How could you even have that guy in your contact list? What's going on?
And also, like,
How do you accidentally include someone?
And the chat is, I mean, this is, you can't overstate it. Short of the president of the United States, it's the most senior position. It's,
How do you
your
not have
CIA
someone
director
going over the list before you go live?
It's unbelievable. I will say that, like, and perhaps there's another element. I mean, I don't know. I don't exactly know. I know in Trump's first term, the efforts of his own government to sabotage him were profound. They were obvious. Yeah, I mean, they were framing him for being intelligence agencies. And so when you have a conversation like this, you get leaked to the most anti-Trump, propagandists at the Atlantic. It does raise some questions, like, was this done intentionally? Was it not? Yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but Waltz did or an English show, like a couple days after it came out, and his answers were just ridiculous. It's like, she was like, so is this a Stanford messed up with someone? And he goes, no, I take full responsibility. It was, I'm sure a lot of people have contact with the wrong numbers in the contact.
Yeah, but you don't include that.
Yeah, but also,
Every time I get a new phone, one of the things I do, I have a lot of dead people, and that's all. Yeah, it's so sad. But I have a lot of friends that look through my contact list. Oh, fuck. It's, like, and I have to make the decision. Do I go through my contact list? Generally, I don't see it. Yeah, I have a message from an old boss of mine. I keep the phone just because it's got the voicemail on it.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
It's like you keep things that you don't need. I have contacts with people that are not just dead, but people that are dead to me. You know what I mean? Like, why do I have them in there? Sure, that guy. Like, you don't add them to a fucking chat list. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, right, and also, and he was claiming, like, the idea of, which I'm sure has happened from all of us before, where, like, maybe you're taking down someone's number and you enter it wrong. So, like, but you wouldn't happen to hit the Atlantic. This guy's number.
No, he had contact with them.
Well, he claims he's never been in contact with him. He's never met him. He's never
So how
met
did
him.
he
Then they found, by the way, pictures of them together at, like, different events.
Oh,
so he's already lost. Yeah, he's already lost. It's not, like, I will say, like, that, it's like with a lot of these things, there was like which we talked about before on the show, there's the Victoria Nuland phone call where she's deciding who the new government in Ukraine will be, like right around the time, okay? And then at one point she's furious at the European Union for not, like, moving in faster, And she goes, at one point, she goes, fuck the European. We'll just do it ourselves.
We should play that recording. Sure, because it's so crazy.
But
People should hear it.
But the point is that the scandal became that she said, fuck the EU. Like, no, dude, that's not the scandal here. That's not, they're like, isn't this undiplomatic for saying, fuck the European Union? Like, that's the least of what's interesting about this.
Isn't it interesting that Congress people swear now?
It's very,
Everybody's swearing.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, fuck this, call people retards. It's great.
well, it is like they lost, they were trying to play that, like, Donald Trump's, like, down here. I think that didn't work, so they were like, I guess we'll just try to be like him.
Fuck Elon Musk. Yeah. Everybody's excited again. It's interesting. They're adopting podcast language is what it is.
Yes, but it's I don't think it's going to be successful for them because what they're not adopting is the authenticity of it, and it comes off as kind of like he goes, oh, now you're doing this after all these formal and everything was about decorum and Donald Trump wasn't presidential enough, and then you're like, oh, he never really believed any of that shit. It's like them trying to turn on the woke stuff. It's like it just doesn't. It's too long. Right? You were so married to this for too long.
You gave up your authenticity for too long. Yeah. And it's like a Chris Cuomo type deal.
It's like Chris Cuomo. It's Elizabeth Warren drinking the beer, right? Doing great, like a whole mouth over a bottle of beer.
I want people to get better, right? So if you were a propagandist and you'd be like, this is bullshit. But there's examples of those people out there that are legitimate, and then there's also people that realize, like, oh, well, that job is over. I can't do that anymore. I have to do something different. Let me try to be authentic.
Yes, but you can read that. They can tell.
But you're also never going to fully be authentic. You're going to say things because you want people to think in a certain way. Then uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, that's right. Oh, but so anyway, just on the signal thing, it is not that they, whatever, either intentionally or were just so incompetent that they had these journalists doing it got leaked. It's a real scandal. Something that look through the shot. And that's like, what are we doing? We're bombing another country in the Middle East. We're bombing the poorest country in the Middle East.
Yeah,
by the way,
it's been bombed for it.
Oh my God, on behalf of Israel, because they're standing up against this fucking brutal war in Gaza right now. And so we're gonna bomb these guys again. And have, like, I gotta say that, like, I was disgusted by Tulsi Gabbard's response there. Someone who said a lot of things about the and I really support him as being that. Like, literally, J.D. Vance is the only one who offers the mildest pushback and goes, like, hey guys, this is kind of a mistake and it's kind of everything against what Donald Trump ran on. And by the way, like, it's like such an insignificant amount of our trade that even goes through this area. It's really Europe's problem, not ours. But I'll go along with it if you guys want to, if you guys say. And then they literally say on the thing, they go, we've tracked the missile guy, as they call him, the target that they're trying to take out. They go, we've tracked him to his girlfriend's apartment building. So we'll level the apartment building. And then Tulsi Gabbard's just like, job well done, team. Everybody's cheering it on. There's not like nobody even has the thought to go like, like any, is there a way we can do this without like murdering an entire apartment building's worth of people here? Is there a way? Man, there's a lot like, it's like, did none of you guys even kind of believe in God? Or none of you scared that maybe God exists and that like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing here? There's none of that. There's not a feeling of that. There's not a sense of like, and I know I've talked about this before on the show, but we go the whole history of war in Yemen, going all the way back to Obama's first term. I mean, what we've done to this country, the poorest country in the Middle East, I mean, it was a goddamn genocide that happened in Yemen. I mean, it was the drone bomb campaign from Obama was bad enough, but the Saudi invasion and the blockade and the war on the civilian population, hundreds of thousands of cases of like cholera and these other like really very easily preventable and short treatable diseases that babies were just dying of because they had from the blockade around the country. The U.S. Navy fucking enforced the blockade. The U.S. fucking refueling the Saudi fighter jets, backing their whole war there. And the idea that think what launched the Tomahawks is going to break the movies after they break through all that shit. There's no chance. Like, it's not, you're just killing people for no strategic benefit. The only thing that would actually, like, we could overthrow the Philippines if we wanted to invade the country. The U.S. military could do that. But, like, short of that, the idea of just, that's like a big public thing, which is bombing somehow, especially drone bombing, sort of like, you know what I mean? It's almost abstract. Like, yeah, like, you don't, like, if we sent a tier 1 team to go take this dude out, that would be front page now. That would be like that would be the thing where declaring war on this country. Invade their land, but actually boots on the ground. For some weird reason, like, you're allowed to use flying robot remote control on drone operators. And by the way, have some of the weirdest fucking people. PTSD right now. These people are all fucked up for a long time because they watch these folks. Because they're watching these folks. They know the people around. They get to know. They watch them for days. They see ugly kids, and then they get that fucking call, and you don't get any of the. And I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of speculating here. Psychologist, right? There's something I think when like if you're in the fight, if you're in the action, in like a lot of different, primal things are going to kick up. Like as all the troops say, and I've talked to a whole lot of them, it's almost unanimous to them now. But they always say the thing you're fighting for once you get there is your brother next to you. Like it's not even like forget the mission or whatever. It's like this is your God right here. Right? You guys are going in to make sure your body doesn't get his leg blown off or whatever. But when you don't have any of that. There are bullets whizzing at you. There's not your friend next to you. There's not this like sense of like I had to do what I had to do. You're just watching it on a monitor from a safe distance, and there's something that helps you up on a whole different level. It's got there's no other way. You can see it. This child, this and you have to because the kids are near the dad and you gotta kill the guy. Yeah, you got orders. That's the whole group. We're talking thousands of people. To get to this guy. Well, there's a Usher Clown. There's a clip that Tim Pool got like a real short interview with Donald Trump during the campaign. Like I think he was the first one, but it wasn't like a long form podcast. Like it was the first podcast. They did like 20 minutes or something like that. But he did get this one clip out of Donald Trump on that thing where Donald Trump is eviscerating Joe Biden for bombing the Houthis for the same exact reason, because they were firing on shipping lanes. And Donald Trump's like, what type of idiot is Joe Biden? I mean, these guys, they're answering everything. They drop bombs on you. Pick up a phone. Diplomacy can work here. Like, you don't have to do this. And the fact is that there were, during the ceasefire, which Trump is ongoing negotiating, which is falling apart now, but during the ceasefire, there were no Houthi attacks on the shipping lanes. Like, they stopped them. And then when the ceasefire fell apart, they picked them back up again. Feel however you feel about that. I'm just saying, there is a diplomatic solution here, right? Like, they are willing to, like, if there's a ceasefire, they will stop these attacks. But there's not a military solution short of invading the country and having yet another catastrophic war in the Middle East. And it's like, so which one of those do you want to pick? America first crowd? I mean, like, Donald Trump was explicitly elected for this reason as a repudiation of the foreign policy of the last 30 years. And we're like done with this. We want to put America first. And as you can see, even J.D. Vance and then a little bit Pete Hegseth, their only issue, it's never for most Christians, it's kind of weird that that never comes up. But their issue is, this is us bailing out Europe, because Europe actually relies more on these shipping lanes than the United States does by orders of magnitude. But even that is part of the American first thing that Donald Trump totally ran against. Why is it that we have to foot the bill for everybody else's defense? It makes no sense. We're broke. Our country is in bad shape. We need those resources here.
What is the justification? What is the public justification?
That the Houthis attacked a cargo ships, and that there's you know, that there are international trade, that they have a right to disrupt international trade in this way, which is like, okay, it's true. I mean, the thing that I've seen the most is like that people go, well, we can't just turn a blind eye to this aggression by the Houthis. But I also do think, and I don't even blame people for this, because nobody, you know, in the corporate media or ever talked about any of this stuff, or very rarely talked about it, never really told the story. Then it's like, yeah, if you're just coming into the story now, I could see where you might think the Houthis are the aggressors. But if you're rewinding the tape from this, there is just no debate about it. I mean, there's no question that we literally started, you know, it was in 2009 when Obama started the drone bombing, the then secret drone bombing campaign. And Yemen was one of the major theaters. You know, this was where, if you remember, because it was like the big scandal of the Obama administration, also not talking about much of what he was talking about with podcast was that Anwar Locke and his like 14 or 15-year-old son, his two American citizens, were both killed by drone bombs in Yemen. And this was caused a bit of an outrage among some people because you're like, hey, you know, you really can't murder American citizens who have never been charged with a crime. You can't just say, you know, I just, you know, forget that whole Bill of Rights thing. They're on my list. And by the way, the kid was not Al-Qaeda affiliated or anything. They claimed that wasn't intentional. It sure seemed like it was. And so Obama had a drone, you know, he was fighting at the time Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, had a presence in Yemen. So he's drone bombing these Al-Qaeda sites. I think the estimates were something like 95 to 96% of the people died on targets. So just killing a whole bunch of innocent people. And then, as always happens in these situations, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula just grew stronger and stronger and stronger because this is, you know, it's such a, like General McChrystal said, you kill a bunch of innocent people, and then, you know, you kill one little girl, and she had 3 brothers and a father and 2 uncles, and they all join up Al-Qaeda now. It's like, fuck you, you're going to give me that. Yes. So we're doing this drone bomb campaign there. It's completely failing, and Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula is just getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Obama kind of bribed off the dictator of Yemen at the time, this guy, Salah. And he was like, listen, if you let us do our fucking drone bombing campaigns in here, we'll give you a whole bunch of weapons and money. That's what he took the deal. And then he used those weapons to go attack this group, the Houthis. And then he also started losing to them. Like, even with the U.S. weapons, the Houthis were fucking him up. And then, little by little, the Houthis like kind of took over the whole country. And then, now, the Houthis are also enemies with Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. These are radical Sunnis, Al-Qaeda versus radical Shiites. So they're fucking enemies. They're fighting a civil war while all this is going on. And then Saudi Arabia decided to invade in early 2015. And in 2015, and you could put this up, Google Obama to placate the Saudis. And these are literally what the Obama officials told the New York Times. They told them that literally this is why. So Obama stabbed the Houthis in the back, took Saudi Arabia's side, took Al-Qaeda's side, started fighting on the started fighting in a civil war against the Houthis, which is, you know, in effect taking Al-Qaeda's side in that war. And so the Saudis invade the country. Now Obama said essentially that because the Saudis are like an important trading partner, they were pissed off at us at the time. They were very upset about the war in Iraq. The Saudis were the ones in the region who were against it the whole time because they were like, just going to keep it Baghdad to Iran. Basically, that's their big enemy is Iran. And then they were also really pissed off because Obama did the one decent thing that his administration was worked out that deal with Iran. Same goddamn thing that Trump tore up and is now demanding they get back in some type of deal. So, in order to placate the Saudis, Obama goes, okay, well, back your war. And like I said, full blockade around the country, refueling their military jets, quiet support for Saudis. So Obama, an awkward twist, Saudi Arabia. it is hard to overstate how brutal the Saudis were in this war. I mean, like, think of Gaza, something not similar to that. But you're talking like a full blockade around the country. This was the poorest country in the Middle East before this. Full blockade around the country. The Saudis were bombing. They were bombing their agriculture. They were bombing their like silos. They were bombing their irrigation ditches. They're just like a total war on the civilian population, all the way from 2015 into 2021, when it essentially ended in like an Afghanistan style, I guess we give up. Like it was just eventually the sense that the Houthis, one of the things that's really interesting happening this whole time with the drone wars. So back in 2009, first of all, it was secret. The drone program wasn't, everyone knew it. There had been good reporting on it. But the way they got the good reporting was like people found the drones in Yemen, and they take like little, green cell phone pictures. Be like, look, this is a U.S. drone. So but actually, Obama's press secretary, it's not Jay Comey, it's the first press secretary. When he admitted this on NBC News, when he was talking about the drone program. This is years like 2012. He's at NBC News now. He's talking about how when he used to get questions about the drone program, he wasn't allowed to even acknowledge that it was real. So he would just sit there. Yeah, Robert Gibbs. I apologize. I should remember that. I was told not to even acknowledge the drone program. There's video of it. When I went through the process of becoming press secretary, one of the first things they told me was, you're not even to acknowledge the drone program. You're not even to discuss that it exists. Said former White House press secretary Robert Gibbs. I'm up with Chris Hayes. So now think about, okay, by the way, there's a video of this. It wasn't, I don't know if it was on it. I mean, that was essentially the point. The thing in the video is so funny is that they all are laughing about it. Like, they're talking about, like, what a funny thing it is. Like, imagine being in a position where you can't admit that a real thing is real, and journalists are asking you questions. And he said, because it is kind of funny over here, right? But that's like, that would be the number one thing. Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the major problem with murdering people in the poor country in the Middle East. It might undermine people's trust in you, and therefore the ability to murder more people in the poor country in the Middle East. So just like, by the way, whenever you see anyone that's like the unions on MSNBC, CNN, talking about threat to democracy, the free press, and all this, shut the fuck up. You hired that guy. The guy who's sitting there telling you, like, when it comes to, forget whether you're for the war or against the war. It's a secret war. You're not going to forget democracy. The people aren't even allowed to have an opinion on this. As the White House press and like, why not? I mean, it's not as if they were like, well, if Al Qaeda knows that we're coming for them, then something is compromised. It's just like, oh yeah, Obama ran as the peace candidate. He collected a Nobel Peace Prize before he had done anything. And he didn't particularly want to tell people that he had just started this new campaign of just murdering whoever he wanted to for whatever reason he wanted. And you know, one of the things that's interesting about the technology, and I remember people much smarter than me predicting this at the time. I guess I never really appreciated like exactly the timetable of all of it. But it went in 2009, which is he's talking about 2009, a few years later there. It went from like, oh, the US has this new technology where we could use drones and more. So all of a sudden now in 2025, you're seeing that in everybody. Like this is just part of the war now. You know, clearly even the Houthis who don't have the capabilities we have, but they have drone bombs. That's part of how they were able to get the Saudis to finally back out. It's like they could hit some of their oil fields with their drone bombs, and it was enough of a pain in the ass for the Saudis to be like, all right, like call your ways. Right? So they ended that war in 21. But now these Houthis have been in charge of Yemen the whole time since. You know, in the same way that it was like we fought this whole war to get the Taliban out. And so these guys are still there. They have gone through what was the worst humanitarian crisis in the world from 2015 to 2021. They survived all of that, and they're still there. And now they see the same goddamn thing happening in Gaza. And they're the one, again, I'm not, like, this is their stated thing. I'm not saying, like, they're all great people or something. But they're going, like, you know, fuck that. We're standing up for the people in Gaza. And so they were like, as long as all of you guys are supporting Israel, just slaughtering all these people, then we're going to start, you know, like, trying to shut down these shipping lines, which they don't really have the capacity to do. But they can hit some cargo ships and hit some military ships. How does this ever settle? How does this ever relax? Like, when you look at what happened in Gaza, and you think about the tensions that existed before October 7th, and then this happens, and then the Israeli attack happens. How does anything come to a peaceful resolution? Well, it looks really bad right now, you know? And like what I always like to say, which I, you know, is like 50% just to tell myself something to feel better about the situation, but then 50% like it is kind of, you know, like you look, you can go around the world right now, and like England is right next to Ireland, and everybody's just like, that would have seemed like impossible, you know, and like France and Germany, and you know what I mean, like there are all these countries where like there was a time where it just seemed impossible, and you know, that was Egypt and Israel. That Egypt and Israel went to war 4 times in the first 20-something years of the existence of the state of Israel. They just kept going more and more against each other. And then in the late 70s, they made a deal. And it was like a land for peace swap. But isn't it part of the problem that Palestine is not staying? Like, oh, that's like the whole problem. The whole thing is like, you can never come to peace. You can never acknowledge that exist. Yeah, well, they've had, so Israel took control of what the occupied territories. They took control of Gaza in the West Bank in 1967. And it's one thing, I'm not saying it's ever justified, but like, it's one thing to like occupy an area for a few months after a war, as you're going to put themselves, or maybe even a few years. But like, we're going into like 60 years of complete Israeli control over these people. And under Israeli control, they have zero rights. Zero rights whatsoever. I mean, like, they don't have freedom of movement, they don't have freedom to trade with the outside world, they don't have voting rights, they don't have the right to due process. They get literally to this day, like in the West Bank, where there's like all these big Israeli settlements, Israel is constantly slowly stealing Palestinians. If like an Israeli settlement in the West Bank, in the same jurisdiction, gets in a dispute with a Palestinian there, the Israeli citizen, he's a citizen of Israel, he has rights, he goes to a trial. The Palestinian goes in front of a military trial, if he's lucky enough to get that, something like a 99% conviction rate, you're just totally fine. Like, and then, look, I mean, we'll point to like, look, like there's been terrorism on the Arab side toward the Israelis going back many years. But like, I think you're essentially right. You can't expect people to just be subjugated for eternity. And nobody's going to try to violently fight back. And of course, when they non-violently try to fight back, squash too. That gets back to violence. And the wildest thing Trump comes along and says, we're gonna turn it into the Mediterranean, Middle East. It's such a man. It's such. I really just. And I say this. I know. Like the last time I was on election night, and I supported Donald Trump in this last election. I think Donald Trump was like a necessary force. Donald Trump is a once in a century type of figure. Yeah, I mean, there was just nobody was positioned to do the things that Donald Trump did, and there were like enormous positives that came out of him winning this election. I mean, Donald Trump landed a devastating blow on the Republican establishment in 2016 when he won the primary, and he landed a devastating blow against the Democratic establishment by winning the presidency this year. And he like destroyed the corporate media, like in a way that nobody else could have done. And all of those things are like incredible achievements, you know. But there is this like kind of tragedy with Donald Trump too, where it's like he's the one guy who was able to do all of this. And I will say there were hopes that it was like, hey, he maybe this time around, oh man, he's got a little candidate there, he's got there's a gap in there. He's got like, oh, this is like a whole other
stop that war in one day.
Yes, right. He's here to end the war. Also, like, he can't be burned by the system now. You know, it's not just that they call him a Russian traitor or whatever. It's like they try to throw him in jail. Murder? This is amazing. I'm sorry. Totally.
He had 5 phones.
A lot of times, as we all know, professionals get the bar. Yes, that happens all the time. Many times, presidential candidates, the front runner to be president, wants to be former president. A sniper is a clean shot. That's not scary comment. That guy was in a BlackRock commercial. And a lot of those guys were in BlackRock commercials once, Joe. These are normal things that happen to normal people. It's part of everyday politics. So a lot of this made people think like, maybe, but I will say already into Trump's presidency, it's just a lot. It's like, shit. Now, I guess I got to be happy with the things that he did. But the idea that he's really figured this out, and he's really onto something, he's learned a lot. The guy is out there. He's saying he should primary Thomas Massey and throw his support behind Lindsey Graham. I mean, come on.
What is Thomas Massey doing?
No, he didn't vote for the freaking spending bill. He voted against the CR because it increased spending, it was increasing the debt, and it was refunding all of the programs that Doge had recommended be cut. So he was like, no, I'm not voting for this. And Joe was like, well, I'm going to need you to vote for it. And he was like, no. And that's it. That's his crime. The same thing, same reason Trump hated him in 2020. He wouldn't vote for the vote. The country's locked down, that means we have to join the corporation. No, I'm not supporting this. And saying all these people go, he's betraying America first or whatever. But because once Trump gets it, he just wants like the next win. But the real problem here is like the idea that we are going to go and ethnically cleanse, like finish the job of ethnically cleansing the Palestinians out of Gaza on behalf of Israel. It's like, first of all, what do you think the reaction to that's going to be? What do you think that's going to do to our country here? It's like I feel it's like I see a lot of people who get very upset about what they call the rise of anti-Semitism, which certainly, according to my Twitter feed, is real. There's a lot of people.
Do you think is it a rise or is it the ability to express it now in our model?
I don't know. Maybe both. I had a tough time kind of figuring out exactly what it is. It's also there's a troll aspect to it. There's when you make one thing, the thing that you're not allowed to say, and the thing that's going to get the rise out of everybody. This has been true, and it's been building for many years. Kind of the alt-right back in the day was kind of the first, version of this, but where you could be some guy just on your computer, you could be 15-year-old on your phone or whatever, and you could get, the New York Times senior editor to go, look at that, right? Just the ability to provoke that reaction out of somebody that's fun. Yes, that's fun. And you're handing this person who has no power, like some real kind of power. Right. I also think that for young men today, particularly like young straight white men, I think it's kind of hard, like for me and you, to even understand the world they grew up in. It's very different than the world we grew up. Like they grew up in this world. And okay, now it's kind of like that's receded and wokeism has been defeated, but they grew up in a time where racialism was accepted by every powerful institution, just against them. You know, like it was totally fine to demonize straight white men at your high school, at your college, in your movies, in your TV shows, in your politicians, celebrities, everybody was in. And that does, like, it unlocks a certain thing that we kind of all had a gentleman's agreement to not unlock. We're still going to do that. You know, we don't want to be like racialized. And so I think that's a component to it too. But there's also no question that it's exploded since Israel's launched this war on Gaza.
Yeah, and it's exploded on the left, which you never heard anti-Jewish sentiment in public spaces before. You really never saw that on campuses. You know, if Israel did something, you may see protest, but it was generally it was organic. These don't seem organic. They seem very funded, and they're very disruptive. And you know, some universities experience vandalism and fires and crazy shit, and people being threatened and doxxed. You know, it's different. It's a different level of it than I think we've ever seen before, and it's created a giant divide on the left, right? Because on the left you have a lot of people that are their whole life they've been in support of Israel, right? And now all of a sudden there's these Palestine people that are also on the left. So this divide on the left.
Yeah, and there was that divide goes back a lot. Like there were leftist divides over the Israel-Palestine question going back to like 1967, where most of the kind of like the Black Power, like the Black Panthers, the Nation of Islam, those guys, they all sided with the Palestinians because they all saw it as like an extension of like, yeah, that's the whole, you know, we're against this kind of like racist colonizer, you know, like force. And then of course there were a lot of influential Jewish people on the left who were like, no, in this case we're okay with it. But you guys sure are right about all that civil rights stuff. But like, it's not like over there. But so a lot of that is kind of re-emerging. Now I do also, you know, I don't know. Like I talked to one kid who was like a grad student at Columbia, which is really like the center of civilian protest, and he's Jewish. And I was like, so what's it like there? He was like, yeah, they're annoying. They're laughing. Some of their chants are like, and I was like, do you ever feel like threatened? Like it's fine. Just walk by. And then I do know also that they had at least one time they had like a Seder service because they had like Jewish people in those protest movements too. And so they told them last Passover, it's like a year ago, they had like a Seder service with the Jews like in there too. So I don't know like what percentage of them are like just against the war and seeing pictures of dead babies and stuff like that. What percentage of them are actually, you know, like harbor resentment toward Jewish people? Like it's kind of hard to pick. But I would just say that like it almost in a very similar way to like what I was talking about with the drones and Al Qaeda. You know, it's like hey, if you want to see less Al Qaeda, maybe stop having the American military kill innocent civilians in their lives because that seems to be people are so concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism. Like, okay, well, it has exploded since Israel's been doing this to Gaza, right? So, like, maybe the U.S. shouldn't be following the whole country because that does seem to, like, at least give those people a giant talking point to latch on to. Maybe we shouldn't have a system where, like, our political class is not allowed to criticize a foreign government. And a foreign government that's gotten us into like 7 wars. They played a large role in getting us into those wars explicitly, not like alleging some secret conspiracy. It's like Benjamin Netanyahu is John McCain.
Right.
Like he's been telling us Iran has a nuke. He's been telling us they're 5 years away from a nuke since I was 7. Literally, he's been saying Iran is 5 years away from a nuke the entire time. And he came over here, he testified before Congress in 2002 that as a regional expert, that he learned of what Saddam Hussein received this region and with all these positive reparations. And he goes, you also got to overthrow the regime in Iran, and you also got to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. And like every single one of these things, we not Iran yet, still pushing back. But we went and overthrew Saddam Hussein, we went and overthrew Muammar Gaddafi. And I don't know what swept the region, but it wasn't democracy.
You know, I remember in the early 2000s when I realized there's 2 fighting factions of Islam. It was like, what? Yeah. And then Saddam Hussein had actually kept that from boiling over because he was in control.
Yeah, no, I remember learning it too, right around the same time. So, like, you told me there were shirts and skins over there.
They fight against each other. Like, what do they? Do you know the difference between Sunni and Shia?
I mean, I know that there are different sects of Islam, like in terms of like the religion
Is it
itself.
like the Catholics versus the Protestants?
Yeah, I think it's something like that. Like it's always the people with the like most minor interpretations of those legal differences who like go to war most aggressively. You know what I mean? Like it's like Catholics and the Protestants. You know, like you agree on 95% of this religion, but like whatever.
If you didn't know about that conflict, like Christians going to war with other Christians of different sects, like brutal, horrible wars.
Especially when you could like read about Jesus, like this seems to be what he's saying at all, man. Like
The helmet is fucking battleship.
it's unbelievable to me that, and I'm not trying to be any type of religious expert, and I'm not a Christian, but it is unbelievable to me that anybody can be a Christian and then like somehow do the mental gymnastics and rationalization to be like, and that's why you got to support every war. That's why we got to fight every single one of these wars. Because, you know, just like that guy Jesus told us, slaughter women and babies. Like, it seems like the opposite of his message from my humble understanding of it.
So the argument you have to
That's the argument, right? Like, we have to go to war with Iran, a country that doesn't have nuclear weapons, or the Air Force capable of delivering nuclear.
and it's so convenient. So convenient that they torture Christians. They execute Olympic gold medalists in wrestling because they protested against the government. It's so convenient.
Well, it's all there's evil shit going on all over the world. And it's terrible that there is. But isn't it interesting? Like even after war, you know, like I did a debate at Princeton University a few months back against Josh Hammer, who's the editor at Newsweek. And we did like a bunch of debate on whether the U.S. should support Israel. And one of the things I said to him, I was talking about like all this human brain strategy, 7 countries in 5 years. And he was like, oh, the war in Libya, that was totally separate. That was like a liberal interventionist. And I was like, well, it sure is a coincidence that it was one of the 7 countries. You know what I mean? Like, what a wild coincidence. The government we decided to overthrow was the exact government that 4-star General Wesley Clark told me we were planning on overthrowing way before any of these claims about how Nazi was.
The Libyan was wild to see how good of a leader he was, obviously. No question.
6th century fellow.
Yeah, definitely a piece of shit. However, for the people that lived there, they got no interest in home. They had incredible infrastructure. Their economy's doing well. They were at peace.
It's one of the richest countries in the world, which is, you know, pretty much country. But
then, a few years later, after we invade, it worked. We helped the system. It becomes a failed state, and they have slave auctions on YouTube. That's right. I've heard it's recovered somewhat. Yeah, people reach out from Libya and tell me Tripoli's actually not bad.
It's doing better than it was. But also, and the other part of this is that this was a huge contributing factor to the migrant crisis in Europe. You know, like all these things do have like these domino effects. Whereas, so then Gaddafi was kind of like not allowing that to happen. And then you have these huge numbers of refugees pouring into Europe. But then you see the rise of, but it seems like they're wanting that.
And see, I mean, this is where it gets really strange. You know, I had a conversation with someone about this that didn't understand it, and we were going over civil unrest and how the use of civil unrest. One of the things that civil unrest does do really well is it makes people want to have measures to stop civil unrest that ultimately erode liberties. It's a really good strategy. So if you want to take away people's guns, take away the right to protest, one of the best things to do is to release as many criminals as you can and flood your city with violence and crime. The more violence and crime you have, the more people get freaked out, the more people get freaked out, the more likely they are to give in to your measures. Exactly. Yeah, and you do that worldwide. You do that worldwide. But also, let's talk about Europe, okay? In particular, let's talk about Germany. Let's just talk about the UK. What have they been doing besides letting in immense numbers of migrants? One thing they're doing is arresting people for Facebook posts. They're arresting people for stepping out of line. So they're moving closer and closer to totalitarianism. If you look at the numbers of people, that have been arrested for just Facebook. One of them was someone just got arrested, pulled up his house for a Facebook post saying he didn't like the Palestinian flag. This is wild stuff. It's wild stuff. And thousands of arrests, not just. We've seen Constantine talking to someone about this. He's explaining like Russia imprisoned 400 people for posts on social media. That's crazy, right? How many think the UK did? 4,000. Thousands of people are getting arrested in the UK, and you're only seeing some of them. You're seeing the people that are filming it at the time who have the wherewithal to grab a cell phone. There's a lot of people yesterday by themselves that just got scooped up.
What was it? It was 60 minutes. And he's really has like 15 lawyers. They were sitting there like, kind of like asking, like, so would this post be okay? Right. Can I say something? And they're like, well, posting it's actually much worse than just saying it. I mean, like, it's really big. But you're so spot on about this kind of like this like 1-2 parts of like stabilization and then government coming with the solution. Yeah. It's a Billy Brown, he's a really guy. He was like he ran for president of the Democratic Party in 2000. But he used to say the government breaks away and they'll offer you a crutch. And then like they can be thankful for the crutch. They're like, hey man, if this government wasn't here, I wouldn't have a crutch. I'd be walking around on broken legs. But you see it where like look even if you just watch, I remember like during 2020, when the George Floyd thing first happened, and I forget like whatever the autopsy was, the one autopsy that said it was all that killed him, like even with that, all of that aside, just when the video of that Derek Chauvin kneeling on this guy's neck, on the ground, trying to take his smiling and the guy died. Everybody I mean, it was so unified. Hardcore right-wingers, I Fox News, watching father-in-law. I was at his house the day it happened, and he goes, everywhere else cops should do it. It's on national television because they should all be charged with murder. Like, it was, that was like, you cannot do this. And then, after the riot started in the summer, all those same people were like, send in the military. Like you just like someone can so quickly go from like, we really need some police reform because there's too much state power in police. Right, who's going to stop that? Yeah, because all we need the government to come in and crack down more police power than ever before. So you can see, like, and that's just like a little step. You can see how much that and sometimes, very understandably so. Like, in that example, very understandably so. You're like, well, I don't know. Like, I'm totally against, like, the militarization of the police. But when you have these huge riots across every major city in the country, you're like, well, I guess this is the one time we have a reason to have that. And then, by the way, we need to stop
it's all the George Floyd one was fascinating because it wasn't the setup. It was just an organic moment where someone was filming some guy who had a guy. No, he wasn't on his neck, it was on his shoulder. Keep hearing people online saying he's on his shoulder. Maybe that might be right. The thing is, on the neck, you're really going to go out. You know, if the guy's really crushing your neck like that, you're going to, like, anybody who thinks it's not a big deal, get someone who knows how to put weight on the knee. It's right on the neck, no question at all. Okay, that will put you to sleep for the most part. And that will definitely constrict your breathing, depending on how much weight he actually has on that neck and how strong George Floyd is. Now imagine this guy's already fucked up. He's using a large heart, he's on fentanyl, he's already fucking up. We can't die without this happening. Well, from what I understand, what you want to say was COVID. Well, maybe, you know, certainly he had poor health because of drug use, and it certainly must have contributed. But are you saying that wouldn't have a giant effect on someone in poor health? Like if you did that to an old man with emphysema, if you had some guy who smoked cigarettes for 50 years, and you got on his neck, you could fucking die right there. Whereas if you didn't get on his neck, you probably lived a long time.
Right, and you can't say it was the smoking that killed him if it was that.
Right. Remember Eric Gardner? Eric Gardner was saying, you know, he died because he's fat, he had a heart attack. He said, no, dude, that guy's choking. And if you don't think that guy's choking it, let me grab your neck like that. You don't think that's a choke? And you go, oh, because it's one arm? I'll put you to sleep with one arm.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. You can put someone to sleep. I watched the UFC fighter get put to sleep. Professional fighters get put to sleep. Professional world champion Sean Brady choked out Leon Edwards for the most part with a one-arm beat. Mike Tyson, one-arm guillotine. Yeah. Ortiz got somebody with that one-arm guillotine.
And anybody who's like, anybody who like knows what they're doing, who's grappling anyone who doesn't know what they're doing, they can all one arm choke you out.
Like they're saying, oh, he just restrained him. No. When you restrain someone, you get their arms behind their back and their weight down. You can just restrain the guy with your practitioner. With your body weight. If you have a good, you're on top. He's face down. You put your hooks in. He's not going to get it. You flatten him out, underhook him, you pull his arms out, you cuffs him. You don't choke him. You have to choke him. The guy wasn't resisting it at all. So that was another one, right? But these are real moments. These are organic moments. They're not setups before they could capitalize on those fucking things. And then when you see public officials going with this swarm of narrative was defund the police. Like, are you guys out of your fucking mind in the middle of these riots going against the police instead of going against the rioters? You have one bad cop. That bad cop should be prosecuted for it. Something should happen. He should be, you know, if the guy died of an overdose, at the very least, what he's doing seems to be proven. Yeah, and unnecessary. Yeah, unnecessary and brutal. The guy's not real. Put your weight on his back. It's hard enough. It's so hard to get up if someone has their fucking knee on your back. It's so hard to get, especially if you're out of shape, you have a large heart, you're on fentanyl. That's also 7 pounds. Yeah, and he wasn't. I mean, I watched the whole body. He was clearly fucked up, and he was clearly having like a neck attack. But he wasn't like being like violent with the cops. He wasn't a threat. I think cops get so much of their experiences as one individual. This guy had a long criminal record. The people who worked that area probably all knew him. Didn't Derek Chauvin work together somewhere? Yeah, I remember hearing that. Somewhere. They knew each other. But yeah, so it's probably some get back involved in that the other day. It's quite possible. It's also one of those things where, like, it is. Look, you know, sometimes and if you do that, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. There is most times something like that. Yes, that's also true. The body cam footage
it's usually much later, so it's not kind of like as a media thing. Also, usually every single media outlet in the entire United States of America, in the middle of a lockdown, doesn't play the video on repeat all day, every single day. Because there was no reason. The thing about George Floyd that was crazy is that there was no reason for it to be a national story, and there was no reason for it to be a racial story. Like, it wasn't really.
Why do you think there would be no reason for it to be a national story when a cop kills?
Oh, well, I just
died for a false $20 bill.
No. I should. When I say that, okay, I'm not saying there's no like story there. I'm saying there wasn't our country of 330 million people. There are a number of these incidents that happen every year. Not like crazy, but like there's a few hundred of these every year. This one kind of seemed to get picked as like we're all gonna run with this right now. Yeah,
Go back to Rodney. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I guess okay. That is a fair big one. Was a bit different. Number one, the video element that was way crazier.
Nobody's ever seen
No one. There's a guy with a giant thing who happens to be on a balcony at the right time. Right. Also, they beat the never loving shit out of him. Like it was, yeah, they were just on. It was devastating. They just kept going. Right. Going. But the other thing that I always thought was like, you kind of the George Floyd thing. It's not like there was like any element in there where like they were calling the N-word or there was some type of like racial like thing. Like it didn't ever seem to be that there was any reason to believe that like not even a giant white dude making out on drugs doing the exact same thing it would have been the exact same way.
Right.
So
yes, it's opposed to Rodney King. It is a white guy on the neck of a black guy.
But there was also an Asian cop and a black cop,
But they weren't doing the kneeling, and they also got
Josh has a fair point. That is a fair point.
Didn't they get prosecuted?
He the murder. I don't
think
remember.
the Asian cop got prosecuted as well. See, what are the cops get prosecuted? I think it's one of those things where you're supposed to step in and say, no, I can't get off his back.
I think that's totally reasonable. Yeah. Like he was
Because like, I want to know, was he on his neck the whole time? Because I had heard that he was also on his shoulder. And they, but that is on his neck. So that, yeah, I'd have to go watch that whole video.
yes, don't.
I was watching two horrible videos. This guy showing how his child. It's just so fucked. Another guy was holding a child.
So it's so the level of people that she doesn't miss it. The area that we put it in. That's destroyed the whole goddamn place. I saw one. It's hard. I saw one that said that 90% of the population has been the big thing is this place. Yeah, 90% of the population. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Find that guy in tree. That's your friend, bro.
But it is
Yeah, that was the Asian guy.
all right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think you kind of have what you're done.
and then responsibility. And then there's also the level of fentanyl. We've discussed people keep saying that he died of a fentanyl overdose, but I don't believe the level of fentanyl in his body is enough. You know what, how LD is doing.
Now, I
Lethal dose 50% of the population. That's not the term for it. So the problem is you get 100 people, give them all the same amount of stimulants, 50%. So that's how you find what's guilty. So when you have something like fentanyl, these guys are like a veteran fentanyl. Probably has a very high tolerance. Right. I get it. And he's huge. He's a big dude. He was obviously dying from drug. He was in a large part. He was fucked up. And the levels, though, when they were like at the threshold, Yeah, nanogram, fentanyl 11 nanograms of deciliter. This is higher than chronic pain patient. If he were found dead at home alone and no other apparent causes, this could be accepted. Call on overdose. Deaths have been certified. Level 3, so level of 3. He was at 11, so deaths have been certified at a level of 3. Nanograms per deciliter. He was at 11 nanograms per deciliter. I am not saying this killed him. Fentanyl metabolite 4-ANP. I think this is non-commercial. Meth 19. Oh, meth too. 19 nanograms per deciliter. This is relative low. But that's bad for your heart. From video UFC, it appears like his knee is on the side of the neck, not where the structures are. That doesn't mean that's a person who has to shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, doctor. Let me lean on your neck, bitch. Breathe deep. Yeah, right. What are you talking about? That's so egregious. That's not going to crush his mind. That's so stupid. It crushes everything. If I get on your neck here, you're not doing nothing. There's none of this is going to work. Look, when you have a big neck, you can die from your tongue. You know that? People die. I have sleep apnea, like football players. Big old swallow their tongue. Their tongue closes over the back of their mouth. They have so much neck tissue that the air hole gets smaller. Right now, I want you to imagine someone compressing that neck tissue with 210 pounds of body weight, all positioned underneath. Yeah. Bro, you can do it. Someone like this is that way. Like they'll die. If you hold on to it, they'll die. It's indefensible. And it's crazy.
How is Richie spelled again?
And I think the country had like the appropriate reaction to it.
They're trying to say they got cops gave these chokeholds. Oh, that's crazy too. Because you should be able to, if you're a cop, you should be able to choke them. Like if you get some wild, messed up fucking dude and he's attacking cops, he's got his shirt off and fucking swastikas on his chest, and you want to strangle that guy, put him away, put him asleep, then you can cuff him. You can do that. You can't go to sleep. In fact, it might be it's the safest thing for him.
Safer way to like teasing someone, and then where they stiffen up and just fall over.
If he just choked George Floyd out and then cuffed it, that would be way better for everybody. Like a real simple 5-second rear naked choke. It goes temporarily. You cuff him. He wakes up. None of the choke coming to his neck. None of that shit. None of the 4 minutes. Whatever it was, seconds.
No nationwide riots.
No nationwide riots. It's real simple. It's just a jiu-jitsu move, and then you cuff them. But man, being a cop is the most fucking thankless, psychotic job in this country. And every day, they pull up the cars and they worry that they're going to be shot. Everybody's they pull up the fucking tinted windows and they get glass.
And you know what's that?
There's so many of them.
And it was crazy. What I saw today too was like if there was almost no tell, like it was all they had to stop, and they were just like, "Hey, you want a license? You're gone." And like, totally cool. They're just like, "Okay, license for you." I just don't have my license. And if you got without a license, all right, so I have to ask you to spend shoot one of the cops, the other one gets behind the car, so shoot back. It's like, yeah, no, listen, I get that's gotta be a crazy thing to, you know, it's like, I remember hearing a baseball player say once, it was like, the toughest thing about being like, the outfield is that like every single, think about the game, like every single, and you gotta immediately like, oh, is it coming to me? And then it's just like, not. Okay, so I gotta like be ready for that. One time it's coming to you. And I would imagine there's something like that, but the cops are like, every routine traffic stop, you gotta be a little bit concerned about that. On the other hand, that is the job. And there are expectations when you're, you know, if your salary is paid by people's taxes, and like the standard has to be. But same, which I do see the standard for the standard should just always be, do you absolutely have to do this? You know, like if you don't have to,
Like the air card situation.
yes, like you have to do this. So, okay, you sell it in the season. Okay, there's got to be something. I understand. Like, and I understand. Like maybe there's like human beings get down to I understand saying that there's two guys who smokes at the store, has to sell cigarettes with the tax on them. He gets to sell these loose cigarettes. It's running this guy's business. And he's asking to leave. We're talking about selling loose cigarettes outside the store. We just don't need to bring this level of violence, for this situation. And it's one thing like that. We were talking about the other day with the Trump deportation stuff, where it's like it's an interesting moment that we're in right now, because if you remember Trump's first term, this was one of the biggest kind of like controversies that he lost a lot of public support over, was the kids in cages. Right. Okay, well, yes, they were built under the Obama administration. It's kind of bullshit. They took some pictures of the kid crying. It wasn't really about the Trump deportation, but there is something about, like in the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King and those guys, they hit Birmingham, Alabama. Like they knew what they were doing, and they knew that they were going to get this reaction. And then it could be on TV, and they almost forced the American people to watch these young black men in suits and ties have fire hoses and dogs shake on them, and even the 1960s American person who made like some significant degree of prejudice. Even for them, just seeing that, it was like, oh, geez. I can see that. You know what I mean? And there is something with, the U.S. has had just an insane immigration policy, really since 1965. But I mean, the Biden immigration policy was just like the most insane policy. Joe Biden seems to me like it's part of his legacy. He seems to move the country further away on immigration than you could have imagined. He's got super majorities of the American people support mass deportations. But it's like there's a difference between being a little bit racist against black people and being able to watch, cops of these German shepherds on black dudes in suits and ties. It's one thing to kind of believe. I think people who are here who got put back. It's another thing to like watch it unfold and see what type of. And I'll just say this, like, I'm assuming what I was saying like earlier about the signal stuff. There were so many efforts to like sabotage Donald Trump's first presidency. In this moment, if you really want to see mass deportation, if you really want to see that, as most Americans do, you've finally won the argument. You've finally won the day. You've now got the majorities of the American people on your side and you've elected a president that is his signature. The last thing we would want to do is go round up 234 of them with no due process and send them to the most notorious brutal prisons in the South and get some of the like, what the fuck are you thinking? And get some of them. Yeah, that's you're saying that haven't been mass deportations. I mean, large numbers. Like, there have been deportations. They've already kind of slowed down. But we have tens of millions of illegal immigrants in the country. Right. And that's not what they're looking for. What they're looking for is criminals. And here's the allegedly, right? This is what we're hoping. But here's the problem that bothers me. I had a friend who's a cop. Tell me about what this is because it's supposed to tell people about this. You have quotas, right? And I said, so it's basically like glorified revenue levy. I was like, pretty much. I'm not writing tickets, it's going to come down on me. Like, imagine a day where everybody makes a decision. Like, for the next 60 days, collectively as a country, no one's going to violate any traffic laws. Everyone's going to stop to a complete halt at every stop sign. No one's going to go a mile an hour above the speed limit. What do these cops do? Yeah, quotas. So you're assuming that people will always break your law forever. And if they don't, do you fire the cops? Do you cut your budget? What do? Do Do you remember when this
Yeah,
happened?
I've been
It was over 10 years ago. There was they had this like unofficial official police like slowdown where they were upset. I can't remember the exact story, but it was the head of the police union said that he was like, you will only be enforcing like violent crimes.
It was
And we're
one of
not
the
doing
stop-
yes, it was all going to stop and frisk controversy. They're like, oh, you guys want all for all these reasons, which already I thought was so hilarious. Except that was the threat from cops. It was like, we're only going to arrest violent criminals here. That's probably what we should be doing to begin with. Yeah. And so then, like, all these, and everything was fine, by the way. There wasn't a rise in violent crime. It was true. They just stopped doing it. But revenue started collapsing. And then they, like, whipped the cops into getting back to it. Like, they were, like, threatening their pensions and shit. And they were like, yo, you cannot do this. You got to keep policing for profit.
It's crazy that they like tickets are kind of nuts. You know, it's like you have to give us money because you went too fast.
Well, I've always
That's the incentive. Everyone agrees it's gonna work.
Yeah. I always thought, like,
We need to stop speeding up.
yeah, well, right, people find a way. I always thought there was something really unfair that I've heard some progressives talk about this, but it never seems like that much traction. But there is something about, like, giving a ticket that's like, you know, what, it just seems so regressive in terms of, like it's so much more punitive towards poor people, towards class people.
Oh, yeah.
And toward the left, and it's the same number for all of this. You know what I mean? Like, there's something.
How many ideas, Jim?
No, I'm not. I know. This is just the way that this is the problem. Is that progressives will take that and go, oh, okay, so that means it's up and on the rich people. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But, like, you know, you hand a $75 ticket to somebody making like $400 a week, and you're like, Jesus Christ, like, that is devastating. Yeah. Whereas, like, you hand out a $75 ticket to like a rich person, it's kind of like, yeah, you know, that's a punishment for that. I mean, you know, anyway, like, I'm not advocating this, like, I'm not I don't care about equity, but
That's not good. But it is a strange thing that there are revenue collectors who are also dishonest. Like, it seems like it seems like cops shouldn't be letting people over because you fucking pay right now. That seems like a totally different proposition.
yep.
The problem is they pull people over for doing stupid. A large percent of them are carrying drugs. A lot of them with fucking bricks in the back of their car. That's the craziest thing about guys who are trafficking drugs. They're trafficking like fucking 30 pounds of fentanyl, and then you pulled over for speeding.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, dude.
They're cooked up, and they're fucking driving fast. And they got a truck full of fucking illegal guns, cocaine, and meth. Why aren't you going so slow and cautious? Why aren't you using your blinker? You should be listening to country music on your radio. You know, you should have a fucking Cat Diesel hat on. You should be nice and calm and slow. You're ready. God, just go about your day.
Well, my definition is people are making the wisest decisions.
No,
So
you get to drive your fucking car filled with meth.
it's not as easy as you think. So you gotta, you can't just put a Craigslist ad up or whatever.
Right.
I'm sure you gotta go through some sketchy channels.
Now this Tom Holmes guy who's sending everybody across the border, he can't even get the access.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, that guy is, it's funny where, like, I get what he's kind of like the guy who's on. You're like, well, you gotta be a hard ass and be those, but when you do stuff, forgetting these concerns about due process, I mean, his response, it was in some interview where they were asking him about due process for his reporting, and he's like,
So then all these other people
was the girl who asked due process for like, due process for work. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what due process is. Because, like, obviously, murder victims don't get due process. That's why it's illegal to murder somebody. And by the way, in that case, the killer got due process and got convicted of murder. You know what I mean? Like, that's the whole point. And there's just, again, like I was saying, it seems there's a few moves that the Trump administration has made so far. And I don't know who was in his ear and who was convince them to pursue this policy. But like again, if you wanted to pursue like mass deportation, which I understand, I think there's a strong case. And look, he did a great job of stopping the flow. Job number one. And that was his best line as his where it was like Democrats kept saying fake legislation that closed the border turns out to be the president, which is shockingly true. Like it is unbelievable how it went from record high border crossings under Biden to record low border crossings over Donald Trump. And I do think that so much of that is just that it's a real difficult journey, and if people feel like, oh, Trump's in there, obviously we're not going to be allowed in. You know, they just won't go through it. I also do think that Donald Trump is fundamentally correct with his idea that like you don't have a nation, you don't have borders, like you can't. The idea, at least I'm not saying this is really how it works, but the idea is that we are a free country, so we have self-government. And in other words, the American people get to decide how many people we bring in here and how. And that is at this point, nobody actually knows how it works for sure, but it is north of the illegal country. But my God, if you wanted to wait to start deporting people who are legal residents, who are not violent criminals, because they vote a pro-Palestinian op-ed, you're diving into the most contentious issue, and then taking one side of that, and then like this just seems like it almost as if you're trying to poison the possibility to ever really have mass deportations. It just seems so counterproductive by his own stated goals. And there's so many layers that are hard to unpack for the average person. It's really hard to unpack, especially for like tried and true, no matter who Democrats, is this idea that they were bringing people into this country, moving them into swing states, getting them on Social Security, giving them money and incentives, and also to government programs that would get them eventually to vote. And these voters would vote for that party and you never vote for it. So in that sense, that's the big one that a lot of people that are left people have a really hard time swallowing. They don't believe that's true. I know people, well, what about when Texas sent those people up to New York? You know, the governor of Texas sent people to New York, right? But you know that New York's not a swing state. Yeah, he didn't. But why did he do that? He did that in a big fuck you to New York for turning for the government, turning the blind eye to the problem of the border and saying, okay, you think this isn't a problem? I'm going to send this problem to you. You have a sanctuary city? You have a sanctuary city? Oh, that's cute. I'll send you thousands and thousands of people that you're going to have to take care of. And they did. And then that's even weirder because then they took on the fucking luxury hotels to deal with it. I think it was in Pakistan owns one of those hotels. Oh, is that?
Yeah. Who owns the big one that was in that fucking Jennifer Lopez hot maid? Remember that movie?
I never saw it, but I vaguely
remember. It's
it.
This was ridiculous. He's like 10. She's just like this poor little sad face. Pakistan International Airlines is own the structure. They own the Roosevelt. So the Roosevelt's an iconic hotel in New York City, and they get paid by the federal government, or they did get paid by the federal government to house immigration. They give food, they give money. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, if you're allowing these people to vote regional elections, okay, you essentially now you fought regional elections. And if you want them to eventually become United States citizens, give them half their citizenship, which all countries want in Cape Smith. Okay, now you have voters. And if you do that in mass, which they did, they brought people to the state, invited people, help people. The Red Cross was giving them apps to say, do it. And stops along the way. We give water. And you walk right through, and everybody just gets to be on a bus, and you get shipped off to swing states. That literally happened. And people on the left did not want to address it. They wanted to deny it. It was an attempt to take over.
Yeah, I'll say I know this because I'm like, this is, I guess, like one of the benefits of like getting older, paying attention to it. This shit is like, remember shit 20 years ago, like I was paying attention to and I remember all of them admitting this was their plan. Like literally all of them, Joy Reid, Rachel Maddow, and all, they used to call it the browning of America. And they used to openly brag about how the Democrat will have super Republican. It's like, sorry, that's it for you because the Latinos vote overwhelmingly for a Democrat, and we're going to be a majority minority country, and then a majority Hispanic country, and then the Democrats rule the day forever. So this is just, Mitt Romney or whoever's running for president right now. This is the dying throes of the. But then, when people started objecting to that policy, and they called it the branding of America, and then when people objected to it, they would call it like replacement or whatever. And then they go, "You're not allowed to say that. That means you're a Nazi." But I just heard you saying it like 5 years ago. I heard you say it.
Use the
And then,
term replacement.
yeah, and then there was also
My first mistake was
the one of the other big tells of this was the way they attempted
in this
really failed. The way they attempted to make voter ID like a toxic racist policy, which was so the logic of it just collapses on itself because if it first of all it's like some bigotry of low expectations imply that black people are like just can't figure out how to get ID, but people just don't know. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you remember that?
That is the
Who was it? The black dude who made that video. It was the funniest guy. I think you sent it to it. It was like there was like a computer. It's like dancing around it. He was like trying to fight it and stuff. It was so goddamn funny. Where you're like, that's literally what you're saying. I don't know.
And it's like spliced like on the left side of it. Or it's what it is, black people. These black inner city kids, they don't know what a computer is.
Basic logic. Requiring ID is racist. And like, there's a big problem in this country that we should be looking at. Like,
Everybody because you had your
right, yeah, which then that was fine. So when that, by the way, disproportionately affected minorities, no progressive seemed to care about that. It was overwhelmingly black people, wildly disproportionately black people and immigrants who just refused the vaccine. By the way, let the record show, they were smarter than everybody else. It was overwhelming. You got called out by Joe Biden for being absolutely right. Okay, it's so wild too that was only 3 years ago, 4 years ago, when you said your advice to young people was to just be really healthy, and that was like a national controversy. You just think that upside down. It was also people doing the man's job for them. It was everybody piles on. Everybody, especially once you got the shot yourself, you're like, I didn't like it because you knew it. You fucking know on some level.
Absolutely, it's medication. Anytime you get medication, you know it's risky. Anytime you get a pharmaceutical drug, it's just a completely novel new way where it turns your entire body into a vaccine or a spike protein factory. The toxic aspect of getting the disease is the spike protein, so your body's going to produce it itself. What? The PhDs were like, I don't know. And it was also way past. We had already figured out that, like, if you are very sick, yes, this is even so more importantly, we do very long ago realized it wasn't a human so there's no justification whatsoever to force kids to invest. California did it. They did it to schools, they did it everywhere. And the fact that they pulled that off, and then a couple of years later, they're like, yeah, California, you're not allowed to show ID. You're not allowed to show ID. So, like, I mean, listen, obviously, there's a reason for all of this. It's not that you just can't show your ID voting and decide to make this the issue that they carved out and try to pretend you are somehow racist or somehow infringing on voting rights by requiring an ID. And so, look, like, they're
this did a couple things. Number one, they totally tried to public opinion against this level of immigration. And number two, Donald Trump ended up getting a bigger percentage of the Latino vote than I believe is Republican in my life, which is really, I mean, especially after 20 years ago. I think Tony, he might have gotten a more votes. It's listen, nobody takes a joke about it. It is, by the way, there is something funny about that where this has been a theme for 2 years in the country, but Neil Tony was a great example of that. But they're like, for all their talk about diversity and racism and all of this, what they always seem to do is try to impose white lady values on minorities. You know what I mean? Like, just imagine. It's a great way to put it. White lady. It's always white lady values. You know who's really offended by a joke? As we both know, Joe, as professional comedians for many years, black people just get very offended by jokes. No, they fucking don't. That's white women. That's white women shit. That's not Latinos or African Americans. They're the ones who make a joke the best, especially good jokes. Oh yeah, but also like the more offensive, the better. They love that shit. I mean, by and large, there's exceptions. There's exceptions for sure. But Puerto Ricans, so like if you grow up around Puerto Ricans, they're fun and they talk a lot of shit. It's part of the culture. Yeah. And so it's like you're trying to, there's something about it that was always like. It's always the liberal push for diversity is always like we want different shades of people in our culture. You know what I mean? Like it's never like it's never a thing where it's like, oh, we're going to go into the house and we're going to adopt your culture. That's not what we're talking. Which is why they say black people. Yeah, that's a big part of it. That's a problem. They go after black Republicans so hard. And longer, I think they go after a lot of white Republicans. Oh, in some cases, much more efficient. Yeah, I mean, and I think like someone before that word was her boot camp before pissing off all the Israeli supporters was that she's already been in the fire. She's been an outspoken black female conservative, and that's like they really hate that because she just seems to kind of use like just fucked up in a way, but it really is kind of like they decide that they're the champion of women and black people, and therefore, if you're a black woman, it's your responsibility to support Israel. She used it. That's right. She went from very young. She was and then she was also a hardcore Zionist at one point. Right? They're a big supporter of Israel, and that's changing stuff now. But it is, there is a viciousness which those people get attacked. I do think, I said this last time at the restaurant, but I still do think that in many ways that's the best part of Donald Trump. It's just a cultural phenomenon. Where it does seem like there's been a big legitimation of all of that shit. I had dinner with Daryl last night. And we were talking a little bit about this, but like here we're going to be so fucking excited. What happened first of all? On the record show, for both good and bad, I was promoting that for everybody else. I was the first. I was like, yo, this guy's podcast is amazing. Real shit. There was something so interesting about it. The fact that he did absolutely nothing to harm him, and his podcast was shot up on all the charts, and more people than ever are listening to his stuff. Like, there is like, and I've seen a lot of this. I've gotten into some arguments with some like Constantine and Sam. I respect him very much. I like him a lot. He's very smart. But there are like, there are these tactics now that are being used by many people who have been opposing wokeism for a very long time. And I think it's interesting how much people have woken up to that, but how much people like kind of recognize that now, and that stuff has just been rejected. And even like on the most basic level, the thing, first of all, the fact that he was such an outrage for what the hell people said on podcast already proves the point. It already proves the point that you're like, no, this is insane. This is insane that his not even, you can't even like have a conversation about these things.
Are there any other
This massive pile on. It's
Not
not
only that, these majorities that got stuck on him, that got stuck on me for platforming him. I read Joe Rogan had a Nazi apologist and Holocaust denier. Well, or skeptic. I think he's a Holocaust skeptic. I forget what term they use. But none of those things are true.
and none of them, and he's got this big, I'm very excited for it, but he's putting together this big piece on World War II, and like, none of them are this. I apologize. No, he's totally not doing that at all.
They weren't. They would have listened to Fear and Loathing in the New Jerusalem.
Well, I said this, we're arguing about it on Twitter. I go, just take, I call it my non-worst challenge. Just take my non-worst challenge, okay? All it takes is an hour. Listen to the first 30 minutes of your and then listen to the 30 minutes in the, keep on another piece after that. I don't know, it's from the history, and there was a, it started like around,
I'm switching up from this.
but anyway, he had a half-hour chunk that was on Jews suffering in World War II. I was explaining these 2.5 hours long. And you tell me if it is conceivably possible that a Jew hating Nazi sympathizer could have ever put this out, because it's impossible. And he goes, I have this. And I was like, I don't know. Not in general, but I was like, we can't talk about this anymore. So I think there's something almost more simple. That was like, he essentially goes, you know, I say this sometimes to get a rise out of my money. It's like an English accent. And I'm kind of being hyperbolic when I say it, but I kind of say it to rise out. In some ways, I think Churchill was the real villain of the war. Now, he didn't commit the most atrocities. I'm not saying he was the worst person there, but I think he was primarily responsible for this not being like a little conflict with essential turn into a big bloodbath that it did. Okay, say whatever you will about that. There's a fair argument to make that. Daryl's right, but maybe he's not. You said it was every single person would go. He said Churchill was the real villain. We're not very fine people on both sides of this whole thing. Like, come on, dude, that's not what he fucking said. I mean, take out all that other content, but any honest person looking at that just goes like, no, that's not what he said. And you know, and I was on Piers Morgan's show. But he cut out all that content and just played the part where he says the real villain was Churchill. Like, I think people have, after so many years of this being a constant habit, so like it's like there's a giant rejection of that. That's really good. I think a lot of that has to do with conversation. There's other factors involved too. But I do just think it's like these woke tactics of like where you call everyone who disagrees with you a racist or a bigot or it is. It's just not. Like, we're not playing that game, or at least it seems like most people are playing that game.
Yeah, it's not gonna work. And the people that have their minds made up, that have just knee-jerk reaction, going to decide someone's a Nazi or someone's a Hitler apologist, they're not looking into it at all anyway. They have this cursory examination with the headline, good enough, I want to run with it, I want to argue with it. There's always going to be people like that. But the majority of people are like, what is this all about? What did he actually say? Well, let me listen to the show. And then the show shoots up to him. You know, it shut up to everyone again after it was on my podcast. The same kind of thing. It's like, it's a fucking great show. It's a great show. And it's not just great about Israel. It's not just great about World War II. This fucking thing on Jim Jones is so good. It's so good. It's so insane. It does that with everything. And he has empathy and passion and a general desire to empathize and see how someone could join this cult, how Jim Jones could turn from this guy who was a civil rights leader. He was a civil rights leader in 1950. I mean, this guy was living in a time where he adopted a black child and was persecuted all throughout town because of it. It was genuinely like a real person. He's got his fucking mind now. He's got a whole group of people. But then he talks small conversations. He wants to help them. kills him. And, yeah, it's a crazy tragedy, but what Daryl Cooper does is long form editorial. Like you have to look at the editorial aspect. It's opinion, but it's also information that he's citing his sources. He's like putting yourself that's what he does, which is essentially his only like demand. Even through all of his work, his only demand is like you have to. If you're gonna listen to what you have to do your absolute best to put yourself in the positions, and then put yourself in the other side. Jerusalem starts at how we Jews imagine these people are doing. He brings through this horrific scenarios that absolutely should happen. And you don't need to spoiler alert or whatever. It's just it's so good. But like you almost don't know what he's talking about. First, like, is this a Palestinian? Right. Looked over. Is this like the story's about? Going in, this is going to be about the creation of the state of Israel or whatever. But then you realize, like, oh no, this is a Jew in Eastern Europe going through a from. And I will say this, right? As somebody who is fairly well read on the subject, compared with the way I used to think Rich Franklin was the best striker in the world. Franklin was great, but listen to that series. It's really much more safe than Israelis. I'll be honest. I know I heard that from other people too, but it does because Daryl insists on doing that. Like, look, it's real. It's easy. Now, I'm not saying this is an excuse for that. Like the Napa in 47, 48, okay. But if you do put this into context, here's 1947. And first of all, just think about like even the attitudes of 1947 that you know of, like in terms of racism and things like that. Like very different attitudes in 1947. Also, you are 2 years from the end of World War II, where the guys in the story are the winners in the story are like Truman, who just firebombed Tokyo, dropped 2 nukes on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the bombing of Dresden, the bombing of Berlin. Joseph Stalin is in the process, as this is happening, of recruiting millions of ethnic Germans all throughout Eastern Europe. This is only a couple of years after Stalin's army creeped their way through Europe. You know what I mean? And then, of course, there's the atrocities of the Nazis, and you're the Jewish people who just went through this Holocaust. And all of this is in the background. And you're going to say, tell me we can't move 200,000 people off their land to create our new state? Like, who's going to fucking morally lecture us about doing this little thing here? You know, and like, I'm not saying any of that excuses it. And it wasn't the Palestinians' fault that any of that happened. So, like, it is worthwhile. Like, that's what doing history should be, right? It should be like understanding that these were real human beings, not cartoon monsters. There was they may have done monstrous shit, but like there was something, going on there. And there was kind of like, it's just beneficial to understand all of that stuff. And Malcolm Bay was like, worst. I mean, like, was a straight up terrorist. And in that series, you remember, he talks a lot about like the shit that Malcolm Bay, I don't know, Stern Gang, all the shit that they did. But they were just straight up terrorists. That's what they were doing. Terrorism, in order to drive out an occupying force. You can't make this shit up. It's what led to the creation of Israel. And now they're like, not universally regarded as terrorist group. Oh, you just self-admitted terrorist groups. Like, we're committing acts of terrorism. There were debates about whether we should embrace terrorism or not. And besides saying we should embrace terrorism, won the day. This is how Chaim Weizmann, he was supposed to be the David Ben-Gurion. He was the #1 ranked Zionist at the time. And he still even breathed. Stood up and was like, we can't do this. We can't embrace terrorism. Thing was like, you can't achieve a Jewish state by un-Jewish means, which he considered terrorism. They violate some religion. But even then, there was this one point which I had never heard before that research. So I think it was probably one of the things that stuck with you most was that, you remember, it's right toward the end
The British caught a few of, I can't remember if it was from the Lehigh, it was from one of those two militias. They caught a few of their guys, and they publicly flogged them or something like that. And then Menachem Begin and his terrorist boys, they got a few of the British soldiers, and they fucking flogged the shit out of them and then killed them and they really trapped their bodies so that they fucking blew up more people when they came to try to get back. And then now he's a wanted man at this time, Menachem Begin, so he's living underground. And so he did a radio address, and in his radio address, he was like, something like, hey, just so you know, Jews don't get flogged anymore. We do the flogging. And look, this guy's a bad guy. He's a fucking terrorist. There is something so badass about that there is a part of you that's just you can kind of understand people going through this fucking collective struggle and then getting to a point where they're like, we will be the ones inflicting struggle from now on, not the ones receiving it. And I still come out on the side that I think is really the Palestinians horrible. It's usable. My favorite two states in the revolution. I think America should stop funding Israel. But I think it's nothing but beneficial to kind of understand that perspective a little bit more. And even though I kind of grew up on the pro-Israel propaganda and then ultimately rejected it, that was effect on me. Was there is I'm seeing the humanity that keeps on the other side of my life. Be a fucking break that these people saying this is fucking it's not true.
Yeah, they just have established boundaries. Yeah, that's right. Talk about. That's exactly it. Yeah. And there's narratives that can reach. You have to follow it to the T. That's it. And anything else, you're anti-Semitic. And he's labeled all of them as sure. There's so many people that have really constantly done that. And you think it's fucked up, but ultimately it doesn't work. It just makes it bigger. I 100% agree, and I also think that it's almost like it's very obvious when you look at your eyes. It's like I'm Jewish, and I don't wish to see a rise in people treating Jewish people like that. Obviously, I'd be opposed to that. But you're gonna say that anybody who criticizes the government of Israel or anybody who criticizes the Israeli lobby has unbelievable influence and that has over our government, and you're going to leave all of them as anti-Semites. All right, I would think that it would be wiser to at least be thankful that there are people who are not Jew haters who are pointing this out, rather than just leaving it to all the Jew haters. Because to me, the only ones who are pointing this out. It's like, you think Donald Cooper is okay, what's your goal here? Shut it down? You think it's going to replace him? You better hope that they're going to be as thoughtful and responsible as he is. But that's how it is. It's the problem with suppression. The problem with it's essentially a version of the same problem creating terrorists. You attack because you think you're going to stop the terrorism. You just think you're going to stop people from expanding the narrative and talking outside of the borders. You clearly establish how people discuss certain sensitive topics. No, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're just going to make people realize that there's a third rail, and they don't understand why there's a third rail, and they start looking into it and go, oh, how much influence is this really on our country? And they start asking those kind of questions. And this gives way to the rise of suppression of people's ability to talk about very polarizing topics like Gaza. Suppression of that is the cause of anxiety. People start thinking, is there some sort of way to control us and keep me from being able to talk about something that news every day? It seems like a big issue. Well, there's also, this is my origin story of being the guy that I am now, being obsessed with all this stuff. Was seeing Rothschild first reaching Rudy Giuliani in 2007 at the Republican primary, and Rudy Giuliani is on the
everybody who got out of Tarantino's fraud for, you know, like, shit you never heard of. Just the country doctor from Texas with bar next to his name starts going like, we're over there. Like, how would somebody else be doing the hustle we're doing that? That's a pretty absurd explanation. The reason they did 9/11 is because we were bombing Iraq. I've heard a lot of absurd explanations for 9/11. I've never heard anything that ridiculous. Which, by the way, was in Osama bin Laden's declaration of war on America. So, like, to be like, I've never heard of this. It's not quite the brand or flex that you think it is. I was like, he was like, you know who came up with the term blowback? The CIA. There is blowback. And if we think we can go around the world and do whatever we want to people, that's not going to incite hatred. We do that in our own power. Like, let's be honest. But for whatever reason, for me, it was always kind of just easy to connect that. Like, I remember, there was the scene in Will Hunting where like, he had breaks and he was just like, he finally gets to start talking about he went through his childhood. And back then, his character is talking about he's like, oh, he used to lay like a stick of belt on a bridge on the table until he picked. And Robin was like, that's a stick on that one. I guess I used to pick a wrench. And like, okay, there's something of that out that I was always very easy for me to understand. Like, you just get to a point where it's like, yeah, it's fuck you. It's like, why would some Palestinian who's living there's an Israeli kicks him out of his house and his grandfather built and his family's been living for 100 years. And now that Israeli guy is living in his house and you're watching for like a refugee. This guy living in your house. And as Darryl says, Sirius goes, now you have no means by which to give that house back to your grandmother. But you could have that house to the public plan. And like, it's easy to look at and go, why would you do that? That's irrational. It's like, not really. It's really not. Because it's picking up a wrench. It's not just fuck you. You know what I mean? And like all of these things. There's always like reactionary like, so again, like saying, okay, yes, you're gonna sit here and for fucking 15 years and tell young white men that they're toxic and they're the problem and they're masculine. You know what they're wrong. What do you think is gonna come out of that? And then like the same people are like, where does Andrew Tate guy pop up from? And you're like, you made him! You made him! If you wanted to make him, you could have done a better job. That's the whole fucking story of the Nazis to begin with. That's fair. Opposed the Treaty of Versailles and insisted on internationally humiliating these people and crushing them. And then where these Nazis come from? As a reaction to that, obviously.
Do you think we're going to learn more now? I mean, you have to realize, if you're thinking about history, this is the first time where people have this kind of access to all the different layers that are in operation all over the world. And if you're paying attention, if you're paying attention to a much broader understanding of all the things that are at play than ever before, and how these things can be avoided. And I think it's one of the reasons why people were excited about Trump in the office when he was saying, I can stop that war in one day, we can make deals, there's deals that can be made, we can stop all the killing stuff. Everybody's like, yeah, finally someone is not going to do what they've done before.
I think I'm incredibly like optimistic on a long time period. I think that religious sales, the propaganda apparatus is completely destroyed. It's just not, this and this. I really do think massive awakening. There's several factors to this. I think COVID is the biggest. And I think that there was something about imposing such draconian the domestic population. Like, we start a lot of boards of repulsion. The truth is, for most Americans, that's kind of over there. So we're living our lives. Like might be against it, but it's a different thing than like instituting totalitarianism in the United States of America, which is work, objections. And they did it not only, it's not just that they got it all wrong, the fuckers made the thing, and you knew you did, and then you covered it up. Like, now this is like everywhere. It's like the shit that we used to talk about a few years ago. That was like the controversial, conversations. Everyone's talking about it now. He was on the other day, growing up that like, yeah, how crazy is it that we figured out that British intelligence in March of 2020 said that, I forget what it was, but they said with 85% certainty this came from the land. So they did all of this and they got it wrong. It's so full of shit. That spell's been broken. People see this now. I do think you're right that there was like a tremendous stronghold always. The peace candidate always wins. I mean, like, in the year 2000, George W. Bush, he campaigned on a humble foreign policy. No nation building, no utility, nothing with this world military. It's a that's what you want to want that. And in 2014, he won against the war, and that's why he wasn't able to win. And then in 2008, Barack Obama ran a peace campaign, destroyed Hillary Clinton in the primary, let all the institutional money, all the big support behind her, but she voted for the war in Iraq. And Obama said, that's a big mistake. You can't give her the presidency when she made such a big mistake. That's right. And even though he wasn't in the Senate yet when the war in Iraq was going on, he didn't vote for the thing, and he said some beautiful things about closing Gitmo and ending torture and not fighting stupid wars, and he won a dominant victory. In 2016, Donald Trump ran on we're going to stop fighting these people. In 2024 again, ladies on this, like, the American people have spoken. That's a very different thing than the machinery itself. So that's a different battle. But the battle of public machinery that has been won. And then I do think, I was saying one of us is stepping away from Doge. And yes, it's true that Doge didn't actually get any drastic cuts through. But it is amazing what they have done in terms of like bringing to the cultural forefront the issue of how corrupt the government is. And so anyway, my long-term thing is that I think corrupt regimes, which unfortunately you can live under, I think they are completely dependent on propaganda. And that propaganda just broke. Like we're just getting out of that. And I think there's like amazing possibilities. I think there's no 4 years ago. Like I just couldn't imagine that, like COVID was just wokeism seems to have been like pretty much defeated. Like this is already incredible. It's incredible. It's interesting. There's a lot of possibilities. You can go a bunch of things. There's also examples that they go sideways with how they what's happening in other parts of Europe, where the totalitarian measures are ramping up. No, that's true. That's true. They lost that. And I think that's a shining example. This is true whether we tolerate America. Having the First Amendment, having that freedom of speech, and also having the Second Amendment, the ability to back that up. And people always go to use fight about that. You're gonna fight a fucking jet with your rifles? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, no, but guess what? You can't just do what they did in Australia and ship people off the camps in America. Yeah, try that shit in Georgia. It's so stupid too, because number one, the Taliban just did that to you. So, like, literally, you just pulled out a disgrace of a war that you couldn't win against a bunch of illiterate murderers with rifles. So, yeah, they got a lot more rifles now, and they go on. Yeah, they're driving tanks down the street, flying over fucking black holes. But of course, the point is that, yes, if the U.S. military decided to nuke its own, population, yes, you're right, our guns would be. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to rule us. And, like, yeah, of course, having guns. Like, I don't even know, by the way, let's say, like, the Jews in in Nazi Germany had been well armed, would that have been enough to stop the Holocaust? Or like, if the Ukrainians had been well armed, would that have been enough to stop the genocide that Stalin inflicted on them or whatever? But it'd be better they are than not. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it might at least give them a second to go, like, well, we can't go. You know? And the truth is, like, if we're just think that the state that we're in right now, let's say they were doing tomorrow something that was like, we're wrapping up all the things in Texas. You're fucking nuts. Good luck. You'll have a civil war on your hands. These people are not giving up their guns voluntarily. And the thing about people who won't give up their guns voluntarily is if you try to force them to do it, they have guns.
Yeah, you're coming with they have guns. Yeah,
that's right.
That's terrifying. And then you're also the kids. That's regular person. This is the thing of the army or the police.
Protect the right wing and to let guns and get the Second Amendment. Who may not be so keen on taking away the Second Amendment?
You don't understand this. It's a totalitarian measure, and what's going to happen is collapse as America. Just America is. We think of America in terms of express ourselves first and our ability to defend.
Oh, that's why it's number one and number two. And it's not to say that this is the entire reason for the many different areas and factors but the huge part of the reason why America is the most successful country and largely the greatest country in the history of the world is because of that. Because the first thing we tried in our Bill of Rights was like, listen, man, the government is, and it's not, it's not what the people are allowed to do. The government is not allowed to do to the people. Congress shall write no law. Period. Like this is like it's the fact that this is the only country in the history of the world that was started on that premise, and then it's gone on to be the most dominantly successful country in the history of the world. It's not a coincidence.
This is freedom's last battleground. And we're in the middle of it right now. We're in the middle of it in a weird transitionary time where things are being exposed at a level that have never been exposed before. And people have to understand that, how corrupt the system is a way they've never been able to fully comprehend before. You have an uncle that tells you, what they do is the CIA sends it's crazy. And Mike Benz explains it to you. It shows you charts and graphs, brings up articles, and has classified documents that have been released, and he's showing you those like.
Well, I mean, it's the Epstein stuff. I mean, it's just like again, there's everything you see is the category.
Just what's happening with the American Heart Association, trying to get people to buy sugar and drinks and crap food with food stamps, and then you realize, oh wait, look, these companies, things like Coca-Cola and Pepsi, have actually donated to the American Heart Association. Yeah,
evidently some Twitter influencers too. Like that. Yeah, there's a lot of taking that big Pepsi money and going, assault on liberty to tell people they cannot buy Pepsi.
So many people have probably I'm sure other social media platforms, they all said the same thing, and they're probably being paid. Because a bunch of people have paid to support the compromise. A bunch of people exposed that, they showed the emails that they got, we were invited to do this, and they paid a considerable amount of money to make sort of a statement saying you would vote for that person. And I guess they said, well, if you have 500,000 followers here, 1 million followers there, and you add all those up, and you give this guy 25 grand, this guy 50 grand, and you give the say 11 million.
Well, by the way, I hear constantly people when they attack me on Twitter that I'm getting Russian money or Qatari money. I don't got a goddamn check from any of them. Like, guys, give me the money. I'm already staying the thing. Okay, so like, hey, why not? I just think I don't want anybody.
Well, I get it all the time. I think that someone's guiding on this show. I have someone who tells me that you're talking. I would have never had Kurt Metzger.
That's when you know no one's guiding anything. When you're screaming about it.
Screaming about it.
He was screaming at everybody.
I love Kurt Metzger dearly. I've known him for over 20 years. He's one of the most brilliant comedians in the world. Let's be real. Nobody, if anyone was guiding anyone for the show, they would allow Kurt Metzger to be on that. Anytime he appears on the show, that is proof. There's no big money behind the show. Well, this is crazy. That there's not
Just think of it very
really is long. And that's right. Like this show is a great example because this is the #1 show in the world. And this show is literally me and my phone.
It's very interesting for me, from my perspective. I'm sure much more for you, but like from my perspective, like somebody's like a regular good friend of yours who's been on the show many times. And I get that he's constantly, always come up to me and say, "What's Joe Rogan really like?" It's always an interesting question to me because it's like I always say my answer is always you already know. But you already know what Joe Rogan is like. If you watch the show, you already know what Rogan is. It's more of that. Like, I don't know. It's that. It's, you know, like, I'm not saying like there's not like any element of like something you might tell a close friend that you wouldn't say publicly. But like generally speaking, this is true, by the way, almost with all my favorite comedians. What was Patrice O'Neill like? Patrice O'Neill, exactly the guy you saw. He was that. A lot more of that. Jay Yost is exactly like that. It's just always the case. But it was really interesting. I don't know, it's just so entertaining for me. After this last election, when it was almost like they finally had to admit the power that you have. You know, it's like for all those years, he would always make fun of it over the years. For like Brian Stelter would be on CNN, be like, the French Joe Rogan is over here. He's very controversial. He's like, controversial? It's like, there are 15 million people listening to his show, and you're struggling to break 200,000. How do you get to say he's French, you know? Like, it's almost like they had to admit after this last election, they're like, look, you know, Joe Rogan, all this, and it's just, I don't know, it's very interesting where it's like, man, talking about like, you guys just don't get it.
Well, my favorite one was there was a guy on CNN saying that there's a 12-month network of right-wing influencers that are organized. And they were trying to make this argument.
Like Theo and you.
Jen Psaki was trying to make this argument with Jon Stewart.
Oh, yes, I just called her out. And he was like, yeah, no, that's not right.
No, she was like, well, it's a right-wing movement. He's like, it's more of a comedian libertarian. Yeah.
Which is, I think it's more like, you know, I mean, I think it's like, you know, as you've always said, you're kind of a mix of like something that's more sympathetic to left-wing ideas, sympathetic to right-wing ideas, sympathetic to libertarian ideas. But it's just so, especially like, you know, maybe puts off what you describe as a right-wing network. It's the most disorganized
well-funded in the world. Organized and well-funded. I'm not organized, and I guess I'm well-funded, but it's not for that. I don't have no one talks to the audience, but it's also acceptable. No one talks to anything. Like I can have UFO people, I can have comedians. No, there's no feedback. I have no feedback. There's no exchange between in terms of what you got this week. What's the month look like? Tell us the nicknames. They started at the beginning of the deal. They said, okay, who's going to be the people the first week? And my manager said, hey, you bought the #1 show in the country. He's not doing anything. It's a big thing. Yeah. Like, that's not what we do. No, I'm not going to change it. It's the same show. But it's such a fun thing. It's like somebody in a marriage, you know, like fiance, they're like in a marriage, and they're just lying to the TV because now they're constantly cheating on them. They get called left and right, and they're saying, no, it wasn't that. It was you. If you're the bad person, all this, they're just like the worst, most distant, honest, fucking obvious liars. And then they're like looking over at like someone in a healthy marriage, and they're like, like, how does he do it? You're like, it's like he just does lie to her, and just feels nice to her, and like, I don't know. Like, it's just like, the thing is that you're authentic, and just say what you mean, and invite the people you're interested in talking to. And that was like the antidote to your insane tyrannical bullshit. It's also that I started with fun. I didn't make money from it. And I was independently run. Like, I had money from Fear Factor. I had money from stand-up comedy. It's like, I didn't have like a crazy lifestyle. I was like, I could just, I'm fine. Like this is fun. You know, I'm just gonna do this, and then it just got big. I was so good, and I never changed. I just kept doing it. Be better, get better kids. Yeah, I was gonna go. It's funny when you sometimes you look back at those old episodes, and you're like, holy shit, that's great. I don't remember it being that great. Yeah, it was. Well, cameras were terrible back then. Just regular webcams and Rothschild electronics. It was just like regular fucking USB microphone at the beginning, plug it into a MacBook. The whole thing was so janky. I was like, and now, you know, they think somehow or another because it's big. Well, so it's been infiltrated. It's not that I haven't been bought. People have tried to buy it. Percentages of the show, market, or something. And I'm like, yeah. I'm glad you. That's what fucking want. Because if you don't, you're not. You're ruining one of the most beautiful gifts that the universe can bestow upon a person. To never be beholden to money. People that like be yourself. I know what you like to do. Tucker Carlson said it got me once. And I thought it was like one of the best concerts I've ever gotten. I joined the name of the and it was before like the debate before it announced before it happened. And I was like, I didn't realize and Tucker was like, yeah. This like the thing about you know, like there's no. I mean, I think when you're just like there's no one who's like cutting his check. There's nothing that holds him back. Like I do the biggest show in the world a lot because you like what I have to say, and so that's the it. It's not like there's no. I don't know. Like I wish I could say this. I don't say that. There's something about that is like that's the thing. And I'll say I think you. And look, this is what's really crazy. Like the impact of what you did during this election don't come. I know you don't like it, but I'm just saying. There's the fact that Trump did the show got such a great response from it. Kamala Harris tried to get you to change what the show was, and then obviously it's like
You're telling me they didn't give him the answers to the tests?
the new normal going forward for presidential election is going to be the expectation is that you can, and not just your show, I'm not saying like you have to have it's on every single thing, there's like a show, but that's your choice not to say. But the new expectation, the expectation is to make that 2 or 3 times a presidential candidate is asked one of these CNN debates where they will be asked these like very narrow questions that will have 90 seconds to respond. You know, it'll say Obama, you know, how do you feel when you do this? The war on terror is going, oh, first of all, thank you. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate this. Shit. Blah, blah, blah. And then we're not going to change across the water. Say that. Like, nothing, just emptiness. Nothing happened. And now the expectation is that you got to go have organic, unscripted, 3-hour conversation, probably on a few different topics, like probably big shows. And you can, you know, like, you get to kind of see that person in a whole different way than you've ever gotten to see presidential candidates before. And the truth is that a candidate like Kamala Harris will never be a major party again. A candidate who's these guys are not, they're not built for that. The future is going to be guys like Jake Vance, guys like Big Mama Swami, guys like Robert Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard. And by the way, maybe the Democrats will find somebody in there. You know, you would have predicted Donald Trump. Yeah, like he was trying. And that's why he wants to do something. Yeah, that's why he's doing this podcast. He's doing a podcast where I'm going to he's at least one. Come on, don't you feel like accidentally? Hey, Gavin, invite me on. We'll have a nice chat. Probably. I'll do it at Steve. Yeah, Gavin. This is just governor. So I would be honored to be on your show. We can have a nice little conversation about the issues. I'll probably have you on right now. So probably reach out to him. I will. Right for this. He is at least smart enough that like that.
do a podcast and start it. Right? And try to figure out the conclusion that Kevin has. He's a very talented old school politician. And I think that argument has been rejected. And that's going to be very tough. I think that going forward, like you saw a few weeks ago, Bernie Sanders
That is a great joke he has made on his show that actually could be mistaken for honest.
I don't think either of them are going to be nominated. I don't think they're really drawing us. That also is probably true. Yes. I see it. Now it's probably pretty artificial. But still, there is no way. Like, no one's reading Chuck Schumer's book. No one cares about Nancy Pelosi. Like, the establishment win is not going to be what the future is. It's going to have to be some populist, Jasmine Crockett. I'm not sure she's the one.
Taylor Green and Jasmine Crockett at the cage fight.
Let's go. That's your whole bit from talking about peace and space.
We do a little bit better.
Yeah.
So this is the level now. Yeah, I definitely did. That was about George Bush getting us into a lot. What did you want to get? I don't know. Someone that I can remember going. I think he's right. He was 100% right. It's small.
Oh yeah, that guy was almost vice president of the United States. You should have seen that thing where it shows Obama saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me." Yeah. It's Biden saying, "I need a vice president that's dumber than me," and it's Kamala saying, "I need a vice president dumber than me." It's false.
But this is why men have tampons. Yeah, you gotta lose because we have to break this cycle. We're gonna race you down.
It wasn't just that we were getting dumb; we were getting scary close to just trying to totalitarian measures. Tim Walz in the campaign trail was literally saying, free speech doesn't include hate speech or misinformation. And fuck you. How about fuck you? Because everything that we called misinformation just a few years ago is now fucking it's on the front page of the New York Times now that we were lied to. I mean, the New York Times just printed a thing. Turns out we were lied to. You were lied to. You were a part of it. You spit out all of their propaganda without doing what you're supposed to do, which is be a journalist. The only way you can be a journalist today is if you're independent. A real journalist, you have to be a Glenn Greenwald. You have to be a Schellenberger. You have to be a Matt Taibbi. You have to be someone who's independent. That's the only way you can do real journalism today. There's too many fucking guardrails.
Glenn Greenwald was basically the greatest journalist of the 21st century. He's up there. He had to leave three publications that he was a founder of. About the Intercept. Yeah, right. He had to leave them because they were going the route of propaganda and not letting him tell the truth about Joe Biden. And it's a testament to Glenn Greenwald that he was just like, okay, cool, bye, and I'll go be just as big without you guys. And that's another thing that's really interesting about which is very recent though, right? That there was a time where cancel culture was so effective. I remember thinking this was something that really kind of scared me, a few years ago, because it was you'd have these people, some of the people who against before me. And I was doing what I do. I had slower progression. It's turns people just shot up to the top. Milo or people like that. That's totally conversation. It was they were just he's the best. This guy was gonna be the guy. Bill Marshall. Yeah, and did great on Bill Marshall. Yeah, I remember. A game for Hitchens. And now, you just see all over the place. There's lots of examples of it where it's they try. I mean, you went through, I think, the biggest cancellation where they were just you could see it was I remember in those 2 weeks, it was a decision that had been made. We're going after Joe Rogan. And they just emptied every bullet they had. It all just bounced off you. And then you see this with a lot of other people, Alex Jones, Andrew Tate, however you feel about these guys. I'm not even making a comment on just I'm just saying that them getting kicked off every platform is not worked at all. And that's working. And that's great. That was another example of that too, where they tried to go after it. It's like, I have to make it bigger.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So they're going to have the adjuster go away. The adjuster perish. I assume that perish. I don't see them adjust. The only thing that's changed is the people that own them, like Jeff Bezos, is kind of like that's kind of a Washington Post. He said, look, I don't want to, these fucking crazy left wing anymore. I want you to report on lifestyle, health, news, objective news. Like, let's become a fucking news, which is what, that's the only way to evaluate. Otherwise, you're alienating literally 50% of the country. And the 50% that buy it, they have to be retarded because you've been lying so openly about so many different things. Everything has to be wrong. And it's so, yeah, it's so like, it's not even just that they're lying, but that they're lying in such a brazen, such a one of the from reality. I feel like the way they try to make this like they're just kind of like, what right does he have to go through all these bureaucrats' emails and what? And when you zoom out, it reminds me of this weird parallel between like what Bobby Kennedy was able to construct movement, where you have this thing where we had like what they call a national health crisis, a pandemic. Like all of our focus has to be on this health issue. And Bobby Kennedy kind of came along and was like, that's not the one you're talking about at all. You're claiming to care about health so much. And it's like, okay, look at autism and diabetes and obesity, and we're like, we need the world trying to go because heart disease, like all these things, like that's got, and then it was just the Doge thing. It was like, okay, so we have the US federal government is the biggest organization that is other government world is ever spent. You're so far in debt now that the interest on the debt is now, I believe last year it was $1.2 trillion. It's going up. And the interest on the debt is now overtaking the entire budget. Like, I remember when $1 trillion deficits were crazy. If we balanced our budget tomorrow, we still run $1 trillion deficit every year just because we owe it on the interest on the debt. This is so obviously a crisis. And that they're trying to convince you that the real crisis is that Elon Musk and a few of his genius nerd buddies want to open the books. Like, how the fuck can you convince anyone of that? Well, the Democrats. Yeah. That's what you see from these chickens that are all these all throughout. Whenever it comes to certain issues, you staying united and getting out this one message. Yeah, which does work to kind of shockingly well, but again, it is like you watch, it's like this getting sanctioned returns. It's not the same old thing as working anymore. Also, there's project style race just creating some change. And that's another issue that's really transformed. I think any of this podcast information, just wait till you have a super intelligent godly explicitly has so-called psychological issues. Yeah, and there's look, there's some pretty implications of all of that. And, I've read about the way the IDF was using artificial intelligence to like track, like suspects and stuff like this. Like the military uses AI is kind of creepy, but then at the same time, what might that do to like people's ability to keep secrets, keep corruption going? It's kind of like who gets in charge of that is going to be that's going to be like the fate of next time. That's what there's a lot of that going on right now. They're in a hot panic because you're not going to be able to hide anything. I don't want this future. We have just it's going to come in waves, and it's going to be, I'm just guessing what the impact is going to be, but I think the world's on it. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I probably have that. it's going to be very interesting. You said
I will teach you. I'll teach you the basic
think it was like the very beginning of the podcast. You said one thing where like, you that's just going to be the future, but it's just harder and harder to lie. It's like, even how much right now, like, like I was born in 1983. I grew up in like the 90s, and like, you can lie back then. You can just tell lies. You make up whatever. I used to do this. I was ahead of this. I talked to this company. Just say narrative. It's just totally like, and you were just like, I don't know. I mean, he says it. There's no way to really check that. And now it's like, you just say like, oh, I used to do this. It's like, you know what I mean? Like that's crazy shit that, it happens slow enough that you don't got, but the more that goes on, the more technology there is, and the more like singularity type shit, or more like it's gonna become increasingly more and more difficult to deceive people. Like, at least with them, would be my guess.
There's going to be an app in our lifetime that's live detective. It's going to be 100%. It's going to read your retinas. It's going to look at your eyeballs. You're going to use it just to say, ladies, FaceTime. And you're going to have to talk to your boss and do that thing. And it's going to be able to tell you what they did. What did you actually do? There's the money. Why is money missing?
Oh, imagine that just like on politicians though. Get that whole time. I've just had a really good chicken stout.
Would you like to stick him in front of that point?
Still alive. No, Dick Cheney's alive. Isn't it? Yeah, no, somebody thinks somebody else. I'm trying to get Yeah, no, someone's going to be able to die for that.
We even talked about being
Still alive with another guitar.
space, so up across time.
Guitar.
Isn't it crazy about
Yeah, well, the thing, right? You think that making a deal with the devil is because it'll pay it off. Yeah, no. So the guy responsible for the millions of people die. It's just crazy. Like, and I don't know, like I don't know how much he was acting on his own. We're like, no, McCain is dead. John McCain is dead. He's been gone for a while. Why did he change his name? I feel like there's somebody else who I, but maybe not. But Rumsfeld? Did Rumsfeld just die? I'm not sure.
Oh, that's it.
There's the guy with scam. Isn't it crazy that which like there's a million examples of this, just like how tone deaf the Kamala Harris campaign was. That they now I don't know how much Dick Cheney they like, but this Cheney they started bringing on this trail.
Cheney endorsed
He came out to endorse it and say that Donald Trump is the most dangerous threat to America, and then she started campaigning with Liz Cheney, like as if. But I mean, it's just forget even like the fact that obviously, like I'm the anti-war guy, and I think all these people are blood-soaked monsters who should burn in hell for eternity. But leave all that aside. Just the politics of it. Liz Cheney lost her congressional race by like 50 points. What market is that? Like, what margin on the edges did they think? Like, I know what'll move this. Okay, we're down, we're not out. Bring in the Cheneys, and then we're going to tell them about how much we love fucking the war in Iraq or something like that. And I think it was just a signal to like military contractors to be like, hey, we're cool, like send us some more money. Internally, yeah, they said from
which makes the spending.
yeah, well, evidently the internal polling. There's a few really interesting questions about this because it's been reported that the internal polling of Biden before he dropped out was like a crazy landslide, way more than what Trump ended up winning by. Like they had him winning like 500. Like I forget what it was. It was like a crazy fucking blowout. And then similarly, when Kamala Harris took over, like they did. But then there's also something interesting where it's like, hey, so like pollsters, could we ever get the real polls? How come like they can figure out the real polls? Right. But then because there was something like there's only been a few elections in my life that I remember where like it was just obvious who was going to win. Like Obama in 2008,
Right. It was obvious. Right. You could not have convinced anyone. Like, looks like McCain's the front runner. Right. No, it fucking does not. Like, this black Jesus drawn 80,000 people, and then John McCain's over here. It's like clearly this guy's losing, and this guy's going to win. But the polls reflected that. It was like, oh yeah, Obama was up big in the polls. But this year, everything you could see, taste, touch, like it was just, obviously Donald Trump. Everywhere Donald Trump went, he's getting like a king's greeting. He's like, with all the culture is totally shifted in his direction.
Imagine if they had astroturf those conventions for Kamala Harris. Imagine if they hadn't paid for the show. How many people would be there? They'd have an arena.
It would have been. Imagine like when it wasn't people come to see Beyonce and they just had to come see Kamala Harris and all. This campaign was the Kamala Harris, and this is part of the reason why, even though I am really upset with Donald Trump, I'm upset with a lot of cabinet people too. I mean, look, Bobby, I will say, does seem to at least be doing some real structural, like he's talking about really, changing some things in the health department. I think he could take a break from tweeting about the virus and anti-Semitism, but whatever. Tulsi, I'm really upset with over, her like cheering on these strikes. I thought she was supposed to be the one who was going to stand up in that signal, who can say something and not just leave it to Jamie. And I think Donald Trump's messing up in a lot of ways. But I really, at least at this point, like if he invades Iran and we have another war there, then I will apologize for voting for him. I think I made a mistake. I should have done that. But short of that, I do think it was the right thing to do. And part of it is like that had to be exposed. Because this Kamala Harris ticket, it was the most astroturfed ticket ever. Yeah. It's one thing. Look, Obama had a lot of institutional support. It wasn't as organic as they made it out to be. But there was a lot. But he had real support. Like, he did have real grassroots support. She never won she didn't win a primary. She didn't win a delegate when she ran for president. She didn't even make it to Iowa. It was all fake. It was all phony. And it was like that had to be exposed.
Yes. They can get that through with her, even if you like her and you think she would have done a great job. That's scary that you're giving that kind of power. And the same people that were auto-penning all those Biden executive orders would have been in charge for another 4 years, if not forever.
Yeah, that's right. And look, even, you can say whatever that Joe Biden just feared that Donald Trump would abuse the Justice Department, a little ironic to accuse him of the thing you're actually guilty of doing. But to go out to pardon your family, and forget the family, that's a little less relevant, but to pardon Fauci, and go back to 2014. Yeah. Why did you pick that year? Joe, obviously Joe Biden didn't pick anything, but who's the person who picked that we got to go back and give this guy blanket immunity going all the way back? Like, come on, dude. What the fuck? It's too much.
It's crazy. Who really signed that? That's the other thing. The thing about using auto pen for writing all those pardons, does that count? Is there a legal battle about that? Well, listen, if you can't remember, as Mike Johnson testifies that he brought up the natural gas deal, and he's like, why did you watch it? And he's like, I didn't.
Yeah.
He's like, no, you did. And then he asks to be alone with Mike Johnson, so he always has handlers with him. And then when he's alone with him, then Biden tells him, I didn't tell that.
Yeah.
And then you realize it's the same signature.
Look, when you're the level of senile that Joe Biden was, it's not like it leads to the question, like, how easy was it for everybody to manipulate him? Also, because you could just tell him he did or didn't do something, and he may not, right. Well, like, we don't know, there was this one thing, look, like, one of the things on October 7th, and I try almost to avoid this topic sometimes because I don't want it to come off like I'm down, like, the horrors of October 7th. Like, Hamas invaded Israel, they did some really fucking shit, indiscriminately killed a bunch of civilians, they had grenades, and rifles, and it was horrible. They took a bunch of hostages. But there were some claims that were made that turned out not to be true. The 40 beheaded babies, some of the claims of mass rapes and stuff like that just turned out not to be true. They were set in the fog of this thing. Whatever, I'll give the benefit of the doubt of maybe it was, I think they were kind of abused by some politicians in order to get you to turn your brain off. and be very emotional and not pay attention to what this response is going to be. But Joe Biden claimed that he had seen the of beheaded babies. And then it turned out to just like that never happened. And then you're almost wondering, you're like, was he lying? Does he not remember? Did someone just tell him that you've seen that? And because he's a senile man, you know? Well, that's all. That's right. So it's like impossible to know because he's also been a liar his whole life. He's also the guy who's like, I was first in my class, graduated with multiple degrees, and blah blah blah. And you're like, none of this is even kind of true. None of it's even kind of true.
Yeah, and it's just wild that you could be too old and senile to stand trial for having classified documents, but yet you're fine giving out pardons.
Yeah.
Like, how do you let a person with a mental disease give out pardons? That seems like that's the guy manipulating. And if it turns out that guy gives out more pardons than anyone ever upon leaving office, yeah, how's that? That seems like those should be.
Well, look, on its own, of course, on its own, that and there were things that come above that to me, like COVID and the war in Ukraine, and a whole bunch of other shit. But that alone is like Kamala Harris and the corporate media and the Democrats, they had to lose. You can't do that. You can't Emperor's New Clothes the entire American public and like fuck it, just lie through your teeth, pretending this guy's not a vegetable. All right.
Thanks, sir. Love you to death. You're awesome. Appreciate you very much. Tell everybody how they watch your show.
Oh, part of the problem is my podcast where I talk about all this political news stuff, and then Legion Skanks is where I'm a degenerate with my Canadian friends. Check both of those out. Skankfest is in New Orleans this year. If anyone wants to go, that's going to be a lot of fun. I believe it's September of this year. And then, comictapesmith.com if you want to see me. All right, bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day.
I had the shades. You know why? Oh,
The future's so bright. You gotta wear shades.
Nuclear war. The Flash, you have 59.
Oh yeah, it's good protection. I heard. Get under the table as well. You remember that in high school? Did they do that in your high school?
No, okay, yeah.
They used to tell us, so get under the. I'm telling you,
parents did that too.
they told you get under the table. Like
That's
what?
surprisingly long.
It's like a mask for COVID. It's basically the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
that is not working. Getting under the table is so dumb. It's a fucking nuclear blast that annihilates buildings. You're saying getting under my stupid desk with the clamshell? Remember those desks with the clamshell?
It's the only shot. Yeah, that's what my first desk I had. It's the only shot we got. Now I saw Indiana Jones getting a fridge. On that.
Yeah, those were.
What was it, a Trinity? I don't know. It's they got a fridge. What? They really made them things back then.
What the fuck? Can you imagine being those guys in like the Manhattan Project when they first do it? They first detonate it. And they're like, what in the holy fuck?
Yeah, well, they kind of didn't know what was going to happen, right?
They didn't know. There was a less than zero chance that it would burn up the entire atmosphere of the Earth instantaneously and all life would be over.
With the chance we've got to take.
They just took it.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was bigger than they thought about. Like, I wonder what. So, like, no one had ever seen a nuclear explosion before those people did.
I think close.
Well, they definitely weren't really far away, right?
I know a few of them.
They're watching
people
it
were
from
too close.
Well, the real problem is the area where they did it is radioactive forever. Like, they did a bunch of these tests out in the desert, and then John Wayne and his crew went out there and all got cancer. Yeah, exactly.
Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
And
it's a
they
terrible movie.
It's one of the most amazing. Because it's cursed from the gate.
Yeah.
And
It's probably cursed by Genghis Khan.
I hope
And
it
if you're
was.
going to make a bullshit version of one of the most fascinating human beings that has ever lived, a bullshit version of their life, it would be a John Wayne movie from the 1960s.
I look at it. Is that the original whitewash movie. Well, not white. No, not whitewash. But Jada Pinkett Smith and Cleopatra, where it's like Cleopatra's black and on Netflix. It was like she clearly sees Cleopatra as her, and it's like a suck up to herself. And John Wayne, I'm sure, was thinking that with Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan was 65.
Yeah, so that's like.
Oh, it says 56. The Conqueror.
Yeah, this is.
What was the? Hold on, 65 one. Who did that one? Is that John Wayne? No. Oh, Omar Sharif. Okay.
That's closer.
Yeah, you get a little closer with Omar Sharif. But even then, you should be getting a guy from Mongolia. I mean, if you want me to believe that it's Genghis Khan, find a guy in Mongolia. It's gotta be good.
Oh, I don't. I want
Acting
to.
is not that hard.
I don't want you to believe. I want you to identify with him and see yourself reflected. That's John Wayne locally wanting to see himself reflected in the story of Genghis Khan.
You think so? I think it
all
was
these
a
actors.
giant movie. They offered him a shit ton of money. And he's a giant movie
It's not
star.
his project.
And there was only like 5 movie stars back then. Was it John Wayne's project?
What? Maybe I'm wrong. I think of my Trump one piece is really hot. Yeah, I put this on.
You put it over your clothes.
I put it on over my shirt because I wanted it's a great job so far. Out there, every time I come, Jimmy has a box. It's all merch. Okay, let me tell you. I put this on as something great. I told Jimmy. As hot to a has been morning. This is finally. Julian Assange only took 20 years.
Are you serious or are you joking?
Dead serious.
Okay, so is that because she didn't have anything to do with the crime, or is it because there wasn't a crime? What is it?
There's a crime. I don't think.
But is it a crime? Is it illegal? This is the question with all this like fake money stuff. This is why it's so confusing. If you have these meme coins and people are genuinely making millions of dollars from real meme coins, but it's kind of bullshit. It's kind of a fake money. And anybody can kind of make it and then sell it. Like there's no rules, right? Like you can dump it, right?
Did I tell you my buddy was making those AI slaves that stack to look like beans and coins? A lot of guys from Puerto Rico or Dominican Republic because of taxes. Yeah. So the guys that make those coins, they refer to people who buy those coins as degenerate gamblers. Right. Because that's what they are. So that's all it is. And you could say, why is the stock market less degenerate gambling than that? I guess because I don't know why. Maybe you get backed up on certain investments by the government because there's a little bit more fake regulation. I don't know.
It is kind of crazy that it's based entirely on information and confidence about a company, and it can go up or down depending upon who, like the CEO gets caught sleeping with, or what new environmental laws.
It sounds like magical is what it sounds like.
Crazy, and you're hopeful. Like in 2008, when everything just crashed, there was this dude who lived next to me. I had a house next to my house in California. This guy wanted to build a house. It was the saddest fucking thing, man. Because this was like in 2012. When we were living there, this dude was raking his lawn. And so I went over just to talk to him. There's no house there. And the dude was just like cleaning up brush and shit. He was like a responsible landlord that didn't have a property, a house. And I said, are you going to build here? Because I knew you were going to build here a while back, but we never heard anything. I lost everything in the crash. Because I saved up all my life working. I had this dream to build this house on this. And the property was really beautiful. It was like on the top of the hill, like looking down on this valley. It would have been an amazing place to like finally die. Like get to the end. This guy was old, man. And it was just like super bummed out.
It's a John Steinbeck story.
It's not just based. It's not just based on like it's not gold, right? It fluctuates. Companies can go under. The stock market can crash. Money can disappear. It's like it's not stable. It's a wild gamble.
Someone call it Babylonian money magic.
It's so nuts that that's what our economy is based on. Instead of like actual assets.
I get crazy about it.
But it's so crazy that people do the meme court thing where you can just have like, okay, let's just have almost no rules. Just go buck wild out and have cock coin and have cock coin trading for $150 a coin.
It's a bunch of nerds that some of the nerds are smarter than the other nerds.
Yeah.
But they all think they're smarter than us. That's how we get tricked. Because on Hot Tool Coin, I asked Coffee Zilla if Simon's here, but I'm pretty sure the people that got scammed thought they were going to get out early. They had been sold, and I know this has to be people. They were sold the idea that they were the initial, whatever the early bird, whatever the hell. And they weren't. Yeah, and they weren't because they had gotten it on the ground floor. So that's why I think that if I had to guess where the big fraud is, but she's like George Foreman with his grill. Like George Foreman didn't make a grill.
Right. I told you, Howie, 22 years old. That girl probably knows almost nothing.
She's jack shit.
I know almost nothing, and she probably knows less than him.
Howie Mandel's son-in-law is the guy behind Hot Tool Coin. What? I told you last time. His name's DJ something.
Did you?
DJ LA.
So much information when I talk to you. When I get a text message from you, I have to take a deep breath.
I know. What sometimes. Yeah.
What do we got?
Anyway, that thing you said, we just having the market right now.
Yeah.
I was chuckling like, oh yes, but Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme. Not that shit. Social Security is the word. That's the one that we got to tackle. That scheme. Not all the other things, such as what you just described pretty well, I think.
Okay, so what are the big problems with Social Security that's laid out? Let's see my current answer.
People are going to want it because they're getting into it. Entitled. That's a problem I see. Got to get in there. Dude, why are you Steve Bannon is 100% right. He said on Jimmy's show that Trump's not going to touch it. All these pricks on both sides want to cut that out, and then they want to have the freedom to invest into the stock market or like a 401k. You know the things that sometimes are like Hot Tool Coin that don't pay out. Social Security's never missed a payment to anybody. That's probably to a fault. So I'm sure there is fraud because it's never missed a payment. So why don't you go get the fraud out of it? Okay. Well, I'm actually thinking about it because we played Howard Lutnick. Did you see that guy Howard Lutnick as Trump's commerce? Everyone was like talking about why Social Security goes, if my mother at his 95, I didn't get a Social Security, she's not going to call complain. Really? Billionaire guy, you'd love to know be fucking.
I did hear someone say that. I saw it written down.
Trump.
I didn't see him say it, but just there's no way to do that right. Like to look at that statement the most charitable way. Do you know people are living barely? There's so many people. If you're on Social Security, you're getting a very small amount of money on a very fixed income that you're owed. And if you miss a month, that's a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
And you're old, and you don't need that kind of stress in your life. If you're old as fuck, and then all of a sudden your Social Security stops, that's fucking terrifying.
Well, you know what the plan is for the freak oligarchs? What they want is, so first Doge, so just everybody freak out about Doge, and you're such a, uninformed. Doge is not going to be anything. I got this for everybody. That's Thomas Mazzey. That guy's who's right. That continuing resolution means everything got funded again until the next time when you're going to do another continuing resolution, because they said last time this is going to be, that's what Massey explains. So everything's funded, plus another $6 billion for the Pentagon. So people are freaking out, but there's nothing cut. But you know what I bet they are going to get to? Your entitlements.
Wait a minute.
They'll make sure to cut that.
But they haven't
not Ukraine, not Israel, God forbid.
Or they haven't even started with military. So but just right now, like the USA and stuff, right? If they definitely cut a lot.
That's discretionary, so that just means the money's still in the budget. But I don't know what that is. I have no idea what it means. It's discretionary. It's discretionary.
So that means the programs are cut, but the money's still allocated somewhere else.
It's still up there in the blog, going to whatever. Do you think they really made a Guatemalan gender non-binary musical? Yeah, well, they did. Somebody bought it. It's not track. Of course. So literally no change. And
wasn't it genius though to call it USA? Because you have to be for it.
Well,
it's like Patriot Act.
I think this part should be the crime because it's USA ID, not with, but they color the A the same color as the I and D. Do they? Yeah, so you think it's USA. But I didn't know.
Is that really happening?
Yeah. US. So see the deception on purpose with that?
That's
Yeah.
That's
It's USA ID, not that.
wow.
More like US AIDS, am I right? Not
It's so
oh,
tricky.
good. Put my name on
It's
that.
so,
People
it's,
should
it's
do.
so
Thank you.
tricky because USAID just seems like a great name for a pretty charitable organization.
Yeah, it sounds like very American. You know why it sounds so American? Because it's called USA, but it's not for anyone here.
Right, but also you
It's
have
for
to
other
support all AIDS. Okay, if you're not,
And
if you're not even thinking, like no full information in the news at all, if someone tells you you want to cut aid, you're a good person. You're going to say no. Of course we don't want to cut aid.
Oh,
This is USAID. They're going to cut USAID. Like, oh my God, where do I sign?
well, as a
I want to
doctor-
stop. We need aid. Everyone needs aid.
Okay, but the leaders. See, look, I'm cynical as a guy who's never been in politics. The way these people operate is where they're saying the exact opposite of the thing they just said. That's conscious. They're doing that. They're like, that's the game. We gotta just tell a complete lie and go completely bad about it.
Well, even just the calling it USAID when it's the United States Agency for International Development.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute,
Hey.
what do you guys do?
Well, how about the Patriot Act when it's the U.S. Department of spying on your dick pics and your phone? How about that? Deception.
How about all of it?
You keeping the Patriot Act? I know that. I hope that
Let's wrap it up. We need a number 3.
We did.
The 2 is just too weak these
I
days
know.
with all the cybersecurity risks.
I got great. This is my Timber Sycamore shirt.
What is that?
That's the operation where Obama started, put to get rid of Assad and install an al-Qaeda lead there in Syria.
Wait a minute, that's a T-shirt?
No, I have a charity called Shirts for Kurds, where I take the names of operations. I go make me a T-shirt that I can wear around to the band or something. So I got some good. This guy's Fred Pound. He sent this to me. He sent it.
So what are you wearing? Timber Sycamore, classified weapons supply and training program run by the United States Central Intelligence Agency and supported by the United Kingdom and some Arab intelligence services, including Saudi intelligence. The aim of the program was to remove Syrian President Bashar al-Assad from power, launched in 2012 or 2013, and supplied money, weaponry, and training to Syrian opposition groups fighting Syrian government forces
Al-Qaeda.
in the Syrian civil war. A lot of Syrians.
That's what we armed Al-Qaeda. So any guys watching out there, if you got or gals, you got any news blowing off guard the poppy field for a warlord. Al-Qaeda, we installed them. We're back together with them. We're cool again. So you don't have to shoot
They're
them
not
if you see
all
it.
bad guys.
Al-Qaeda.
Cut them some slack.
I like
What
that.
did I say?
Al-Qaeda.
What did I send you something earlier today?
Oh, I didn't look at it. The show right then.
About heroin. This episode is brought to you by Tacovas. You ever wondered if you could?
I brought to light how we were sending $40 to $87 million to the Taliban for about a year now. It's more than that. I've mentioned it quite a few times. I've seen it back before the State Department said they accidentally gave them the money.
Yeah.
You know how we left the wrong way and left all our stuff and did this. We thought it was disabled, but it wasn't. Well, that's the lithium triangle that Afghanistan's in. So I'm sure that's part of the deal. We give them all our stuff. And we played a good game, give us helicopters. And we could train terrorists there because most of the Islamists came from us, or Saudis, or Israel, or Pakistan, most of them. And we paid them like $100 million out of the State Department. Maybe it was USA. I don't know. But a dude who showed me a video of it that he had, he texted to me. He was like scared to text it to me. This guy used to be an international press pass. He showed me a video of the Italian guys that made like a fort out of American money. like way more than a chest high wall of money. Jesus Christ. And so he wouldn't send to me, but then 2 weeks later, it comes out in the news that they accidentally. So they slipped in that they gave it to them. But they have lithium there because that's the name of the game, right?
I'm going to say
Minerals. So he's right about that.
Sorry for the long pause.
So he's right what he's saying, but I'm like, you want to wear this earlier, Sean? As a guy that ran a cartel. That's where he came from. He's in Colombia running a drug network. they don't just let Americans do that unless they're elected. You know, come on.
Well, he was openly working for the government, right? Was doing that?
And you don't think he was selling the drugs on that?
What? I don't know what he was even.
It's the him.
By the way, I really like this guy. I know you have issues with him.
I don't have any personal issues.
I like him a lot.
Well, I don't
I
think
think
personal issues.
I think
But I don't want to say that he's a killer.
there's guys that get into the military, start working for the government, become agency people, get hired to do jobs all over the world, and I know a bunch of them. And they're some of the most interesting people I've ever met.
100%.
But they don't agree with the way things are being run. If they've done that and then they step out and then they start talking about it like Sean Ryan, you gotta kind of like
That makes total sense.
yeah.
That everything you're saying is pretty reasonable. Now I remember when the guy who blew up his own Tesla outside of the
Yeah.
he had this like stone. He was like, "Oh, we just got word that I got this email." And all of a sudden, next thing he's really we're not talking about it no more. That's very op.
Well, it is, but you know, it also could be if you don't like. How long has Sean Ryan been doing the show?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere.
One thing that does happen is you get duped. You know, we've been duped before. I've had people on the podcast where I'm like, this guy's kind of a con artist. Like, you get duped. And you get duped with stories. You get duped. People send you stuff that's not real. They send you down these rabbit holes that are stupid. If you're not seasoned in this, and I'm still fucking up all the time. But if you haven't done a lot of these kind of podcasts where you're talking about controversial issues, sometimes you say something that's not totally accurate, or maybe the people that are telling you the information aren't who they say they are. Maybe you're being purposely fed misinformation. It's fucking hard to figure it out sometimes.
It is for me. No, I'm just saying.
But what was proven about the letter? Right? So the dude wrote a letter, correct? Or was it an email? What was it? There's some writing that he was talking about.
How somebody was it Iran or China or somebody was it was like with the drone.
Right. It's something to do with the Jersey drone situation, right?
Yeah. Which I'm guessing is Palmer Lucky's outfit, not China. So my guess Palmer Lucky. That's one drones, some things, see how you deal with it, and nobody cares.
It's hard to trust super smart dudes with flip-flops on podcasts. I saw him with flip-flops. I was like, this guy's too crazy.
I trust that he has
to make it drown. He doesn't even want to have shoes on.
I may be wrong, but I think his initial start, because he went through some bullshit with that he was trying to sell the military stuff with kind of a robot truck that puts out fires, which you need, but they don't want stuff to, it's good.
He sounds like a guy in a Spider-Man comic book that like is a reluctant hero. Like he was a bad guy doing bad things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
it's like
a hacker they call it, and they're like, now you work for us.
It's just like, imagine that's your specialty. It's making awesome weapons. Right. Like if you're a comic, you want to tell jokes. If you're a guy who makes awesome weapons, you want to fuck around and find out.
I mean, as a comic, you use murder language to talk about it, right? Like this is gonna kill, decapitate the back of your head out. Yeah.
It's like,
well, look, I was
Sean's show. He's had a few people on Wells, but I don't know about this guy.
I think Joe McMahon.
I've had a few people on like that. I've had a few people on Wells. Like, I don't know. Look,
I'm not going off because I don't believe anything. I just want to hear a new story that doesn't make me bored because I heard a lot of stories. That's all. Right. So what happens then if you tell me something new I haven't heard, I'll remember it because I go, oh, that's interesting. I forget boring things. I remember everything that's interesting to me. So later, when I'm looking at new stuff on Sidekick on a Jimmy show, whatever, now I have all this 3 great jokes. Like I can cross-reference. I need as much data as I can get about every single thing, Right. So that I can make connections. That's just for joke writing. And anytime writing. So you have to analyze stuff. So I just go off the old, a tree by its fruits, right? The Bible saying that I think is a correct saying. If I know the truth about certain current events and I'm watching, and I know your background that you should know this or that, And maybe you don't, though. I'll laugh at that. I'm just saying, I see a bunch of people. That woman from who was like ISIS is back, and Iran is here, and
Who's that woman?
the CIA.
That's a bad impression, by the way. I didn't know who
It's
you were
my-
talking about.
It was my impression of how she was talking about ISIS. Just when the Tesla truck blew up, I've been making jokes about it, like, because I thought, hey guys, ISIS is back, and
But
no one cares.
let's pause for a second. And what did the guy say? Because let's find that
Girl.
note. No, the guy who blew himself up, the Tesla truck.
Oh yeah.
We never got
Oh,
to that.
nice, Jamie.
There it is. It says, first off, I am not under duress or hostile influence or control. My first car was a 2006 Black Ford Mustang. Black Ford Mustang V6. For verification, we've done this before, Jamie. So we read this all out, and the Mustang's not correct. That's part of the problem, right?
That might be a signal that they're saying that could just be like a code.
Oh, right.
So you know,
Which is
really
why
something
you would
like
say
that.
that in that way. Yeah. Right. That would be a way you could. Yeah, that makes sense actually. But why would you do that if this is going to be a public thing?
I don't know that it's meant to be public, but it's it's verified that it was from him. But it's verified the content and it's taking it.
Right.
Oh,
So who would he send it to?
look at this.
She made this guy that has an Instagram account that talks about military stuff. I don't know if it's like a whistleblower.
Okay. By the way, so this level of bullshit, it was bewildering when I read this about drones. Made in China. And I remember because I had joked about the Chuck some parts because he does this. And then he does the Chinese spy balloon bullshit. It's a Chinese spy balloon. They made up all these little details after the fact. There's actually an article where military goes, it's more than likely not a spy balloon. It got from mainland China a big white balloon. This is China, and on it got over all our bases in the Pacific. Which, if you look at the map of how many bases we have, it looks like a sex offender registry. Okay? All our balloon sensing equipment, I assume, from the trillions of dollars they just lose making our amazing force, got past them to Billings, Montana. No, that was an actual balloon that was unseizable. I believe the simpler explanation of the unseizable winds blew a balloon into Billings, Montana. And that's why Biden didn't shoot it down. We've had this happen many times in those balloons. Then they go, oh, we shot down 2 more balloons like the UFOs. Remember that bullshit?
Yeah.
And so as soon as you hear all the nonsense coming out, you're like, what is this? So the balloon was just that, a weather balloon. They all know it. Remember, like, Biden, why didn't you shoot down this balloon? It's a spy balloon. Dude, why? Yeah, he purposely left the spy balloon to spy on us. It's such bullshit. And then
Wait a minute, what do you think the spy balloon was?
a balloon.
But it had electronics on it. It had like.
Oh, okay. No, if you look at Zillow, I'm pretty sure it body scans your whole fucking face. You know, like,
Does it?
like, girl likes to look at houses on Zillow. Dude, your phone, the way it's used to track you is unbelievable. And amateurs, that's how I'm pretty sure the Bernie and AOC rallies where I'm like, there's no way that many people are going to see these features.
Well,
There's
that's
no
a
way.
fact.
But they tracked the phones of the people,
Yes. Yeah.
okay? And then they knew the same people kept going to the same Bernie and AOC concert.
They were going there, and they were also going to Kamala Harris rallies, and they were going to a bunch of other different left-wing protests. That's a thing.
People get paid to be Democrat.
They get paid. It's a real job. Like, you can get real money, much more money than you make working at McDonald's, to just show up and grab a sign and get in the stands. And so you can get 24,000 people. You know, you have to pay them. But if you do, they'll go, and you can just keep doing that if you have an insane amount of money.
So, well, that's what they've been doing for a while. And since the Tea Party.
The amount of money she spent on that campaign.
She ran a great campaign. We gotta admit that.
It was pretty rough. Like, what was the
Every Diddy suspect. Beyonce, not singing, just talking.
Yeah.
Great commercials reaching out to men. Not going on your show, going on calling. I think that's Hot to his mom. Calling daddy. Great job, guys. And she lost. And the cherry on top of that great campaign.
Well, what was really funny was afterwards they were asking for money. After it, like, why did you say so?
They did it after Roe v. Wade to the Democrats.
Yeah, they did it.
right after,
Immediately donate.
which is like
Donate to the Democratic Party.
a screen about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who always thought Roe v. Wade should be overturned on legal reasons because it's a bad, in her mind, a bad ruling. Can you turn it that it's not her real feelings out of the book? You know?
There's really no way other than AI judges. AI judges, AI government. That's the only way.
Well, I don't.
It's the only
Who's going
way.
to program
Human
God?
beings-
Who's going to program that God that I can believe in?
It's going to program
Muslims.
itself.
It better not be
We're
Muslims.
going to allow it to program itself.
Oh, well,
And
I
it's
bet you
gonna
that's
take
something
over.
like that has happened several times.
Well, it's going to happen. I don't know if it has happened. Why do you think it has happened?
Because all these like elite, you know, they go, oh, who's the stupid elite running? Right. Well, here's a clue, and I don't know if this is an honestly. You know, we still have royalty everywhere. You know, by definition, a bloodline that it should be over you. That for some reason we're obsessed with. Here in America, where we rebelled, people fight over Snow White, the Bavarian fairy tale, to inculcate you with bloodline shit. And then people are mad at the big head girl. What's her fucking name? That she looks like a mothership alien. The Snow White they got, the Puerto Rican Snow White. I forget the name.
I did not know where you were going there.
You know,
Yes.
okay.
The young lady.
So when it first,
What's her name? Rachel.
yeah. So now if you notice the spin of it, they're putting it all on her. I mean, I'm sure she sucks, but she is very young. How
She's
about
a fucking kid, right?
she didn't write that script though, right? And I don't think she made the no dwarf decisions. That was Sir Peter Dinklage.
Well, that was crazy, right? Like, if you do you know when they did the original Snow White? I was listening to Cody Tucker on Instagram, was talking about this. When they did the original version of Wizard of Oz, they couldn't get dwarves because they'd all been killed by the Nazis. They had to bring them in to film things.
Wait, okay, hold on. Where did they film?
I want to say, find out where the Wizard of Oz was from.
It's so the American dwarves were killed by the Nazis.
No. They didn't film it in America. They filmed it in like Bulgaria. And there was no dwarves.
They didn't want to pay union dwarves.
The Nazis had killed them all. Like, no one talks about that, apparently. But that was a thing. They killed all of them.
I find that surprising with their supposed love of
Or Cody
German folklore that they would attack the luckiest creatures.
or Cody's.
Or maybe he's right.
Look, if the Nazis, if they wanted to create a master race, you have to imagine that like mentally handicapped people, all those types of things, they probably have pretty brutal measures.
Well, I know they did because they, as you know, copied them from us when we started that first. That's the rocket factories. Yeah. Eugenics is from America. It's all the things are from America or England. All the things. Think of Nazis as some like an Al Qaeda that somebody funded because it worked out for them at the time until it didn't work out. But that's just like constant gain of function, right? We just gotta
function government.
Yeah,
That's a great function government.
Yeah, hey, what if we make it more deadly? Oh no, well, you guys got to be locked down because we cocked up some virus.
Carol recalled that some of the Munchkins were German-born actors who performed throughout Europe in a midget troupe booked by showman Leo Singer, who arranged to bring them to the United States for filming. The Wizard of Oz allowed the actors to escape as Nazis began to extend their reach across Europe in the late 1930s. Well, when did they do the Wizard of Oz? Whoa, they were already killing people.
You just reminded me of something great. No, even okay. So this is one of my favorite historical. See now, back in the day, the Jeffrey Hudson. Do you know about Jeffrey Hudson? Queen's dwarf in England. So back in the day, but 1619 to 1686. Anyway, back then royalty would collect, like, dwarves, or if you were like really fat if you had some gland problem, there's no Spain like that, and someone discovered you, royals would keep you in like a menagerie, like the court dwarf, and you'd be like the court dwarf, like a Paris Hilton dog, from
Right.
So this guy Jeffrey Hudson, I can't remember the queen of his birthday. They baked him into a pot pie. They put him in a pie. Okay, so there's a presenter check in at this pie, and he jumps out and they starts dancing on the table, and they loved it. I think he belonged to another noble family, so you could have him. So then he became a dwarf. He had a little sword, and he would. One of her relatives, he would disguise himself as a poor person and go, and, yeah,
That laugh.
look at my voice is going from yelling at hobos. Look at me, there it is with the queen walking. You gotta take care of them, Probably a better life than a full-size adult back then,
Imagine trying to be a jester like that. And walk the line between knowing what's across the line where the king's going to cut your hand off.
Yeah, well, if you're this guy and you just jumped out of a pie, the king will say all kinds of stuff. It's like a fun roast.
I think the world was way more like Game of Thrones than we tend to believe.
But he based it on history. He based all that stuff on real history. Probably the dragon part. Sorry, Joe.
I wonder about the dragon part.
Well, wait. So this dude, one of her relatives or something, he stayed with them, and the guy would pretend to be a poor person in the street, and he would bring Jeffrey with him. Okay, and then do like an act, and like he would sit down, and he would have to put out like a big loaf of bread, and he would make it into a sandwich. That's what it is.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He opened in his pocket, and then he would get out bread, and then he would climb and make a sandwich, and people loved it. I mean, I love it just thinking about it.
I went down the dragon rabbit hole.
Okay, this is the last thing about this boy, that little guy.
Yeah.
So he started getting a big head. Okay, and like how classic, like Howard Stern whack pack kind of development, right? And he had, and he got captured by pirates. He has a crazy life, but he had a little sword, like they made a little sword for himself, and somebody set up the queen, challenged him to a duel. This guy, okay, this back then, it's like a single job pistol. And so the guy brought a water gun. Well, the guy was like killed to fight like the queen's dwarf, and he brought a real gun because he came to he came for the fame. He came and shotgun real gun. Another guy had a sport gun that he shot. Oh my god! Because he couldn't not. And I'll bet Jeffrey Hudson was like, oh, I'm glad I killed you. He brought a sport gun on top of it. Like that's a guy really not taking you seriously. And you're doing if you brought a water pistol. Do you think like my little fingers can't pull the trigger? That's how I think.
The finals? Well, that's how stupid people are like that. He had completely dismissed that guy in every way. To the point where I didn't even think you'd be able to shoot him.
It's like
how stupid is that?
It's cool because that's like a kind of a cool thing where you're like
you want to square him in the face and everybody laughs.
Like okay, dude, you guys treat him like the queen's old dog. You might say something to that effect or something. Okay, but even a dog, you would be like, come on, as a dog, don't be like antagonizing the dog. So even if this guy's not affording humanity to Jeffrey Hudson, like by saying to the dog, he wasn't being cool. You know what I mean? Like
right.
he was being like a cruel, it's a pompous aristocrat. That's why they are. They don't think it can happen to them.
Let me get this straight. Did they use dwarves in Snow White, but they just didn't call them dwarves? Is that what it was?
So dwarfs?
So they had
dwarves are two different things. Yes.
No way. It's not a plural.
Researching for this podcast, I think.
Dwarves is not plural?
Right. So dwarfs, I don't know which one is which, I forget, but one is the fantasy kinds, which are magical creatures and not human beings.
Right.
And the other kinds, one is Tolkien.
One is dwarf
and he's
one is
dwarf. Dwarf, the plural, dwarf.
Is that it, Jim?
Oh,
okay.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay, and then you tell what's not doing. You know about dwarves? The war midget.
That's what they were in The Hobbit.
Hold on. But he's talking about dwarfs.
Yeah, no, I mean, dwarf is, the oldest folk from one of the
Yeah, so well, I don't know which one's which, but dwarves.
Why would it be the same?
Yeah, I don't think
There's also dwarfs with an F. I swear to God.
dwarf is it.
They're like dwarfs.
Right, but how crazy is it that there's a folklore version? Did they
Yeah.
have magic
They like-
powers?
I know.
Did the folklore versions have magic powers, or were they just
I
dwarves?
imagine that they're probably based on the real life people that they ran magic of, because my evidence is like Snow White itself. And
It says this type of supernatural being in Germanic folklore accounts of dwarves vary significantly
dwarfs.
throughout history. They are commonly, but not exclusively, presented as living in the mountains or stones and being skilled craftsmen.
And only males. So dwarfs with an F. It's the fantasy one.
Okay.
And they're
So
all men.
dwarfs are all a bunch of gay guys.
Yeah.
Little tiny gay guys hanging out.
Well, they originally
ready
were.
to show up.
It was like 7 non-binaries or something.
But here's the question for the new movie: what did they do? Because what I heard was that they CGI'd things in there.
Yeah, look at how bad it looks.
Can I see what it looks like? Is there a video?
A lot of people make videos about why the CGI seems worse than when it first came out, and that's because these studios are working people. Disney's notorious. Disney's one of the worst
video
companies ever
Taylor, so I
existed.
can see what it looks like. It's kind of sucks that a kid gets put into the position like that where they're talking about politics, talking about
Look, if you put your kids in auditions, you are trafficking your children, so you know.
oh wow, that doesn't look bad. But it doesn't look real at all.
Yeah, and then like they do all the work once you get around being a leader or whatever. The script was
Wait a minute,
from
how
the
much
start.
did this cost? This is they should get Doge to look at this movie. They spent $250 million making that movie. But imagine you spend $250 million and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her about like, hey, don't get political. You're young. And I know you have opinions about things, but should be just about the movie.
Well, it's just to defend Big Head Girl, let me tell you something. The message of the movie is to be that bitch. That's the message that they wrote a script that's telling girls, I don't need me, I'm a 20-year-old girl, so I just have to run my mouth all the time. That's the theme of the new Snow White.
No, really?
Yes. Now,
It's not the same story.
no. So now, when they put it on her, now they failed. What's happened? She made the cardinal error of saying Free Palestine on Twitter. So she could say all that men are bad and this and that, but once you do that, now they've put the entire weight of the failure upon her. When really, it's like making Jimmy Fallon apologize for doing a Chris Rock impression when Lauren and a team of lawyers and consultants decided if it was okay, the amount of brown they put on him to simulate Chris Rock. Yeah. You think Jimmy Fallon made that call? But he's got to sit there and apologize to a white Robin DeAngelo comes on. I'm not watching this. Am I dreaming? And he's like, he's clearly drunk, and I don't blame him. And he's like, thanks so much for coming on. She's like, you see Jimmy, this weird nun lady is like giving him a lecture.
Did you ever see her in that Matt Walsh movie? Did you see Am I Racist?
No.
It's fucking hilarious.
I know that we put her in Prez Trek, the thing they made with Kyle, the Star Trek of Biden.
In Am I Racist, Matt Walsh didn't get her to give someone money for reparations. Didn't that happen? Did you see the movie?
No, but I saw.
He's a fake academic who's talking to her, and he's like a fake woke guy with like a fake ponytail, and he gets her to see the most ridiculous shit. It's so
Because
funny.
her money depends on it, and he said something interesting. That's what I'm talking about, which is the reason. Because why do these people sit here? This is about the Daily Show. Why would they sit there and think? And he goes, "Oh, they're aware, but they want the plug. Their demographic wants to see them be stupid, and they're going to defend them no matter what. So it don't matter. Why they would sit there and be part of that?
She didn't have any idea that's what it was.
But even like
she thought she was doing it. They were doing some kind of a documentary on Greece from like a woke perspective. I don't think.
Look at what he says about it.
I'll have to ask him what the premise was that he set up.
The other lady, the lady with the colored hair, that he kept asking about. That was what is it? Not
Yes,
this one.
totally different.
I think it's the same thing. Because I saw this on Sasha's show, like an absurd situation. If these people are like, my job is on this day,
Right.
They automatically go into it. It's funny to make her follow her own stupid thing like that, but she's like, she benefits by, even if she looks dumb in it, anyone that believes in that stuff is not going to fault her in that seat. You know what I mean? They're not going to look at it as funny. They're going to go, what a jerk you are, put her in that position of having to live up to the things she's saying she could. That's like, how could you do it? Because you're going to just ask her, oh, I want to get to know her. We can't do it. That's not that. That is not going to happen. The people that like her, they like her because she never said anything. They find that savvy and smart to never let people know what you think, because that's how they advance in their careers. Because the whole thing is the ultimate pyramid scheme is cowardice and turning a blind eye all the time.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem. Because after a while, the person, no matter who they are, whatever job you're in, if they treat you like you're the boss, you start to think you know what the fuck you're doing. And she was treated like she was the boss for, many, many years. And during that time, some people got her to say some crazy shit. Like when she was talking about certain things, she really didn't have information about it. And she was just rambling circles.
Oh, you want to describe what's happening in Ukraine?
Yeah.
So basically, Russia's a war.
Ukraine's a country. Yeah, like what?
Oh, it's the Ukraine. Remember how they said Ukraine and not the Ukraine? So,
The Ukraine?
Yeah, there's the borderlands. So that's some marketing crap where we don't want people thinking it's just the borderlands. That this is a legit thing.
But I always wondered with Kamala Harris, like I've seen her talk before, and she's hilarious. I think some people just fucking clam up when they get in front of a camera, when they know the whole world's watching, and they know there's a lot of pressure, and if they fucked up a bunch of times before. To be good at public speaking under pressure, you have to have a lot of reps. You have to do it a long time.
She's running for president?
I understand.
Wendy Williams would have been better.
I understand.
She has charisma, Wendy Williams.
But I always wonder, like, what is important about being the president? Is it the ability to communicate, or the ability to rationally assess what needs to be done and what sacrifices have to be made and what's the right direction for everything to go in? That's the most important.
I'll tell you what it is.
I'll get to it. But it's weird how much we rely on charisma and likability and just like the ability to form sentences in an eloquent manner. That's impressive. Even though that's only one aspect of what it would be, like the most important aspect of being a president, I would think, be rational, be able to make decisions that are very difficult, know the correct direction, and be selfless. Right? You're doing this for the country. That's the best version you could think of as a president.
That's what you have to look like. But what you have to be good at is looking like you're that. All those things.
Yeah.
And take orders from the people who are in charge of you. That's how it's run ever since they killed Kennedy, but probably before that.
Well, I think that was true. I think when
that's good. You know the deep state term?
Yeah.
Peter Dale Scott, he's a leftist Berkeley professor.
What is this fucking thing that I keep hearing? That there's a video of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, Luna. That's actually Luna said it.
She said that there was a video of Lee Harvey
NBC
Oswald.
has it.
NBC has it.
Where he's like in front of the car.
And did Oliver Stone tell her this? I read that on X.
I didn't hear that. Look, if true, it's explosive. You know, I sent you a video.
But how could it possibly be true? That seems like one of those things where, why would NBC hold on to that?
I ain't seen that Dave, what's his name, Crush guy around. All these people have these amazing
It's kind of life.
He's running.
He doesn't have to be on TV all day. What is,
what's going on with that?
Well, it's one thing at a time. I'm wrangling. One thing at a time. The Lee Harvey Oswald thing. Like, who told her that Lee Harvey Oswald was in this video that's been hidden from the public? Somebody said it was Oliver North. By the way,
Stone?
Oliver Stone.
Yeah.
And a fucking Freudian. Somebody said it was Oliver Stone who got the craziest fucking recall, dude. The craziest recall. I had a conversation with him off the air, but he was explaining to me deeper into the fucking connection.
Yeah,
There was all the different people that were after Kennedy, all the different things.
it's quite a lot.
He got it in his fucking head, dude. That guy's head warehouse of information about the JFK assassination. Yeah, I thought that was the a long time ago. Let me see that photo. Blow that shit up again. That guy does not look like Lee Harvey Oswald. Look at him on the right hand side. You can see it. That is a different shaped face. That's like a totally different. First of all, didn't every guy who was white in 1963 look like that? They had one fucking haircut. They all wore the same shirts.
Nice high and tight.
We were basically the Chinese.
That was very Chinese.
We were basically like South Korea.
The North Korean success that Kim Jong-un has was our boys. Oh, okay. So wait, someone's flooding the waters over there.
That doesn't mean that.
You know about her?
Do I know about her? She's the lady that's in charge of like distributing the all the folk stuff, right? She's gonna JFK stuff, all that shit. Right?
So this is very strange. She's from Florida. She ran against I forget his name. I sent you a video of this. This is one of these things. The Republican she was running against in Florida primary was caught on TikTok about having her killed if she does well, is about to get elected.
Oh Jesus!
She's someone I know I had heard of him or some influencer. William Braddock. Okay, now
William Braddock threatens to send Russian-Ukrainian hit squad after rival for Florida GOP primary.
Okay, but they say Russian. Okay, that's actually less weird than some of the other stuff he says, and they don't mention it. So play his order. Now he got prosecuted, so this is not him just bragging, I guess.
You did not hear that from me. That's the worst question I've ever heard in my life.
Keep him on the line. Let's keep him on the line.
Yeah. You can't tell anybody I'm going to have someone killed. Imagine. How well does this... Hold up, please. Pause for a second. How well does this dude know that lady? And by the way, why is he breathing so quick? That dude sounds like he's cranked out of his fucking mind. Do you hear that?
Well, you heard him say his Freemason brothers, so that means he is.
He's cranked out of his mind.
That means he parties.
That guy's partying right now. Like, this is cocaine talk. This
100%.
This is cocaine talk, right?
Well, not just that. It is that, but also he got arrested and prosecuted.
Well, you can't have cocaine talk on the fucking phone.
He ran away to the Philippines, and that's a pretty dark connection too.
Hold on, keep going. I want to hear more what he says. But it sounds like cocaine talk.
Did they all get coked up?
Yeah. You say wild shit. cheap.
Dude, you hear that?
He's out of his mind.
No. Wait, pause that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
here's how I.
sacrifice the fear.
You're 100% right about that.
Yeah, no, he believes that though.
That's the Freemason brothers are bringing money from Malta and Gibraltar.
Can I pause 1 second? Who is he saying this to? What is the woman's name? Can you get a photo of this lady? I bet she's hot, which is part of the problem.
You guys screen record.
Oh, play it. Just finish it.
Let's just get a photo real quick so I can get a context. I just want to put it in context because I'm trying to figure out why this guy is blabbing to this lady that he doesn't know really well. I would think he's going to have someone killed. You wouldn't tell like regular friends. You wouldn't tell like casual friends. Like, how well does this guy know this lady? And is he trying to?
Okay, makes you
trying
confide
to
in people.
impress her? Yes, it does. It does. Is he trying to impress her, and is she attractive? And like,
Yes, that's a good question.
you know what I mean? It's like there's guys that'll just make up stories about it. There we go. She's pretty. There we go. Exactly. Okay. So it's cocaine talk to a pretty lady trying to impress her with her power.
That's good enough for the CIA to try and get that talk using its intel, by the way, gentlemen.
So here's the other question. How does this... Yeah, he's a dork. He's a coked up dork, and she's hot, and it's the first time a hot lady's talked to this coked up dork. Allegedly. He may not have done cocaine. He might just have been nervous. Maybe he's just really attracted to this lady. And it's adrenaline. Or maybe he drank a lot of coffee.
It just sounds like...
It sounds like coked up.
Well, because all the, we probably shouldn't talk about your Freemason brothers and their finding. Oh, Russian, Ukrainian, it's like, wow, that's cool of them to get past their differences.
Yeah, they coordinated just for this one special project because Captain Cocaine.
Okay, but
put a hit out on some lady.
But he is connected to something. I think he wouldn't have run to the Philippines where these kind of people run to. He wouldn't have been.
Is he running from the law right now?
No, he's going back to court, but they probably like to get him in jail. But his famous brother, you can't get you out this idiot. You got coked up and talked to a woman. You know, Ghislaine's got to do her time and keep her trap shut. This guy's going to have to jail too. But William Braddock, I'm like, okay, who is he? He must be from a family from him. I couldn't find anything, but maybe I just fucked at it. But where was his bio? Who is he? Who's his dad?
Imagine you're just talking shit. Like you're a badass. You say cool shit to this girl on the phone. Find out you're recorded while you're on cocaine. And you planned a hit. You might have woke up in the morning with a splitting headache. Doesn't even remember. Dude, on the phone saying he was planning a hit. Wakes up, he's paranoid. A nurse.
Yes. Oh, yes. She's
talking to him.
This corner disorder accidents. No, she was talking about some real shit. She was good with the thing she was talking about with that.
What was it?
I can't remember. I don't know.
But they're talking to the recording from the hospital.
Yes.
There's so
many
like James O'Keefe type videos now. And it's all the same thing. It's all really chatty gay guys who spill the beans and they're on a date.
On paper, they look like they're going to be good employees, don't they?
And occasionally a man who's saying stupid shit to a woman who's undercover.
And sometimes it'll be a guy that I thought was that, but no, he was a straight guy. Like the straight guys and gay guys in those circles are imperceptible. Harry Sisson came out as straight recently. That kid with the rosy cheeks that Tim Dillon had on.
Yes. Tim Dillon had him on his show?
They exposed him as shields. They came out and said they're being paid. And they're like, oh, cut that. Do you remember that? It was really funny.
Well, no, let me see that. I didn't watch that.
Yeah, Tim Dillon exposed him. Yeah, I remember saying it. Fine word by Tim Dillon. But anyway, I thought the kid with him was his boyfriend. No. He's been pressuring girls for Snapchat nudes.
Oh, no.
Yes, because this kid rules.
So Tim Dillon had him on. What are they talking about?
Oh, where's the part where exposed? Oh, okay. This answer is just hit on it. Yeah, it's right around there.
It's disgusting. Well, there's a lot of people that would say that the American government, for a very, very long time, has been very dishonest with its citizens. This is something that, if you give an example,
You little twit. Isn't there a clip of just him exposing them? Like
45 seconds.
Right.
Oh, and a lot of people on our side, like, they start hearing, I've actually done it before, I've criticized, like, a Democrats, like, listen to the King reference, and it all just like snap. Like, I started losing followers, like, it's bad, right? And I really want to be that person, like, who just yells at these Democrats, like, they're horrible, right? They do a lot of shitty things, although I'll vote for them all the time. But it's also hard to stay. That's the good. Clip that part. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't.
I thought those were his boyfriends.
That's a young man that really wants to be important.
Yeah.
Really wants to be special and really wants to be on the right side of history, and he's young. And he
No,
really
not
needs to
right
go
side
to
of
the gym,
history.
and he should start eating meat again, and he should start doing squats, and you need to do deadlifts, and you should probably like run up hills. You need to do something to turn you into a man.
His whole getting pussy is based on not doing it. So when
I'm
guys
telling
look
you,
like they're gay,
it's a bad strategy.
oh, I agree with you. I agree. You don't have to convince me. Just for so, never mind getting pussy, just do that
He's just
for
a
your
young
life.
kid. If I was him, I'd be saying the same shit. You're young. You say dumb shit.
Well, what's
And
David Fromm's excuse?
But that statement right there was the perfect example. To say
That's America.
how bad they are, but I'll always vote for them. That's so bonkers.
Dude, people in their 60s say that.
But that's because he's a kid.
But old people, the View says the same thing.
Right, but there's a certain percentage of people that are going to buy meme coins. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain percentage of people that are just, they're not, they're not going to make it.
He said it just now.
Yeah.
If your money depends on you being that way, you're going to be that way. So that's a
It does
business.
become eventually that, but he's so young. It's not like he calculated his personality based on making money politically online.
That's exactly what he just said. He goes, yeah, I tried. I mean, they suck, but my audience gets mad, so I can't.
Right. But it's a lot of it. It's like, what is it, 21 or something like that? When you're 21, it's like total audience count.
Money and cloud. Yes.
And you've got success doing this one thing, and now that's your whole
What is it not? Like, if you go independent, see, like, I've heard people, to throw around audience capture. Like, I'm sure you've heard that nonsense in you. They definitely say it at Jimmy, but I can tell you, no, Jimmy's a real hard-headed dude that his audience gets pissed at him all because now we're criticizing Trump for the ways he's cocking up. So
Jimmy's not idealistic. He doesn't have an ideology, brother. He's very
principles,
very open-minded.
Yeah, so these people's principles are
very fair. Very fair.
He's the only guy I know who's a leftist, okay? And I think you should get to identify what you are.
Yeah.
Like your gender, you should get to say what you are.
Yeah.
But the video with Kyle Rittenhouse came out where my Shane Gillis apologized. I made. But a lot of my friends go, oh, no, he's going away. He crossed state lines. What does that mean?
Right.
With a gun, but you don't say the part that you're vision, right?
Right.
But watch the video. You can watch the video and see exactly what happened. Every part of the night of every character in the story. There's no mystery as to who was at fault and whatever.
Right.
So all you gotta do is look at that. That shouldn't even been a case.
Right.
People, I told my ex, she's gonna blew them out of dipshit. She goes, I don't need to see the footage. I go, what am I, Galileo? What can you tell us about
the story that's even more fucked up is the people that he was protecting were
Indian immigrants.
Indian immigrants were his friends.
Yes, white kids that burned down Indian immigrants' property because they're mad about a black man being shot by a cop.
So they
by the way,
asked him to
if
help
they
them.
shot Jacob Blake was kidnapping 2 kids and going for a knife in his car, probably trying to get shot. He just had a fight with that chick he had a restraining order with. And if you've ever been in a bad relationship, you know how Ragnarok, I think he dead, right? and people do death by cop all the time.
Yes, they
and
do.
that's what that. And then the governor, I found out when I played Kenosha, that governor whatever went and she kicked off the riot by saying, "Oh, we think the cop shot him." He just said something really irresponsible that they would take you off the air for saying if it caused this, right?
Right.
But that was the agenda to make that. We all know BLM was a scam, right? And all the money went. We all know that, right? I don't have to educate anybody. All the things you think are real are not real.
There was an article about her losing one of her houses in the fire. I was like, one of them. How many did you get? She got 3.
Did you even give Hamas any of the money promised?
Did you see when they used that AI program to run this net of all NGOs that were contributing to democratic
You
causes?
showed me last time, reached by Richard Grove, who sent me Tragedy and Hope, a book that gives you the skeleton of what the conspiracy is, okay? It's written by Carol Quigley. Somebody on the show I know is brought it up. John Corder brought it up on Jimmy's show. Okay. It's Bill Clinton's mentor wrote it. He was not against
What's it called again?
Tragedy and Hope. It's about the Anglo-American world power and how World War I England brought us back in gold, they called it. But Cecil Rhodes, the father, the guy came up with apartheid. And De Beers, he always said De Beers was well, he thought their name was him. It's him. Cecil Rhodes, yeah. Cecil Rhodes. Yeah, Cecil
Same
Rhodes.
guy who started apartheid also started years.
No. He took it over, but he was a Korean.
Cecil Rhodes, so he bought it.
And then he at Oxford, he gave a speech about England. You should, do the things we do now, liberal bullshit all over the world. And so he's so inspired that, so he said, the first concentration camp, there's pictures in the book. It's just like concentration camps in Germany. The Boer War. Did you ever see The King's Man, the prequel? The King's Man?
Right.
One of the prequels or something? Right. They show it in the beginning. There's black and white people in there, so that's nice. It's diverse. That was England that did that. Okay, and that's Cecil Rhodes. And Cecil Rhodes created the Cecil Rhodes Round Tables, and he based it on the Jesuits, the Illuminati, the very Illuminati, the Freemasons. His idea was circles within circles, like the map of Atlantis, right? And so we have the outer court that dickhead who was like Freemason shit. They should have never let him into wherever they let him into. He's got a big mouth. It's like any other gangster, they want to brag about their connections. They want to show up in that camera. I don't condemn. Please, please, everyone snitch. Please. I'm here for you. I want to hear the stories. This shit don't stop until you snitch. It does not going to stop until you tell on your group and stop covering up for them. If it's your country, don't cover up for your country. I know people would do that. I didn't accuse me of being seemingly religious, but I'm kidding. Well, I'm openly against Jehovah's Witnesses. Now they told me God was going to kill all of you about 20 years ago, so it's awkward now for me, obviously. But
People don't know you grew up Jehovah's Witness.
they bring it up every time.
Well, people that don't know. I mean, there's this standalone.
I assume you have all the back knowledge on you if you were at home. And I don't think there's
a lot of people don't. You were a long time ago. You were getting real upset about a lot of this woke shit, and I remember you saying this. No, I fucking seen this before. This is the same.
Yeah.
The shit I saw with Jehovah's Witness. This is the same shit before. And I remember being like one of the first times I was like genuinely alarmed about how really crazy ideas can spread. And really just outrageous behavior can become normalized.
The second part of that is it's blinding that, but without the love and forgiveness of this is believed in Jesus. So they took the only good thing out of it and kept the dog. Like, he's going to say something like dogma, but it's like you're going to, if you have a problem, like maybe something's not living up to what it should, you said this was the solution to everything. But let's say there's something really bad about, like someone got molested and you don't go to the cops, you handle it in-house, which is what they did and got sued for. The highest settlement in American history, not the Catholics, Jehovah's Witnesses, because they did what everybody does. They Epstein file, hide the files, handle it in-house, this could look bad. If you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release it either. All that bullshit. So don't tell me you're the one organization with God and you did that. And like people ought to be kicked out for that. Because all the Bible stories I got taught were God would strike you with leprosy for that shit. You know? And I'm the kind of chump that believes in the thing if I believe in it. So I'm a kind of poison for your group. Because when you don't live up to it, I'm going to be a real twat about it. You know?
But that's important.
Well, no, it's actually crazy. And is that the hill you want to die on? Here, let me all the fucking. I've heard this. People are like, not that people. Something wrong, and I lay it out, and they go, is that the hill you want to die on? And I'm like, am I going to be killed for telling the truth? Well, why would I be?
That's that team shit.
Yeah.
That's that team shit. Our team is going to cover this up. Our team's not going to pay attention to that.
That's what Just in a stand-up. One man.
But the whole thing is it's a dumb pursuit of being on the right side. When we should all be on one fucking side. It should be one giant group of people figuring out what makes the most sense. It's not supposed to be us versus them.
Well, that's too vague. That's too vague.
It's not too vague. If it's not too vague for you and I, it's not too vague for the whole country. We just have to change the way we talk about
What thought makes the most sense to me is eugenics. What if that makes sense? Because I'm telling you right now, these people have never given up on eugenics. And I'm very happy that technology is going to fix dwarfism one day, okay? And we won't have to do with it like lots of this. We're all going to look like Chris Hemsworth. Oh my God, can you imagine being a Jewish
It's going to be just Chris Hemsworth and Jason Momoa's all through the land.
Yeah, well, the Nordic space brothers that people see, you think they're Nordic?
Tall white.
No, tall whites are different. They're tall. They're
Wait
white.
a minute, how many are there?
Oh yeah, there's
Wait a minute, the tall whites and the Nordics are different?
people mistake them, but they're. I know. I'll tell you more. I don't know what's real, but Charles Holt's tall whites are not the same. He called them they called them the Norwegians in 2013.
2015. How many do we have? How's it that less than? It's hard to beat when she does all this.
Yeah, Joshua. But the calling Nordic, that is assuming that this is a complete bullshit, which let's face it, probably is, but let's say it's not bullshit. I don't think they are Nordic. I think they're fucking German. I think they're real. If they are real, this all white blonde society. That dude, I was calling Jazz Bro, his name Jason Verdun. He said something really interesting about one of these stories of this is like a fifth dimensional race moving around. Their architecture is like pyramids and so they're all wearing the same outfits. They haven't evolved or anything, right? Right. So, and you've heard this before about the time travel aspect, right? Because if you did have those kind of things, which I don't know if they have or not, that is automatic. He's right about 100%. That's time dilation. That means you're on a time machine. So, let's say, here's a silly story that the German acorn, the bell thing, the Glocke that nobody knew about until the 70s, and then found that chirp, and then bell-shaped, where they had the mercury plasma rotation to try to make it levitate.
Oh yeah, what was that?
The Glocke.
Hold that up, James, so refresh my mind.
The Glocke.
So wait a minute, you think that
I don't know.
these tall whites were actually Germans?
No,
Nordics. They were actually Germans?
Yeah, let's
Like,
say.
you think they were actually like Nazi scientists or something?
No, but those camps where they bring people to make. You remember the Nazis had camps at Rothschild to make Aryans convert.
I missed that chapter.
Really?
Check this out.
That's like the sexiest part of it.
That's real? This Nazi bell.
Yes.
Have we covered this
No,
before?
it is real, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily it was a working UFO. I'm not, no way clear. I'm just saying this is stuff people know about already.
I vaguely remember talking about this.
But let's say they mastered something akin to that, okay? Okay, just vaguely, and then you send them to planet Aldebaran, or whatever they call it, which is how many millions of light years away. If you could go to that planet at faster light, then you have now going into the past, right? Because it's relative, it's a relative position. So now you're 50 million years ahead of us. Now you came out of us. And if you want to come back, right, the way this would work is you could fly back to like Mars or the Earth 50 million years because the distances we're talking about, there has to be like time travel involved. And then let's say you had that kind of control. Hey, I'm going to put my DNA and stuff and make it in my own image and make all of it. And then you cock it up, and then you do the cycle over and over again, like a Jason's probably gonna make that up. That's right. I always feels like same sort. Some rich assholes make a breakaway civilization, try to remake the world their image. It cocks up like an Atlantis myth of some kind. Then the record plays, keeps playing.
Maybe intelligent beings just consistently fuck up because they keep pushing the boundaries of their abilities and their intelligence, no matter how smart they are. And even, like we do stupid shit in other countries. We fuck around with, installing
That's
new
like
leaders.
God, pretend you're God.
But just think of what we do in other countries. Now imagine you're taking it to so many levels of intelligence and ability far beyond what we have, and you come here, you would cock up these monkeys.
Yes.
You would definitely do it. You would think you were in the right
blame
to
the
do
monkeys. You blame them. You go, oh, it's because you were bad.
Oh, just say, look, the odds of them making it to an intergalactic society within the next 5 to 10 million years is very low. And here's what, if that theory is correct, look, chimpanzees are still around. They are our distant cousins, and they didn't fucking change. Right. They're exactly the same. And then there was a whole ton of different versions of us that didn't fucking make it either. The whole, it seems like.
Well, you know what evolution is. See, this is the thing, Jehovah's Witnesses. We got a book called How Did Life Get to Evolution of Evolution. Okay? Right. That's a false, that's not what evolution is. Okay? I didn't know that till later. I'm not saying whether anything's true or not. I'm just telling you, I was told the wrong thing. It doesn't, evolution is about if there's a God who created it or not. Evolution is change over time. Right. It's the origin of species, not of all life in the universe. Just a speciation.
Well, Bert Weinstein, you ever heard him talk about it on this podcast? Here's a fascinating theory. He's like, because he was talking about how, I shouldn't say it's a theory, I shouldn't even say it's this. It's just like there's an understanding of what evolution is, that there's a missing element. And there's some sort of missing force that we haven't recognized yet. And that would account for why some changes are so rapid. Because you have two things, right? You have natural selection, and then you have random mutation, right? This is what's supposed to create all the. He thinks there's an additional force they haven't recognized yet.
Of course.
Yeah, and the thing about us is, whatever additional force that was so much more impactful, bizarrely so. Where there's not even an animal that's remotely. Right. There's no animals that are making bows and arrows yet, right? It's just us, and everything else is way behind. Whereas every other planet organization or organism rather on Earth is in like a tight-knit struggle with all the things around it to balance out the population, except for us. We seem unnatural. We do. We seem like we popped up too quick, like we're adolescent, and we're just wild, and we haven't figured out what the fuck we are yet. We don't fall into nature the way all the other animals do. We change nature around us, create our own environment, which is a completely alien thing on the scale of what we do. Every other organism on Earth can't do that. So if you did cock up, species, that's what it might be. But if you did cock up a whole planet with your DNA and stick it into some ancient human, some Australopithecus or something, and create a person, this is probably how it would turn out.
Well, think of that story of because all the algorithm of this is either UFO or God's bastard angels, sons, Nephilim.
Well, there's a lot of people who believe that,
but,
right?
Like these are think of that aliens. I go by themes.
Right.
So it's like when Twilight came out as a teen romance, you're like, that guy's like 300. That shit's like 17.
It's so
what
crazy.
the fuck is this shit?
They all do pedophile movies.
So Nephilim, I don't know how you say it, but like for an angel in that story, I'm just saying within the lore of the story, I'm not saying that. I'm just showing that. Think of how perverse that is. It's a cross between pedophilia and bestiality, basically.
Right, because they're thousands of years old, and they're from another planet, and they bred with the humans.
So that the crime of that is so degenerate. Like, what you can see is
don't you think that's like an allegory?
No, I'm saying the themes scale up and down. So that's why Matt, if you talk like Punk and I always talks about this kind of stuff because he knows all these like creepy ass magic people. But he's like really like a nice person, and
he's just interested in a lot of things, man.
Well, listen, I'm interested in a lot of things, and I'll watch some of these people, okay, because I want to know things, and I'm real quickly aware of if you're telling me anything interesting, or if you're just doing some aesthetic presentation, because you like the rock and roll aspect, which, by the way, is the biggest piece of shit aspect of the whole thing. That like
rock and roll Satanism, is that what you're saying?
Of just like America, the thing with people like, everybody hates pedophiles, right? I mean, there's pedophile hunters, amateur. All the music, what they call all the music that you like, those guys, if any of that stuff they did happen now, and you think about it, like, it's crazy. Like, Bowie was playing a 13-year-old that made Iggy Pop, passed on Iggy Pop. Like, that's just normal shit they did. You know that, right? And, no. Dude, it's all in their own books. They write, don't you remember they write confessional books and when it was cool to say the crimes you've done in life? And it became
I
not
never read any of those books.
Well, I didn't either. Did you ever read it?
Jamie didn't know it either.
Of
You just
course.
crack open your second White Claw.
Oh, this is a 3 Claw podcast. Those books, and I'm going to start reading. I haven't started yet.
We started with vampires.
Well, the perversion of that. So there's this theme in everything, science fiction, where somebody did something, and for some reason, it's my fault for being born. And then, the thing that how you're describing, is these adolescent kind of species that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sick of the blame being. If they had to train people in kindergarten because not enough people wanted to pull the trigger in war, that's a fact. That's how we got our school system with a Prussian emperor going. They're wasting bullets because they want to kill people. We got to get them younger. So we have killers for the army and workers and good school people.
Well, they were getting people too late, right?
So that means our natural thing is not really. See, they always put it like your scumbag leaders start blowing people up. And it's like, when are we going to learn? Asshole, we've everybody that voted for Trump want him to not be doing what he's doing now. One thing that's good is all MAGA people are calling out, and good for them. People don't want this shit anymore. So somebody
talking
else.
about like the bombings and stuff.
Yeah, and then you gotta hear humans are an immature species. No, somebody is on purpose. Probably our leaders, probably wealthy eugenicists. If you want to get spacey, probably transdimensional trillionaires who transitioned out of having a foal and now cannot transition back. So everything's a scam to trick you. Hey, why don't you astral project out of your body, get out of your body for a little bit? Like, get you out of your car so I can take it. I look at all these things like CoffeeZilla scams. So the alien shit, where they made a deal with the aliens, that's like a Nigerian prince scam. You know? Like Ukraine is Nigerian prince scam to me. An old man got a letter. But please, you're my friend in Christ. I am the rightful ruler of Ukraine, and they just gives all your money. Your grandpa don't give Ukraine all the money. I gotta help the rightful president of Ukraine. If you can scale that up to every story, and it's always the same thing, some trickery, like a crypto scam. And then the aliens aren't what they said at first. They're doing bad stuff. These are just themes. Didn't the Diana Pasolka?
Yes.
I don't know if she said this term on here or I saw another thing, but she called them myth themes. Almost like I interpret it as like Legos and the stories. It's like so many stories.
Right.
The Bible training was good for me because most of our stories are like just variations on Bible stories.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's all programming. I'm not saying that this is bad. I'm saying human nature is programmability. And all these stories that you have, and depending on like if you're Eastern, Dracula, Catholic, Orthodox, they're really big on the simple programming.
But isn't that the most fascinating aspect of this?
Yes.
Is the programmability.
Who gave these priests, these corrupt priest class, the codes to work us? Because the pharaohs, for example, in Egypt, if you look at their society, there's a guy named Mark Windows that Wallace. He put a thing about this Wallace Budge book called Egyptian Black Magic from 1910. Wallace Budge apparently is like the real Indiana Jones, like some guy adventurer archaeologist. But he wrote all about it. So I haven't read the book. Val hasn't copy of it. But this guy might be his interpretation of Windows, or it might be in the book. But it's a society ruled by OCD. You know, there's magic. The leaders are like the least powerful ones at the end of the day. They're like performers. They got their stupid headdress. They're being inbred by a priest class, like dogs, or like dude, right? And they go, you've got to prepare. And then they're doing homework for their afterlife. So in the Book of the Dead, it's like then you get to the riverboat band and you must say how many oars you've seen. If there's 2 oars, it sounds like the Three Amigos finding a Waco. Like, shoot your gun at the singing Bushman. Well, it's like bullshit. And they spend all their day just planning to die. Okay? Akhenaten, the guy that they hated because they monotheist, I don't think he was. I think he was doging their system because they had so many priests and gods getting so much E8 money, I guess. In fact, it was getting ridiculous. And I bet this guy was like, look, the sun's the main representative of the thing. Let's just slim down our operation because this is crazy. And that deep state of Egypt didn't like that. And that's why, you know what I mean? Like, I bet you it's some shit like that. I think of it, all these things in those terms. Or the Dalai Lama priest. Like,
There's no fucking deep state if you're running an empire. If you're like a Roman emperor.
yes, there was.
What kind of deep state is there?
But they're all
like,
in the mythical.
But the thing about the deep state is like the idea of it in this country is that leaders come and go, but these people always remain.
They're not the top leaders. The shadow government's the top leaders.
In secret societies and in secret intelligence agencies, at the very top, there's people, regardless of who's the president, they're running the show, they're in charge of everything. But that didn't exist with like
It's the
ancient
history.
Romans.
Yeah, the history. I think the history.
Do you think that's how it was with ancient Romans?
100% mystery schools. You know what mystery school is?
Okay.
Freemasons
what
are in
you're
mystery school. All of these secret
So there's
societies.
always like some sort of a secret society that constantly influences leaders.
There's one, the triumvirate. Remember Caesar and
James, and read out 10 surprising things about the deep state, starting with the Roman Emperor Caligula. Wow. With some basic truths that never go away, a former dean at the University of Maryland School of Public Policy explains. So they had a deep state,
it's the oldest
same
thing.
sort of thing.
It's
right?
priest and king versus kings. Fascists versus perverts.
Wow, the Roman emperor surrounded himself with a hand-picked Praetorian guard to keep him safe. However, elite members of the guard knifed him in the corridor of what was the White House of his day, counting on the fealty of even the closest experts isn't always a good thing. Wow.
You gotta play the game. Wait, but
So there was people trying to assassinate everybody back then.
But do you know this? Julius Caesar and Pompey and the other guy, the triumvirate was called, where the three of them divided up Rome among themselves. You've heard of that, right?
Look at this one closely. Ancient Chinese emperors discovered they couldn't rule effectively without nonpartisan experts. Long before Caligula met his end, the emperors established a civil service filled with the experts who had passed an incredibly rigorous exam.
Yeah,
Researchers have called it the examination system from hell, which included, among other things, memorizing 400,000 characters of the Confucian text. Cheating on the exam was discouraged. Anyone caught looking on the paper of the person sitting nearby was executed.
That's discouraging.
Well, that sounds like the right way to do it. That's a great idea. Like, make sure that anybody who's going to do that has to go through a crazy rigorous exam. Like, why don't they have that? When you see people that are like Congress people, are like, how did that fucking get
His family's involved in their connected, and it's giving a fever job.
How about that lady that dresses like a character in a Muppet movie? You know, that one lady with blue hair and crazy glasses? She's the only real person.
Not the purple hair witch lady.
Yeah, the witch lady.
Oh, yeah, where's she from?
I don't know. But that kind of person.
If you're not all dressed like that, she looks like a mom whose son gets molested by Michael Jackson, and she didn't know. That's what she looks like.
There's no way she's passing that rigorous exam. Like a rigorous exam would be a great idea.
They don't even read the bills this time. Thomas Massey reads it. Trump coming after him is one of the worst.
Wasn't there a thing that was there's like been multiple versions of bills that got passed where it's not physically possible to read the entire bill within the amount of time they were given.
Well, that's not grounds to not believe in the entire government, just that alone.
But isn't that true? Like on some of them, like what is
They do it all the time.
But let's find out. What is the longest bill that's ever been passed? Like how many pages? Let's just imagine, and let's find out what the. Imagine also these people are Congress. So they have very rigorous schedules. You know, they're fucking busy as shit all day long.
Yeah, fundraising.
And they're doing all that too. And then they have to read how many pages?
Well, then they got a trip to Israel with their APAC coach.
5,593 pages. The Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021, the longest bill ever passed by Congress. The act was signed into law by President Trump on December 27, 2020. As you can imagine, the act contains a variety of provisions, including $1.4 trillion appropriations package to fund the government through September 30th, 2021, and a long-awaited COVID-19 relief package in the amount of $900 billion.
Yeah, that was.
Now, here's the thing about the COVID relief stuff. Was that loans? Like, how does that work?
It was the biggest upward transfer of wealth in the history of humanity.
It was.
They should have never signed it.
Well,
Massey was against it.
you could see like the amount of money people lost and the amount of money people gained, and it's the exact same amount of money.
You know what's the great thing
It's
about
like
America?
3.6 trillion, 3.9 trillion.
This is what I like about America, probably the most. Because, in Australia, they punked out some lockdown, fascist shit. Because you know why? The government paid their bills.
Also, they don't need jobs.
And they gave up their guns a long time ago like suckers. But here, because they don't even want you to have Social Security that you paid into, they're doing everything you hated at. Medicare for all, that's not for you. That's for other countries that we give your money to.
Did you see what Elon discovered about Social Security?
What?
Did you see if you can find it, Jamie, about the number of illegal aliens who are receiving Social Security? And
we'll kick them off.
But there's like a scam to it. This is part of the incentivization. This is how you incentivize people to vote for your party. If you can allow these people to vote, and this is part of the scam. You got them in the Social Security system, they're getting Medicaid, they're getting food stamps, whatever they're getting. As soon as you can label them, they were talking about this one doctor. We had a video that we played where she was explaining how she's being encouraged to ask questions like, do you have a backache? Do you have headaches? Okay, you can have permanent disability.
You might need to transition. You're trans.
You try to transition. I heard that was true, but then I said
you don't have to try. Everybody wants it. It's safe, effective. It's as great as a COVID booster. Really?
You can make it a dong out of your leg. You can make a chunk of meat out of your leg. Dong.
Yeah, somebody already did that. Wait.
Were we just Googling, Jamie? Yeah.
Well, yeah, nobody wants fraud, okay? But what they don't want is that the government, and look, maybe it's a terrible idea if the government does anything. I'm sure it's better to have a corporation the size of a government do it. With no constitution and I have no rights, but that's a good idea. And I have an automated response, like an AI telling me if my insurance is good or not. I'm sure that's better. Yeah, that's better. Luigi and Joe didn't feel like that, I think they say.
Yeah, the free Luigi thing is weird.
But because America treats its own kids like garbage, that's the saving grace. So the next lockdown of bullshit, they've already lost. During lockdowns, there ain't nothing to do but look into shit is how I looked at it, And I know a lot of ex-cons that know a lot of more current events because they were locked down and just got
That is when you got deep, but also you started working with Jimmy Dore. As soon as you started working with Jimmy Dore, you immediately.
Well, first Barry, but he told me Jimmy was a good dude. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And Barry, the things he used to tell me about, by like sanctuary cities, that's a Republican thing. You know that, right? I think that's Reagan. The concept of a sanctuary city was Reagan. Because as the great Bernie Sanders, sometimes not said, that's just a Koch brothers proposition, open borders, right? But then the Democrats suddenly hate open borders after they were all like, no, we've got to have borders. And then the people that they wind up with their program, they're still running around driving their fat scooters into Teslas like it matters.
But those are the same people that I was talking about earlier. Those Tesla protesters, they're the same people that join cults. They're the same people that
don't know Democrats most own Teslas.
They're the same people that are getting paid to go to the rallies. There's a certain underclass of really fucking dumb people out there that you can exploit. You can get them to do a lot of shit. And
I would say the government employees are that.
But if you're hired all the time for protests, they're essentially government employees that are just designed to perform propaganda. If you're using government money and you're paying people to go to a rally, you're giving them signs, you're making them cheer, and you're giving them money and food.
Rally, I think, about
Okay, it says lawfully present non-citizens of the United States who meet all eligibility requirements to qualify for Social Security benefits. The SSA website states this rule also applies to non-citizens authorized to work in the United States who got a Social Security number after December of 2003.
Well, did they pay into it or no?
I don't know what. Let me finish this. Still clips the explanation and other portions of the Wisconsin event quickly went viral on Musk's social media app X as users cheered the fraud-finding effort. It's absolutely infuriating. One user wrote in response, I didn't do that. Like, one user said, but stop. Biden and you're forming a narrative. There's a lot of users.
Well, look,
Biden and team were bringing in millions of immigrants and putting them on benefits. Another user wrote, reacted to the SSA numbers. I know Elon keeps saying it was for votes, but that can't be the only reason.
They're correct. Right. Our military, people joining the military is all-time low. I think you got Dick Durbin talking about we need new cops who don't want the money that old cops got. We need new workers like at Purdue where they fired citizens from a government program to bring in asylum seekers and pay them less. It's always about what we're going to pay. Every single goddamn thing is we got to be competitive.
It says, people sometimes, this is Musk saying, people sometimes think that under the Biden administration, he was simply asleep with the switch. They weren't asleep at the switch. It was a massive, large-scale program to import as many illegals as possible, ultimately to change the entire voting map of the United States and disenfranchise the American people and make it a permanent, deep blue, one-party state from which there would be no escape, the 53-year-old entrepreneur shared. Another user reacted on X.
He's right, but it's not just that. It's not just that.
Okay. Which claims exactly? Right. It says in the end with us, okay, the single biggest thing they're worried about is Doge going to turn off fraudulent payments of entitlements. Okay. It says this lacks evidence. Unauthorized immigrants are not eligible for most safety net benefits, and there's no evidence to suggest they are committing fraud en masse to obtain them. But hold on, it's not fraud. If you ask people if they have headaches and you give them permanent Social Security, or you ask them if they have bad back, who the fuck that's 40 doesn't have a bad back? All you have to do is say your back hurts, and bam. If they were really encouraging people to do that, and they really are giving them Social Security numbers, why are you doing that?
Okay,
You're not doing it because you're super nice. You're not doing it because you're
I'll tell you why.
You're doing it because you want them to vote for you.
So you know, MS-13, right? It's not just voting. Those gangs, MS-13 is now gone from El Salvador. It's birthright, and it's in America only. America's a surveillance state. How do you not know you have to these people? So what I'm worried about here is I'm all for taking the unauthorized people off, show the evidence, obviously. But here's the problem. MS-13, you know, all the people they rounded up, they're getting, what do you call it, collateral damage that I don't agree with, and I think it's pretty fucked up. That gay hairdresser you brought up, we played the clip. He's not in Trinidad, they just had a crown. So,
a crown for his mom and a crown for his dad.
There's a soccer player who's fleeing, who got tortured by the Maduro government, who I thought all the conservatives don't like because he's a commie. And that guy came here after towing water for the CIA, basically, is how I look at it. And because he had a soccer ball with a crown, they threw him on the thing. Never mind the girl, the PhD student, who wrote an op-ed about Gaza and got deported for supporting Hamas. That's crazy.
What was the op-ed? Did you read it?
No, but you can write an op-ed. It could have been something really bad.
No, but it was criticizing Israel, right, for their actions.
Oh, that's what she did. No, but I think that one likes this issue right here.
But that's a crazy thing to report someone for. Like, if you're talking about, like, horrific damage, horrific, you could see it on video, how could criticizing that, how could you not be allowed to have a perspective on something that's clearly horrific? Like, how could you not be allowed?
Because it doesn't help our team.
But was what she said, did she support Hamas in that paper, or did she just condemn Israel and their attacks?
I don't remember her ever supporting Hamas in the paper. I know she said Palestinians. You know, but let's say she goes, hey, Hamas, let's say this was in the paper. She goes, you know who supported Hamas? Bibi Milkowski, Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel for 20 years. You know, I gave up on Hamas in 2006 because I'm like, they're no good. Well, Bibi thought it was a good strategy to prop them up to fight the West Bank Palestinians so that they could never have a two-party state from that treaty that they agreed to but never intended to keep. So that's your fault, motherfucker. This girl supported Hamas? Not as much as the Prime Minister of Israel did she? With millions of your tax dollars that we send to them for their great game theory-based strategy. Somebody could, if you understand game theory, who said that? A comic I like, Audi.
Don't say his name.
I like the guy.
It's a crazy thing to
Look,
say.
I'm not against Israel existing or anything. It's bullshit that people
Of
make
course
up.
not.
And I'm not anti-Semitic. First of all, I get a lot of anti-Semitism at me. I remember talking about the stage like, oh, because your nose. Somebody said from the audience, like, yeah, that's fine. If I wear glasses, once my eyebrows and nose were included with my glasses. So if they round, I get it. If they round up Jews, I'll be just like one of these Venezuelans that's not in a gang, and I'll be sent to spare Guantanamo, which is where El Salvador is. Again, Venezuelan gangs. Not going to Venezuela, where they're from. You're sending them to the MS-13 prison that, I was worried at first here about it. I'm like, what if you hit the wrong person? That's my concern. That's the number one. But luckily, these geniuses have all tattooed MS-13 on their fucking head. So if the gangs ever learn not to do that, we're fucked. If they learn not to tattoo their dumb shit gang symbol on their face, we won't be able to catch them.
But it's the only way you can trust a guy.
It's
That's where the colors.
and you know what's so funny about the gang shit? I mean, first of all, I believe 100% CIA and whoever, in coordination with whatever dumb group, made those gangs in America because the drive-by shootings, that the Capone era kind of thing, the blacks were not doing that until after Vietnam. The guys coming back from Vietnam were bringing tactics, guerrilla tactics to the hood. You can see it in the this one talking about. There's that. So it's people come back from Vietnam. If you notice,
What about like Al Capone and all that type of shit?
well, they had Tommy guns and cars, and I don't know. I don't even know how much they did
Didn't
that.
they do drive-bys?
Yes, but I'm talking about black gangs. Black gangs. They got flooded with guns, Chinese guns, a lot of them. Red crack. Well, and right around the same time, private prisons were coming into really getting to be a thing. Then gangster, then the raps returned from like hippity up, to like, gangster. And the guy is doing the rapping. He talks about this. And he's like, well, we're poor kids, you don't know it, right? So I understand that. But then you realize the guy that owns, he said to Bill Morris, the guy that owns the record company, also controlling shares of a private prison. And they're like, we didn't give us more of that drug gangster stuff. Now, the drug stuff is because they were on purpose, obviously, putting crack in the hood. Like all those conspiracy theorist Hotep guys told us. They were like, well, it doesn't mean you have to do it, right? That's the clever response to that. But they did it on purpose. That's pretty fucked up.
What do you mean it doesn't mean you have to do it? I mean,
The comics have a joke like that. Okay, let's say CIA put crack in the hood. Does that mean you have to do it?
no.
Which is a real kind of like, you're not from there, you don't know shit what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen Freeway Ricky talk about it?
Like, yes, and of course the CIA worked with him. Dirtbag Cuban. Yeah, and Rick, now a prison guard, uses his name to sell crime to kids. But Freeway Rick Ross went to prison. Okay?
Yeah.
So, by the way, that cartel, the Mena, Arkansas cartel, run by Bill Clinton, I believe, 100%. It's in Kathy O'Brien's book. Maybe people thought Kathy O'Brien's book was far-fetched when it came out in the 90s. But I would go back and I got an article. Go back and listen to it because it's amazing how much of this stuff correlates to stuff right now. So they brought all that in on purpose to find it. It's the Contras, who Ben Shapiro will tell you were the good guys. But they were not. They were scumbags. They were criminals. He used to always tell me about this stuff, and I go, who cares about Nicaragua in the 80s? Dude, Reagan's dead. That's how I thought about it. Because I'm dumb. I'm slow, dude. I'm not smart. I'm slow. It took years for it to dawn on me what he was talking about was 100% relevant. And since I've been on Jimmy's show, and the few good reporters that are left in the universe, I'll see their stuff, Mate and Max Blumenthal, they're like both Jews, not anti-Semitic, do great reporting. And they don't, and people call them conspiracy theorists, and they like to be respectable, I can tell, because I want to get into wacky shit. I want to know crazy stuff, and I want to know the boring nerd stuff so I can try to see what they need. That's right. I'm not respectable at all. I'm a clown. So I don't give a shit if people don't respect me.
No, it's the perfect position to be in. look at ridiculous ideas because there's so many ridiculous ideas that turn out to actually be true.
How many jokes have you had? Because I think I have like a lot of jokes that you already had the thing about it, so I'm like, I'll have to drop that. I see people have a similar interest in what I would look at.
Right? You and I? Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the time.
And
but that's the best way to approach it because then you're not afraid to be ridiculous. Because the problem with ghosts or anything is you can look ridiculous. Like if you're a guy who's an accountant and you're working on a big deal for a corporation and you're responsible for a lot of numbers, no one wants to hear you talk about UFO abductions. That's a retarded thing to talk about. That's right. You make people uncomfortable in the office. This is silly.
Right.
But that's probably not even real.
You see Mike Ben's talking about it recently on that guy's great.
He chimed in on that Sean Ryan thing when I said YouTube. He chimed in on the next page. It was like a multi-page thing that I sent you, Jamie. Hold on a second. On the second thing, it was interesting what Mike Benz was saying. That guy, I mean, I'm like, he's not that good. I don't sleep a lot.
Well, it's upsetting to learn stuff, but you know what's the thing that makes you great is
they were bribing the Afghan Taliban war with the drugs flowing. That's what the U.S. Institute of Peace payments were for.
That's exactly right, because we have a federal problem, and we had our troops guarding poppy fields for pederast warlords. You know about all that dancing boys in Afghanistan and how we would sometimes bring boys to the Northern Alliance.
The United States Institute of Peace funded Taliban and Iraqi leaders. The now canceled USIP contracts included $132,000 for Mohammed Qasim Halimi, Afghanistan's former chief of protocol, and a former Taliban member, and a staggering $1.3 million to the Al-Tadhamon Iraqi League for Youth.
It's like everything in that, I just assume it's something better.
Well, that's how they like to do it, right? Like, like the Patriot Act. Like that kind of thing. Like you say, call it USA. Give it a nice name.
Insulting, that's what I find hilarious is like these people can't believe the same tricks that have always worked don't work forever.
Right. Well, they don't have the tricks. And it's also with the internet now when guys like Mike Benz just spends like 5 hours a day breaking this shit down online. And then it spreads out with the web and all these different people that are constantly jimmying you or constantly talking about this stuff. It's very difficult to hide things anymore.
Well, once you realize, because just to be on the road and talk to people, or when I see like Trump, I'm using it, my good friend Lindsey Graham, and I've been with the left, they took Lindsey Graham, and a whole crowd boos. So that's good, because MAGA's not the brainwashed ones. Right. See, Democrats, I would say some are brainwashed, but mostly, you literally get paid to be a Democrat. Like if you're an actor or you're anything, what you get not paid is not being a Democrat.
Do you see what's going on in France?
What happened now?
So this woman who was the head of the
Marie Le Pen getting arrested. Oh yeah. So
she
should have made a deal with Israel like Trump.
What happened with her? She lost some sort of a lawsuit, and
lawfare. They lawfared her out because she's getting popular because they're swarming immigrants. That plan's real. So that's the thing. It's not just Democrats. It's NGOs.
But it's also the fact that you can do this with lawfare, not just in America. Attempted to do it in America. It's essentially the same thing that happened to Trump. I just wonder if they'll have the same type of rebound. I guess she's a genius.
They put a giant butt plug in the middle of Paris one time. And they made an article out of it. So crazy. They go, why is everybody so afraid of a Godzilla-sized butt plug?
Why are you worried about your anus?
Because I'm not worried about my anus. That wouldn't go in my anus. I want to know who you made that for. And when they're going to be
USA spent $2 trillion on that butt plug.
Oh my God.
She'll make the butt plug, Jim.
No, please.
Giant French butt plug statue.
Well, people say degenerate art, and I saw the tweet of it, and I'm like, it's so like, that is an uncomfortable Nazi connection to me about it. But there's no other word for making a giant butt plug in the center of your fucking. That's degenerate. There's not a word for that besides degenerate. There just isn't.
There was some crazy violence between.
And then getting mad at the people when they go.
Such an obvious butt plug.
French people are like, what? For the French to say, what the fuck is this shit?
Paul McCartney. Hey, click on that. Paul McCartney beaten up.
McCartney.
Oh, McCartney.
I hope I can remember. Paul McCartney.
This is Paul's shit. I was hoping that Paul McCartney was complaining about it.
Oh, this is his theme.
Oh, he's a butt plug guy. Oh, he's a freak. Can I see a photo of this gentleman? I bet he's a freak.
It wouldn't be a big deal.
Is that him? French president. This is wonderful. I love a good butt plug.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember Sam Smith's Devil Top Hat performance at the Grammys that people got mad about? And they go, there was always satanic shit.
Look at this one he made. Dude, is that dude butt fucking a dog? Is that what I'm seeing?
If you make transgressive art, why would you want the government of France to put it in the town square? Like, the point
is, guy is butt fucking pigs.
Well, that's,
what is he making? What is this? So a guy who makes butt fuck statues, how much did he, it's called train. How much did he get paid to make that butt plug? Find out how much that French butt plug cost. Do you think that stuff like that is done?
One experience is fully articulated body parts right there to the male figure's pursed lips and the pig's heaving chest, all in service of a mesmerizing tableau that redefines sculptural form.
Redefines sculptural form.
It's a good fucking opinion.
Yeah, it redefines sculptural form. It's like the James Lindsay, those fake tapes, those fake papers.
Exactly.
It's almost the same thing. But how much did this guy get paid for that butt plug? I want to find out. Take it. Let's go with it.
Okay, wait. It's got to be in the millions, obviously.
$2 million.
Is it more or less than we gave the Taliban?
What we give them on purpose every month.
I'm going to say 50 million because that's the standard Illuminati payment for degenerate art.
Wow. I said 2. I think I'm off. I think it's less than 2.
Yeah.
How much?
I hope. And don't forget to convert the francs.
Do they use euros over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like one from there.
It is a joke.
It's a joke, but he got paid for it. What do you think they got paid? I think it's about 1.7. I need to know, Jerry.
I bet it's more because it's got to be some kind of money laundering. Because why would you do that?
Even 1.7 million is money laundering. That's a butt plug.
It's just so visible. See,
it's just so stupid. It's like, so obviously a butt plug. It's like if you had a rubber gun and tried to say, no, that's not a gun.
What are you mad?
That's a lighter.
Oh.
You see a lighter like that? That's all it is. It's a lighter.
Oh, we think it's a war on Christmas.
Yeah. There's a war on Christianity, so I put a butt plug in the middle of town square.
Who loves Christmas, by the way? China. China. When I was there, it was Christmas. They took off for Christmas in China. They loved it.
Sure, it's a good time to sell things. It's great.
Yeah, they get it.
It's great. Otherwise, we're not going to spend above your means. We need a few holidays to spend above your means. It's important. Put you in credit card debt.
It keeps the magic going.
Yes.
You see, while our economy is not even a pyramid, it's Wile E. Coyote before he looks down, basically. So, as long as we can keep you from looking down, you might
imagine. Let's imagine AI becomes such, and it looks at the society. So I'm not going to kill you, but we've got you can't make money and natural resources. All the stuff that you've done is just make the world a worse place, and you're just running towards the bottom.
It's going to punish the leaders.
Yeah, well, what it'll basically do is even out everything. Like it'll probably have to eliminate property.
Again, who's programming the now?
It's probably going to assign us a certain amount of things that we can have in our life, and no one can get greedy, and no one can earn more, so there's no reason to get inspired.
You think the person making
AI is going to do it for itself.
Okay, you know what? I know the problems. Do you know what golem is? A golem?
Yes.
Okay.
Made out of clay, right?
Yeah, great. But it's a Frankenstein made of mud. And there's a story of this guy Esoterica, or his channel is good. It's very academic. He's not like conspiracy. It's just he studies the stuff. But the theme of it is like one rabbi makes a golem. He puts Hobbes, I can't remember the letters, writing God on his head, and it's alive, and sends it to another rabbi. And that rabbi really kind of funny. He said, well, he's Golan's a good guy. That must have been a righteous rabbi who made this Golan. And he erases it, and it's not alive anymore. And there's more to it, but here's the theme of the story. If you're a righteous person and you do that, the thing it put in life, then your creation will be righteous. Okay? But if you're not, like let's say you pour hate, fear, and anger into it, right? Right. Or whatever the hell you do, it's going to be a reflection of that. So this AI God, I don't think is being programmed by anyone, by God. It's being programmed by creeps, weird, uncanny valley looking, mutated dick motherfuckers with variation on the Epstein dick. You want to believe in aliens? I want every tech millionaire with their dick out. And I want to look at what the fuck their dick looks like. Because I'm a dick phrenologist. You know phrenology? I don't think it works, but I bet on somebody's list,
phrenology. Isn't that like
puncture your skull, determine your behavior. So
is that pH phrenology? Is that what it is?
Yeah, yes, yeah. Phrenology with pH, yeah. And I want to, and I think all phrenology. Get your security clearance. They should really analyze. I don't be trying to. They should analyze to see if your dick is weird. I feel like you're going to be weird.
You know what's weird about the whole phrenology thing is like we're the smarter ones, right? But the Neanderthals had a bigger brain. So what the fuck happened?
Well, you told me that. I thought you were exaggerating your Neanderthal DNA. And then when you showed me your hand, because you got the same size hands as me, right?
Yeah.
They're 6'4".
The freaky things.
It's just nuts. It's bizarre.
But they were when I was like 15, 16.
That's something I believe you're Neanderthal. Yeah.
Well, there's more like people that live in like Nordic countries and Danish countries, like Northern Europeans. There's a lot of Neanderthal DNA out there. People started fucking each other, and then I guess it was probably whenever it was like Neanderthal males and human females, or human females or human males and Neanderthal females. I wonder like which one made, because like there's certain hybrids that can't breed, you know, and then there's certain ones that can. Right. So I wonder how close we were to them, where we could breed very close to breed. How did they do that?
And not have a mule.
Right. Exactly. Mule. It's a perfect example. They're sterile.
Yeah.
They can't make more mules. You have to make a mule with a horse and a donkey.
Now, I thought Neanderthals died out because they spoke out against an experimental gene therapy posing as a vaccine, and they were destroyed by Cro-Magnon corporations.
We're like the upgraded for the iPhone 16 for people. You know, like they probably had a bunch of other ones before.
That's all.
Try it that way.
The fifth root race, all that bullshit from Madame Blavatsky.
Imagine if you're creating a human and you have a bunch of different versions of it. If you're the Anunnaki, you're these 9-foot tall gods from planet Earth, and you come down here, you try 6%. You try 6% with the Neanderthals, and then maybe you try 7% with Homo sapiens. And what's the difference?
Or the lore.
Let's see how it works out.
I'll tell you the lore is yeah, they did all that, all kinds of wild bullshit.
Right, but just think about the timeline of Neanderthals. So Neanderthals existed unchanged for half a fucking billion years, right? Or half a million years. It was like 500,000 years of Neanderthals existed.
Right, and they were very short bursts all of a sudden. The brain. Right. I've heard cooking food. There's a lot of ideas of why.
No.
It's not that.
No, but Neanderthals have bigger brains, so it doesn't make any sense. So it's even weirder, right?
The data's better at VHS, but guess who fucking won?
Yeah, but imagine if you're Nibiru people, you're these aliens, and you're like, these motherfuckers aren't wearing shit. They're too animalistic.
Right.
They're too close. Like they have much larger eyes. There's some people speculate they had night vision like a dog does. You know how dogs' eyes glow when they see headlights?
Is that the guy that says that the Neanderthals were scary beasts? And
no, that's another one. That's
because they could see in the dark and we couldn't.
But they think that's probably true. I think they think that based on the size of their eyeballs. Like, have you ever seen the size of Neanderthal skulls compared to humans? The eyeballs socket is fucking huge. You know, so their eyeballs might be like the case with dogs, deer, and all these other animals.
I think that eyeball, I feel but because the size of the brain doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. It's like how deep. calculate, which is how I know I have smart balls. But the eyes, it's about big eyes. To me, that indicates some kind of intelligence thing, because
they were very intelligent. They used tools, so we know all this. But the thing is, there's physical intelligence that they have that's probably way superior to ours. And meaning, like, they're way stronger. Their bones were way denser. And their tendon strength must have been like multiple times what a normal human man does.
Right.
So you're dealing with a physically superior thing. Introduce another version, which is slightly less primal, but still kind of fucked up. And that's the one that figured out how to make it. That's the one that figured out how to do metallurgy. That's the one that figured out industrial enterprise and the combustion engine and planes.
Those are jobs. So here's what I would say. Since human nature is programmability, what they were aiming for
is something curious.
But I don't want, like, you can even see now,
curious and ambitious makes new alien life. That's all it is.
Right.
Curiosity and ambition, and that's what two things humans
you might have to
have.
stunt it sometimes in people.
Right.
Like dumping shit up.
It's too late now.
Chemtrails, a goofy thing that I thought was absolutely made up. Those are just contrails. No, that's called geoengineering. That's real.
Listen, it's both. This is what's important when it comes to this point. There's a real reality of jet engines getting hot, passing through condensation, making clouds. That's a fact.
Yes.
Regular jets like a Delta Airlines, it's filled with people that's not trying to be spraying chemtrails, will make clouds behind it, and depending upon the amount of moisture in the air, it'll linger for a long time.
Right.
These streaks across the sky.
That's what I thought it all was, but it's not.
It's not. And this is how you know it's not, because Bill Gates has openly talked about experiments where they use reflective particles and suspend them in the atmosphere to cool off the Earth.
We have a treaty.
But also, that's a crazy fucking idea.
Wait, actually, we have a treaty for weather weapons that was signed in the 70s to agree not to use weather weapons.
Oh, yeah, but we've been able to cloud seed forever. Right? Making it rain, how weather manipulation and geoengineering are fueling global tensions. Well, listen, we talked about it the other day what they did in Dubai. They fucked up. And they went too hard.
People filming it.
It was crazy flooding there now because they're not set up for that kind of rainfall. They're in the fucking desert.
They're like some kind of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, a crazy freak. This makes a chocolate. It's like that. Yes. Dubai has all the money in the world. And I have friends that are from Dubai, and like I found out my buddy, he's cool as shit. I like that. But they're so rich that to distinguish yourself from other people, you have to have the look or license plate number.
Right. Yeah, you want number one.
Because everybody has all the other crap. So how do you even distinguish?
That's Saudi Arabia as well. They do Saudi summers in LA. Have you ever been around for that? So in Saudi Arabia, summer is so hot that LA summer seems like a party.
Yeah.
So these guys, they all buy these beautiful houses in Beverly Hills, all drive these crazy Lamborghinis with Saudi plates.
Right.
So they have like sort of a diplomatic community.
You really drive it.
So there's videos of these guys in Beverly Hills before the pandemic racing down local streets, like having drag races in Ferraris and Lamborghinis.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Have you seen it?
No.
And one of them fucked his car up. His car's like smoking. He pulls it into the drive. Everyone's filming. All the neighbors are filming. And then the guy just gets on a plane and gets out of the country.
Yeah, a whole bunch of hunter
jets before they get caught.
It's like,
they have like some weird different community.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's when you do it.
Like that's a crazy thing. You just come to the country, just go run stoplights, race down the street, and
have a slave. Dude, when I was in New York, this happened like at least 2 times. But so it was always like an Indian diplomat, and had some Bangladeshi girl that they took her passport. And I remember it was a big controversy because one, this isn't, so almost 20 years ago or something. But anyway, there was a bunch of Indian newspapers at the time when they were outraged that this woman was even arrested because that diplomatic. Because I don't know if you know, people that come from a lot of money, they think they should have slaves. They genuinely, when they learn Aristotelian philosophy, learn that some people are the controllers and some people are the peasants, and it's for the best. And did you hear that guy beginning Braddock where he goes, "The few have to be sacrificed for the many"?
Yeah.
that cocaine, allegedly in my mind, is
Could have
saying,
just been nervous.
but the way he said that to me sounds like things I would recite from being in church that are drummed in my head.
That's why it was so
Yeah.
important you said that before the pandemic, right? I see it. I see the same fucking shit. I see the same shit.
So I've already been like, my mother, I still talk. Some people leave and they're Scientology cut off. But that wasn't the case with me. Everybody does how they can do. But I already went through the thing of like, this is the only thing I've ever known that to be true, and then if I turn my back, then I'm losing like all. So I've done that.
Right.
So I don't give a fuck about it ever again.
Right.
I don't care if everybody's mad at me. I don't care if somebody somebody coaches Coleman needs to come on and refute a thing I said. Do I like that guy? But like, I would never do that. I would never, dude. If I'm wrong, be sure I'm wrong because I'm wrong and not because I got paid to be wrong.
100%. I back you on that 100%. I got to take this so bad. So let's do it. We'll come right back. Go back. So where were we? What were we talking about? Remember Kim?
Yeah.
Something about the world falling apart?
Well, that's why if we go to
projects anymore. Dubai.
Oh yeah, Dubai. Listen, if we go to Iran, because I was joking for 20 years anyways, we'll bring back the draft and you're going for sure. If they're trying to get your way out, we're going. To Iran, they want that Iran war so bad, and Trump has brought so many snakes in his bosom again, like that Mike Waltz dipshit.
Why do you think they want to do that?
The Greater Israel Project. I think Wesley Clark talked about that when they mapped out all the countries. They want to knock out Libya, Iraq. We got all of them except Iran, I think. Syria, we got our Al-Qaeda guys in there. So great job, everyone. Jesus Christ. People from Syria, if you ever talk to them. Yeah.
Out of all the things that the government has fucked up, this regime change thing, they fucked that up more than anything. Like, it's ever worked out better for the people that live there. Think about how many people died during. I know.
Yeah.
But the thing about like trying to sell the same thing over and over and over
it's
again.
insulting, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Because every single time it's been a fucking disaster.
Even an idiot like me.
Yeah.
When I remember the day where I was like, it was probably 2015 or 16, I was like, are we still like if I left the oven on?
And we're hearing the same thing. Like weapons of mass destruction, they're this close. They're this close.
Oh, by the way, everyone, if we do go to war, and if you're dumb enough to sign up to go to Iran, just we can't beat Iran. We haven't won a war in 80 years. I don't know why everybody seems to forget that we don't win these wars. I mean, somebody wins. It ain't you. It ain't you fighting it. That's for goddamn sure. But all of them have so if we go to bomb Iran has hypersonic missiles that we do not have. So think how much money
they do.
Oh, yes.
And how do you know what the military has?
Oh, we did a story on it, and I was like this. I'm like, are you shitting me? We don't have the best missiles. No. We were doing things like
wait a minute, there's a lot of stuff the United States always possesses that are top secret. Like there's certain videos that they will not show allegedly of UFOs because then it would reveal the kind of surveillance equipment that they have available and where the surveillance equipment is complete underwater stuff.
Well, the really good stuff I doubt America has. It's the people in charge of America have, but not America. But these missiles, they can't stop them with like Iron Dome kind of shit. They can't.
Too fast.
And so
they change direction.
Yeah, Russia has. It's not the same as like a NATO alliance, but they have signed a thing with China and Iran. Yeah, so the war with Russia that we're supposed to avoid by this Ukraine thing. That's I guess Zelensky gave the minerals already to the UK a long time ago, which is why Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace deal before. I'm guessing, among other crazy reasons. And so if we go bomb Iran, that might bring Russia into it. Somebody wants World War III real bad.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I believe in God, so I'm like, I can't wait to tell on everybody. He's coming. I cannot wait to tell God on you. I can't wait. I'm not telling you I want God to be, but I'm just saying.
How bizarre is it that you're kind of right? How bizarre is it that you're right that we're inching closer and closer towards World War III, and that's not what people are concerned about. They're concerned with putting us lost.
It's because it's called mind control. I bring it up nonstop, actually, to the point of annoying, I would say. MK Monarch was the one in the 90s that probably most of these actors and all these figures that are like, why are there like hotter people in government all of a sudden.
I want to show you something. Jim, put that thing I just sent you. These are the same people that are getting paid to go to the Tesla demonstrations.
Yeah.
Same people that get paid to go to the Tesla protest. They do human dog obedience shows. Like
Right.
this. These are the people.
That Matt Damon cross-dresser from the Nuclear Commission that was stealing luggage.
Yeah, that guy.
I thought it was him, but they put a thing up.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is a crazy conspiracy I made up. But
Okay.
you know how Disney, we were talking about Disney, they couldn't find the worst.
Right.
There's a story about Walt Disney. They wanted Pinocchio to be about to hire little people to be Pinocchios, and he just left some food and wine up there. And it got real hot, and I think they were stuck on the roof, so they just took off their hats and were just drunk dwarfs yelling curses at kids at Disney. But you know how the employees have to keep their suit on at all times,
Right.
and to the point of it's like some kind of Guantanamo torture.
Right.
So where did furries come from? I think that and Disney's part of it. Now I'm just pulling this out of my ass. But
I like where you're going.
they're genetically engineering employees who would like to be in a fursuit. It's almost erotic to them. They have the minds, even though they're smart, right? I mean, you know, Matt, they love products. Ooh, there's a new lightsaber for me. I'm 40, but I'm excited as a child, and I love wearing this suit because that's how I cut. And they genetically, with all the stuff they put in is making these employees for the theme parks. That's what furries are for. People that want to be in that hot, awful suit. I'm just making that up as a joke, but
You might be right. It might be like one of them MK Ultra things.
well, Disneyland was 100% involved in that. I mean, there's no underneath Florida because it's a swamp, but Disneyland, of course, they're patriots. Walt Disney's a patriot. If the intelligence agencies need to do something there, and we're doing a thing for the kids, of course he's going to be involved in it. You know, he didn't create all that. It's like Bill Burr's joke about Steve Jobs. Like, he just yelled at a nerd to keep soldering to make the iPhone, but they act like, you know, this Ayn Rand bullshit where it's like a great industrialist came up with this. Like, did you just tell people what to do? That's important. You need that, but
Right.
you get all the credit. It's all on you. That seems weird, like a feudalism sometimes, doesn't it?
Well, you know, someone was pointing out all the different companies that were actually started by Nazis while people were freaking out about Tesla. And one of them, did you know that Audi used to make camps? Like, Google,
Were they reliable?
Auto Union. Before Audi, the parent company, the original company Audi was Auto Union. And in 2014, I believe, it was revealed that they were making camps for the SS in World War II. Like, this is one of the ways they got started. And they made a fucking car for Hitler. They made a race car for Hitler.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ford did that.
Ford? You mean Hitler car?
He made cars for the Nazis. But Rick Overton's dad in World War II, they had some car, they popped it open, it was American. He was like, oh, okay, this bullshit.
We'll get to that in a second. Nazi SS divisions built 7 labor camps where more than 3,700 prisoners were put to work for Auto Union. So this was like before Audi. They had people working at factories in the eastern German cities of, say that word, Zwickau. That's below Jim. Right there. Zwickau. And Kevin, what were we pointing at? Historical investigation commissioned by the company found that thousands of concentration camp inmates had been forced to work for Auto Union, an automobile manufacturer founded in 1932, the forerunner to the company of today's Audi AG. That's wild. There's a bunch of them. Yeah,
They were Archie Farben.
Right.
Remember the poisoning of Tylenol back when I was a kid?
Yeah.
Someone put cyanide Tylenol. That's why we have the cats.
Yeah.
You know, we have those hard child cats, right? So the guy from Control History has a great video on it, and it might have been satire from Ivan Farben, the makers of Bayer Aspirin, because Tylenol was beating them. So an act of open sabotage on a corporate competitor was a theory he put forward that I think is very believable, considering it's a Nazi company.
You're selling psychopaths. I would put it past people to do something like that. That's a total.
Well, look at our
House of cards.
Look at our foreign policy, and then you know. Look, here's what Jimmy said on me, but if they do it to other people, they can't do it to you. That's why if you're laughing when they grab somebody who wrote a an article about Gaza being deported. Like, well, she's not from here, get her out. Stupid. You just got done watching the Democrats do this. Right. You just got done watching, and now you're going to go because you don't want to let go of the dream. But the most important thing, if you are MAGA, is to hold your principles and make it much bigger than Trump himself. The whole mistake is to get hooked on the cult of personality. Right. And who do you like? I like them all. I bet they're nice. Who gives a shit? In my life, what do they do? And I'm not seeing the results I should see. Not blaming any one person, but a lot of promises made, promises kept to not anyone here, but like Israel definitely. Whoever he promised Greenland to, I don't know what the fuck that is.
I think they're trying to make an example of kids to keep people from protesting.
Of course they are.
Thing. Okay. Of course.
I forgot what to say. They want to make an example, but I'll tell you now.
I was going somewhere. But it's one of the problems with this is people can't see this being used against them.
Yeah.
That's one of the problems. And people only look at it like, oh, this is a hard, fast thing. Hamas is a terrorist group. This lady supported Hamas. But did she? Like, I want to know what she fucking said. Like, exactly what she said. There has to be a way to read it. Because
they didn't put the charges on. So the first guy, what mom?
I'm going to get to this. Is what I was going to get to. There's a difference between someone that has an opinion and people that protest organically because they all agree on this opinion versus something that's organized. And a lot of people are spending money on, and they're organizing it, and they're figuring out how to get people there on time, and they're giving them food, and they're giving them signs, and they're giving them the Musk ones, the Tesla ones. Have you seen the list? Have you seen the list?
I said it was fake. I didn't believe it was organic.
But the list?
The Tesla protesting against the Bernie and the USC concert was fake.
But someone who was there got a copy of these talking points. And one of the things about the talking points is there was another one. I forget who put that one out, but there were rules of engagement of how if you get fights, do this, hit people to the body, don't pick up an object unless somebody else does it. This is all crazy. Just because you're right, if you're organizing, essentially you're condoning a certain amount of violence, which opens the door to violence, which can't be controlled. If you're condoning that and you're paying people to go out and scream and protest for something that you're not organically going to scream and for, that's a different thing than just protesting. When you're paying people to protest, you're basically paying someone to have a massive business. You're paying them. They don't necessarily have those opinions. They're dumbass fucking dudes they're idiots. A lot of these guys get caught keying cars, they're fucking idiots. Exactly. But there's a chant sheet. This guy has several pages in his hands. I know, but it's they give these out so that they can all have the things to sing together. Democrats are on the side. Now's the time to draw the line. So they have all these things set up in advance. Yeah. This is not a small thing. This is kind of a big deal that someone would hand these out to people and print them and pay them to be. That's the point. I looked up paying. I didn't find any evidence. Well, people have said that they were offered money to go to these.
I wouldn't need any more evidence than this ad copy, because if you've ever had ad copy for Sheath underwear, you go, Sheath was unelected and can't fucking. That's ad copy. You're not doing that for free.
Did you see the video of the people all leaving at noon? They left the protest exactly at noon. Yeah.
I just assumed it.
But that was one of the things that people said. Well, this is evidence of a coordination. These people are being paid for a certain amount of time, and then they leave. But that's not illegal. That's what's crazy.
Yes, that's crazy. You're right.
So you can hire someone to go fuck with your business, and it's not illegal. And you can say it's a protest, and you can give them signs.
Going back to everything, the ones that are real, the government will come out and crush. So, for example, the guy who wrote War's a Racket, when the veterans, when the veterans got crushed with tanks. Tim and Square didn't do that, by the way. That's fake. That people think the guy who did. But we did that to veterans of America.
Well, it's not fake. He got pulled aside, but the images of him in front of the tank were real.
But I thought he got run over this whole until I realized it's how Rittenhouse crossing state lines. I filled in the rest of the story in my head.
Right.
Oh, he must have brought a gun. No, you're just saying that. It's subconscious programming.
Right.
They study it. That's what a culting is that. It's like Bernays advertising techniques.
Right. But there's also people who are very afraid of being criticized and crossing the line that they become the enemy of their side, so that they comply. Holy shit, the moment it turns 12 p.m. in Texas, liberal activists left to protest.
I hate to be a Democrat. I just want to point out
messages like promoting there's going to be a protest at a certain time, like right now in Texas at 5:30 at a certain time, like watch out for traffic.
you could have a legit protest we coordinated. I'm not against that, but the thing where you have your talking points,
So much
like
to
a
do.
think tank made it.
So much to do a reality show.
Yeah.
You just get professional protesters and ask them about their life, just like those people that believed in QAnon, like that were on HBO. Like those people that follow professional protesters around and get a beat on their life.
I mean,
Professional protesters and professional like rally attendees.
Yeah, well, like you community organizer.
Let me hear what this lady say. Oh, she's pro.
So, okay, I just want to point this out because, I think Bill Burnett had a great. This is report to Bill Moore, who's like, shut up and stay away. And but Bill's really on point. This is just him. The thing of the sick high off from Elon and this bullshit that Elon really runs things and not Trump. Like, are you all dumb that you would think this? First of all, they've been giving you money to not fake Nazis that drive a Tesla. Real Nazis in Ukraine from World War II have been supported by your dumb Democrat dipshit ass with everyone's money for how long now? People that had real swastikas and tattoos and embarrassing
one guy that went up to accept the award and had to have a sleeve on one of his arms.
Jon Stewart's friend.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear you talk about Nazis ever the fuck again after I watch Canada salute a war criminal Nazi from the Waffen SS, and then watching. I know the ADL said it's okay that one group's not Nazis anymore, but I don't think the ADL is reliable. And I know that sounds really anti-Semitic, but I think they're not reliable. What are you talking about? We support the fuck out of it. We went to the moon because of Nazis. We brought them to America to make a moon program. What are you assholes talking about? Audis, all the companies are Nazi companies.
Volkswagen.
Everybody's like, they get you focused on some stupid shit. Do you think this autistic man? You know how easy it is to make that gesture, gesturing? That's why there's videos of everybody else doing it. It's the original pledge to the flag, by the way. The bill of salute, but it's like, the original flag salute of America was a cigar, everybody. I don't know if you know that.
It wasn't until World War II that they changed it to put your hand over your heart. It used to be, see if you can find an image. It's crazy to see that class from the sneak highlights. Like, what?
It's a funny story, too, because I'll even have a pledge of allegiance to the flag. Like, I'm not a military
used to be
motherfucker.
God before, was it Truman or Eisenhower?
It has to be speak English.
Who removed the God part? Or who put the God part in? It was during the 50s.
That's
right?
like at the end.
But wasn't it like, it wasn't until like the
initial fight?
1950s.
Not until later. But the fight first was. The fight first was if you have to speak English because they had immigration problems.
Look at those.
Yeah, there you go.
That's our pledge of allegiance.
It's a good game show. Like, it's just Nazi.
But they put God in because of the communist scare. That's when God got into the pledge of allegiance. It used to be one nation under God, not under God, just one nation indivisible with liberty and justice.
They didn't say what
and then
God.
they decided to put it under God.
Yeah. Job
When did they have that? What year did they have that? That's a fascinating thing. People like, this country was founded by Christian
It
problems.
was founded by Freemasons, and they are Luciferians, which is not a Satanist. That's not a Satanist. A Satanist is like a hot topic thing. A Luciferian, Lucifer embodies the good and the bad. Like your leaders that you make excuses for, not you specifically, but well, he has to kill those others. He has to. That's Luciferianism, where Wolverine. Superman is a punk-ass Christian, I guess, the way he's a goody two-shoes, but like an anti-hero. Right. Hillary Clinton, she was an ambitious woman, had to do what she had to do. So, yes, if people are dead and shut up, that's a conspiracy. That America loves Luciferianism, whether it's de facto. Don't matter what you think you do. You're doing it. I don't call you a Christian unless you act like one. You know what I mean? Like, I would never call myself a Christian, but sometimes I will act Christian. Or a lot of times I don't. So I'm not going to claim the thing that I'm not living up to. America's living up to a God. It ain't Bible God. I don't know who the hell people think it is, but how could you even go to the military and be a Christian and learn more, no more?
Because you want to protect America from the evil.
Oh, like from what Jesus said.
Yeah.
Oh, like Jesus said. It's okay if it's
that's what Jesus said.
If everybody stops lying, it's like that dude. You have to kill nobody.
Well, listen,
just don't lie.
What's more demonic than a robot drone powered by AI that's coming over to put people out that makes a decision to kill a certain amount of civilians because it has to get this one back?
I'll tell you what. One that group boosts some organic brain tissue around the chip because they can't get AI to be alive because it's not, and so they're growing brain tissue. You seen that?
No, but what I was going to get to was what's more demonic is a person. Instead of an AI that makes its calculation and coldly assesses that it's valuable to kill 30 civilians to get this one Al Qaeda guy, what is more demonic might be a person. Because one of the things that's fucked up about it is the people that are actually doing it are just following orders. So there's a person who can make a decision. So there's a person that can make a decision. You're going to launch Hellfire missiles into the apartment building. But the person who makes the decision isn't actually pressing the button. So he might feel a little bit removed from the crime. But the person who is forced to operate the drone, they say these guys have to study them for days sometimes. And they watch their patterns, they see them play with their kids, and then they get that green light. And then they get the order. It's time to do it. And then they have to fucking press a button and launch missiles and watch that guy get eliminated from thousands of miles.
Well, you know how we know 90% innocent people got killed? I remember I saw that because the drone operators, they bothered them. Yeah. And the drone operator, I don't remember the guy's name, I feel bad, but that guy's in prison for revealing the truth about the criminals that run your government.
There's a guy in prison for revealing the truth about drones.
3 years ago, the guy's speech about, I watch people. The drone operators, they got put away under that act. Trump's abusing it now.
How's he abusing it now?
How's
he abusing it now for that?
That's what they grab these people with no charges and take them out because they supported us. It's under the Espionage Act. They're doing shit like that.
So talking about the drone bombings is an espionage thing? Is that what it is?
It's top secret.
Is that?
We killed all those people. We're worse than terrorists. We're worse. 90% civilians. That's not collateral. That's who you killed. The collateral will be if you hit a fucking terrorist. That's real. That happened. And a guy's in prison for telling us that Obama, the ones that Bill, I guess, thinks there's not Nazis, even though, boy, it should kill like Nazis, don't they? Again, Bill's right about a lot of things, but that is just such like a, dude, you don't know what, just look like it.
There's a lot more of the story.
You're focusing on the
narrative. Yeah, there's a narrative that gets out there, and then people have opinions of the narrative, but it's so nuanced. The story behind it, like when people, there's a lot of people that want to talk about whatever the conflict is, whether it's Ukraine or Israel and Palestine. Like, if you want to become an expert on Israel and Palestine, you need a lot of fucking time. You need a lot of time. A long history to get to follow.
Daniel Hale, yes.
He's an American whistleblower, former National Security Agency's intelligence analyst who sent classified information about drone warfare to the press. He'll serve the United States military, United States Air Force, 2009, 2013. Okay, pled guilty to retaining, transmitting national defense information, sentenced to 45 months in prison. Incarcerated, United States Penitentiary. He was released on July 5th, 2024, right after Independence Day. Yeah, bitch. Didn't even get a beer on 4th of July.
Meanwhile, they're not going to investigate hot to it.
So he's out there right now? He's out there right now, this guy?
I don't know.
What if he's allowed to do podcasts?
Well, the guy who ran it.
Are you allowed to do podcasts when you get out of jail?
Yeah, John Teriyaki does it. This one's.
Yeah, but like a guy like that probably doesn't want to talk. That's what got him in jail in the first place.
Well, but yeah,
right. If he talks about it now, isn't it the same thing? Is he doing it all over again?
Well, now that it's out, it don't matter, right?
I don't know. But it's the question. Like, if you get tried and you go to jail for something, but what you did was tell the truth about about crimes. The last thing you want to do is talk more about those crimes, right? I would think.
Yeah, what's Julian Assange right now? Is he talking?
I don't know. I mean, is he completely free? Or
What is this kind of money for them for transporting him? They charge like $1 million. It's so despicable. Look, I know people want to believe and they're dumb, but why? Why do you believe it when you get? It's like if you've been cheated on and you're like, no, even Dottie Sandusky. That should be the national bird of America. Jerry Sandusky's wife, who thinks nothing happened to this guy. Yeah, she just Dottie stays upstairs and Jerry helps those boys in the basement and get freedom. That's America. And then people you tell the truth to, the thing that makes you crazy is not knowing the truth. It's when you tell people and they either don't want to know it or they go, I just want to keep my head down and do my job, which friends of mine that are not dumb, smart people say. But yeah, that's the American spirit. I want to keep my head down and do my job. I can't wait to say hi on the flag now. Oh, how inspiring. But it's changing. It's changing.
A lot of people think like that once they have a mortgage and they would do it. They think, I just don't want to rock the boat.
I understand
I'm
that.
barely staying above water right now as it is.
What if you're rich? You want your kids to see that you're not going to knuckle on.
Let me tell you something that happens to rich people. They get scared to have to be rich anymore.
Yeah.
And they want to keep the party rolling.
Yeah. No, I know.
I'm serious. That's what happens. You feel that fear. There's this fear. It's the same thing that always pops up. It's famine mentality. It's the same reason why people want all the attention. People want, they want everything. They want to be number one. It's the same thing. It's famine.
Well, those what talking about? You think they didn't study these extensively?
Right.
They figure out exactly when's the press to get what reaction. They need people to pretend that Tesla, he was unelected. You don't elect the guy that does that, dipshits. Elected. Is that a good point? Right. You get opinion. Just like how Kamala was unelected?
Well, they did it during the Obama administration, they did it during the Clinton administration. The government efficiency programs are not new. It's not a new thing. And the thing is, I understand that he's polarizing because of a lot of things, unfortunately, that he did. There's a lot about what he's uncovering that's important for you to know. Oh, your money's being wasted. And that's not a partisan thing. It shouldn't be.
And you should know that the savings are not going to, if you're worried.
But you should also know that this fucking protest against him is probably funded. It's too organized. It's too often. It's too regular. There's people that are involved. There are chants that they hand out. Someone's paying money for this stuff. Whether they're paying those people or not, I think they are. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
You're the soda people, right?
The point is, it's organized. It's not natural.
We just saw them. This is amazing. This story. I said to you, because the soda, I don't know, merit bands or whatever it's called, right? So they got MAGA people, and I've seen these people apologize up and down, a bunch of them, because they got, maybe they did it million, but they're not. They were like, it's embarrassment, because, like I said, to the credit of MAGA people, not that I do that, I don't vote. I would have if Trump did anything that I thought he would. They go, oh, they're trying to control how people use their SNAP, like their welfare, to buy soda. They're like, don't say they can't buy soda, because RFK,
soda's American Heart Association fought it. Did you know that?
Yeah.
That's adorable. American Heart Association fought poison.
Absolutely.
Come on.
So, but you remember when these same stupid fucking conservatives were mad that they were spending their welfare on lobster? Remember that? They're buying a lobster with welfare. You never heard of this? No. Brady did it first with the welfare fat queen that gets a Cadillac and buys lobster with welfare.
What? Really?
Oh, he was the best at that. Then, the greatest president. And then after that, I would hear this a few years ago. There's something about that. It's always like, oh yeah, that's where we're losing all our money on the welfare. We are, not for this country though, just so you know.
Well, I think of the SNAP things to encourage lobster.
But now,
food stamp myth refuses
you know why
to
they're
die.
doing it?
1976 campaign speech. In Chicago, they found a woman who holds the record. Told the assembled crowd. She used 8 names, 30 addresses, 15 telephone numbers to collect food stamps. Social Security, Veterans benefits for 4 non-existent deceased veteran husbands, as well as welfare. Her tax-free income alone is running $150,000 a year. Sounds like this lady's pretty cool. Reagan's story turned out to be a gross exaggeration of a minor case of welfare fraud. Well, I don't know who to believe, because I want to believe that she pulled this off, because I think he's kind of badass. If you abduct the welfare system, doing it with 80 different people is kind of fucking hilarious. In 1976, 150K in 1976. What do you think that is today, in today's money?
He combined her with a CIA op, I'm sure.
How much is that in today's money, Jamie? Let's guess. $150,000. I say that's 2.7 million.
I think you're right. And I think I could put on a transgender plane Guatemala with that.
Get you fun Sesame Street.
But so that's the
Can you
concern.
find out what that is? That's it? Oh, I thought it was millions.
So
We've been lied to about inflation.
wait, so some people.
That's all really Oh, interesting. That's kind of crazy.
Wait, so the sort of people, so they're mad that welfare people are getting things. Now, this fake thing that they try to put filter through magnet is, don't tell people that they can't spend their money on what they want. Well, it's welfare money. Can they buy lobster again? Asshole. They're paying, and they go, Trump likes Diet Coke. And they give them a list, just like that list you showed me, of emotional buttons to try to push. And people did believe in Maha. Okay, now, in fairness to RFK, he learned there's a bigger threat to American health, which is anti-Semitism. Not the fluoride, that fluoride thing, which I didn't believe, it turns out is real.
Utah just banned fluoride.
Did they?
Yep, they just banned fluoride.
They just banned sexual ritual abuse too. Yes, they did.
Did they really?
Yeah,
Did
because
they ban that? That's not already illegal?
you would think. Dude, the lawyer, that story's crazy because his DA, so some creep. There's a lot of
Well, let's get on the fluoride thing for a second before we scatter. Huberman had a great episode of his podcast with this woman who's a doctor who discussed the impact of fluoride, rather. Florida. Maybe that explains Florida.
Florida in the water.
Yeah, that explains Florida and fluoride are pretty fucking close. That might be it. That might be it. We might have stumbled onto something.
From, I don't know.
It's just fucking crazy. But the thing is, it's a known neurotoxin, and there's no reason for it to be in the fucking water. And yet there's still people that are saying it should be in the water. There's these crazy fucking wouldn't it impact dental health of impoverished people? And shut the fuck up.
We'll check where their money comes from.
These same people. This is like the whole fucking sugar and sweets thing. Why do you think they're getting sweet cannabis? Why is anybody getting sweet cannabis?
That's right.
Because we're eating some shit you're not supposed to be eating.
So when we were doing the story, and they're talking, I go, what do they make all their money off poor people spend the welfare on soda? Because my girlfriend, when she saw it, she goes, who still drinks soda? Oh, people on welfare. So most of their budget, just like if your budget came